Motherfucker. Rematch! Big bad guy. You know?
Come on.
Come on.
I didn't know you were going to say that.
Hey, tournament.
Oh! I'm about to cut the Porsche! Baby! But I don't know what the drill is. We're not playing no Rocky on this show. It's wartime on Sunday. Not literally. You know what? Let me use a different phrase. It's a big game on Sunday.
It's go time.
This is personal. There's no doubt about it. We want to send a warning shot to everybody out there on the East Coast, and we're going to get all into it today. Niners, Eagles, Sunday, 125, and I am dialed in. I may not be as amped as Shasky, but I am dialed in because I've watched the NFC title game back 2 times this week. I've watched the Bills game back, the condensed version. And look, man, we all have our thoughts. We're going to get into the game. I'm not trying to get into personal jabs with these dumbass Eagles fans, these bitch-ass Eagle fans who all they say is, oh, you're dumb. We're going to smack you. You're a fruitcake. I don't even care about that. Their trash talk is trash. Just look at Shasky's video from yesterday. All the comments, you're an idiot. You look like a weasel. You look soft. I mean, come on, get creative. So I don't even care about them. I want to talk about the game because they do have a talented roster. They really do. And we're going to get the guest list today. Oh, my gosh.
Well, give it to me.
Bill Romanowski, 720. Oh. Okay.
I
think we're going to reflect on this yesterday. We'll see what happens this morning. Then we got Joe Giglio and Hugh Douglas. And, of course, we're going to play the Film on Mike call because that's the show Film on Mike called yesterday on 94 WIP. And Hugh Douglas respected the game. He was like, I want to smoke with Phil.
I smoke with Mike, though.
Yeah, I'll smoke with Mike, though. The other guy, I don't know. And then we get Angelo Cataldi, who fooled Philadelphia Eagles fans. This is how dumb they are. They were fooled by Angelo Cataldi, thinking that he was an Eagles ride or die and was carried in that franchise for so many years out there. And he's retired now. He could care less about the Eagles. I guarantee you, Angelo Cataldi's probably watched 3 Eagles games all season. He doesn't care about you guys. So we'll talk to him at 9:20 to ask him how retirement is and why he's really not an Eagles fan and why he's really a front-running Eagles fan. He's not really one of you guys, but you guys are so dumb you fell for it. But, you know, Shasky, as you say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift and all the cops and everybody getting off of work. And we got some special shameless shout-outs today. A lot of high school state championships today when it comes to football. I'm trying to get my way out there to De La Salle as they take on Clovis West. Is it Clovis West or Clovis East? I don't know. They're playing the Clovis team for the NorCal State Championship. So I'm going to go out there and conquer tonight. By the way, it is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I do want to start here because we're going to be heavy Niners and Eagles. But I thought last night at Chase Center was very special, and it was very cool. 11/30/23 day, Shasky, to honor the big three. And I know how we feel about Klay and how we feel about Draymond. And, boy, at halftime, it didn't look good for Klay. Started off 2 of 12, and next thing you know, boom, he explodes. And he scores 17 of his 22 in the second half. He had Klay Thompson or Stephen Curry damn near dropping a triple-double. He had Day-Day hitting his 2 threes, scored 13, 5, and 5. But it was cool that we've been able to watch these guys, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, grow old together for 12 years. Second longest trio in NBA history behind Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Tony Parker. I thought that was special. And then you get the youth infusion, and you get 7 players scored in double figures, and you get a much-needed victory.
So the big three, let's talk about them for a second. Listening to Kalena and Fitz interview them afterwards, it kind of jarred me how much it mattered to each of them individually. And I don't know how much you're paying attention, because I know you have the pregame set, and I'm sure people are in your ear. I don't know if you were watching it.
We're locked in.
Okay, so are you watching it the way we're all watching it? Okay. Like, I was kind of like taken back. Like, I knew it mattered. I did. I knew it mattered. But for them to all acknowledge how much it mattered, there was a version of Dre, of vulnerability that is so rare that he displayed, and it made him way more likable. And then I thought Klay also showed a level of vulnerability in letting them know that, like, it mattered. Because for so long, like, oh, it's the next game. It's the next thing. Mm-hmm. It's the next, battle in the Western. We go from, to the second round to the Western Conference Finals, or, and it's about the finals. It's about next year. It's about the next game. And to see them actually kind of stop and smell the roses for the split second, it jarred me. Mm-hmm. And I realized how, I know we get caught up in the day-to-day minutia, but these are the great times in terms of Camelot. Now, is it the end? I don't know. I don't really care. But for one night, it felt like they all kind of channeled it and everybody realized it. And I think them seeing their own mortality slightly into the future and them having that perspective as they become older and see their own families grow and get bigger. I don't know. As I got older, I think it hit me. I don't know if it would have hit me if I was 25 years old. I think being in my 40s and stuff that's happened to me in my life, I think it hit me more. I don't know. Maybe I'm alone in that.
Well, you realize that it's not going to last forever, right?
Yeah.
And we see them, Klay Thompson battling through, just the day-to-day, every shot. And Steve Kerr touched on it after the game, saying he gets so down on himself after every shot because he wants it so damn bad. And then we see Draymond, and, he's picking up technicals. And, is he the same defender that he once was? No, he's not. And you're thinking, like, man, is this really how it's going to end after 4 championships and 6 finals appearances? And, but then to see last night and be like, damn, we have gotten 12 years, and watching them, the rise of it, the first championship, the KD years, Klay missing a couple seasons, Steph getting hurt, the play-in season, the 15-win season, and then to see them bounce back and win a championship, and then the way last year ended, and then to see them holding on here trying to mix in the youth. So it did hit me differently yesterday. And 11, at first I didn't make much of it. I was like, all right, what are we doing? 11/30/23, and Kirk Lacob and the Golden State Warriors organization fought for that day to be at home, and to have that saying, wow, 11/30/23, that's a hell of a concept. And to see all three show their greatness yesterday at various points in that basketball game, I thought it was special, man. And we should, for at least today.
Yes.
And I know if they lose to the Clippers tomorrow, or if they lose next week, we're going to be all back to trading this guy and trading that guy and benching this guy and whatever. It's the way the world works. It's the way the sports world works. But at least for a night, we could just appreciate what they've done to make this once decrepit franchise into a billion-dollar organization.
Billion? I mean, it's almost $10 billion for dollars. They're unbelievable. It's funny, B. Whenever something like this happens with the big three, you see the same photo get circulated over and over. Warriors World does a great job of this, the Twitter and Instagram account. Well, they'll tweet out that photo of them, and they look like they're babies.
Yep.
You know which one I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
It's
the one in the bleachers.
Yes.
With the beanies on.
Exactly.
And,
They look like babies. And to see these guys grow up, it really is kind of crazy.
Yep.
And they've dramatically changed.
I mean,
whether it's physically, emotionally, their lives. All of them were unmarried, skinny little dripping wet 175-pound dudes. Well, I don't know about Draymond, but, to where they are now. Dre's got the gray in the beard, and Steph looks way thicker and bigger than he ever did, and Klay's grown his hair out. It's just crazy. And as I go, now I'm in my 40s, and when I was in my 25s, I just got a text from one of my buddies. I was insane at about 25 years old, out of my mind. Imagine what these guys were like. What were they, 23, 24? And now they're all in their mid-30s.
Well, you look at the grays on Draymond Green's beard.
They're all totally different.
Steph is a father of 3.
What's Dre got, 3?
He's got 3, I believe.
Yeah.
Hazel's pregnant with another one.
Okay.
His lovely wife. He's married now. He's got his own pod, and we knew he would. The way he spoke early on in his career, he was very approachable. But he still is. Draymond Green has always been approachable. He's never had a loss for words. And then Klay Thompson, I think, too, we didn't know Klay. And I'm not trying to go back and forth on Klay, but Steph, with the ankles. And then next thing you know, he drops 54 at Madison Square Garden. Draymond Green, who was a role player, second-round pick, all of a sudden David Lee tears his hamstring up, and Draymond Green's in the starting lineup, and they take off and win the 2014-15 championship, and they win 67 games, and Draymond is an all-NBA defender. And then there's Klay Thompson, who we really didn't know, and was like, yo, you got to trade this guy for Kevin Love. Get Klay out of here. You had the old Klay ups. You had the streak shooter. He would miss a lot of shots. He'd be down on himself. And next thing you know, he's scoring 37 in the quarter. And he becomes one of the more personable Bay Area figures we've seen in the last 30, 40 years. China Klay, Toaster Klay, Rocco Klay. He's on the boat now.
Broadcaster
Klay, to see him grow up and be more personable and be more outgoing when he was the quiet one. Yes, they are different, but they all fit like a puzzle. They all fit together.
Well, I thought last night was appropriate that 3 guys that are, at the end of their careers also got slightly rejuvenated by the youth around them.
That's what I'm saying.
And, and look, are Pods, Moody, and Kuminga going to play that same way every single night? No, they are not. There's going to be games. Look, guys, I don't know what it is against Kings. Kuminga cannot play against the Kings. I don't know what it is. It doesn't fit. Maybe eventually it does. But, there's going to be games where Kuminga just looks lost, and he's not going to play well.
You got to let him play through it.
No, I agree. But would you agree? There's going to be games. They're not all going to be humming like they were last night.
No.
But you could see the tiny flashes of why you got to play the young guys. The ball movement from Podziemski and just the spatial awareness and the ability to make quick, smart decisions. He's a rhythmic player. Rhythmic shots, rhythmic passes. I don't know, man. I love his feel for the game.
Well, when it comes to Podziemski, I just love his confidence.
Ooh, I like that.
I just love his confidence.
I like that.
He comes in as a rookie, and he's out there defending Kawhi Leonard. Now, I don't like all the theatrics of him trying to challenge it. But you know what? I'd rather have that than the quiet rookie who's just okay with fouling, whatnot. His confidence, he lets it fly.
Yes.
When he gets the ball, catch and shoot, he lets it fly. He's going to the rim. He works on that hook shot. He works on those crazy shots in the paint area. He's grabbing rebounds. He's flying around the rim, taking charges from Paul George and James Harden. He sees the floor very well, and he grabs 8 rebounds. He's a very good rebounder for his position. Moses Moody. He's always stays ready. He entered last night, going 8 for 8 in his last 2 games, 4 for 4 from the three-point line. He stays ready. And there's something I want to get to in a second here when it comes to Moody and the youngsters, because Andrew Wiggins was out after slamming his right finger on a car door. He is day-to-day with the right finger injury. But then you get Jonathan Kuminga, and he plays 23 minutes. And I'm glad you're stuck on Jonathan Kuminga because he's a guy who just needs to play. Every time he plays 20 minutes or whatnot, he gets better as the game goes along.
I would agree.
And he could play small ball 5. He could play in the dunker roll. And he's not a bad shooter, especially when you leave him wide open. He's in rhythm. He went 6 of 8 last night, went 3 of 5 for the three-point line. But I think his passing is underrated. His on-the-ball defense is underrated. And as Steph Curry said, he's a dog on defense. Draymond Green echoed those sentiments saying, boy, if he locks in like this every single night, he could be one of the top perimeter defenders in this league. So having that youthful injection, because the youth, Shasky, provides something that the veterans can't.
What's that?
And that's speed and athleticism.
I agree.
And how many 50-50 balls did Pods get to? How many 50-50 balls did Moses Moody get to? And how many 50-50 balls did Jonathan Kuminga get to? The 50-50 ball that got Klay going there in the third quarter was off of Moses Moody's hustle.
You know, I'm watching Mully, and I had wrote it down because I thought that was a seminal moment for Klay in this game. Moody tips the ball up in the air, falls to the ground as he's wrestling for it, throws it to Klay. Klay hits just a little midi, boom, and he got going.
And he got going.
And he got going.
5 straight. And that was a 7-0 run. The Warriors were up 64-60. Clippers, I was like, damn, Clippers about to steal this game.
I thought so,
They're about to blow an 18-point lead. Here we go again.
Waiting for Kawhi to come around.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
And I thought they did a great job defending, because you're not going to stop them all game.
No.
I thought they did a great job on PG-13.
Yeah, I don't know how PG-13 fits for the Clippers
how about
James Harden, so that's their problem.
I'm with you on that. How about the Pods drawing of an offensive foul on James Harden?
On James Harden and PG.
I loved it.
And PG. James Harden's looking like, what?
It's like, yeah, dog, you're leaning.
Right, no, you are leaning. There was a charge. You shoved him with the shoulder. But that play by Moses Moody, again, it was a 50-50 ball.
I'm with you.
It's a hustle play.
Yeah.
And he showed his athleticism. And you get Klay, because Klay just missed 2 wide open threes. You're like, he's 2 for 12. Here we go again. I could sense the weight of the world on his shoulders. And he was getting great looks. And next thing you know, Klay scores 5 straight. Warriors going a 7-0 run. They go up 71-60, and they were able to maintain that lead throughout. And that got Klay going because he scored 10 in 90 seconds in the fourth quarter and 17 of his 22 in the second half.
The layup was just amazing, and seeing his reaction, it was really nice. I actually thought the Klay, and I think it was the first half because I had wrote an asterisk next to it. Klay fakes a 3, takes a hard couple of dribbles in, and throws a pass to Draymond. And I thought that was a beautiful play. And I said to myself, like, I know everyone's going to look at the raw shooting. He rebounded really well, and then down the stretch, he had a huge rebound, which no one wants to talk about. But I actually think his floor discernment has been so much better. Like, I know the shooting's going to come and go. It's going to be up and down. But in terms of, like, taking good shots, making the extra dribble to the open space, passing it to the next guy, I thought he's done a really good job as of late.
You know, Klay's always been a notorious slow shooter. Always. Been the theme of his career. Now, you look at his last 6 games, and we were having a discussion. We're yelling at each other about Klay Thompson. Well, in the last 6 games, everything's trending up for Klay. It really is. Just look at the data. The raw numbers. The raw numbers tell you he's averaging 19 points per game in the last 6.
That's
the raw numbers.
Since getting thrown out early in like 1 minute in the game? Is that what that?
Last 6 games.
Yeah.
Last 6 games total. Last 6 games.
Yeah, gotcha.
Last 6 games, Klay Thompson. 19 points per game.
Wow.
The raw numbers are telling you he's averaging 4 rebounds a game. The raw numbers
better.
Well, you know.
No, but I'm saying because he's rebounded better.
Last two nights, and he's active on the glass.
Yeah.
He's dropping you 3 assists. That's close to a career high. You know what I'm saying? And then you think about the percentages. All right, 41.6% from the floor. You want to bump that up to about 45. But the 3-point line, he's only taken 9 attempts. Now, he's back. Last year, he averaged 10.8 3-point attempts per game. The last 6, he's back up to 9. For most of the season, he's been around 7. But it's starting to get an uptick there because he's getting wide open looks. Well, 41% from the 3-point line is nothing to scoff at. He shot 41% from the 3-point line last year, and I know he took a lot of volume shots, and a lot of people talk about true shooting percent, whatever. 41% is 41% in my book.
Yeah.
And so he's trending up. He's trending up while trying to defend. Now, he's not the same defender, but he's trying to do it. So, you know, I got no problem with the effort. I got no problem with Klay Thompson wearing every shot. It just tells me that he wants it. The guy wants to be great again, and he may not be that guy again. It may not ever come back from him. Hell, it's probably not. But you know what? I can take that effort. And that's where I get to Andrew Wiggins here, Shasky. Andrew Wiggins is coming off his best performance against Sacramento. And then you hear what happened yesterday. He slams his finger in the car door. He doesn't play. Now, Andrew Wiggins starting obviously blocks playing time for Jonathan Kuminga. Kind of blocks playing time for Moses Moody. Mike Dunleavy's going to have some hard choices here in the next 2 months. Because, and that's the GM of the Golden State Warriors, of course, general manager. Because there's one thing about playing 11, 12 guys every single night. I don't know how much cohesion you could build by playing so many bodies.
Yeah.
At some point, you're going to have to shorten the rotation and commit to these youngsters to give them. Look at the minute allocation yesterday. Pods played 31 minutes. You had to line up with Pods, Curry, and Corey Joseph that really flipped the game in the second quarter.
Every time I watch Pods, I'm like, I need more of Pods in terms of like as a normal contributor.
Right. You get Moses Moody playing 28 minutes, right? 28 minutes.
That's a good sweet spot for him.
And I don't care about plus, minus. Oh, he was -9. Draymond's -11.
I don't know.
Not
I
winning
thought
that
he did
game
a really
without
good
that.
job,
Right.
hovering both Kawhi and Paul George.
Paul George could not shoot the ball yesterday.
Yeah, I thought he did a really good job. And even the shots he hit were tough shots with guys in his face.
And keeping Russell Westbrook out of the paint.
Oh, that guy.
At times.
That guy.
I'd rather have Westbrook than Harden, though, any day of the week.
You on that.
But then you get Moses Moody playing 28 minutes, and then Kuminga gets his 23. And he goes 17, 6, and 3. We haven't even brought up Shards, but my thing is they played 9 guys yesterday.
Yeah.
9 guys.
Yeah.
Now, if Chris Paul's healthy, he's playing for Corey Joseph.
Yes.
Andrew Wiggins comes into this play. Like, they got to figure something out with Wiggs.
Well, plus GP2 coming back at some point. I don't know when, but at some point.
At some point.
Right? So this is what I would say to you. Shockingly, they do have wing depth. Now, I don't know how great the wing depth is, right? But they have lots of guys on the wing. I think they need to make some sort of a move, wing for a big.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that's a scoring big, whether that's a defensive big, whether that's something like that. That to me is inevitable.
Right. So if I'm paying, we always talk about Klay Thompson's money. Always. But if we're talking about Andrew Wiggins, who has 4 years left on his deal, and he has a player option, and he's making the money that he's making, and he's going to be inconsistent, well, I would rather have the more consistent shooter. Right now, the more consistent shooter, whether you like it or not, is Klay Thompson. And he provides spacing in the half court that Wiggins cannot provide because teams don't respect this three-point shot as much as they respect Andrew Wiggins' three-point shot. If Andrew Wiggins is not going to be consistent and not going to be that player that he was 2 years ago when they won their 4th championship in 8 seasons, then I want to see Kuminga. I want to see Moody. I want to see what these guys have and let these guys play so they could be ready for the playoffs, so they could get the seasoning in the regular season to go through the bumps and bruises, go through the ebbs and flows, and become more consistent players. If you need a big, Andrew Wiggins is a guy that you could possibly move here. Now, I'm not advocating for Mike Dunleavy to move, but he's going to have to make some tough decisions because I don't believe you could continue to play so many guys on any given night because you're not going to have that chemistry, that cohesion that you could build by playing 9 to 10 guys as opposed to 11 to 12 every night.
I thought they also hit, and we haven't even touched on it, the sweet spot for Kevon Looney minutes. I liked him, in and then out and then in and then out. It felt like the ball was hopping, and you got a better version of Looney last night in a limited amount of role. But they need another big.
So that's
that's obvious.
So that's where the Andrew Wiggins situation is going to come into play here. Look, it's going to be a Football Friday. We will switch to it. If you want to get some Warrior calls in, we'll do some Warriors here for most of the first hour, and then we'll pivot to a big-time matchup on Sunday between the 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles. 888-957-9570 is the number. That'll be sponsored by the Caltrain Stormwater Program.
Let's change this to that.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Big game Sunday between the Niners and Eagles. Warriors win last night to bounce back from blowing a 24-point lead against the Sacramento Kings. 120-114 last night. And they were able to win that game without Andrew Wiggins, without Chris Paul, without Gary Payton II. Now, good news on Gary Payton II is the Warriors are calling it a calf strain, not a torn calf muscle, but a right calf strain. He'll be reevaluated next week. Chris Paul's day-to-day, but no ligament damage, no structural damage. Hopefully we see him next Wednesday against the Portland Trailblazers at home. Remember, that'd be Draymond Green bobblehead night. So all you guys that are in, all you girls and girls and guys and girls, you guys are into bobbleheads. Great bobblehead for Draymond Green. It's a talking bobblehead. You press a button, it says, "Let's go, Dub Nation!" So you get a little talking Draymond with a headset on.
So I have the third pool party Jordan Poole bobblehead. You know what should I do with it? Should I keep it? Should I get rid of it?
Well, if you know somebody who loves bobbleheads, just give it to them.
I mean,
are you big into bobbleheads?
What do you do with like a player like Jordan Poole? Like, how do you categorize him?
You gotta keep him. He's a champion.
Yeah.
And he was a big factor that season. Like, you can't forget that.
I know. I've got a few bobbleheads, but not a lot. I'm not like a avid collector.
You know what's funny is the bobbleheads I get from the Warriors or the Sharks, Baby Chaz just takes them and because so we had a Wiggins bobblehead, and it's like in the room on the dresser or whatnot. So she found some other bobbleheads, just puts them in a room and puts them next to the bobbleheads. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Then my guy at the cleaners, what's my cleaner spot in Millbrae? Kenny Wardell. I got to text Kenny Wardell because he knows his name. And I'll give him a proper shout out later on, but he's a big bobblehead guy. So if I have somebody in the trunk, I'm like, yo, here's a bobblehead. You want it? And his wife is great. They're all great. They're supporters of the show. They think we make a lot of money. It's a perception that we make a lot of money in radio. Boy, you don't know. You have no idea. But anyway, it was good to see the Warriors going to win and the way they won it. And so, Steve Kerr, it's tough, man. What do you do here? You're trying to get all these guys minutes. It's just not possible. It's always going to be an odd man out.
Do you think that Kuminga played better and Moody played better? Well, I think Moody's been trending in this direction.
Yeah.
But knowing that, like, hey, there's really not a lot of other options on the wing, like maybe empowers Kuminga or frees him up a little mentally?
Absolutely. I mean, when you know there's minutes available for you, you're like, oh, let's go. Let's go. I know I'm playing 15 to 20 minutes. And Pods ends up playing 31. Kuminga plays 23, and Moody plays 28 while starting. And the starting lineup, they got off to a better start.
Yes.
They did.
What were they up, 31-24?
31. They went on that run at the end of the first quarter when Corey Joseph and Podziemski came in. Now, that's going to be Chris Paul later on. And Chris Paul's a much better shooter than Corey Joseph, and he'll be able to make some plays for that second unit coming in the latter part of the first quarter. I don't think the first quarter, that starter unit got smoked. They didn't get off to a bad start.
Well, and what I really liked about Kuminga's game yesterday, there were multiple opportunities for him to either force a possession or just quickly shuffle it to the next guy, knowing you'll get the ball back.
Yep.
And he did it twice. Once he threw it to Pods, the other one he threw it to Moody, and both guys hit buckets. And then he was the recipient of a really nice shovel pass to the corner from Saric, and then I think he hit another corner three. Like, he's moving without the ball better in a game where I feel like he knows, like, hey, I'm gonna play, right? So let's just play the offense the normal way. I don't know. I think there's something to that.
No, there is, and I mean, what do you do? What do you do if you're Mike Dunleavy? Because it feels like you're gonna have to make something pop. You're gonna have to make something shake. Moody didn't play much last night. I thought he was okay. In terms of his minutes. I mean, Zubac is a handful, and he seems to always destroy the Warriors. This guy averages nearly a double-double for the L.A. Clippers. They got 7 players who average in double figures. And Zubac had 13 rebounds yesterday, but Saric has been so solid off the bench. Obviously, a stretch 5 when he comes off that bench, can hit the 3. He's had 11 games where he scored in double figures. Saric has been very, very solid.
Oh, he's been awesome. You bring up Zubac. Did you hear about his accomplishment last night?
No.
He got nominated for an Oscar on that flop from Draymond Green. I mean, are you kidding me? I can't believe the way that we're looking at the Draymond. Like, look, I know Draymond has a CVS laundry list of shenanigans. Can we not look like? Do we really need to go to the monitor and look at? Like, we've got to have New Jerseys. Is it Secaucus?
Well, it's but it's.
Can we just go through it quicker?
But
like,
it's
that was like a 4-minute interruption in the game. He didn't even hit his face.
It's Draymond Green, and they're gonna look at everything when it comes to Draymond Green. That's just what they're doing. I mean, Kevin Scott, Trey Maddox, and Danielle Scott. That was your crew yesterday.
Absolutely incredible.
Trey Maddox is whatever. Kevin Scott, I don't know who he is. Danielle Scott, first time I've ever seen her. So it is what it is with them. But you know what? When it comes to Wiggins, what's going on with him? Just some weird things happening to him over the last year. And coming off his best game, and he slams his finger to a car door. How does that happen? How?
Have you ever done that?
No. Now,
I've had some weird injuries. I don't know if
I did have when I was working at UPS one time.
What happened?
And I was unloading one of those brown trucks. And one time I just slammed the door. My fingers got caught on one of the panels.
Ooh.
Boom. It was kind of rough for 2 weeks, but you know. So I kind of talked baby Chad. She had slammed her finger into a closet door. We were playing hide and seek a few weeks ago, and her finger got caught in the closet. She was going crazy. I was like, don't worry, Papa did it too. So every time she goes, Papa, you hurt your fingers too? I was like, yeah, I slammed it. And she likes me to demonstrate it, and she likes to visualize it. And I'm like, ooh, and I went like this, ow, ow, ow. And it was okay, so it kind of made her feel better.
It's so funny when the little kids get hurt because what you have to do is distract them immediately so they don't scream. It's like, oh my goodness, oh, you're good. Yep. Oh, look at that. It's so funny. Kids are so funny. I wish it was easier when you're an adult.
Dude, baby Chaz one time was coming off her little mini bike, and she's coming down the hill, and I saw it coming. I was like, uh-oh.
Oh, no.
And she fell, and she kind of rolled it, and I just scooped her up like I was a shortstop.
Yeah.
And just started walking. And she was kind of shocked. And
how bad was the road burn?
It wasn't that bad. Maybe the hand a little bit.
When you have concrete in your skin, that's when you know it's bad.
Yeah, but I scooped her up so quickly like a shortstop and just kept it moving.
And you're like, you're good.
You're all good. And we just kept it moving because the minute you sit there and go, oh my gosh. And,
they see you're panicked and they start panicking.
Yeah, you can't. That's the key. You can't panic, Shasky. Never panic.
All right, so what's the goofiest injury you've ever occurred, had happened to you, or seen? And I want to get into Niners Eagles. We'll get into it. Because slamming the car door, that reminds me of like Affel. What was he, separating the steaks with a knife or separating cheeseburger patties?
Oh, yeah. Jeff Kent. The motorcycle.
Oh, yeah, Jeff Kent.
But he said he was watching his truck.
So I'm going to tell a story here, and I love the McGuire family. They're out there. Dan McGuire, you're out there somewhere. I love you, bro.
Don't be snitching, dude.
No, young Gerald, his young son, was working at my house. I love young Joe. He's a monster. This kid is a beast. He was working at my house. They were changing out windows, okay? And the young guy, he had to be like 18. Maybe he was 17 years old. He was working with his pops. They reminded me of me, working with my dad. And I didn't know what I was doing. He had cut his finger with the razor blade, okay? And he had cut his 2 fingers. And you ever cut your fingers with a razor blade?
It hurts.
Bad. It happens so bad. And it doesn't just slice you, it bruises you because it's such a deep cut. Poor kid does the finger and the thumb be on the right hand. Well, he had stuck the razor blade back into his pocket. And his dad's like, well, where'd you put the razor blade? Well, it's in my pocket. Reaches into the pocket with the other hand that hasn't been hurt. And he cut the other 2 fingers on the other hand. Poor guy had duct tape on both hands. He was walking around like the penguin. Gerald, I love you, buddy.
He's always got it. With that said, let's go to Vince in San Francisco real quick. Vince in San Francisco. And then we get to the call of the week. Call of the week, because we can talk about injuries all day. I know, Shaska, you suffered every injury in the book. I don't want to go through the history there.
Stubbing your toe, most underrated injury.
Yeah, that is a tough one. Vince in San Francisco, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? First, I wanted to call in to give the young guys their flowers for their play last night. I thought when I was watching the game last night, they didn't look like a bunch of young guys playing. They look like solid bench players, and it's really exciting to watch because, next year salaries are going to get freed up because of luxury tap, whatever apron thing. So it should make room for some of these young guys to play, and Podge looks really good. JK looks really good. He can work on his ISO game a little bit. And Moses Moody is always instant noodle.
Yep.
So it's just very promising for me. But the other part, since you guys are going to be talking about Niners-Eagles, is I don't know if anyone else has noticed, but sometimes when Brock's under pressure, he tries to throw out of these sacks.
Yeah.
I get it. You don't want to give up the yardage, but he holds on to the ball. And it's like you're throwing the ball and your knee is down, and you're going to get called for intentional grounding more often than not with what you're doing. It's not even close to the line of scrimmage, and you're still in the pocket.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Vince. It's a great point that we'll get into. You cannot hold the ball against this defensive line, no doubt about it. But it's time for Caller of the Week. We're going to do this every single week. Caller of the Week. And this week's caller is Horace in Texas, who had this bold take on Kevon Looney this past Wednesday. Horace in Texas.
I love you.
If you want to talk big man, go ahead.
What's up, fellas? Kevon Looney has a 6'9", he is 6'9" with a 7'4" wingspan. And I don't know if you guys have known this or not, but I looked at his UCLA footage and his high school footage. Kevon Looney has a jump shot. He has a nice, smooth jump shot. I don't know why he abandoned that. If he starts taking that mid-range jump shot, which everybody gives him, he will be lethal. Because, look, once he starts knocking that shot down, they're going to have to defend him, and that's going to open up the lanes, which we have problems scoring in, and you will have yourself another Nikola Jokic if Kevon Looney starts taking that shot.
That was caller of the week.
You hear the both of us like, oh my God, jeez Louise.
That was caller
Calvin, dog.
That wasn't Calvin, it's Horace. Horace in Texas.
Oh, not
Horace
Calvin.
in Texas.
My bad, Calvin.
No, don't disrespect
My bad, Calvin.
like
no,
that, man.
No, it's not
Come
Calvin.
on, man.
Horace in Texas.
Yeah, Horace in Texas, who called
Apologies.
Joe Lacob and said, what about DeMarcus Cousins? Or what was it, Dwight Howard or DeMarcus Cousins? I forgot. Call it to the morning roast, and if your call is better than the rest, you could be named the caller of the week, too. And we're looking for a sponsor for Call of the Week. Why would you want to sponsor that? Caller of the Week. Slide into our DMs, not you, Brianna, on Twitter if you're interested. At Morning Roast 957 on Twitter. More coming up on the Morning Roast. Let me get back to my reads from the 6 o'clock hour. Coach and Vallejo will get to you. We'll get to the calls.
Oh,
we will pivot to the Niners at some point next segment. I promise you, because it is a big time game. But we want to give the Warriors their flowers on 11/30/23 day. Truly a special day for the trio who's helped hang 4 banners, but what is Steve Curry going to do? What is Mike Dunleavy going to do with this roster? That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bake. Full-service baking, no compromises.
So I did slide in the DMs to say hi.
Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving him all these intros.
Not. Well, I don't know why Shasky said that, but you know what? I will never, ever roast you, Klay. I'm your biggest apologist. But no, it was good to see him play well in all seriousness. 17-22 in the second half. He's trying to fight through it again in the last 6 games. He's averaging 19 points a game. He's shooting 41% from 3. He's starting to come around. He's getting on the glass a little. And we know who he is at this point. But without Andrew Wiggins, without Chris Paul, without Gary Payton II, maybe it was a schedule loss for the Clippers, who came in winning 5 of their last 7, and they played on the back end of a back-to-back. Maybe we'll get a real glimpse of the Warriors on Saturday at 1 o'clock down at Crypto.com Arena. But you got to take the wins. And
beggars
you know what?
Can't be choosers.
I'm not begging. I'm not begging at all. I'm not begging at all.
Can I have a win, sir?
Yes, and we got that win yesterday. We're going to pivot to Niners in just a second. I love that song, Wanksta, because you realize there are a lot of Wanksters in life.
50, a.k.a. Ferrari.
F50. I got a lot of living to do before I die, but I ain't got time to waste.
You know what?
Let's make it.
It's funny to me that you bring up the word wankster, and we played that because there's a dude on the internet, and the boss kept referring me to him. He's like, oh, you could be like, this area's E-Rock. Some dude up in Philly. He's not even from Philly. He's from, like, I don't know, Jersey or something. And the guy is, like, the easiest person to get going on the internet, and he does the same shticky wrestling promo videos on the internet, and I just laugh. I'm like, dog, I got you. Every time I put out a video, you can't help but tag me in them.
Those dudes. And, like, there's just, like, misconception of how we acted in Philadelphia.
Oh.
No, we talk trash, and we were having a friendly banter, and somebody said, if I wear my Niners gear, I'm going to die. And that's where I said, I'm sitting in section 115, row 5, wherever the hell we sat. And you know what? At the end of the day, at the stadium, because we sat on the seats during halftime, too. Nobody bothered us. They took selfies with us. They said, what's up? You guys are ballsy. That was pretty cool what you did. So, you know what? I don't even care anymore. Everybody has their opinion about what happened in Philadelphia. It is what it is. I didn't die. I wore my gear, and I talked my trash. Now, people took personal shots, and that's just how they get down. I don't get down like that. I'm not doing it. But the word wanksta. There's a lot of wanksters out there in life. There's a lot of wanksters in the media game. A lot of fake tough guys. So a lot of people do things for clout. We do things because we love it. And that's why hopefully the new listeners coming over to the Morning Roast, you're going to find out that we just love our teams, we love to have fun, and we love sports. Well, and that's it.
You know, B, one of the things that I pride myself on, and when people like, yesterday, when the show was over, I'm walking down the street on Post, and, you know, right in front of the Apple store, there is a mobile police unit.
Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of cops.
And there's always cops right there. And I walk right by it every day to go back to my car. And I rode through, and there's like 5 or 6 dudes, and we're dapping it up, and they're saying, hey, man, we were listening. They're laughing, and everybody's saying the same thing. Expletive Philly. Screw Philly. You know, and I'm trying to be. But
go ahead.
But no, my point being is, like, I think a lot of people, what I try to bring into the radio is the same conversations I have on Post Street.
Yep.
The same conversations I'm having with my buddies, like Joyce, who's texting me, my boy Rocco, who's texting me, or my brother or my dad. I try to bring versions of those conversations to the air so that they're relatable, because that's how real sports fans talk.
You know, I met a couple people yesterday. I met some folks from the Philippines yesterday, and they were out there, and it was at their first Dubs game.
Wow.
And they were like, Bonte. You know, they had their, and I love the Filipino accent, man. It's one of the best accents.
Shout out my wife's culture.
You know, and they were like, Bonte, man, we roasters. And one of them said, and he's from Manila, he goes, at Philadelphia. And I was like, I love that. You know, and then there's also a guy, man, let me pull this up real quick. We took a selfie together. First, I took a picture of him. Hanson Yu. And I don't know if you saw my Twitter timeline at Bonte Hill, but he had his iPhone, and it said 49ers 27-14 over Philadelphia. And I took a picture of it. Oh. And I ended up taking a picture of him.
Nice.
Here it is right here. I'll show you, Shasky. He's like, got the old We Believe jerseys on.
Oh, I love it.
And he's like 27-14. So I was like, man, Hanson, thank you so much. Hanson, you. And he goes, shout out to the Morning Roast, too. Listen to y'all every morning. And then when you get a guy like Jacob Harris, Bonte, and it's like 6 o'clock at night yesterday. I'm not even thinking about the radio show at that point. I'm trying to get through the pregame show. I can't wait for the roast on a Friday. So these conversations that we have, that's how we feel. We don't, you know, and you know me, I don't like to brag about, maybe sometimes I like to brag, but It's just all love, man. It's all love. So there's no fakeness on the show. There's no fake tough guy act. There's none of that. We are who we are. We keep it raw. We keep it legit. And with that said, let's go to Coach in Vallejo. Coach, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Coach.
Long time no talk to.
All good.
And first of all, I'd like to say I appreciate your tribute to Murph and Mack yesterday. That was really moving and touching, and I like that. And you guys did a great job.
Thank you, Coach. They deserved a certain level of reverence.
They deserved a proper send-off.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm so old. I grew up with Frank and Mike in the morning, you know.
You and me both.
So they're not even sports guys, you know. But your morning talk show, you know, we actually do become family with you guys. We think we know you, you know.
Appreciate that.
But I want to say about the game. I want to say about the game yesterday. I think yesterday really should have showed Steve Kerr that he could trust the young guys. Okay. They only had 9 turnovers for the game, and the young guys played most of the game. It's not the young guys making the dumb passes and the turnovers out there. Also, like you guys are reiterated, speed and hustle, okay, and getting to the balls. The one that I like the most, and I'll let you go with this, was the play when Jonathan Kuminga came behind Klay Thompson and blocked the shot, then grabbed the rebound.
Against Russell Westbrook. Yeah.
Right. And then the other play, when Jonathan Kuminga sprinted down court, knocked the ball out of bounds before it could get to the shooter in the corner. You know, listen, all the savvy in the world can't make those plays, okay? Youth, exuberance, leaping ability, height. There's something to be said there. And I think they made their biggest run with Steph Curry on the bench, okay? So to me, that should have shown Curry that he could trust the young guys. And lastly, I'd like to say, I got to get used to Pajinski because he's a baller. He knows who he is, but he just reminds me of Bob Cousy, especially when he went there, that running hook shot.
Whoa.
But, you know,
I like that, Coach. I'm not mad at it.
But Coach, you were very down on Jordan Poole for a long time. And I know we argued a lot about it, but he is very anti-Jordan Poole in that when I watch him, decision-making is maybe his best attribute. Like, feel for the game and where to go with the ball, when to shoot, when to pass, when to dribble. I just love his floor game.
He knows how to play basketball.
Yep.
This kid has a great basketball IQ, and he doesn't try to do what he can't do. He knows who he is. He plays within himself, and I love the way the young fella's playing. I really do.
Pods Cousy. Good stuff, Coach. Pods Cousy.
It's a little strong because Bob Cousy is one of the greats.
He's a Hall of Famer. You know, and I love the way he ethered J.J. Redick for putting, you know, that's one thing J.J. Redick and some of the youngsters out there slandering the OGs out there. Put some respect on Bob Cousy's name, please. Put some respect on John Havlicek's name. The great Hondo, the greatest 6 man ever to play the game.
The Mad Dog Havlicek when he's screaming into the microphone.
Mad Dog's too much of that. Real quick before we get to a special guest, let's get to Matt in Jersey. Matt in Jersey, what's happening, man? You're
Matt
on the road.
Jersey, what's up, bro?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Oh, man, I can't complain. The Warriors got to win, and the Niners are going to get a win on Sunday. That's how I'm feeling.
Yeah, Warriors are nice. Klay Thompson, Steph Curry. Niners, listen, diehard Eagles fan. I'm a realist, right? I'm going to talk a couple minutes, man. Hopefully you guys don't cut me off, right? Niners are a good team, great team. You know what I'm saying? You guys got great players. Eagles are a great team too, right? Last year, just hear me out. Last year, a lot like you guys were whining a lot after the game. Your coach is the one that put a backup tight end on Hassan Reddick when Hassan Reddick ended your quarterback's season and the quarterback's game, right? So it's not really the Eagles' fault. It's basically your coach's fault for doing what he did, right? Now, you guys are coming into Philly as 3-point favorites, which I understand why, because we've had a lot of lucky wins. You know what I'm saying? A lot of wins.
You guys are a really good team. I think it's more you guys have a lot of guys hurt right now, and then you're playing on short rest. We have 10 days of rest. I think there's a combination of a lot of factors on why they're favored, and I don't even know if I agree with it, but keep going.
No, I kind of do agree with it because Lane Johnson, if Lane Johnson's not playing, we have zero shot. Nick Bosa is going to fucking sorry for
That's a reasonable caller.
Hey, it was. Hey, man.
Look, Philly is a titan.
Listen, I don't think there's any show in America on terrestrial radio because I don't know if there's any show in America that has more people swearing
loosely.
They feel comfortable.
Because it feels like a conversation.
It feels like a conversation.
That they're having with their
exactly.
homies.
And so they just let them fly. But you know what? We don't throw people into Alcatraz for swearing. You just take a play off and, call back next time.
Do the Reggie Bush. Lendell White's got this one.
Yeah. 4th and 2. Hey, Reggie, just chill. I know you want a Heisman, but chill out, dude. Lindell's got it. Well, 4th and 1. You got stuffed. Game over. National championship.
I'm not going to lie to
Texas.
you, though, B. After aggregating myself once again yesterday, I can't wait till we beat the Eagles by double digits because it's coming. The Niners storm is coming. And when Brock wins in miserable conditions on the East Coast in front of the nation, what are they going to say? What are they going to say about our little shining star,
I'll tell
Brock
you what they're going
Purdy?
to say. He's got to do it in the playoffs.
Oh, of course.
But
you're right.
We always put the goalposts. Hey, Spinoni, I want you to check in the thread the sound I sent late last night from Colin Coward. I do want to play it because I think this is why I'm out on Colin Coward. Anyway, that last segment was sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Before we get to the legal, I do want to bring this special guest in, Spinoni, while you roll that sound. Let's go ahead and bring in special guest. And he must be feeling good today because he's on the Batmobile line. You hear who it is. It's Papa Shasky. Papa Shasky, what's up, baby?
How you guys doing? Hey, look, I know it's a little early for a shout-out, but what I wanted to do is I wanted to pay my condolences to the LaRocca family from SI.
Leo LaRocca.
The LaRocca Seafood down at the wharf. Leo LaRocca passed away yesterday, pillar of SI over 35 years. I've known him for a long part of my life. A little story to share with you guys. So he was a large, imposing figure with gigantic hands.
Yeah.
And I was a sophomore at Reardon, and at old school, I wanted to ask the dad if I could take their oldest daughter to a dance, right? And so I built up enough courage to go down on the floor at Reardon, and we were there at the Reardon SI game, and I asked Leo if I could take his daughter she was a freshman at the time, and I was a sophomore, and I was a tiny little kid. I didn't know too many women, but I knew Laura for a couple of years from the Russian River. So I asked Leo if I could take her to the dance. He turns to me and goes, "She can't go to any dances as a freshman." Boy, you're on, you're looking at this gigantic figure, imposing. But I think over the years I got respect because I actually asked him instead of asking Laura to go to the dance. So I just want to pay my condolences to the LaRocca family, Chris, Mike, Nick, Paul, Angelo, Laura. Our hearts and prayers are with you guys at this tough time right now.
They've been very good to me over the years. Leo was good to me over the years. Thank you for calling in and saying that, Pops, because Leo LaRocca is a seminal figure here in San Francisco.
He's a legend.
The sports scene. Obviously, you referenced the seafood business and everything. And again, their family goes deep with our family way back in the day. And I mean, he is an OG original San Franciscan that deserves the appropriate respect.
That's right, Joe. Hey, look, so I want to pivot. So the one thing
he was
that
also a diehard Niner fan, huh, Pops?
Right.
We got to get this win for Mr. LaRocca.
Hey, so I just wanted to comment one thing on Klay's game. I've noticed over the last couple of games that when Klay gets the ball when he gets in the fluid of the game, he makes the shot. When he's got to stop and try to force the shot, he doesn't make it. So when he's in the flow of the game, that you can tell he's getting his shot back. He's jumping his legs. He's not coming up short. But when he gets the ball in the flow of the game, he's a much better shooter. That's what I've noticed the last couple of games.
Yeah. What about Niners, Eagles? I mean, gosh, I can't stand these Eagles. What about you, Pops?
Well, I'm in my group at AA, and there's a guy who's a gigantic Eagle fan, and he sent me out this thing of all these 49ers. He called them the 40 whiners, right, and stuff. And I have a friend of mine, a good golf buddy that's in the program as well, that he's from Philly, but he's converted. He's a Niner, true and blue Niner fan.
Let's go.
Right? And so I happened to catch something that they said to each other on Facebook, and I had to get a good laugh because, my good buddy Joe's from Philly, but he's a big Niner fan. So I think that we got cheated out of a game last year because we weren't able to even put our second or third string quarterback. I think we have a little more to win on this game. I know that the Eagles it's just another game, because they lost the Super Bowl, right? and it's a little different, right? So I think that this game means more to us, and I hate to see either one of those teams last night, the Seahawks or the Cowboys, win the game. I wish it was a tie, but it
helps.
Better.
It helps that the Cowboys won.
I got to think they're going to have a good game this time around. I think they got something to prove.
I do too.
No doubt. And you know what? If the Niners can win this week, that means they're, 2 games up on the Seattle Seahawks, and then you win again against Seattle next week, and you're 3 games up on them, and you're closer and closer to clinching that NFC West, and that's where it starts. Even though we're in the division, the Super Bowl division, with the Eagles and the Chiefs and the Ravens and maybe the Miami Dolphins. We'll see about them. They haven't beat a good team yet this season. We'll see about the Dolphins. But the Niners are in that Super Bowl division. And so you can get closer and closer to that Super Bowl by winning the NFC West. That's where it all starts right there. Papa, how you feeling, Pops? How you feeling overall, man?
I'm doing good, guys. I think the one thing the 49ers need to do is be a test is they haven't been able to come back, being 8 points down in the last second half or the fourth quarter. So I hope they don't have to do that, but if they do, I hope they can do it. That's all I got to say.
No problem. Also, the Sand Dune Classic, that's named after Leo, right?
Yes. And so is the
Sand Dune Classic. Yeah, the court. The court. Yeah. That's one of the best tournaments in the Bay Area during the holidays. I loved covering that tournament when I was a high schooler.
St. Ignatius, legend.
And they always have top teams coming into that building playing in the Sand Dune Classic.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, thanks for letting me send my condolences to the
I'm glad
family.
you did that.
I appreciate it. You guys have a great day. I love you guys.
Love you too, Papa Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM. In AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game, for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. It's time to line them up. 888-957-9570. Bill Romanowski joining us in about 13 minutes on the roast. Bill Romanowski, he was a former Niner, won a Super Bowl with the Niners. He was a former Eagle, did not win a Super Bowl with the Eagles. He was a former Bronco, did win some Super Bowls with the Broncos. He played the Super Bowl with the Oakland Raiders and, of course, lost out when his career ended because of a punch. But, okay. Bill Romanowski is going to join us. He knows about hitting games like this. And Hugh Douglas, I had to tap into 94 WIP for a little bit to kind of listen to what they were talking about yesterday. And after getting through all the stuff about calling us clowns and me emotional and all this stuff, Hugh Douglas did make some good – or Seth Joyner joined him. And they were talking about this game. And Seth said, look, these are one of those games that when I played, this was a bounty game. And they were like, oh, you can't do that, dirty. But Seth was like, this is what I'm saying. This is a bounty game, which means that money would have been on the head of Deebo Samuel. Money would have been on the head of Brock Purdy. Now, we don't like that stuff. We don't want to get there. We don't want to do all that. But this is how they're feeling out there in Philadelphia. This is going to be a hard-hitting football game. And it's going to be very physical in the trenches. It's going to be very physical on the outside. But something I want to get to because this caller in Orange County wants to kind of pick up where the sound is about. Colin Coward yesterday. Spinoza, you got it up? I don't know if you listen to this, Shasky, and it goes to podium game. Now, I don't care how you wear your hat. I don't care how you look per se. But listen to Colin Coward of Fox Sports.
There is one thing that does make me pause on San Francisco. I'm a big believer. I like my quarterbacks to be adults. I don't want them to be frat boys. So Jalen Hurts at the podium is the best podium quarterback in the league. Hat on forward, professional, almost manicured, got that CEO like a real grown-up. Brock Purdy. Hey, you guys want to hit some golf balls? You got a hat on backwards. It's not a franchise quarterback. I mean, come on. If that guy came to move your couch, you'd be like, are you a professional? I don't know. I'm telling you, it really bothers me. Maybe I'm overstating. He's probably a nice kid. His dad needs to call him and say, turn that thing around. By the way, you guys say it doesn't matter. All right. I'm not saying you can't wear it backwards in the garage, playing Frisbee. But hacky sack. You know, your baristas out there. I know that's the de facto, default, dress attire. Franchise quarterback, Wednesday podium. Jalen Hurts is how you want to look.
So I don't know if you know about Colin, but that is an old bit. About 10 years ago, he did that to Matt Stafford, where he said Matt Stafford is not a franchise quarterback because he wears his hat backwards. And he went all around. And there's certain guys that wear their hat backwards and forward.
Did he have the John Wall take because he danced during his first game and did Dougie and said like crazy things about John Wall?
Yes.
I just don't. This is why I don't listen to Coward.
I know.
For years, Chesky and I thought, I was like, dude, I don't listen to Coward.
Well, I don't think that every take is absolutely correct. This is one of his old shticky bits of hat backwards guy at the podium.
I mean, who cares? Like, who cares? I remember when I was working at the other station for a while, and there was somebody who was like, Bonte always likes to wear his hats to the side. It kind of tilts him. Why does he do that? And blah, blah. And I was like, why do you care? It's how I wear my hat. You're going to judge me on my hat? Gosh, that I just want to get that out the way, man. It's just, I just podium stuff. Like, we're jumping the shark with this podium stuff.
But here's the thing. At no point in his career have I ever thought anything other than, damn, Brock Purdy is so mature and so good at a podium. I'm just being real, me. Like, every time I listen to him talk, I go, God, I was not that mature at 23 years old. He seems so self-confident and just he says all the right things. At no point has he ever conducted himself other than, wow, that dude could be your franchise quarterback by the way he conducts himself.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
my opinion.
It's just a trash take. I mean, gosh. Cartland, what's his name, who went to jail for gambling?
Craig Carton.
Craig Carton is like calling Dak's girlfriend a gold digger. Like, what is going on at Fox Sports? Anyway, what's coming up in the game sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Gabriel Orange County, hang tight. We'll get to you right before Bill Romanowski on the other side here on the roast.
The Rolling Stones, live. Stones Tour 24, Hackney.
I don't know, Joe.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
What is up, Bay Area? What is up? Don't forget to download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. You catch every Warriors game, every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews you missed, too, like Dick Vermeil, Super Bowl winning head coach. He joined Steiny and Guru yesterday to preview Niners and Eagles. We're going to effort Bill Romanowski. But first, let's get Gabriel in Orange County on the line here. He has a take about Colin Cowherd. What's up, Gabriel?
Hey, what up, Bonte? What up, Shasky? How you guys doing?
Good, man. Good. Good morning to you.
Doing good.
Yep.
Hey, good morning to you. Look, man, first of all, I do want to say this from what you guys were talking about earlier. You guys are seriously the best. I mean, I've been hearing sports radio. Like, I lived in New York. I lived in Southern Cal. I've lived a little bit everywhere. And when I listen to you guys in the morning, it feels like we grew up together. That's why people get so comfortable talking to you guys.
Thank you.
I feel like, Bonte, I feel like you and I grew up like on the playground, getting into like fights and talking about sports, protecting Joe from bullies, you know. Anyway.
That's a great line. That's a great line.
That is pretty good.
No, but anyways, for real though, this take by Colin, man, absolutely ridiculous. I work in finance, guys. I'm wearing my hat backwards right now. Come on, get the heck out of here with that. Yeah. You're not professional because you're wearing your hat backwards. What kind of take is that? What is Colin? Like, it's like he's running out of material. What is this? Like some kind of common shit here?
I don't know.
Well, you know what's
it's insane.
You know what's funny is that my uncle and I have had these deep conversations about society and how things change. And like the 70s changed how we view everyone. It used to be 3-piece suit, 2-piece suit everywhere you go. Everywhere you go. Oh, we got Romo. We'll get into it in a second.
Yeah,
Point being is that now you look at these tech bros. They're in like sweatpants.
Yeah.
The guys worth like $6 billion.
Can you play? I'm sure Bill Romanowski didn't care how his quarterback looked. John Elway walked into the locker room with his hat on backwards. Romo didn't care. Can you spin it? Can you complete a pass? So you know what? Elway, Montana. He played with some great quarterbacks. Rich Gannon. Bill Romanowski joins us here on the Morning Roast. It has been a long time coming for the 4-time Super Bowl champ, 2-time Pro Bowler, former Niner, former Eagle. We love Romo here on the roast. Bill, long time no talk, man. I can't go through a football season without talking to you, especially before a big game like this.
Good morning, guys. Man, does it get any better than this game right now? You know, coming up. It's probably the game of the year if you really, break it down. And it's going to be, this game, I think, will probably decide, which team's going to make it to the Super Bowl. Wow. I really do believe that.
Wow. Is this a body bag game, Romo? Honestly, with the trenches, both defensive lines, the offensive lines, the way the Niners want to run the ball, the way the Eagles run the ball, this feels like one of those games that you would have thrived in. Physicality, hard hitting, in the rain. Is this a body bag game?
Oh, I've been thinking about this all morning. What's going to be the difference in this game? And I truly believe who is going to be the meanest, nastiest team on the field. And I think the Niners are a meaner team. I really do. There's, for some reason, and the Eagles are a really good football team. Hey, they've proven it with their record, but I just believe the Niners got more nasty in them. I really do. And I think that will be one of the deciding factors in this football game. Who wins in the trenches? Who hits harder? And it's 60 minutes of that, the nasty in the trenches. And and I'm leaning San Francisco. I really am.
Romo, as a excellent linebacker for both organizations, when you watch Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, I was telling Bonte that Dre Greenlaw kind of reminds me of you in terms of the nasty. Like he isn't just trying to hit you. Yeah. He's trying to hurt you.
Right.
And what do you see when you see these two linebackers for the Niners play?
No, that's exactly it. He doesn't want to tackle somebody. He wants to deliver pain to somebody. And that's what you get out of both of these linebackers for the Niners. When they deliver a blow, it's like there's always extra in the hit. And I love it. I love watching these guys. They play the game the way it's supposed to be played.
Agreed. Bill Romanowski, 4-time Super Bowl champ on the Morning Roast right now. Now, the nasty. You talk about the nasty because I'm 100% with you on the nastiness and inflicting pain in a football game like this. But this Eagles offensive line, you're going to have to shed blocks off of Jason Kelsey. You know, if Lane Johnson plays, this Dickerson guy, this offensive line, how would you navigate or try to defend, shed a block against this big, nasty Eagles offensive line?
You know, it really comes down to this. It comes down to 11 guys on every play doing their job. You know, and I know that sounds kind of cliche.
Right.
But you got to take care. You got to win your battle. You know, when you line up at defensive end and Bose is there, he's got to handle his responsibility. Don't try to do too much. And dominate, win your battle. And, you know, on every play, you've got 11 individual battles. And you got to win your battle. And that's what it's going to take. And it's 11 guys flying to the football. I remember George Seifert, you know, calling us in. We had a tough time in the season. This was, you know, when Steve Young took over. And we had a tough time that season. And he brought us a few of the starters in, more the leaders on the team. And here's what he said to us. He said, I'm not always going to call the right defense for a particular play. But when you guys are balling, you guys are doing your thing, I know we're going to be all right. So I need you guys to step it up. And the message was really this. Hey, if in the weight room you normally lift an hour a day, I want an hour and 15 out of you moving forward. If after practice you were working on technique and you usually do a little extra 5-10 minutes, give me an extra 15. You know, when it comes to, you know, your sleep and recovery, you know, give me an extra half hour a day. And this was to the leaders of the team. And, you know, it's one of those things where you got to do your job. And, you know, you can break down a football game in so many ways. And I break it down really 3 ways. Turnovers, third down, and do you score touchdowns in the red zone versus kicking field goals? You know, and you can pretty much break down every football game in the National Football League that way. So you'll have that in this football game, but then it's the nasty will be the difference in this football game. And I just know that the 49ers are nastier. We've got more nasty.
Boar hunters. I call them boar hunters like you used to,
Oh,
Romo.
yeah. No, hey, we don't have any bacon eaters. we got guys that bring their knives and they go out and they hunt wild boar. They're not sitting at home eating their bacon. These guys hunt, and these guys will be savage, you know, warriors this weekend. And the nasty is going to come out because this is a tough place to play. And, you know, these fans are nasty. I mean, they really are. And we got to make it up out on the field. And we just got to be nastier than the Eagles this weekend.
You know, you were part of that team that went into Philadelphia when Montana was down in that fourth quarter, getting pounded over and over and over again into that turf. And we were talking about that game, that fourth quarter excellence game against that team. Bonte's going to rattle it off right now.
Oh, they're the 4 touchdowns, fourth quarter, Romo. 28 points, man. Against Buddy Ryan's defense.
You know, but
I remember it.
When we talk about Montana's lore, like that's one of those seminal regular season moments of why he's the comeback kid. Doing it there.
You're right. Hey, it's, you know, do you deliver when your team really needs it? Do you deliver? And hey, I was fortunate. I played with a lot of great quarterbacks, but Joe was so clutch in so many big games, in so many, you know, moments that it was just a blessing to be able to have a guy like that on your team that you just knew when you went into the game. And if you played your game, that will be another one. It's the way they take the field in pregame. It's the way they walk out on the field. It's like, you know, that confidence and that momentum that you start to get. And both teams have it. They've got serious momentum right now, but it's that little bit extra. Like you walk out on that field and you're like, you're going down. Green all game long. You know, the Eagles are going down. I look at the Eagles for some reason. I don't know why this is, but I do feel like they are a little soft.
Romanowski thinks they're soft.
I do, and I don't know if it's because of, you know, and I have a lot of respect for Hurts, and I think he's a really good quarterback. But I just like a guy like Purdy that brings his lunch pail, you know, every day and is just a guy that is more of a blue-collared guy. You know, he's not going to wear a bunch of gold around his neck. He's going to show up maybe in a sweater and a pair of sweatpants, and he's just going to go do his job and dissect this team this weekend.
You really like Purdy because we love Purdy. And again, throwing anybody's name into the Joe Montana mix is reckless, right? But the guy is just such a brilliant processor. It looks like he's been playing the game forever, Romo.
Oh, that's really what sets him apart. And I was, you know, I don't know, a month and a half ago, we had a Broncos reunion and for the Super Bowl. And I talked to Mike Shanahan about him. And, you know, and I said, Mike, what is it about him? He said, Bill, the first practice I laid eyes on him, I saw it in him.
Wow.
And I remember walking by him in the hallway. This is when he's a rookie. And he told me this. He said, Bill, I told him, Brock, be ready. I don't know when you're going to get your shot, but be ready because you've got something special.
This was a training camp, Romo?
Yeah, Mike told me that he shared that to Brock Purdy. He said, when you get your chance, it's coming. I don't know when it's going to come, but be ready. And sure enough, you know, he saw it because he saw the way he picked apart the starting defense when he was playing scout team.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing there because Trey Lance was a starter. He gets hurt week 2. Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt later on in the season. Wow, that's amazing there. Amazing. A rookie who's the last pick of the draft. That's unprecedented, Romo. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, but he saw it. He saw it the first practice that he watched this guy play.
Romo, what about CMC? You had to have had some interactions with him growing up, right? When he was growing up. Yeah, so because I'm watching this dude and I'm saying, honest to God, it sounds insane. I don't think he has a hole in his game. I think, like, in terms of talent, Christian McCaffrey, this kid has first ballot talent. Now, you got to go out and have a resume, and you got to put together years and years in the longevity. What I'm seeing in a Niner uniform, he was born to play football.
Oh, man. Christian is truly a really special guy. And, and as we've watched, he's kind of that one missing chess piece that they needed, to really set them apart on offense. And, he was one of those missing pieces. And we saw it from the first time he stepped on the field in a 49er uniform, and he's just been kicking ass ever since.
There's no doubt. He was doing it at Stanford, did it in Carolina. I love the guy. He do what he does and I want him getting every snap. Real quick, Romo, before we let you go, and we appreciate your time today.
Best,
so good
Romo.
to hear your voice. I'm so fired up for Sunday. I wish the game was in an hour. How would you defend or try to stop the tush push, the brotherly shove?
Yeah.
You know what? To me, and I've alluded to it over and over again in this interview. We just got to bring nasty this weekend. We got to bring nasty, and I cannot wait. And I know we're going to bring it. It's just, how bad are we going to beat this team this weekend?
Oh, I love that.
Hey, Romo, if you had Sirianni chirping the way he does, and you were on the field, and you had an opportunity to, kind of get near him and say something to him as a player, how would you have handled that?
You know what? There were certain coaches that I was dying to have a play, go out of bounds, where I could literally almost give them a really nice, forearm shiver and just lay them out. I mean, because hey, when I went into a game, not only did I hate every player, all the fans, did I hate the trainers, the equipment managers. I mean, I hated their head coaches too.
Who are those coaches? Who are those coaches that you wanted to give that forearm shiver to? Was it Jimmy Johnson? Was it Martin Schottenheimer?
No, you just said it. Jimmy Johnson was one of them.
Wow.
Jimmy Johnson was one of them. Schottenheimer was one of them. Hey, and I love this guy to death growing up because I was a Dolphins fan as a kid. But I remember Don Shula. I would be like, God, I would love to give him a forearm shiver, And he's one of the greatest of all time. And then there was even the guy with the hat. Tom Landry.
Oh, yes.
Playing against him, when I think it was my first or second year, we played in Dallas and beat the pants off of them. And I just would have loved to give him a little something. But you know who was the ultimate? Believe it or not, and it was Al Davis.
Wow.
And here's why. When we would come out in pregame warm-up, Al would come over with a piece of paper and sit there and watch the linebackers warm up. And you had no idea. I wanted to do it in pregame. I wanted the ball, when we're doing little passing drill, I wanted to be able to just catch the ball and sprint right by him and give him a forearm shiver. Hey, and then I got to play for him, and I loved him to death.
Wow.
But before that, I hated Al Davis.
Lastly, you talked about going to Philadelphia and playing in that environment. Shask and I traveled to the NSU championship game in our Niners gear. And boy, it was nasty. I'm still scarred. I still have PTSD. You played there at Veterans Stadium. Can you explain to the people who are going out there as Niner fans in Philadelphia, because we've tried, how nasty is it in Philadelphia with that fan base?
Well, I'll give you an idea. When I was there, and we had a little thing where a couple got married at halftime. And guess what? That couple who got married at halftime got booed. and when it got later in the season and we had Santa Claus out on the field, Santa Claus got booed by the Philadelphia fans.
Wow.
That's what Philly is all about. They're just about hard-hitting, nasty football. And, hey, they have a good football team, but like I said, I feel like they're a little bit soft.
Ooh, I love it. And that's how we're going to end this interview. Romo, we had to get you on. It's been far too long. We get fired up whenever you hear your voice, especially in a game like this. And you know you love December football, Romo. It gets a little cold. It gets a little nasty, in the words of Bill Romanowski. It's going to be a little drizzly. The elements are going to be a factor. It's going to be a lot of fun on Sunday. Romo, take care, man. Hope you're doing well, brother.
You're the best.
Okay, love you guys.
All right, Romo. Bill Romanowski, folks.
Oh, my God. The forearm shivers to the I knew he was going to say something like that.
He's talking about Brock. How about Mike Shanahan telling them, stay ready.
In first practice.
You're going to get your shot first practice. What?
It is.
Romo just doesn't talk to talk.
Well, one thing that I've realized is that fraternity, that Bronco 90s fraternity is very Niner-centric.
It's legit.
And it is very.
The McCaffreys, the Shanahans, Elway. Lynch. Remember, Romo he did an interview for a Broncos head coaching job one time.
Yeah, I guess Lynch played more in the OOs, but you get where I'm going with this.
Do.
Like, there's a lot of connective tissue between Broncos and Niners over the years. Romo is getting that directly from the horse's mouth. Because we were at practice. I'm going to tell you right now, when I was at training camp multiple years, you could spot the old man, Mike Shanahan, in the end zone.
Right.
Watching
Always.
the quarterbacks.
Always.
With those, what are those leather strap shoes?
Oh, I don't know.
Exactly.
But you can see the white hair.
Yes.
And sometimes he's just standing by himself.
Just standing.
And I'm telling you, man, Mike Shanahan does impact his. There's no doubt he's got his fingerprints. I believe Mike Shanahan did want Trey Lance. And they fell into Brock Purdy. And maybe Mike was like, you know what? This is what it is. But I wasn't listening to it. Nobody, come on. Nobody thought Brock was going to be this good.
No. I think even Brock would say, like, he believed, like, B, when you have certain successes, right? I was explaining to you, they put a graphic on. What did you get nominated for?
Oh, the Sportscaster, California Sportscaster of the Year, which is a joke.
No, it's an incredible achievement, and you deserve it. Stop it. I'm telling you deserve it. Come on.
Thanks.
But my point being is that in your heart of hearts, somewhere you believed you could get to that point.
No doubt.
But then to finally get there, it does feel a little surreal because you've accomplished so much and you keep grinding and grinding. Then you look up and you're getting recognized and there's a surrealness to it. And so I do believe, like, Brock thought he could do this, but then once you start doing it, there is a part of you that gets to sit down at some point, on a Monday or whatever and go, wow, this is a little surprising to some degree. Now, I knew I could do it, but, like, come on.
Yeah, no doubt.
His dad wasn't even watching the game when he got checked in.
Right, I know. That's crazy.
His dad wasn't even
so
watching.
much there for Romo. He called the Eagles soft. He believes the Eagles soft. Make sure we clip that. Tag WIP so they can run with it, and we'll provide content once again for Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, and make sure that Matt and Hegan, who's in the other room, can you make sure that when they file payroll for next week, that WIP gives me some royalties for all the content I've created for them, both digitally and on air over the last few weeks. Thank you.
I feel like they're a little bit soft.
Oh, my God.
Shameless shout-outs coming up. I want to line them up. 888-957-9570. It's a great day to shout people out. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. Shout them out. Shout out whoever. I'm shouting out De La Salle. I need Lubbock. I need that number to get to De La Salle tonight. They got a big game to win the section championship, to advance to the state championship tonight. My sister Camille, her son Jaden Jefferson, my nephew, of course. Can't wait to see him play. I've been watching them on YouTube. I have to watch them on the laptop so much because of the Warriors and Baby Ches or whatnot. But I'm going to go out there to Concord, bundle up because I'm sure it's going to be cold. Shameless shout-outs. 888-957-9570. Let's go up to Sacramento. Oh, we got another special guest.
Who's this?
I don't even know why he doesn't have the bat. Why is he calling the regular number? He should have the hotline. It's Kenny Carried Away.
Let's go, Kenny.
Sactal KC.
KC.
What's up, KC? Where's KC at? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Get him the bat line.
Yeah, get him the bat line.
Ludman, you got his number. Call him directly.
888-957-9570. We have some special shout-outs to give out this week, some very special shout-outs. Okay, we want to shout out Paulie Mack. We want to shout out Lee Hammer. We want to shout out FP Santangelo. We want to shout out a lot of digital team that I've gotten to know over the years from KBR. Hell, I wrote the first articles for KBR.com. I really did. Vontae Hill wrote the first articles for that website. So to see them slash their digital team away, that's trash. So shout out to them as well. Let's get to KC. KC, he's back on the line.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Kidding.
Up in here, man. Hey, man. You know what I'm saying? I had to put, the Drake bars down. I know you have to put the umbrella down because we got to come together for a common purpose. It's Niner gang over here.
Yes,
Y'all got me turned up on this Friday. Y'all had me turned up yesterday, man. There's two things I want to say real quick. First of all, when I don't even know dude's name, we just call him the little fella. When he couldn't understand yesterday why Philadelphia gets the reputation that he gets, it just boggles my mind. I'm going to break it down to him because I know they probably listening right now. It's not that fan violence doesn't happen all over the NFL. It's a problem everywhere. That's not exclusive to Philly. We're not saying that. The difference is the reason why Philadelphia is a bunch of jackasses and the media is a bunch of jackasses out there is because they're the ones that glorify it. If something happens at Levi's Stadium, nobody on 95.7 is saying, yeah, that's what happens when you come to Levi's. Nobody's saying that. But you talk about what goes on in Philly, and they promote that, and they glorify that. And that's why don't nobody like them, and that's why it's a problem. But, like you mentioned, they're not bright. They're not bright out there. So, it takes a couple times to get through to them. But who cares about their asses anyway? It's about the Niners, man. And I'm going to tell you right now, so many people are afraid to say it. I hear you guys giving respect, and I understand that. I get that. The Philadelphia Eagles, they do what they do. But at the end of the day, when this Niners team is healthy, they've smacked around everybody this year. Nobody's touched them. Good defenses, bad defense, good QBs, back. It hasn't mattered. When Debo, Trent, McCaffrey, and Brock are there, nobody's touched them. And Philly, they need to get to Brock. That's the one thing that you talk about it all the time, Vontae, the trenches. Yep. They get at the quarterback and they run the football. And I respect that. And I'm going to tell you right now, though, if they can't get to Brock, if they can't get there consistently, lights out. It's lights out because it's going to be barbecue chicken for that linebacker core in that secondary.
Yes.
It's about to be lights out. 34-20 49ers.
Let's go.
We're going to Philly to do what we do.
Let's go.
And we just don't come back and say, it's just another day. It's just another day.
It's just business.
It ain't even no big game to us. It's just another day.
KC, I love you, man. I love what you and D-Lo
Let's go, KC!
ESPN 1320. As brothers, it's like the Bloods and Crips, right? Putting up the picture with the red and the blue rag. That's what we doing on a Friday, KC.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all take care, big dog.
KC,
hey, man,
you're doing great things, man.
Yeah, you are
Love
doing
you,
great things. You guys own Sacramento. Kenny Caraway, man. Check him out, 12 to 4, ESPN 1320. Love him and Damian Barley. Those are our brothers, man. Even though we trash talk, it's all in good fun. We've created, between them and us, we've created the I-80 rivalry. We've created this buzz. Give them credit for that, too. They've held it down on their end. We've held it down on our end.
Absolutely.
So it's all love, man.
Hey,
Let's
B,
go.
I am so ready for this game.
How much if Romo pump you up for this? The nasty?
I am so ready for this game.
I feel like they're a little bit soft.
Bill Romanowski. Let's get to shameless shout-outs, man, because we got a crossover coming up with Joe Giglio, Sports Radio 94 WIP. I know our roasters love when we have the shout-outs. The crossovers. When we simulcast with the other station, or they're going to talk their talk, blah, 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 blah. We know what it is. I'm sitting back.
I smoke with Mike, though.
Yeah. Hugh Douglas, I'll smoke with you, too.
I smoke with Hugh, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know about those other guys, especially the little fella from yesterday. Can't hit my weed. No. Shameless shout-outs here on the roast.
Joe's had a really good couple years.
Yep. Bonte, I know you
let's start it off.
Yeah.
Because Ryan Crawford hit us up about this. I talked to him last night, but I want you, since you have it up, I want you to read this text.
Our good friend Ryan Crawford, who's worked here and everywhere for a long, long time, just a great guy. one of his closest friends is 6 years old. He's going through bone cancer treatment.
Yep.
And this kid is a huge 49er fan. I'm looking at a picture right now. Kittle's his favorite player.
Yep.
And, he's over at the Oakland Kaiser right now. He didn't give us his name. I didn't get the name. Did you see the name, bud?
I'll try to pull it up here. I'll try to pull it up for Ryan Crawford.
It's Will. So it's Will, all right? And he's battling like a champ over at Oakland Kaiser right now. Die-hard Niner fan, going through just some really tough times. Little man Will, if you're out there, honest to God, we love you, buddy. Everybody's pulling for you. We're going to get through this. The Niners are going to get through this. And Kittle's going to score a touchdown on Sunday for you, buddy. I can feel it. PMO, positive mental outlook. It's been a tough year for a lot of people out there, my family included. I'm getting emotional right now, and let me just tell you, look, God puts you through certain tests in life, all right? And kind of like Shawshank Redemption, you go crawling through all the mud and you come out on the other end, and hopefully you can see the rainbow at the end. And that's what I'm praying for you, buddy. We're all pulling for you. Keep strong. Keep fighting. Keep that positive mental outlook every single day. We'll go get them, and like Harbaugh, attack every day with unbridled passion. That's what I do in my life. I don't leave time for negativity. Just keep plowing forward, buddy. Yeah. We love you, Will.
Well said, Shasky. Well said. We do love you. Kick cancer's ass. I know you're going to beat it. We saw the photos and running into Ryan Crawford again. He said, hey, man, if you could do it. He was like, dude, that's not a problem. That is not a problem whatsoever. So, Will, we love you. We do love you. Keep fighting.
God bless you, buddy.
God bless you. I got a shout-out coming. I know Spadonia love me, dude, but I want to get to the lines. We got shameless shout-outs, man. Lines are packed right now. And I want to start off with my main man, Durf, in the city. Is this my guy, Durf? What's happening, Big Durf? Line number 2. What's up?
What's going on, y'all? Joe, Vontae, what's going on, my boy? I want to shout out my Bay Area Gators from the city, man.
Yes, sir.
6U football team. They got they got a regionals win, and they go into the Nationals in L.A., y'all.
Hey, Durf, my boy Taz is running the show, right? Taz is up there too, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. His son played with me.
Hey, I love what you guys are doing for the Gators, Durf. I do love it. Go out there and go win that championship for us. Make sure you tag me in those photos so we can share it, because we love to support the Pop Warner programs out here. Durf, good stuff there. Let's get to Javier and San Bruno. Javier, what's happening?
Hey, guys. I just want to shout out that today's a very happy day for me. Shout out my wife. And today, the new Godzilla movie comes out, and I'm just hella happy. I've been waiting for this for a while, and I'm just feeling blessed.
I love Godzilla.
Shout you guys out for everything y'all do.
Hey, bro, I'm a big Godzilla fan. I'm actually watching that Godzilla Apple Plus thing, and I watched Godzilla the other day. I love Godzilla.
510, shout out to my niece, Keely. Her 19th birthday from Uncle Monty. Love you, sweetie. Happy 19th birthday. Absolutely. It's the best years of your life. Trust me.
Best album by Yuckmouth is Godzilla.
Batches Bakehouse. Batches, yeah, it is. The double CD.
I don't care what anyone says.
Rolex Rules.
Oh, my God.
That
Godzilla spotted in the Pacific. Run for your lives.
I need a gangster girl.
Such a great album.
And what God, I have it.
He destroyed Master P on that album.
Batches Bakehouse. My girlfriend just opened up a bakery in Richmond. Fort de Clement.
What?
My old hood.
What?
Bagels, cookies, and scones. Batches Bakehouse.
We're coming.
415 Batches Bakehouse. Is it open? Because I will go there right after the show and have some baked goods for my baby girl.
I have a flight.
Yeah, I know you have a flight to Vegas. We'll get there. We'll get to that. But baby Chaz, she gets out of school 12:45. I would love to have some snacks for her. So let me know if it's open today. Batches Bakehouse. I would love to come by.
Shout out St. Vincent's Petaluma State Championship. P-Town. Yep. You can pet a donkey. You can pet a llama. But you can't pet a Luma.
Gene in Oakland. Gene, what's happening?
Hey, fellas.
What's up, Uncle Gene?
Hey, shout out to baby Chaz, who, because of her birthday, you, Bonte, will be safely watching the game from here instead of being in Philly and showing up maybe with a bandage around your head from getting hit by a beer bottle from some dickhead Philly fan, all right? We need you celebrating with us on Monday. Niners 30, Philly 23.
Book it from Uncle Gene. Love it. Miguel in Pittsburgh. What's happening?
Keep it rolling.
Man, what's up, man? I just want to give a shout out to another high school football team, Pittsburgh High School. They play tomorrow.
That's right. Sacramento, right? Sacramento.
Really? Nice.
And they play Folsom, so, man, hopefully we get a W and we meet up against De La Salle. So man. Get the W. There we go.
Let's go, Pitt.
Hey, Miguel, real quick. So the winner of Pittsburgh-Folsom, because Folsom's a powerhouse up there, the winner of Pittsburgh-Folsom plays the winner of the De La Salle game tonight?
I believe so.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully I call you next week, man, to see who wins that one.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, go out there and beat them. Go ahead, Pitt. I want all more NorCal teams to represent. Joe at Pacifica. Joe, what's happening?
Good morning, Bonte. How are you doing?
Good, baby. Good.
Good. I'd like to shout out Tate Rooney at Cross 4. She's a brilliant sportscaster at practices for the 49ers in a local community covering college sports. I think you guys should have her on the show every once in a while.
Kate Rooney's my girl. You know what, Joe? We'll have Kate Rooney on next week. Kate Rooney's been so supportive. Lowell High School, local. You're absolutely right, Joe. It's about time Kate Rooney makes her debut on the Morning Roast. We're going to make that happen next week because Kate Rooney was out there in Philly with us. Remember? Yeah. Kate, that's a great call, Joe. Kate Rooney, we're going to book her for next week. She's really good.
Every time I see her, I just smile. She's always got great vibes.
She's got great vibes all the time. She's been supportive from day one. She loves the roast. We got to get her on. Her husband's a big supporter. Worked at USF. Now he's working over at Cal.
Nice.
Kate Rooney, that's a great call, Joe.
Nice.
David in San Francisco. David, what's
up,
happening?
David?
What's going on, guys? Hey, this is David Greenbaum. I'm the principal of St. Thomas More School. I want to shout out St. Thomas More Broncos. We got basketball starting this weekend, so Shasky and Bonte, we love you guys. Nice. Also want to shout out Archbishop Reardon High School and St. John's Eagles. Let's go Eagles. Let's go Crusaders. Let's go Broncos.
Let's go.
I love that.
I live right near St. Thomas More. Let's go.
I love that. Steven in San Francisco. Steven, what's happening? What's up, Steven?
How you doing, man? I just want to give a shout out to my newborn, Maya Mauricio. She's about 5 weeks old. And 31-21 Niners, baby. Let's go.
Congratulations, Papa.
Love that. All right, let's go to Caesar the City. This may not be Caesar from Chase Center. This is Caesar from Chase.
Yes, it is, Bonte. Shout out to the Morning Rose. Get me going to the gym right now. Shout out to my guys, the soccer team at Thurgood Marshall High School. We're going to go defend our championship.
Love that.
And, of course, shout out to my guy, Fetty Faz. Oh, you guys are so authentic. And Shasky, I took care of you. I took you to the Chase inside. You weren't really familiar with our building.
Oh, yeah.
New seats for you. Shout out to you guys for always getting me going to my workout in the morning.
You're the homie,
Caesar,
bro.
Caesar, you're great. Hey,
great guy.
Caesar looked at me right before baseball season. Goes, Bonte, I feel what you're saying. I ain't spending a dime on the Giants. I say, C's, go take your kids to the game,
I
man.
walked through with my wife, and I was like, I don't even know where I'm going. Right. I had such great seats. He's like, hey, man, I see Bonte all the time. He was so cool.
No, Caesar's the man.
Caesar's
the man. Dora. We got to shout out Dora for the 650. South City High. They're playing in the D3 CCS football championship.
Let's go.
Shout out to Dora.
Yeah.
In South City High School. That's
South
right
City
there.
Warriors,
yeah.
I believe.
South City Warriors.
Yeah.
South San Francisco Warriors.
Yeah, they're blue.
Before we get to Duke, Spinotti, you got a quick shout out?
Shout out my alma mater in high school, Palma High School. They won the CCS Division III championships. They're going to face Houston. Houston, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's out in Stanislaus County. They're placing them in the NorCal Division III playoffs.
Houston, you got a problem.
Go ahead, Lubman.
That's a one.
I'm going to give a shout out to Gabe Kapler. Congratulations, been hired as an assistant general manager with the Miami Marlins.
No way.
But you know what? Hey,
no way.
I'm happy for him. He's got a new job. He's going off to South Beach. He'll have a lot of fun there. I'd be curious to see what the top 5 burgers in Miami are like.
Oh, he's crushing it in South Beach.
Are you
kidding me?
That's not a bad landing spot from San Francisco to Miami. I'm not mad at Cap.
He will fit in very well in Miami. So congratulations, Gabe.
After shouting out all the roasters, shouting out Paulie Back, shouting out Lee Hammer, shouting out everybody who lost their jobs because we don't like to see that, especially during the holiday season.
No.
I do need to give a shout out to my arch rival in high school, Lincoln. The Lincoln Mustangs winning Turkey Day again. Coach Ferrigno, Coach Walker,
Legend.
Edison. I love you guys. You know that. I love covering your team. So, Coach Ferrigno, maybe we'll get you on for 2 minutes or 5 or 10. It depends how you make me feel. But, Coach Ferrigno, shout out to you in Lincoln High School. And then Duke in the city. We got to get some Duke bars. Got to get Duke bars real quick. Make the injury report very fast. Duke, what's up?
Come on, man. You already know what it is, man. Come on, Shane, but shout out to Poppin' this morning, man. I'm loving it, man. Shout out to my wife and myself celebrating our 16th year anniversary, man. That's big. 16 strong years, man. That's how you get down. Shout out to anybody who thinks this 49er Eagle game ain't serious. We're trying to go in here and crack some heads. Force the 49ers, Field Flow, Mortal Kombat, Don't Ask Me, Angelo Dakota Prescott, people rolling hard on them 26 goal when McCaffrey is with the 450 motor, Kittle serving you like the all-night market. We on our way to Philly Bullseye. Number 1 is the target. My team is the Niners. We take the rating goal. We smashed out Mondo. We come to take your soul. Eagles!
That's what I'm talking about. The happy anniversary. Hey, Duke, happy anniversary to you and your wife.
Hell
16 years strong. I love that.
Congratulations.
With that said, the injury report.
Let's go.
What a shame, the shout-outs.
We don't have any bacon eaters.
No, we don't. All right, real quickly here, injury report. Chris Paul suffered a lower left leg contusion, but there is no structural damage. He'll be reevaluated on Monday. Gary Payton II, MRI revealed that he had a strained right calf. Not a torn, but a strained right calf. He'll be reevaluated in a week. And Andrew Wiggins was out of last night's game after slamming his finger in a car door. He was not able to shoot the ball pregame. It was a quick scratch after that. The good news there is that Wiggs is not expected to miss much time. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, what's coming up here? We're going bird hunting. We just shot down the Seahawks. We'll shoot them down again next week. We're going to shoot down the Cardinals in a few weeks after that. We're going to shoot down the Ravens on Christmas night. But we're going bird hunting. We're going eagle hunting. We're going to go have a crossover with Joe Giglio and Hugh Douglas from Sports Radio 94 WIP, and I will keep it classy. Let's just see how it goes. Let's just see how it goes. Let's see if they really want the smoke. Yeah, no Rocky. We're not playing that Rocky theme music. Not right now. Not this week. And we love the movie Rocky. We love Creed. We love all about it. We love it all. The Rocky statue, everything. But this Sunday's personal. We want this game so damn bad. I'm sure the Eagles fans want it so damn bad. And we're going to have some fun here with Joe Giglio and Hugh Douglas, former Philadelphia Eagle. I love Hugh. I do love Hugh. Because he'll smoke with Film on Mike. He knows what time it is. Midday show at 94 WIP. Let me know when we get these boys on. We can talk some football here. We got them on. So everybody in Philadelphia, hello. It's your friends again, Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Bonte, Joe, how you guys doing this morning?
Y'all made it. Well, about 6 minutes late.
Yeah, we've been waiting.
Hey, man, the calls are booming. Business is booming, man. We blew through the break.
Man, y'all was eating wine and cheese. Y'all was over there eating the wine and cheeses, man.
Hey, Hugh, you heard from Filmo yesterday. Filmo Mike. It's about that smoke, man. We had to take a smoke break. That's why we would love to smoke with you, because you get it. You get it.
No. I'm not going to let you do this. My partner over here is easily bribed. No. We're not doing any of this.
Okay, fine. I ain't got nothing to say, but it is the Yay area.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
That's my guy, Hugh. Man, you can come over here all day long. I know you don't really.
No,
you know
not this weekend. You're not going to get me.
Don't let
this is
we already got you, Hugh.
This is hate week.
You can't even hate us, Hugh.
This is hate. No, we can smoke after we beat y'all though. We can do that after the fact.
A victory, which will be an Eagles victory. So what are you guys doing this week? You guys a little nervous about this game?
Not really. Why would we be nervous?
Yeah, not
really. What's there to be nervous about? It's a regular season game,
dude.
It's a regular season game.
But this is for all
number one seed.
Number one seed.
You guys will still be in first place. I know math is hard out there in Philadelphia, but if 1 + 1 = 2. If you guys lose, you're still a game up on us, so you would still have home field advantage.
So you're conceding the 1 seed on December 1st.
I'm not doing that at all. I'm just saying, as of December 1st, if you lose, you're still in first place.
Had the Buffalo Bills lost that game, this would have been a bigger game. I feel like for everybody. You guys got the cushion. So
hold up, dog. Don't try to downplay how big this game is.
It's a huge game. We want it.
We want it bad.
We want it. It's a measuring stick game.
Because y'all been talking trash for a whole year. How does it feel to have Philadelphia Eagles living rent-free in y'all head for like a whole year?
I can't stand you guys. I want something. But you know what? It's not that bad, because 2 weeks later, you were as depressed as we were. So it's all good. We finished in the same boat. Wow. We're the first loser. We're the second loser. And I show you a good loser. That's a loser.
Are you guys deep down?
That ain't fun.
No, it's not. Deep down, are you embarrassed by how much whining your team has done since that game? Be honest with us, because from a distance, it feels ridiculous,
it's bad.
guys.
It's pretty bad.
From the podcast to the Debo stuff. Also, when Debo was on CBS Sports Radio and had to bring his handler in to get him off because he was.
What was her name? Sharon?
Ashley, maybe.
Ashley.
Whatever her name was. I mean, guys.
Ashley.
Are you embarrassed by how much your guys whine?
There's a variety of bitterness across the board. Jimmy Garoppolo included for not suiting up in that game. I mean, I think there are layers to the anger of a Niner fan, and just losing in horrific fashion at the end, year after year after year, after not getting a Super Bowl for 30 years. So there's a lot baked into it. But guys, we just feel like we were all robbed because you guys deserved it in terms of knocking the guy out, of seeing if Brock Purdy can do it. Can he do it on the road against an elite team and do it in adverse situations? We know you can front run, and we think he's a good player, a really good player, but he has to check something off the box. Win in Philly with the whole entire country watching, when the team is down a little. We want to see it, and I kind of want to see it in bad weather too.
So it feels like they feel like they about to take the sale.
I think. Well, you know what? We've been talking about that all week. That part on Brock Purdy, that he's done a lot. I mean, we went over the numbers. I mean, Dick Vermeil was on this station this morning and compared the story and kind of how this is happening to Kurt Warner. So there's obviously the kid could play a little bit, but we've been talking about that. I mean, he just hasn't performed when trailing in games. I mean, is it because is it Shanahan? Is it him?
They've been kicking butt.
Why isn't it working?
They've been kicking ass.
Yeah.
You start off fast, you get big leads, and then you just run the ball out in the fourth quarter. That's how you should win. Whenever they're healthy, Joe and Hugh, when Debo's healthy, when Trent's healthy, and they got the full complement of weapons, they're scoring over 30 points a game. These games haven't even been close. They've been dissecting teams. So do we want to see them come back? Sure. But like the Niners of the 90s, games over at halftime, I'm cool with that too. A win to win.
Well, they were also out.
I'm definitely with that.
They were out Trent Williams, and they were out Debo Samuel, and that took away their identity. Because Trent Williams, I mean, Hugh, you know this. I mean, he is the lifeline on that offensive line. And so when he
punched Richard Sherman in the face like 10 years ago. He's a beast. He's an animal.
Exactly.
He's definitely an animal.
And so when you're missing him, that's a Hall of Fame player. They're not a great offensive line outside of him.
But here's the thing, like we all talk about, and you guys have talked about how if Brock Purdy was playing, that the game would have been different. But your defense still gave up like 30-some points. What do you say about that?
Well, that was a 7-7 game in the second quarter.
And I thought early in that game, by the way, Shanahan not challenging that Devontae Smith catch was just embarrassing. I'm yelling in the stands, challenge it. We're screaming he doesn't challenge it. But it's a 7-7 game, and there's a 3rd and 7 in that game. I thought it was very pivotal. That's been slept on. Jimmy Ward got called for pass interference on A.J. Brown. It was within the 5-yard box, and I thought it was a very ticky-tack call in a physical game like that. And that kind of flipped the momentum to Philadelphia. They go on a long drive. Yet it's still 14-7. A minute 36 left in the game. Debo almost breaks the tackle. Their hurry-up offense. And then Josh Johnson fumbles a snap. And right then and there, it was like, oh, that's the game.
Curtains.
2 touchdowns there in the last 2 minutes of the first half, and that was the game. So I thought the game was closer. Once you got to the second half, Josh Johnson wasn't doing anything. He wasn't rallying from a 14-point deficit against that defense. So I thought the game was a lot closer in the first half than what the score indicated. But it is what closer. It is.
Yeah, but once Purdy went out, the game was effectively over. I mean, you guys were not winning with Josh Johnson playing quarterback. We're crossing over with the guys out in San Francisco, Joe Shasky, Bonte Hill. All right, guys, so the big thing this week is going to be obviously some home field advantage in front of the best fans in the NFL. Would you agree with that? Home field we got the best fans in the NFL this week?
The best fans in the NFL.
I love when you
best without question.
It's hilarious.
Why not?
I mean, it's without question. You guys got to experience that last year. The best fan base in the NFL.
If you say so, man. If you say so. We saw you the next day. You saw us the next day.
Y'all were a little shook.
No, I was ready to get, because, while we were in our seats, I felt like I was at the Ritz-Carlton. I was like, man, these sightlines are great.
You were dapping us up in your sweatpants in that tiny little, in that closet.
I was, first of all, I wasn't in the closet.
You were in that small little broadcasting room. You were giving us love.
They were pajamas. I had on pajamas. Big difference.
I mean, we went through the same thing Joey Bosa went to. Went through, but they were taking selfies with us. They were taking selfies with us. It was all good in our seats. I had a great time. The stadium's really good. Lincoln Financial Field.
I did enjoy the stadium.
It was nice. I loved getting in and out, but throwing games. Iskabibbles was really good. I love Broad Street, but some of the things that was said.
Y'all ain't coming back. Y'all ain't coming this weekend.
Look, you guys don't understand this.
Wait a minute, Joe. We about to get it. We about to get it. What had happened was.
No. What had happened was my daughter's birthday's on Monday. I can't miss out on my daughter's birthday.
You
guys are dads. You know what time it is.
I get that. That's all good.
I tried to pull a 24-hour trip. I was going to take a red-eye Saturday because I also do the Warriors pre- and post-game show on television.
Humble brag.
I got to tell you guys. I was going to take the red-eye. I was going to take the red-eye, get out to Philadelphia, but I was like, I can't risk missing my daughter. I would have been on the couch for a month. Relationship probably would have been over. I can't do that. So hopefully, if it does happen in the NFC title game, I'll promise you we'll be out there.
All right, good. But listen, this week's got a lot of chirping going on. The teams, I mean, even you guys, Joe. Yesterday, you wake up. I wake up. The first thing I see, you're ripping Philadelphia.
Of course,
you got some sort of theory on most fans are from Delaware. Delaware County's a suburb in Pennsylvania.
And who was you calling little man?
Oh, I was called John Marks. That's a little.
Yeah,
we knew it. I just wanted to hear you say it.
Come on. The little guy would have. Look, this got nothing to do. Hey, Joe, Hugh, Bubble Bad Boy, Joe the camera. This the beef. We got the beef with you guys. I don't even know who this guy is.
We knew what you was talking about. I just wanted to hear you say it.
There's a lot of Twitter fingers over there at that station.
He needed attention.
A lot of Twitter fingers.
Hey, listen, he needs the attention.
I live life in the real world.
His wifey and 3 daughters aren't giving him attention, so he wants to tag us every day. I'm like, I don't even know who this guy is. It's a little soccer blogger who doesn't know football's talking, so he made it a whole different deal. Forget him. I'm talking to some real ones right now. Joey Hugh Douglas.
Clip that off.
I think the whole thing's getting clipped off. Whole thing. But you know what? Listen.
Hey, on the real, Joe, before you continue, WIP, I'm expecting the next payroll when it files through, digital and on air. I should be getting some sort of royalties because you guys have been clipping all my material for the last 7 months. How much content have the two of us provided to the entire WIP family?
Wait, hold on a second.
Because they be crying out there.
Didn't you had Eskin on yesterday? You had Marks on. We're on with you guys right now.
It's a push.
Yeah, it's a push.
It's a push.
I'll meet you in the
Cry Eagles Cry. You guys are clipping Cry Eagles Cry in August. We made that video to death in the Super Bowl.
We made that in February.
That song was one of the dopiest things I've ever heard on radio.
You guys love that.
It was so dopey that the Cry Eagles Cry thing.
It was one of our highest rated shows ever. I'm not going to lie. So thank you, Philadelphia.
Well, that's good. You take that and run with it. But guys, listen, here's what we got to do. We got to stop the low-life scumbag thing about Philadelphia fans. We haven't crushed your fans once. You guys will crush, and maybe one of your dummy callers that calls in us, but you got to stop it. Like, Philadelphia fans, the way you've painted everyone for the last year, it's wrong. I mean, that's whatever your experience was. That's not everyone here, guys.
I get it.
We had a video, but here's the problem. We know it's not everybody, but we had a video. We have millions of videos actually out on our social media page of walking into the stadium. It's not one person. It's a parade of people in the parking lot firing things from 2 lots over at a bunch of Niner fans walking into the stadium. Come on. We all agree that's low-level behavior on any fan base.
We also see it with other fan bases.
Our fan bases
guys are coming in, kids flipping them off. But you know what?
Morons.
It's not classy. I don't condone stadium fighting. I don't condone throwing beers at everybody. I'm just trying to watch a football game and chill because, there's some people out there, if you talk to them the wrong way, that's where fights happen. Guys get liquored up. Guys maybe are high, and you start talking and calling them names, things happen. But not all Philadelphia fans are class. Well, there's a lot of good Philadelphia Eagle fans. I'll grant you that, Joe.
There's tons. And listen, none of us condone fighting or anything ridiculous like that at a game. But if I recall last year, you were on this show, right, the old midday show, and I believe Joe DeCamera told you guys, don't wear those jerseys in.
We tried to tell y'all.
He tried to tell you guys.
No,
can't wear your jersey to a game.
No, he didn't just tell us that. He didn't. Let's add context because this is where things are getting misconstrued. The little fella has no idea what the story is. The little fella keeps talking about that. You told everybody where you're saying. Joe DeCamera, Hugh's from the. I know Hugh's cut from the same cloth. By the way, it looks like Hugh Douglas is wearing a Niners beanie. By the way, on the Zoom, Phil.
That's an Eagles right there. That is an Eagles.
Can you see me? You see that?
No, I said the beanie. The beanie. What is that beanie?
It's like a big turkey.
That's Buc-ee's.
See, y'all know nothing about Buc-ee's. This is a Buc-ee's beanie.
Oh, okay, Buc-ee's. All right.
You never heard of Buc-ee's?
It's like fried chicken, right, or something like that.
No, it's like the most awesomest gas station on the planet.
Oh wow!
It's like it's a southern thing. I brought
to be fair, most people here don't even know about.
Yeah, they don't even know.
Buc-ee's sounds like my type of place, though. I like Buc-ee's, but no, Hugh knows what the time it is. Joe DeCamera said, "If you wear your jersey, you're gonna die." And I'm like, really? Well, not only am I wearing my jersey, I'm telling you where I'm sitting.
That's a challenge.
When I got to Lincoln Financial Field, and Eagle fans are like, "Oh my God, it's really you guys. You guys are really here." And next thing you know, there was a selfie here, a selfie there, pictures here, pictures there, and it was all love. But you can't challenge us like that because we're not from the burbs or anything like that. We're like, wait, what? You're going to tell us we're going to die? No, I'm rocking my jersey. So that's where it started. So make sure you explain that to the little fella.
Hugh.
You can't do that, man.
Christian McCaffrey, last game, he was kind of negated. You guys didn't fall for any of the play action. We didn't have a we couldn't even throw a forward pass last game. Christian McCaffrey, I believe, is a first ballot Hall of Fame talent. Now, you got to put the resume together. You got to play for 15 years. There's a lot you got to do. But in terms of talent, this guy has 29 touchdowns in 25 games as a 49er. How are you guys going to slow this guy down? Because I'm looking at the middle of the field, and I see Kittle, and I see CMC, and I'm asking myself, what is the personnel that they have? I know they acquired Byard. He's an excellent player. What's the personnel that they have to counter the middle of the field attack with CMC and Christian McCaffrey?
You know, it's funny that we talked about that a few weeks ago. The linebacker play for the Eagles has been kind of suspect, and tight ends have kind of feasted. And then when you add those two guys together, that is somewhat of a challenge. But I know he's on the other side of the ball. We got Jalen Hurts, man. And I know you guys have been watching the games, and you've seen how Jalen Hurts has been playing. He has snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. So that's what we got. That's the answer that I have to this. This defense they've had their moments where they've played well, but to your point, tight ends have feasted on this defense. It's going to be a tough task, but like I said, we got Jalen Hurts, and if he's out there and we have the ball last, I like our chances about winning the game.
Joe Giglio, Hugh Douglas, Sports Radio 94 WIP. This has been a fun crossover. You gonna let that go, Joe? No, we're gonna Giglio. They keep telling me Giglio. What is it? They told me 3 different things in my ear.
I'm hearing yesterday that I'm going to mispronounce your name. I'm getting it right here. Bonte Hill.
Yeah, I know.
See, it's not that hard. We get it right.
Hey, my aunt does the same thing to him.
My boy just told me that. So I'm sorry, man. My apologies. They told me different.
On that one, sorry.
Yeah, there it is.
See, Bonte's got the green dot helmet on. You know what I mean? He's mispronouncing things.
Right. They're telling me one thing. I'm saying anything. But no, seriously. You talk about Jalen Hurts, and I give it to you guys. Winning at Arrowhead Stadium was damn impressive.
Those might be the 2 best wins of the season.
17-7. Winning that game last week without Lane Johnson, Fletcher Cox leaving the game. And that's the one concern I have. There's a concern that's the right side of the Niners offensive line because that big Philadelphia Eagles front. I remember we were at the game last year, and we're like, look at Jordan Davis from Georgia. Damn, look at Fletcher Cox. Javon Hargrave was there at the time. Now you guys got Jalen Carter, and I have a conspiracy theory that Howie Roseman smeared Jalen Carter's name so he could slip in a draft so you guys could replace him. And I'm thinking they just got another 10-year all-pro defensive tackle, and he's a rookie. And so that can Brock Purdy get time to throw the football, and can they run the ball against that Eagles front? Because once you do get to the linebacker core, yes, that is a weakness, and the secondary has been a weakness, but it's about the boys up front in a game like this, Hugh and Joe. I believe it's always one in the trenches, big games like this.
Well, it is. Jordan Davis has been incredible. Guys, Carter, you mentioned, has been incredible. Here's my question for you. Can you guys cover on the back end? Because your receivers are good. Ayuk's really good. And Debo, he can still play a little bit.
He's okay.
Yeah, he's not as good as he used to be.
Why don't you like Debo?
Devontae and AJ. We have the advantage here at wide receiver by a lot.
What?
Why don't you like Debo? I'm just curious. No,
he used to be good.
Listen, I don't dislike Debo. But when you call somebody trash, man, you got to get slapped across the lips on Sunday. That's a lip slapping. That's a lip slapping offense. That Brandon, that was a damn, I forgot.
Bradbury?
Bradbury. I said Brandon Bradbury. I was about to say, yeah.
Think about Brandon Ayuk, how he's going to cook you guys.
Yeah, that's what I know.
We were actually thinking about the Cortland Finnegan, Andre Johnson thing. He needs
the Cortland Finnegan. He needs the Cortland Finnegan.
David Boston Seawood. That's what I want to see. Back in the day. No, but let me answer this one to you, Joe. Look, the back end of the secondary has been suspect for the Niners at best, right? They've made some personnel changes. They got Diamond Lenore in the slot. They bring Ambry Thomas in on third down. He plays on the outside. Charvarius Ward has been up and down all year. A lot of holds in every single game, but he's coming off maybe his best game of the season. I think easily his best game of the season, where he just locked up DK Metcalf. Now, the Niners just suppressed Geno. He looked amazing last night. He did not look like that a week ago. I am very worried about Jalen running around because quarterbacks who scramble have always given us fits with this wide 9 front, and then the secondary being able to cover for 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds downfield with all of the penalties they've accumulated over the last year, with Devontae being as hot as he is right now, and with your boy.
Hold on.
I mean, come on.
Hold on. You started to sound scary right here, Shasky. You started to sound scary right here. Let me bring it back here. Let me bring it back here.
And reasonably so. He's an MVP
Since
candidate.
this defense, everybody made a big deal about Steve Wilkes being in the booth and coming down to the sideline. Well, he's come down to the sideline. Defense played a lot better, allowing Jacksonville to only score 3 points. That was impressive. And then Diamond Lenore is playing nickelback. Nickelback was a problem for this team in the first 8 games. Isaiah Oliver was getting cooked left and right. Couldn't handle speed. So now Ambry Thomas is playing one corner, and he's playing a lot better. Had a pick last week. Charvarius Ward had his best game last week against DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf couldn't do anything against Charvarius Ward. You saw the way DK Metcalf cooked the Cowboys last night. And so then it comes down to the front four. Ever since Nick Bosa got his best friend, Chase Young, involved in the play, traded over from Washington, this defensive line has been humming. So if there's one concern, it's setting the edge, because last year in that NFC title game, Miles Sanders, Gainwell, Boston Scott got on that edge and killed them in the run game.
They ran all over you guys.
Yeah, they ran all over him on the edge. So outside containment, keeping everything contained inside so those linebackers could clean things up. We get the pass rush. I'm not worried about Jalen Hurts running around because he'll get sacked left and right.
Hugh, they sound worried to me. What do you think?
A little bit.
worried.
I was surprised.
I think it's respect. We respect how good the Eagles are. I mean, come on. You guys have had a dominant season. You're coming off of 2 of the best wins maybe in the NFL, and you did kick our butt last year in the NFC Championship game. You got to have respect. I mean, if this wasn't an equal match, you wouldn't be so hyped.
Best fan base, best team, best crowd. You guys said it. So an NFC title game rematch.
We didn't say that.
It did.
We didn't say that. You don't have the best fans. I'm trying to keep it cool on the fans. We had some of your fans call yesterday. I was like, damn, these dudes, did they get through the first grade?
We heard you were running from them. They called in.
Chuck from Mount Airy is not happy with you.
Oh, Chuck was dumber than rocks. That's why.
If that's your legend, you better step your game up there, bro.
Listen, hold on. I was gonna ask if your star player on the Giants ever hit a home run for a fan, but you guys don't have a star player on the Giants. I can't. I guess you don't. You don't have one. But Bryce Harper hit a home run for Chuck in Mount Airy. You know that happened.
I know. Actually, we kind of love that.
Bryce Harper win the World Series.
Bryce Harper talking about how he listens to sports radio. I was all in on that.
Did the Phillies win the World Series? Y'all lost to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
You ain't got to do that.
Y'all lost to the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're the afterthought in the NL West. I mean, come on. You guys can't even win the World.
At least we have a relevant baseball team.
Oh,
I mean,
that's
your
great.
team, other than 1 year, it's been nothing for like 6 years now.
It's been kind of dry out there, barren.
We got the Niners and Warriors who carry everything around here.
You got the Warriors to carry it.
They're not even. Where are they? They're not even in San Fran, are they?
Good for a decade.
No, they're not.
A decade. They've been to 6 finals.
No, Mike, Hugh. Listen, Hugh, you're allowed to the smoke session, Hugh, when you come out to the Bay Area, but you cannot say San Fran. It's the city or it's Frisco. It's never San Fran.
But it's San Fran on the map, though.
No. San Francisco on the map. San Fran is code for, he's not really from here. Yeah, we don't like that's kind of cringy.
He ain't about that life.
Hugh, come on, man. We want you to smoke the best cookies in the world, man. Come on, Hugh.
They're trying to win you over. That's what everyone's
doing. We got Hugh already.
I already had you.
Hugh's on board.
I already had you.
You guys,
this game, we could talk about.
After a win by the Eagles. All right, guys. Listen, we appreciate you hopping on. Have a good rest of your show.
Hey, you guys are good, man. This was a lot of. Tell the little fella we said hello. You guys are welcome back anytime. We love you, Joe and Hugh.
Tell Philadelphia we're coming, and we're coming strong.
All right, you guys are dopes. We'll talk.
That's Howard's word.
Oh, man. That was a lot of fun, man. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio.
My guy was reverting to baseball. What does he think? He's me?
Yeah, he basically is you. He basically is you. Baseball. We got some baseball talk. Come on, man. I wasn't expecting that. It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, 888-957-9570. Angelo Cataldi's coming up at 9:20. He's a loudmouth from Philadelphia who just retired. Come on, how do we hold our own? Did we hold our own, folks? Roasters? Did we hold our own
Way more
there?
civil. I thought that was better than yesterday.
I mean, they like to listen. The little fella that works there in the afternoons with Ike Reese.
He tried to claim that industry people said that we were clowns to him.
Dude, he's a joke. Those guys are fine. That was fair. That was fun. That was a lot of fun.
I told you, I love Hugh. Hugh's great.
He's good.
He's a great
Hughes
guy.
one of us. He knew it, too. He's like, damn, I kind of like these guys. It's kind of hard for him to talk trash.
That's what I'm saying. Hugh's ready to leave Philly and come work with us.
He would love to be here today.
What'd he say?
I smoke with Mike, though.
We got to replay that film on Mike call because it was legendary. 888-957-9570. Line them up. Our final keys to the game on Sunday. Final keys. What's got to happen on Sunday for the Niners to leave Philadelphia with a much-needed victory? We want to hear from the roasters out there. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up on the game. Sponsored by Consumer Cellular and Freedom Calls.
Consumer Cellular offers the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
What up, Day-Day? Nice performance yesterday. Great interview. Go to NBC Sports Bay Area. Fitz and Buki did a hell of a job. Bob Fitzgerald and Kalina Azubuike interviewing the trio, one of the greatest trios in NBA history, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, 11-30-23 day, 4 championships, 21 finals victories. 21 victories in the NBA Finals. Can you name a Laker with 21 wins in the finals right now? No, you can't, Spadoni.
Just had to just do a
no,
drive-by.
don't say anything.
Ricky!
Then the Lakers
just had to drive by my boy like the end of
Boys in the Hood.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was like frozen.
I can't hear you behind these 17 championship rings that are rattling.
You know what I heard?
How many were you born for?
Huh?
How many were you alive for?
I can't hear you.
How many were you alive for?
Oh, my God.
You were born in 19 what?
Why does it matter?
How many were, what year were you born, though?
Do you claim all the Warriors
No.
championship rings?
No, I don't. How many
I do not claim the one in the 40s.
They do have 7, though. They do have 7. I do claim the one in 1975.
My dad does.
I'm sure somebody I knew was there at that game.
You know what's interesting, though, B? We bring up Boys in the Hood. Menace Society, I saw this, like, think piece, and I don't even know if it's accurate or not, but O-Dog wasn't real. That was the premise. It was actually made up in Kane's mind. And that it was Kane doing all those things. But like, remember how Fight Club wasn't real?
Yeah.
And it was him, a mirror image of himself or whatever the heck. I'm simplifying here.
Yeah.
O-Dog,
so confusing.
I don't know if this is real, but they say that O-Dog wasn't real. And it was Kane using O-Dog as a mirror image of him being in delusion of him doing all those things.
Interesting. I never thought about it like that.
That's why they couldn't find the fingerprints on the 40 bottle when he killed the liquor store guy.
Yeah. And they started
I'm getting real deep.
When they started selling the tapes for $49.99.
When Too Short gives him the shotgun, ever put a hole in her?
Yeah.
It's one of the great lines in movie theater.
Wait, I watched that. You know where I watched that movie? The old St. Francis Theater.
Wow, that's going way back.
They had the Asian people working behind the glass, and they had the black dude security. It was only one security guard. And at the St. Francis Theater, you needed about 1,500 security guards. So that was a who's who. And they had the video games next door.
Oh, the
Fun
video
Center.
games.
Fun Center, remember that?
Fun Center,
I mean,
yes.
Wow.
Pac-Man was there forever.
Street Fighter 2?
Street Fighter 2!
Come on, man. Come on.
Hadouken!
Come on. Ruin the society. Yeah, I'm not going to read that think piece and let them.
No, there's like a video.
Yeah, I'm not even going to do it. The movie was out 30. The kid probably wasn't even alive when the movie came out.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Anyway, 888-957-9570. Angelo Cataldi is going to join us at 9:20. What is your key to a big win on Sunday for the 49ers? As the Warriors win yesterday, they'll take on the Clippers tomorrow, 1 o'clock. It was good to see Klay play well. Had a good second half. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, the youth, Pachimski, Kuminga, Saric, and, of course, Moses Moody getting to start. Warriors getting a much-needed win on 11/30/23 day. How did the Niners get it done in Philadelphia? Where it could – what is the weather? Right now the weather says it's going to be – Sunday says it's going to be 55 degrees, 80% chance of rain, precipitation. So it's going to be a little wet.
Like Jim Jones, I don't care about the weather. I don't care what the weatherman says. It doesn't matter. The Niners are ready to travel, and they have to bring their defense, which is one of the top defenses in the league, and they need to bring that front four that has been absolutely humming since the Chase Young trade. They have had 15 sacks in 3 games. They need to keep that up. They've been getting off the field in the last couple of weeks. They need to keep that up, and it feels like they're making timely interceptions left and right. Quietly, Steve Wilks' team has been at the top of the league all year in interceptions.
I know. I mean, all year have been good. That's why it kind of bothered me during the losing streak. All of a sudden, he started getting all this blame. I was like, where was this at when they were 5-0? And they held the Cowboys, who were scoring points left and right, to 10 points. They held the Cowboys 10 points. Hell, they had Cleveland to 19. They held Minnesota to 6 points in the second half. I get it, but you know what? That's in the past. The Niners are rolling right now, winning 3 straight out of the bye week. They are rolling. They really are. How do they get a win? Here's my key. Keeping the Philadelphia Eagles in 3rd and long situations. If they're in 3rd and 2, 2nd and 2, 3rd and 1, 2nd and 1, even 3rd and 3, that's not good for the 49ers defense. You have to keep them in 3rd and long situations. The early downs, you must win, which means DeAndre Swift on the run game, on 1st down, you got to snuff him out. It can't be no more than 2 yards. Jalen Hurts, if you want to run around on 1st down, you got to snuff him out. You have to keep the Eagles this week in 3rd and long situations and make Jalen Hurts sit in that pocket and throw the ball. The longer he throws it, the more time for Bosa and Chase Young and Hargrave and Eric Armstead. If he does play, he said he's going to play with the foot injury, more time they can get to Jalen Hurts. So 3rd and long situations. Keep them in 3rd and long because if they're in 3rd and 2s, they're not stopping the tush push, and it's a 1st down.
Well, and DeAndre Swift has been excellent, and he's really kept them on schedule all year. And he is another, outside of the tush push, he's a great short yardage back because he runs physically and very hard. I'm looking at it the other way, B. So Darius Slay's probably going to line up with Ayuk the majority of the time?
I would think so.
You would think so, yes. So that gives me Bradbury on Debo. Why do I got this feeling it's a Debo game?
Well, you started the week off by saying Debo better be ready. And what was my retort? Debo's always ready.
It's true. They don't like Debo.
And Debo doesn't like them. And I don't like him either. And I ride. Like Mike Norvell with Florida State. I watch his post-game locker room videos. I love my Florida State. They got to beat Louisville tomorrow to get in this playoffs. Nobody wants us in there.
I know.
You know what? My Seminoles are undefeated.
That's 6'6" wide receiver I want.
Johnny Wilson?
Yeah.
What about Keon Coleman?
I'll take any of them.
What about their backs? Vincent, they got ballers.
Look how excited you get.
I do get excited because Mike Norvell always says, I know who I ride with. He says it every game, after every game, even at halftime, they held him up at the 50-yard line, and he's doing this. He's beating his heart, and his team, his players start beating their heart, and they're in the locker room, and they're breaking a rock with the old, what was that, sledgehammer? And he's saying, I know who I ride with. So when it comes to Deebo Samuel, I know who I ride with. And I ride with 19, and I ride with 11, and I ride with the Niners. So I'm not worried about Deebo Samuel. If they want to put Bradbury on him one-on-one, it's going to be a long night for Bradbury. If that happens.
Well, again, I brought up the stat how they're one of the top teams in the league in terms of limiting yards after catch, limiting yards after first contact. This is a very good tackling defense from Philadelphia. Conversely, the Niners are the best at yards after catch and the best at breaking tackles and yards after contact. Something's got to give.
Something's got to give. And I'll ride with Deebo Samuel in this situation. He will break a tackle and break a long one.
I know this might come back to bite me, and someone's going to clip this, and I got this feeling the Niners are going to roll. And I think a 2-touchdown win. Everything is primed and ready to go. They have had multiple difficult weeks, short rest for Philadelphia. They played a zillion snaps. A lot of guys are injured. The Niners are as healthy as they've been all year. They're feeling as good. They got long rest. They've been circling this game. They could say all they want about how it's the big picture, and it is the big picture. this is a big game.
Huge.
And they know how much they've been chirping and how much they've been talking. They got to show up.
They will show up. I
just got this feeling that they're ready. I think Shanahan, more than anyone, I think Shanahan wants this one more than anyone.
They will show up. They're going to be fine. They're going to be fine here. But keeping them out of third and short situations, getting off to a fast start to where everybody will say, I want to see Brock Purdy in a close game. I don't really care. I just want to get a win. Get a win by any means. So if it's a close win, if it's a close game, if it's a close game, fine, it's a close game. If it's a blowout, fine, it's a blowout. I just want to leave the stadium with one more point than them.
Yeah.
That's at the end of the day. And I don't care how you get it done. Blowout, nasty, ugly, don't matter. But you got to out-hit them. You got to, like Romanowski said, everybody has to stick to their assignment. Don't do anything crazy. And I think the Niners are going to do that. They've been in 3
I feel like they're a little bit soft.
Let's call their card. Let's call it. Let's call their bluff. Let's see if they're soft. Let's go to the line, Shasky. Let's hear from the Roasters here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Ronnie and Concord. Ronnie, what's happening?
Can you guys hear me?
What's up, Ronnie? Okay, we got you.
Hey, couple things. I want to say yesterday I thought it was all class that you guys shout out to Murph and Mac. You guys are the reason why I switched over to the roast, but it was all class yesterday.
Thank you.
Appreciate
the game.
They deserve it.
I think Shanahan's gotten and fell in love with Purdy and how he can throw the ball. I think McCaffrey needs to be in the game the whole time because I used to love Elijah, but when CMC came over, you see it's night and day with how explosive he is and how he runs the ball. Secondly, I think that Kittle is going to be a huge factor in this game. Yeah. Although in the passing game, I need him to block Reddick. I need our line to be secure because Reddick's the one that scares me on the defense, and I think he's a game changer. If Kittle can help in the passing block game, then I think we win this game 31-21. Let's go fucking Niners.
I mean, come on.
I love our roasters. I love them.
That's like
I love them.
That's like 4 callers who swore the show. I swear to God, we're not going to make it 18 years this way. We're not.
You know what, though?
Not.
Somebody said it. They just feel so comfortable, like they're hanging out. And that's how we all talk.
I mean, God.
I love it.
I love it. F-bombs daily.
It's like a Sopranos episode. Everyone's so comfortable.
They're just dropping bombs, man, left and right.
Spadoni, come on. You know we love it.
I'm not going to lie. Great. The fact that we made Chuck in Philly mad, he's angry with us, makes my day. He thought he was coming in here.
Chuck is the best you got.
Just because Bryce Harper shot at him out. God bless Bryce Harper. No wonder they're not winning World Series. He's listening to Chuck in Philadelphia.
Even Eskin said he was overrated yesterday.
Right. Eskin, he don't care about nobody out there.
And they do not like Eskin.
Hey, he probably can't walk down the street in Philadelphia.
Who? Howard
Eskin.
You don't need to. My guy's getting limo driven everywhere in a mink coat.
What do you say? If it gets a little colder, I'll wear the meek. Let's go to. Oh, you want to get fired?
Could you imagine being that successful and arrogant? God,
no.
It must be nice.
I can't do it. I mean,
he made real radio, TV money when real radio and TV money was actually real money.
I know.
Not like,
And he's still rubbing it in everybody's face, sending flowers to. There's some crazy stories about him. Nick in Berkeley. Nick in Berkeley. What's happening?
What's up, bro?
What's up, y'all? Hey, man, keys to the game is it ain't no keys because we're about to put the smack down on these cats, man. I'm telling you right now, we done lost more Super Bowls than they won. So, Philly fan, count the rings. You guys suck. You're a bunch of bums. Same with Bryce Harper. He's a bum. Go away now. You know what I'm saying? All your teams suck. You know what I mean? You have we have so many rings in the Bay, we don't even know what to do with them. You know what I mean? Don't ever heckle the Bay fans, calling us dummy callers and all this and that. The whip, whatever that, I don't even know what that stands for. It's garbage. But I'm telling you right now, the key to the game is, man, McCaffrey is about to run wild in the rain. Okay, first of all, Hargrave, and since we got Chase, our defense is swarming like a bunch of murder hornets. You know what I'm saying? We are all over the field. We're putting it down. We got these other teams running in fear. The Cowboys already softened the Eagles up. And you know what we already did to the Cowboys. So you got to play them next week, the Eagle fan. So what about that? You're about to have 2 losses in a row. Get ready for this stomping, okay? All you're going to be doing is sniffing Debo, you know what, as he's running down the field, and you're chasing him from behind like a slow horse at Golden Gate Field. So let's not get it twisted. You guys suck, all right? Straight up. We're gonna put Hurts. We're putting Hurts out the game. You put Birdie out the game. Well, now it's our turn, buddy. You know that's how the NFL goes. Not for long. Get with the program. You guys have one measly Super Bowl. One. We got 5. Now, I might be dead before y'all even get near to us. You know what I'm saying? I'm so hyped up right now, man. I'm telling you, man, I am beyond hype. And what kind of colors?
Nick, I love you, bro.
You picking the team? Green and silver. Who picked those colors, man? Those are college colors. What are you talking about? You little stupid little bird feathers on your helmet, man. I don't even know where y'all got that from. Y'all can't mess with the red and gold. Y'all can't mess with the Bay. You got so many rings, man. Oh my God, dude. Stop it. You guys wish you could be only known for some dude with a powdered wing and a kite. You know what I'm saying? That's all you guys got, a powdered wing and a kite right now. And all you Eagle fans, come to Levi's and run your mouth. Because you certainly wasn't running it at the stick like you talking all that smack like you do in Philly. I dare you. How dare you? How dare you even compare your team to us? Your franchise is horrible. You just fly. It's nothing but fly for decades. We got more NFC titles than y'all got NFC titles too. None of your wins compare to ours. We got Hall of Famers. How many Hall of Famers you got? You Dick Vermeil's your only Hall of Famer. I mean, get it together, man. Get it together. I don't even know what I'm
Nick,
talking
I love
about.
you.
Oh, Nick.
Went from Murder Hornets. Then he said, I
don't even know what a murder hornet is. I never heard of a murder hornet.
He goes, I dare you.
He like lost his train of thought. He goes, I dare you.
I dare you. No, how dare you?
No, listen. He said, keys to the game. Ain't no keys to the game. And then a minute into the goal, he goes, the key to the game is Chris McCaffrey running through the rain. Hasn't Nick and Berkeley already won a Caller of the Week award?
He might be Caller of the Century.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my
He's
God.
going for the second Caller of the Week award. You know,
I think he was last week's Caller of the Week.
Was he really? Damn.
Yeah.
Hey,
we only studied. You're literally crying over there.
Legitimately crying. He just kept going. And then he said, we got so many rings. I mean, I don't even know.
Oh, my God. Oh, man. Holy smokes.
I dare you. How dare you?
How dare you? How dare you? I mean, he's trying to win this like Steph Curry racking up Western Conference Player of the Week to LeBron. Like Nick's trying to rack up Caller of the Week
I'm
awards.
legitimately crying.
Oh, man. That was unbelievable.
How dare
Murder
you?
Hornets? We're swarming like some Murder Hornets. All right, sounds good. I'm rolling with it, okay? I'm cool. I'll roll with that.
I'm like, what is a murder hornet?
You know, I may even tweet that out on Sunday. Look at Chase Young and Buster swarming like some Murder Hornets. I'm fitting that into a tweet at some point this season.
Okay, a murder hornet is the Asian giant hornet or northern giant hornet. This is from Wikipedia, including the color form referred to the Japanese giant hornet, the world's largest hornet. It's native to temperate and tropical East Asia. Sorry, I'm crying. I can't even read.
Oh, my gosh. He stopped me way through. Man, I'm so hyped right now. I'm like Nick and Berkeley. That's an understatement of the millennium.
Yeah, I mean,
we know you're hyped. You're always hyped.
Things that I know for 100 there.
Xavier on YouTube, you never want to mess with a murder hornet.
No.
Nick
and Berkeley.
No. Oh, man. From Nick and Berkeley. Oh, I'm going to wait on this guy. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait just a second. I'm going to let it percolate. I'm going to let it percolate before we go out to the East Coast. I'm going down to the South, though. I'm going to go out to the South. Jason in North Carolina. What's up, Jason?
Raise up.
Hey, what's up, guys? First-time caller. Love what you do.
Thank you, brother.
All right, I got two things. One, I need a ringtone of Shasky saying let's go. That always gets me pumped up.
Let's go.
So we got to make that happen.
Hell yeah. We'll do that.
Hell yes. All right. Two, I'm confident. I think we got it, but I'm on your side, Bonta. And someone's got to explain the tush push. Like, is it going to be back next year? How the heck does it work 100% for them? It's almost like a cheat code. They're glitch bitches. Like, what is going on? Someone's got to break it down to me.
I mean, what is going on today? What is going on?
Philly, it brought the worst out of us.
It brought the worst out of everybody.
People are so ready. I've never heard more swearing in 1 week than this week.
Listen, man.
On this show.
Jazz Shasky,
it's not PG rated this week.
This weekend, Shasky, we may need to look into creating a YouTube page for us because we may not be on these airways much longer with these callers.
I mean,
we might be out of a job. Oh, you want to go to DeKerber? Let's hold off on DeKerber for a second.
Why? What's he got?
Lubman wants to play what happened last year. I want to hold off on that.
I don't even care about that. I'm over it.
Yeah,
and I'm over him.
Lubman, turn the mic on. Turn the mic on. Explain yourself.
Well, no, you've been talking all week about how when we had Bubble Bath Boy and John Ritchie on back in January, they said if you wear your jersey, you'll die. And so I wanted to go back and pull that so we can go and replay that.
You know what?
We're at the keys of the game, love, man. We're going to keys of the game. Keys of the game on Sunday. We'll revisit it if we have to play them in an NFC title game. I appreciate your hustle. I appreciate your on-the-fly producing. That's what I'm talking about, love. That's why you're the producer of the year.
You know what's crazy to me? Like, Brock Purdy is so getting slept on. People are acting, not us, I'm just saying outside of the Bay, like he's just going to wither and just melt. Like he hasn't played a good defense all year.
Well, I just think
if they play zone, he will carve them up.
He will.
If they play man, he's going to identify the man beater pre-snap, and he's going to give his guys opportunities to make plays. He might turn it over. I don't know. But to act like he's going to go 7 of 24 with 3 interceptions like he's Kaepernick against Arizona in 2014, that's just not going to happen. That's not who he is.
I'm going to put my Sausalito Shasky hat on for a second here. If there's one thing I'm worried about, there are two things. I've already explained the right side of the offensive line, blocking Hassan Reddick, blocking Jalen Carter, blocking Jordan Davis. That is a concern. That's a legit concern. But the other concern to me, it's not Brock Purdy. It's not Debo. It's not this defense. It's not the secondary. The other concern I have, it's Kyle Shanahan. It's a big game for Kyle Shanahan. Now, Howard Eskin came on here bumping his gum saying, Nick Sirianni is such a better coach, it's not even close. And Shanahan in these big games. Now, even last week against Seattle, and we were all going crazy over the win. It was a dominant win. There was times the Niners could have really put their foot on the Seattle Seahawks' neck, and they didn't do it. And Shanahan got a little conservative at that time, got a little wacky. The 2 straight play calls backed up in his end zone, and Brock Purdy throws a pick 6. We know what happened in the NFC title game. We know what happened in these big games. Shanahan has to be in his bag. He has to stay aggressive, get aggressive. I don't care about Elijah Mitchell touching the football. I don't care. McCaffrey's had 10 days off. If you need to give him the ball 30 times, give him the ball 30 times.
I'm with you.
If you need to give Brandon Ayuk 15 targets, then damn it, give him 15 targets. If it's George Kittle running down the seam, running over Kevin Byard, then you know what? You need to do that. To me, where is Shanahan going to be at with his aggressiveness and his play calling? Are you going to go for it on 4th and 2 from your own from midfield? Are you going to go for him from 4th and 1 at the Eagles' 43-yard line? What play are you going to call? Shanahan must be in his bag, and he's got to prove it to that other guy on the sideline running around, calling people schmucks and saying, where you at, Chiefs fans? Shanahan, I'm looking at you. You need to be the best head coach in the NFL. You need to be the play caller that we've hired you to be this Sunday, and you've done a hell of a job over 7 years. Hell of a job. And you got this offense humming. When everybody's together, we're averaging over 30. Like it's no problem. 30 points high, no problem. But this week, against Philadelphia, against that D coordinator, against that head coach, against that fan base, in the same place where you didn't throw that red challenge flag on the first possession of the game, which allowed the Eagles to go up 7-0. Shanahan, you've got to be in your bag.
Possibly.
No timid play calling this week, buddy. No. I need you, Shanahan. This is your game. You're the best head coach on the field.
Who's got the edge? Sirianni or Shanahan heading into this one?
In terms of what?
Just who do you trust more?
Well, I know Sirianni's going to go for it. He's aggressive. All gas, no brakes. They're going to go for it. They're going to go for it with the tush push. They're going to throw the ball down the field. They're going to stretch the ball down the field. They don't take what the defense gives them. They take what they want. And that's what I want Shanahan to call this game. I'm going to take what I want. And he did that for the most part in Seattle. But there's a couple situations where I'm like, we need 40. You know what I'm saying?
Well, their normal template is to defer and try to get a stop. That way they can get the double up where they can score before halftime and get the ball back.
Yep, I like that.
Even on the road, you do that again if you win the toss?
I do that again. I
kind of do too, especially with our defense being as rested as we are. I'd like to get a quick 3 and out.
Set the tone.
Yeah.
Set the tone.
The Niners need to lead early in this game to just quiet the crowd, stabilize things, keep the run game involved.
I need Shanahan. I'm looking at you, buddy. This is why we hired you. This is why you're the guy. You've got your quarterback. You got your receivers. You got your tight end. You got a great defense. You got pass rushers. You got great linebackers. Wilkes is back on the sideline. He's high-fiving people. It's all good. Shanahan, all gas, no brakes this Sunday.
I am very interested to see if Jair Brown can continue his good play.
Ooh, that's a good point.
You know, I mean, this is a very, very difficult matchup, and you know they're going to take shots downfield. They're a team that could be 2nd and 16 or, 3rd and long and find a way to get enough time and then rip a ball downfield. They are going to attack the edges. Jalen could be very inaccurate on the intermediate and short stuff.
You're so right.
And then hits you on the deep ball.
Yep.
And so, for me, safety communication and play is extremely important in this one.
That's a great point. And nobody's talked about Jair Brown. And you know what? Nobody talked about him last Thursday. And you know what?
At all.
You know my philosophy when it comes to safeties, offensive linemen, officials. If we're not talking about them, that's a good thing.
Yes.
And we didn't talk about Jair Brown after last Thursday, which means he was solid in the pass.
He's really good.
Really good. So and he's going back to the state of Pennsylvania.
Oh, this is a big game for him.
It's a huge game. He's going to have family out there, I'm sure. He played his college ball in Happy Valley.
He's a lot, like Hufanga is very quick. He's quick too.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's quick too.
No doubt.
I really like him.
No, I think he's more technically sound than Hufanga.
Well, Hufanga could come in with the big whiff.
Right.
You know, he does come in with the big whiff every now and then.
His instincts are Palomalu-like. I'm not saying he's Troy Polamalu.
Yeah. No one is.
Hufanga, but Jair Brown, he stays sound. He plays his assignments. I think he's a very good player, very good safety, but he's from Trenton, New Jersey. You know, he's going to have family out there. This is personal for him, too, going back home to play against the Eagles. All right, let's go to Aaron in Santa Cruz. Been on hold for a while. Let's get Aaron in Santa Cruz on here. Aaron, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Gentlemen, first of all, thank you for holding it down for the West Coast, man. This East Coast bias is just unbelievable sometimes, and you guys hold it down for us out here. So
thank you.
The voice of the Bay, we appreciate it. As far as the keys to the game go, everyone's talking about the Chase Young edition, no doubt about it. But I think the reason why they're getting home so much is the coverage has changed. They dropped Isaiah Oliver, they benched him, and they put Ambry Thomas on the other side of Travarius Ward, and they put Diamador in the slot. And I think if you can allow Travarius to follow AJ and you can have Diamador stay in that slot, then you can actually get that pressure. And I think that's been a very underlooked aspect of what Wilkes has done, and it's changed a lot. And you're seeing that a lot of those sacks, to be perfectly frank, they're coverage sacks. They're not – I mean, they're getting home with 4 because the coverage on the back end is so good. Everyone's emotional. I understand that. This is business, baby. We got to go in there and handle it. If you look at it from a gambling standpoint, the Niners are -3 for a reason on the road against the 9-1 Philly team. Like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's or 10-1 Philly team. So it tells you right there. And for a little bit of a wager for y'all, I would like to ladder this going -3, then take -7, then take -10 for plus money. Niners all day, baby. Let's go.
Let's go.
I like that.
I'm telling you, bro.
And you know what? During the week, Shasky, let me tell you something.
I feel like it's a double-digit win.
So when the spread moves during the week.
Yeah, what does that mean?
The public doesn't really bet until Saturday, Sunday.
Okay.
Mostly Sunday morning. They try to get their bets in.
The public meaning like the average Joe.
The average Joe. The sharps, the experts. Yeah. They're the ones who move the line during the week. And the fact that the Niners open up, I believe, at 1.5 or 1, and it's already jumped to 3, there's a lot of people feeling like the Niners are going to win this game. And then, you know what? And I don't get caught up in the national media, who they pick, what they pick. Well, I don't care. But I do follow the lines. And the lines are telling me the Niners are going to come out and win this football game. Now, it may be a schedule loss for the Eagles. I don't really care. They're not going to have Dallas Goedert. I don't really care.
Who's the best bettor here at the station?
In terms of winnings?
It's just like, whose bets do you trust the best? Not to diminish anyone else. I'm just curious. Like, who do you think does a good job gauging what to bet on?
I don't know. I trust myself when it comes to money. I trust myself when it comes to money. I mean, Guru's a good bettor. Guru will make good bets. But, you know, if you can hit at a 57% clip, you're winning money. So I think Guru's big, but we all have our losses. We have terrible losses. Like, I don't know. Dibs, he bets. I think he bets.
Well, yeah, but he's very obscure with his bets.
Yeah, I don't.
A lot of Premier League and whatnot.
Yeah.
And so tennis. I don't even know. Like, I don't even know.
And I even bet tennis sometimes, you know. The only thing I don't do is bet on the NBA because I can't bet on the NBA.
So what are you betting on this week?
I don't know yet. I do not know yet. I know I took some props yesterday. I took because
I'm going to Vegas.
I took CeeDee Lamb over 10 catches live. He got 11 catches, but I lost on the yardage prop. I was trying to get the yardage prop with CeeDee Lamb because I was working on the show, and I was like, damn, I forgot the game was starting. CeeDee Lamb's going to have a big game. And it was his over-under for receiving yards was 84.5. I wanted to slam it, Shasky, and I couldn't get it in. And finally, it was at 121. I was like, you know what? The hell with it. I'm going to get it. And he stopped at 116. They threw him the ball on third down before that last field goal. They were trying to get, and it was crazy because they were at the 6-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
So a 6-yard touchdown would have pushed me over on that bet. So I basically broke even yesterday.
All right, so that guy, he said he's going to go 3-7-10. What the hell does that mean? And
so
I'll do that for him.
Points.
I'm going to do that for me, but on his behalf. But for me,
giving them 3,
in Vegas.
Those are alternate lines. So alternate lines, usually you get plus money. So if you're giving 7, you will get a lot of plus money.
What does that mean?
So that plus money means, so for example, if it's plus 100, that means if you bet $100, you're going to win $100.
Okay.
Now, if it's say if the Niners are minus 250, that means you bet 100. Excuse me, you bet 250 to win 100 on minus 250. So if it's, let me break it down again. Plus 250. You bet $100 to win $250. That's plus money.
Gotcha.
You see the plus there. If it's minus 250, you have to bet 250 to win $100. So that's the difference there. So minus 7, you might get it at like plus 300. So if you bet 100, you're going to win 3. For example, Evan Giddings, we're going to throw it with him. He's like, take Cal money line against UCLA. I was down to my last bet last Saturday. I threw 100 on Cal. They were plus money. And so, you know, my account said $400.
Oh.
So you had me back in the game.
Get Evan over here soon so I can figure out this double-digit bet I'm about to place on the Niners.
There you go. So it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Gambling is a lot of fun. I wouldn't recommend it for you, Shasky. You're already emotional.
A lot of L's last night because a lot of people had Dak Prescott 300 or more yards, 299 passing yards.
Oh, wow.
How about DK looking like literally the embodiment of Terrell Owens in 2023?
It's the jerseys, man. God, they're so sick.
Those throwbacks do look sweet.
Gino looked great.
Dude, at that stadium with the star, that was a great uniform game.
Yeah, it was.
Great uniform
Although
game.
my Dallas defense did not perform like I expected them to.
Yeah.
-4 for me.
Yeah, I had -3.5.
Ugh.
Yeah, but I did have DK and Charbonnet in one league.
Too. Charbonnet went out.
Yeah, but he still got me 17.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, but DK 41.5. 41.5 points yesterday. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It is a Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com and shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. Been a fun week with you guys. Your texts coming in. We see them all. We see them all. We see them all. Shameless shout out 510 to Nick in Berkeley. He made my day with the Murder Hornet. By the way, Baker Batches is open. I'm going there right after the show, 4th of Clement. Let's go to, you know what? We'll get to Roman in a second. Let's go to Philadelphia, Shasky. Let's have some fun. Thomas in Philadelphia. Tell us why the Niners suck. Thomas, Thomas, are you there?
Thomas the engine?
He was scared.
He got scared off. All right, Roman in Oakland, what's happening?
Call back, Thomas.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We got you.
Hey, thank you for having me, first-time caller. I listen to you guys all the time. You guys are a great show to listen to in the morning, but I just wanted to talk about a couple things, and I didn't really know where to start because, you know, there's just a lot of things going on right now, but you know, this upcoming matchup, I circled it when the schedule was first put out, and now I'm a little concerned because it's like, you know, we got the Dallas team that's still kind of on our heels a little bit. They didn't lose last night, and I was a Seattle fan for a couple of hours just to hope that they could get that win, and they didn't. And so just kind of wanted to get you guys' feelings on how that's kind of materializing because now we need them to beat Philadelphia in addition to them losing the rest of their games so that they don't beat us.
Well, Seattle losing helps the Niners, obviously, because now beat Philadelphia, and then you beat them next week, the NFC West is essentially over. It's done.
Yeah.
Now, for the Cowboys to win that game, now they have confidence, and they get extra rest for Philadelphia. Extra rest. And if the Niners can handle their business, you never know with the Dallas Cowboys. You just never know. But they are playing well, and they score a lot of points at home. And the Eagles' defense is the weak link right now.
Yeah, but you know what happens? The calendar flipped today to December.
Oh,
and we know Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys in December and in January, they fold.
Oh, boy. And that defense.
Like a chair.
That defense took a massive step back yesterday. It was bad. It was bad. Let's go to Mitchell Mantika. Mitchell Mantika, what's happening?
Oh, not so much, Vontae Shafee. Good morning to you. Bang, bang, Niner gang today.
Let's go.
Yeah. Hey, I just want to say, I think it's going to be a George Kittle day Sunday. Everybody's talking about IU. Everybody's talking about Debo. I'm going to predict 3 touchdowns, 150, 11 catches, baby. Go all day, bang, bang, Niner gang. I'm out.
Let's go.
George Kittle.
I love Mantika.
George Kittle, how do you feel about him going out for routes? Do you want a man blocking Hassan Reddick? How do you stop this Hassan Reddick guy off the edge?
Yeah, well, you pray. I mean, because he's an excellent player. He can stuff the run. They drop him in coverage even sometimes. Hassan Reddick is an absolute monster. You're going to have to throw a variety of people at him. I think it's the chip game with Kittle. You chip and go, especially with, what they've done to us in the past against Nick Bosa. Like, you got to use the same kind of tactics. The interesting thing with Kittle is I don't pay him to block. Yeah, it's a big element of his game. I'm paying him to catch passes downfield. And this team is more dynamic when he's doing that downfield.
Yeah.
So I need him, especially against a team that is struggling to cover the tight end. I believe they are worst in the NFL in covering the tight end. I need him to have a monster game.
Yeah, I think Kittle's going to have a monster game. Hassan Reddick, 8.5 sacks on the season. Josh Sweat, 6.5 sacks on the season. On the other side, Hassan Reddick's going to line up over Colton McKivitz. Now, where's Colton McKivitz at? It's a big game for him. Help him out. Who's going to start at right guard? Is it going to be Burford or is it going to be Feliciano?
I think it's Feliciano. Feliciano is really good. You know what he's good at? When they do those combo blocks?
Double team blocks and then he peels off.
When you hit them both at the same time, it plows a guy.
Right.
And it opens up the area. Burford, not that he's not a good player, but it just seems like more times than not, he's just a step slow.
Right.
Feliciano plays within rhythm of the other guy next to him because there's a lot of tandem blocking that's going on with this particular offensive line. That's getting really deep. I don't mean to get all deep.
No. Our audience is smart
but
enough.
He's good. I really like Feliciano.
So that's what that Jalen Carter
on those
and Feliciano.
polls,
when you think about the big games for the 49ers, Super Bowl 54, Chris Jones. You think about the NFC Championship game in 2021, Aaron Donald. You think about some of these big games, even last year, this Philadelphia Eagles front. Matt, these D tackles give us problems because our offensive linemen, it's like the old Niners, right? With Bob McKittrick as the O-line coach, a lot of agile guys, a lot of guys who could pull, not big and powerful. These guys, Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, are going to present a challenge we haven't seen all season long.
Well, and Davis found himself on the injury report. He was limited, I believe, in practice.
Yeah, I heard he was going to play, though. Fletcher Cox, we'll see about Fletcher Cox.
Yeah.
But if he is limited, that's a good thing. I don't mind playing him shorthanded. I'm just trying to get a W.
That's what I'm saying.
And hopefully you can flip this game and get home field advantage because that's what it's still about. It's still about getting home field advantage. That's why the 3-game losing streak all got on our nerves. But it's still right there if you can win this week because that puts a lot more pressure on Philadelphia. Because remember, Philly, they got to go to Dallas and they've got to go to Seattle on Monday Night Football.
I'm not worried about Dallas because you have to control the controllables yourself. And if the Niners handle their own business, which it feels like they're ready to, then Dallas becomes irrelevant.
Yep.
And so they have to win this game. Just win this game and everything will fall into place.
All right. It's time to take them to school. Brought to you by the Peralta Community College District. Spring is free at Laney, Berkeley City, Merritt, and the College of Alameda. Let's get it done. Take them to school, Spadoni. Stephen Curry on 11/30/23 day. This was a big moment in the game. Clippers cut the score to 64-60, down 4 after being down 18 in the first half, but the Warriors capped up a 7-0 run with this play started by Stephen Curry.
Curry with the steal. Curry dribbling on Harden. All the way to the rack. Flipped it up and in. Timeout Clippers. A burst for Golden State. They lead by 11.
Big time there. Klay Thompson with 5 points. Moses Moody with a great steal. And Steph Curry with the steal and takes it all the way over James Harden, who's still a dog on defense. That was Taking Up to School, brought to you by the Peralta Community College District. Spring is free at Laney, Berkeley City, Merritt, and the College of Alameda. Shasky, are you ready to talk to Angelo Cataldi?
I am.
Well, I mean, I thought he was retired. He still wants to do hits?
Of course he does.
Oh, no. You know what he wants to do? He wants to talk about his book.
I'm not mad at that. ABC, always be contenting.
Oh, man. He says he's enjoying retirement, and we're going to see if he still roots for the Eagles or even watch Eagles games. I have a feeling he hasn't watched many Eagles games.
I'd like him to power rank his least favorite hosts in Philadelphia.
Oh, you want to do that? Howard Eskin's number one. We know about that. You could Google it. They had a big long-running beef. But Howard Eskin's beef with everybody up there.
You got to Google it.
What's coming up in the game presented by AC Transit. Antonio in Oakland, also to San Jose. We're going to get to you. But first, we're going to get to Angelo Cataldi, who just retired last season after the Eagles lost that Super Bowl from 94 WIP. His retirement show was awesome, by the way. I listened to the whole damn thing when I was in Cabo. Yes, I have no life. Remember, I was texting you guys about Super Bowl 54. You guys didn't even text me back. And then I found out you guys had a separate thread without me.
We weren't trying to be enablers on your vacation.
Yeah,
all right.
We were told not to bother you. We wanted you to be happy when you came back.
We got a break.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive to East Bay.
Ooh. Okay, Spadoni. You're back in my good graces.
I love this song, but can you do me a favor? Play me the Tony Montana.
Oh, can you just play the Rocky and the Tony, what you did at the beginning of the show for our 9 o'clock audience?
Yeah.
Our 9 o'clock audience.
I want to get fired up.
6 o'clock.
All right.
Well, let's reset it.
I feel like Blake Costanzo and Boobie Dixon getting ready for special teams right now. The game's about to kick off.
You know Boobie's fired up for this one.
Oh, my God.
We should have probably called Boobie today.
We should have called Boobie.
Yeah, but we got that next week. We got that in the bag. We'll
you know
get
you
to Boobie.
can't be soft. You know you can't be soft when your nickname is Boobie.
Nah, you can't be soft. Romanowski was so good today. Romanowski. Did he not get you fired up the minute? He started laughing. I was like, how far? Is this a body bag game? He just started laughing. This is about who's going to be nastier.
Do your best, Romo, because you do a good one.
I don't do a good Romo, do I?
Do it.
Okay.
It's a limited fake, but it's good.
It's about getting nasty. The nastier team, okay? Okay?
I wanted to elbow Jimmy Johnson so bad.
I wanted to give him a forearm shiver. That was a little Fire Marshal Bill right there. But Romo is just...
Fire Marshal Bill, who would have been canceled in this era.
Oh, yes. I know. Poor.
Jim Carrey, I think we slept on how great that guy was.
You know what? Let's get Herb in Philly. He better not be a Herb. Herb in Philly. What's up? You're on the roast. Oh, Lubbock's on the phone with him. Let's get to Austin in San Jose. Austin, my main man, Austin. What's up, Austin?
Hey, gentlemen, thank you so much for taking my call. I got a vent right now, man. This has been bothering me for years, okay? So I'm a Raiders fan, all right? Raider Nation for life. But check this out. You know what I'm about first? I'm about the Bay, and I'm about the left coast, which is the best coast. My family has been getting in fighting wars forever. This civil war needs to stop. I'm about the Niners this weekend, and I don't speak for all of Raider Nation, obviously. I speak for Austin. I'm Mexican, and we get down when it comes to arguments. And nothing makes me angrier when my family argues because guess what? Family first. So if you are a Raiders fan, I implore you for once to reach down and rep the Bay Area and say, you know what? Put your middle finger up in the air for Philly right now. Because if you're a Raiders fan and you're rooting for the Eagles to beat the Niners, then maybe you're not about that life, the Bay Area life. Okay? Now, this might be blasphemous to all y'all that are listening that are Raiders fans. I love you, but you need to get your priorities straight.
All right, let's get to Herb real quick in Philly. Herb in Philly real quick. Let's get him out the way. Herb, tell me why you guys are so much better than San Francisco.
Come on, man. You know, we've been listening. I mean, Jalen Hurts, every year he gets better and better, man. You know, let's get, you know, we got the receivers, okay? Our guys go across the middle. They go down the field. They go for short passes. It's going to be a good game. There's no doubt about it. You know what I mean? Hey, dude, I'm not like some of these other guys that called you up. I know who they are. Look, the best team will win, okay, if it's by a point or if it's by 20 points on Sunday night.
I was really expecting better. The callers at WIP have been very disappointing this week. Very disappointing. No wonder Angelo Cataldi retired. I mean, he stole money from you guys for over 50 years. No wonder he retired. I can't blame him. I wouldn't be able to take those calls all year long. Jeez.
My God.
Oh, speaking of which, Angelo Cataldi's on the air.
Is he?
Yeah, we did not bring him a bottom one behind last year or last season because we were not in a good mood. He's got a new book, though. Loud. A new book, Loud. How a shy nerd came to Philadelphia, turned up the volume in the most passionate sports city in America. Angelo, I don't know why we have you on. Maybe we love you. Maybe we look up to you.
We're throwing
maybe
an old dog a bone.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's it. Angelo, how you been? Angelo, I know you haven't watched the Philly game all year. Come on.
No, I've watched it, but that guy made me really happy I retired, though. Oh, my God. Where are the WIP people? I think it's not like it was before, guys.
Yes.
I got a bad feeling about what's going to happen this weekend. I think people in Philadelphia are in for a rude awakening.
Wow. You would not have said that. You held that morning show down.
Butter us up.
Oh, Angelo.
I mean, my God.
Angelo, you are something. I'm not falling for the okie doke.
No, I'm not. Boys, I'm telling you that the Eagles have the 28th pass defense in football. They can't cover the pass.
How the hell do you think they're going to stop you guys with Purdy, who's throwing great this year? I'm picking Niners 27-21. I'm picking it. See, I don't have to worry anymore. I give my honest opinion now. I'm an author. I'm not a talk show host.
Well,
You're an
we will
author.
clip. Hey, Shasky.
How many adults had to help you write that children's book?
No, actually, guys, if you read the book, I'm actually brilliant. I played it when I was on the radio.
No, Angelo, you know what? I'm not going to lie to you, and I just told these guys before the break. I was in Cabo because obviously it was after the Super Bowl, and I was really happy you guys lost the Super Bowl. But I did the deep dive, and I listened to your retirement show. It was very well done. I was like, damn, that's how you did it. And there's some ideas that I want to steal from you. The whole wing bowl concept, I had no idea about it. I was like, wow, that's amazing. And then just your career, you went to law school, Columbia and whatnot, so you're a pretty bright guy. I don't know why you had to dummy it down for that fan base, though, Angelo. You sold yourself short.
No, listen to me. Guys, if you read the book, here's the thing. I understand you guys got treated badly when you came to Philly last year. That was unfortunate. Those people tend to be outrageous.
I agree.
Game setting. But here's the other thing, and it's in this book. If you in the middle of that game needed a kidney, there would have been somebody there willing to give you their kidney. Now, they drank a lot, so it's probably not that valuable. But still, seriously, these people are charitable. They have a big mouth, but they also have a big heart. And that's the thing I'm trying to get across. It's not as bad as it seems.
You know what? That you're a more lovable figure than you give off. I'm not going to lie to you. But, Angelo, you've been doing this a long time. Have any two other guys gotten under everyone's skin, hosts specifically, than the two of us in your 30 years of doing radio up there? No, seriously.
No. And there were plenty. We had Dallas, Norm Hitchcock. We had guys over the year. No, what you guys did last year was epic. You understand? By the end of that NFC Championship weekend, you guys were persona non grata. If you were on post office wall, wanted. No, it was broadcast 101. It was how you go into a city and aggravate everybody. I was in awe. You understand? You even ticked me off. I wasn't playing it. It was real. And it was like, wow, these guys are real pains in the rear end. I love it. It brought me back to my early days.
Oh, man.
I wish you'd out there. You guys know what you're doing out there in San Francisco.
We try. We fake it till we make it, Angelo. We fake it till we make it. Telling them our seats and meeting Philly. There's a lot of good Eagle fans. There are some bad ones, but it was a weekend that we'll never, ever forget. It's created a rivalry from the West Coast to the East Coast, and it's made this game massive. Massive. We want this game so bad, Angelo. And those Philly fans wanted, and they're happy. They're happy that they're the underdogs this week. But do you believe this Eagles team, because last year was special, the sack numbers, Jalen Hurts should have been the MVP in the regular season. You damn near won the Super Bowl. It was a very good Super Bowl. Do you believe this year's team is better than last year's Super Bowl losing team?
They're not as good. They're not as good. They're not as good defensively. They've even gotten gashed a lot on the run this year.
Yeah.
Defensively, they're just, and the thing is, I don't think it's the new defensive coordinator, Sean Desai. I think it is a philosophy the team has, bend but don't break, bend but don't break. But they're winning a lot of games on luck. Kansas City wins the game 2 weeks ago if the receiver catches the boys all alone.
Yeah.
How do you leave a guy that alone with a game on the line?
It's true.
What do you think? What do you think?
They're going to lose Sunday. The Eagles will lose Sunday. I've been saying it on local shows all week. They're not going to beat the Niners.
What do you think of Brock Purdy?
I got to tell you, all right, last year, I was out of the air. I guess I was still being a jerk. I made fun of him a lot, Mr. Irrelevant and all that stuff. Man, he's good. You know what it is? He manages a game. He doesn't have the biggest arm, but he knows where to throw the ball, and he's precise with it, and he doesn't get rattled. And he wasn't a flash in the pan. You guys got something for the next decade or so, no doubt about it.
Angelo
Cataldi. Surround him with the right guys,
I agree. No, you're absolutely right. Angelo Cataldi, a legend out there in Philadelphia, a legend in the sports radio world. How many years were you on the air, Angelo? I lost count. You did television. You did radio. You've got a new book coming out called Loud, How I Shined
Hung out with Jesus in high school.
How I Shined Never Came to Philadelphia and turned up the value in the most passionate sports city in America. I'm telling you, I want to read this book, man. I really want to read this book because I was very impressed.
We're getting it.
No, yeah, I was very impressed with your career come up and how you know, and I know you had a chance to go to Boston. I was listening to your retirement show when it happened, and you had a chance to go to Boston. You're like, you know what? I'm not going to leave. I'm going to stay in Philadelphia.
No. Don't. I was ready to leave. The money was good. I left a journalism career that was going great for $20,000. All right. I have always been solely about the money. So I come on. I'm the voice of Philadelphia. In 1995, WEI offered me a deal that doubled my salary. I went home and started packing the bags. The only reason I didn't go to Boston is my partner, Al Morgani, who was born there, he wouldn't go. He said, our shows would stink in Boston. They have a brain. They're sane. They're gonna hear all this yelling and screaming, and they're gonna think we're idiots. And it was like we kind of did our show for Philly because Philly really, that's passion. They live for this stuff. Even though that Herb guy sounded like he had started drinking too early. Yeah, honestly, they live, guys. The one difference between us and where you are, and I was just there in wine country for a week.
Oh, really? Where'd you go?
Oh, we went to Sonoma. Oh, it was great up there.
Oh, yeah, my area. Let's go.
Listen, the guy I hated the most in 33 years was former Giants manager Gabe Kapler. Right?
He just got a job with the Marlins.
I was driving past the stadium, and I had no idea. When I got to the hotel about an hour away, they said, Gabe Kapler just got fired. I said, oh, tell me he was getting fired while I drove by the stadium. Maybe he looked out and saw me smiling. Goodbye, Gabe. Goodbye, Gabe.
Do you know that he just got hired as the assistant GM for the Miami Marlins? What?
Right. That's another job he will suck at.
Angelo Cataldi, working out for the sports.
I heard some things about Kapler doing yoga in the outfield and stuff.
He's giving us like food videos, Angelo.
The players were just not into it.
Yeah, he's giving us food videos, how to make a hamburger, how to make a steak. I mean, he was a hoot.
He was a jackass. So really, honestly, I can't believe.
What about Sirianni? Sirianni's a dope. I mean, this guy's running around, doing like fist pumps and like no when a guy misses a ball as a wide receiver on the other team and his defense gets a stop. He's got some foolish tendencies too.
All right, but you got to understand that plays great in Philadelphia.
Yep.
In Philly, a coach who's passionate on the sideline, yelling, screaming, doing that stuff. They love that here. They think that's them. So I think, look, he's a smart guy. He's done a job. Look at his numbers. He's got great records. Yep. But the truth is, this year's team, it's not doing it. It's not going to do it. That team will not. If it makes the NFC Championship game, it will lose there, but I don't even know if it'll go that far. That's the worst 10-1 team I've ever seen in my life.
Wow. But WIP is going to clip this 94. The little fella's going to clip it. John Marks, he annoys me out there. Angelo, he
Twitter
annoys
fingers
me.
Is what I call him.
He annoys me so much. He's tagging me left and right. I was like, I don't even know you. We're talking to Cataldi. We're talking to Joe. We're talking to Hugh Douglas, Seth Joyner. You got nothing to do with anything, John Marks. Why do you need attention? You got 3 daughters at home.
I love that. You guys are on the afternoon guy now. You never stop, do you?
No, we don't. We can't help ourselves. Wait, we're banned from Seattle. Yeah. We're banned from Dallas. Yeah. We're banned from Green Bay. Yeah, can't go to Philadelphia.
No, Boston likes us.
Boston kind of likes us because we won a championship. We told Boston, hey, you're losing tonight, right?
Yeah, they weren't feeling that.
Yeah, they weren't feeling that at all.
We barnstormed.
There's not many places I could go into America, or we could go into America.
Wow. So I'm guessing you guys are single, huh?
No, my wife loves me occasionally.
Occasionally. I look at my girl every day, Angelo. I was like, 7 years with me? Jeez.
She says, as long as the check's cash.
That's it. Yeah. As soon as this bad boy's over, Angelo, it's done.
Here's how
the TV money kicked in, Angelo, so it gave me a lifeline.
Here's what my wife would say as a rebuttal, Angelo. Listen to this drop.
I don't know, Joe.
That's literally what she says to me all the time.
Well, they have a running joke with me. Who's going to get a ring first? The 49ers are my girlfriend there, so I probably shouldn't joke about that because she's probably listening right now. And, I've been dodging bullets left and right, Angelo, but I'm going to have to bow the knee. I'm going to have to bend the knee at some point. You know what I'm saying? Because the Niners are taking too long.
Now, listen, here's what you do. Niners win the championship this year. They win the Super Bowl. In the euphoria, drop to your knee with the ring. Oh, big moment. Right? You can renege a day or two later, but it's big moment. Right?
Oh, my God.
Absolutely. Angelo, when's your book coming out?
The book is out. Believe it or not, they sold all the hardcovers. So there is paperbacks coming out 1 week after the hardcover. That means Tuesday. You could order it on Amazon. If you want me to personalize it, go to AngeloCataldi.com. And, guys, a lot of people have asked me to write bleep Dallas, but the actual word, can you believe that?
Yeah.
Would you write that? If somebody said to write bleep the Eagles, would you write it?
Probably I would. I mean, I met some Filipino people yesterday at the Warriors game. They're straight from Philadelphia. They said, hey, Bonte, F Philadelphia. In their accent, I was like, damn. So you hate Philadelphia too.
I got it up right now, Angelo. What I want you to do, I'm going to buy the book, all right? I'm going to do it right now, all right? It's on paperback right now. But here's the thing. You got to do the audio book in your voice. That's the way you got to do it. I'm dead serious.
Yeah. No, but here's what happened. So I got the audiobook company, and they had me do a chapter. And they said, 33 years in radio, they said, we think we want to go in another direction. I said to them, if it's not Morgan Freeman, no.
That's good stuff.
I just bought it right now on Amazon.
Yeah.
Just bought it on Amazon right now.
No, your story's incredible. You did it the right way. 33 years is an accomplishment. You did. I didn't even know I was a writer. You were a writer out there in Philadelphia. You did the TV thing. Really an inspiration for both of us here. So you're one of the pioneers. You did your damn thing in Philadelphia. The new book, Loud, How a Shy Nerd Came to Philadelphia and Turned Up the Volume in the Most Passionate Sports City in America. But Angelo, we love you, but we're still going to clip this audio. We're going to tag everybody in Philadelphia, and they're about to turn on you, Angelo. So board up the windows.
As long as the check clears.
Hey, when you talk to WIP, tell them to send us some royalties for all the content we've created over the last year for them. Seriously.
Boys, I have one piece of advice.
What's that?
Just keep making trouble.
Exactly.
There it is. There it is. Angelo, take care, man.
One love.
See you guys.
All right, Angelo Cataldi. It was a lot of fun. Make sure we clip that. We get that audio out on Twitter. Tag WIP, 94 WIP. Angelo Cataldi says the Eagles are going to lose. Said it multiple times.
The worst 10-1 team.
Worst 10-1 team.
Is that even
clip that one, too. The worst 10-1 team I've ever seen. Get all that stuff
How
up
about
there.
when you gave him the little man line, and he was like, I love that.
Yeah, he does love it. He does love that. We're cut from the same cloth. We all are. They know time. He goes, it was broadcasting 101 what we did. We shook them
was he,
up.
35 years?
33 years.
He's never seen anything like that.
The Gabe Kapler reference was the funniest thing I've heard all week.
That they were firing him while I was driving by.
Damn.
Dude, what did Gabe do to those people?
I don't know.
Like, honestly.
I think we played it on our show when they had that huge spat about it was just some call in the game. And then Gabe was like, Angelo, I don't know why you're so upset about this. Like, let's talk about it. Clearly, it's I'll find it.
Please do.
Really sorry.
I want to read this super chat. 1999. We the Faithful spent $20 to get this out there.
Thank you.
Can't call because I'm at work. But it's a body bag, toe tag game, and we're going to Philly's body hanging halfway out the bag like a hash brown for all of Philly to see them give the worst home loss in 2 years, 34-17 bang bang Niner game. The hash brown McDonald's, that was pretty good. That was a good
like that a
right
lot.
there. You know how the hash brown hangs out? It always falls over the paper. McDonald's does have the best hash browns. Haven't had it in a long time, but man.
If you had to choose French fries from In-N-Out Burger or the hash brown?
From McDonald's?
Yes.
Oh, it's McDonald's hash brown all day long.
I agree.
I don't like In-N-Out's fries.
I'm taking their fries, McDonald's fries over everything.
Yeah.
No, that's why I didn't go McDonald's fries. That's why I didn't go McDonald's fries.
Dude. Bad.
I do love the little coins that they sell at Burger King. Although I haven't had Burger King breakfast in
the coins
20 years.
Like
little hash brown coins.
Yeah, the coin hash brown.
Oh, little pocket ones.
Yeah.
Well, you know it's hard. And we'll get back to sports in here in a second, but fast food dominates. Wendy's breakfast, low-key underrated.
Really?
They're breakfast potato wedges. Oh, my God.
I've never had
Dude,
it.
Gotta check it out.
I always go
Breakfast Baconator, too, is like 3,000 calories, but delicious.
Wow. Yeah, the calories. You got to watch the calories. Soda diet, SOTA, weightloss.com. We're going to get to the calls. The lines have been lit up all week long, man, whether it's Warriors, whether it's Niners, and we're going to get to everybody here. Morelli, I love this text because Morelli is one of our P1s, our day one roaster. Bonte, today the show felt so good. Everything was awesome today. The callers, the guests, Sam Love and Light producing. I don't know about that. Spadoni backdrops. I don't know about that either. Thank you. You guys are the best. No, Sam Love and Spadoni, they complete the show. They are a part of the show. That's why I want to get a camera on them.
I agree.
But then
we have one back here, but you don't want to see us.
Yeah, no, and I don't want to hear from you half the time anyway because you start talking Lakers and
you brought them up.
Maybe they live rent free. The Lakers. maybe Lonnie Walker still has you.
when he has disdain in his voice, like Sacramento,
the Lakers.
He says it so disrespectfully when he doesn't like someone.
They really got on my nerves. Sacramento, I love
Philadelphia.
Yeah, I know. I mean, seriously.
If it makes you feel better, the Lakers had a 14-point lead in the first quarter yesterday and ended up losing the game by like 20 against the Thunder.
Couldn't happen to a better fan base.
Dude, listen.
And now LeBron wants to cancel games because his son plays in college. Like,
Shasky, I needed you.
What day was
you were out the day after the Lonnie Walker game. Game 4.
I know.
So I had Sack Styles in here when he was still a Warrior fan.
Yeah.
Now he's lighting beams out left and right. I mean, just sitting there talking about Sacramento this and Sacramento that. And I looked at Spadoni, Shasky, you would not believe it. I go, and people were like calling in just to console me.
Yeah.
I said, I'm so damn depressed right now. I am depressed. Lonnie Walker, we got Lonnie Walker, and I couldn't get over it. I'm having a meltdown. I was having a meltdown.
No one could. He had the game of his life. He didn't even have the game. He had the 8-minute stretch of his life.
Gosh. It was unreal.
Marcus in Richmond is happy with how Lonnie Walker disposed of his 8 minutes. That's going deep into the bag.
If you listen to the show, you know who Marcus in Richmond is. 11 minutes, and that's it. He's running the 2-minute offense, and he ain't burning no timeouts.
I need a podcast with just Marcus and Stephen A. Smith.
Oh my God.
Stephen A. loves that freaky stuff now,
yeah,
man.
He does. Well, he realizes there's a lane for it.
Yeah, no doubt. And
somebody has to say it. Yeah, seriously.
When he said, so today, did you have Taco Bell the other day? Yeah, I was depressed, so I had Taco Bell. Somebody asked Stephen A. Smith,
who doesn't give up nasty food, like not nasty, but delicious food that's not good for you when you're depressed? Yeah, I do.
Yeah. With Stephen A., they asked Stephen A. Smith, we're going to get back to lives in a second. Somebody called Stephen A. Smith show. They asked him, would you give up sex for a year in order for the Knicks to win a championship? And he went on this 5-minute monologue, whatever you want to call it. And basically said, no, I'm not giving up sex for a Knicks championship. It was unbelievable. He's like, whoa, you know how he does it. Like, I don't know.
Well, there's this guy that I follow on Instagram that I think is the funniest guy on Instagram. He's called the #1 Guido. There'll be things like, do you want a year's worth of bagels or a night with these two girls? And he starts running the numbers and talking about how good bagels are. He's a total New Yorker. It cracks me up. One of the funniest accounts on there. But he does the actual math of something like you're talking about and then comes to a conclusion at the end.
You know, maybe the lines are too busy because you're spot on with that. That is funny. I have seen his Twitter account. But you know what? We haven't heard from Juice, Robinson, Bruno. We're the heavy hitters. The lines have been lit, though. You can't get through. I think there's a Juice. I don't know if that's Juice who calls us, but there's a Juice who's typing it all caps.
Let's rat-a-tat-tat.
But there's a Juice in all caps on YouTube. Ayuk bought the ball out this Sunday, and Warner getting 1 pick, 6. Bosa getting 2 sacks. Juice always talks like it's all caps, right? All caps radio? All right, anyway, let's go to Big Al and Chico. Big Al, what's happening?
Chico.
How you guys doing? First-time caller. Great show, by the way.
Thank you.
Hey, so I'm a huge Niner fan, and I was going to talk about something that really irritates me. It's the brotherly shove play, that they do. I think that this play should be banned. I mean, put it this way. How come, on field goals, defensive players cannot, jump on their teammates' backs to block field goals? How come that's banned, yet you could just push all your weight on a player to get in from 1 yard out? I mean, it's going to happen to us this weekend, once or twice. And the other thing is, how come other teams don't do it? I mean, they have huge linemen like Philly.
Yeah, but they don't
they don't do it
because they don't have a quarterback who squats 800 pounds or whatever it is.
What about? But there's tons of guys like Allen,
no, it's a good
Herbert, big dudes. dudes.
Yeah.
Big dudes that could get 1 yard. No problem.
You know who I saw do it in college was Alabama with Milroe.
Yeah, well, Milroe's a monster.
Milroe's a monster. Yeah, there's some
and
teams that are
Jason
starting to do it.
Kelsey's a great center.
Right, he is a great center.
That's the other part. Like his leverage is excellent.
You got to have a big, powerful center and a big, powerful quarterback.
I agree. Put it this way. In the 1900s, they used to get little guys off the streets to become running backs, and they would literally at the goal line, like, pick up the little guy and throw him over the thing over the goal line for a 1 or 2 yard touchdown. The NFL stepped in and said, "Hey, this is BS. You can't do this anymore." Hey, I don't understand, but that's my take. I think that play is BS. I think it's BS.
Great call. Call back again.
Great call.
It's more rugby than it is football. In rugby, you're allowed to lift guys up too and stuff. So, on that inbound play, I forget what it's called.
Yep, no
but
doubt.
It's a scrum.
Let's get to. Oh, you got. Okay, all right. You got it. All right, we'll play it in a second. I actually play it right now, Spadoni.
So what is this? Gabe Kapler and Cataldi?
Yeah. So he used to obviously Gabe Kapler, former manager of the Giants, former manager of the Philadelphia Phillies prior to that, and there was this big thing. Gene Segura, Andrew McCutcheon. There's I forget the details, but basically Cataldi is not afraid to go at the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies. And here's just the little exchange from the two.
You lost Andrew McCutcheon. You lost that. His inability to just simply do what you're supposed to do cost you one of your best players. Doesn't that factor into the way you react to it?
What you're saying is categorically not true. It didn't. Andrew McCutcheon did not get hurt because Gene Segura did not run out of the batter's box. What you're saying is just not true. He got hurt because he got in a rundown. He planted his knee wrong, and his knee gave out.
There would have been no rundown. There would have been no rundown.
There's 1,000 things in the game that led up to that moment that could have changed, variables that could have changed, that there would have been no rundown.
Gabe,
and
if he ran,
do you want to go back?
If he ran, Kinsler wouldn't have dropped the ball.
Hold on. Yeah. You want to go back to every other pitch?
Right.
What if there was a strike called earlier in the game that should have been a ball that changed the outcome of that at bat?
Gabe, you're trying to complicate a very simple issue. He would not have been in a rundown if he didn't run. That's why Kinsler let the ball drop. If he did run, Kinsler would have caught the ball, and McCutcheon wouldn't have been in a rundown. True.
If there was a ball called earlier in the game, and
you're just trying to complicate a simple issue, Gabe.
It's not, okay, let's go back.
He got caught in a rundown and blew his knee out.
I mean, there was 8 more minutes of that guy. Gabe stayed on the whole time. Wow. I was very impressed with that.
Very impressive.
I love Cataldi.
I do love the old school interviews, the Mad Dogs and Francesca's. They went at George Steinbrenner for an hour. When he was about to get suspended from Major League Baseball for 2 years, they went at him for an hour. And it was unbelievable. That's the type of stuff I'm talking about.
Yeah, but Gabe went all
we can't even get it, Coach. I'm waiting for Farhan to come on the show because that's what it would sound like.
What's the guy that was in Butterfly Effect, that movie? Come on.
Ashton Kutcher.
He went all Ashton Kutcher with it. Well, if this happened, then that doesn't happen down the line.
Right.
And it's like, dog, if Gene Segura leaves the box and runs down the line, they throw down to first base and McCutcheon doesn't get caught up in a rundown. I understand where Cataldi's coming from.
Yeah, no doubt. By the way, there's a funny tweet. Nice Kicks tweeted, do you think Kevin Durant would ever wear Anthony Edwards' Adidas sneaker? And it's Anthony Edwards and his new Adidas.
I saw this morning.
And Kevin Durant said, won't ever see me put a big toe in them MFers.
They're pretty ugly.
Adidas clapped back at Kevin Durant and said, you dusty, about to retire soon anyway.
Whoa. Whoa.
Kevin Durant, man, the gift that keeps on giving. People just love to clap at KD. He's an all-time great. Disrespect him so much. Anyway, let's go to Chris in Philadelphia.
Oh, Chris.
Chris,
right.
I hope you're a good caller.
Let's hear it. Bring it.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
I'm sorry to interrupt that riveting potato wedge talk, but let's get it back to the Eagles.
Okay.
The main thing is that they're going to beat the brakes off the 40 whiners this Sunday.
Hello, Richard.
40 whiners got nothing for the Eagles. Nick Bozo last year, there's a guy called Lane Johnson. He owned Bozo all game. Bozo didn't get anywhere near Jalen Hurts. And you know what else, guys?
You had 30 seconds, and this is all you've got?
Oh, you hung up? Oh, I should have let him
He had nothing.
No, you should have let him
He
finish.
ran out of material.
I wanted to hear where it was going.
He had 3 different puns that were like threes. Or
Yeah, the pregnant pauses, I get it.
The 40 whiners?
Yeah, I mean,
also, I'm going to talk about potato wedges when I want to talk about them.
Right,
exactly.
but like these callers have been embarrassed. Even Angelo Cataldi said, boy, they're not the same callers I used to deal with.
My guy was on hold at a Ishkabibbles for like 16 hours trying to get through to us, too.
It's just unbelievable.
Hey, you know, let me give it to W. I used to be a sports radio caller. Get in, get out, have something. Have some material, for Christ's sake. Like when Philmo Mike calls in, he brings it. Bring it. This is entertainment, people.
I want to leave.
Bring it. Be ready to perform.
Here's Philmo Mike. Before we get to all the calls, we're going to get to everybody. Rat-a-tat-tat. But here's Philmo Mike holding it down for the best coast, which is the West Coast, on 94 WIP yesterday with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio.
Let's grab it. We got Mike here. Is Mike a Niners fan from San Francisco? Is that what we got on the line here? What's up, Mike?
Yes, sir. So first of all, it's Philmo Mike, and y'all need to stop. It's Philmo Mike. Philmo Mike is a hood in San Francisco. Okay. So I go by the name of Philmo Mike.
Come on.
No, yeah, come on. That's right.
Mike.
But first of all,
what's up, dog? But you know how these rules go, Mike. You can't come in here like in somebody else's neighborhood telling them how to address you, dog. Just with all due respect.
No,
you got, you know
Mike,
what I mean?
no one knows what Philmo is or where it is. So like it doesn't matter. You're Mike. Go ahead.
No. I'm just trying to let y'all know I go by Philmo Mike.
We got you, bro. We let you. We let you.
What do you got for us today?
What you got, dog?
I got a couple of things because, first of all, let's get a couple things straight. It's Frisco, never San Fran. Right? Let's get that right.
The floor is yours.
On my map, it says San Francisco.
Once again, no one cares.
Okay. Well, I'm just letting you know when you come to the city, when you come to Frisco, you feel me? It's Frisco, never San Fran.
Doesn't your team play in Santa Clara, like 45 miles outside the city?
Ain't that wine country, dog?
No, so it is wine country, but also I was just going to get to that, Hugh. Now that's a luxurious part of the culture, but really we smoking the best tree and weed that you've ever seen in your life, bro. That's what we really doing in San Francisco, the Bay Area, my brother. Wine and cheese, that's so like 1970s. That's like old. Bring it on new. If you watch if you remember when the Philadelphia Phillies played us back in the day, it was cloud all around the stadium. Why? The greatest tree you ever seen in your life. Now, let's talk about, y'all keep calling us soft, but then y'all callers keep complaining and like feeling disrespected over the line. Like, who cares about the line? If y'all really that tough, go out there and handle y'all business. And my last thing is this. Y'all got a great show for real, and I like how y'all give people an opportunity to talk. Brock Purdy is no Alex Smith. A caller called in. He's Alex. He's not a game manager. He has more passing yards to Jalen Hurts. He has a better completing percentage. He throws for more yards per attempt. He's not Alex Smith. If you want to call him a game manager, cool. Call him a game manager. Now, we have more to prove for 2 reasons. Where the line is at, right? Also, we've been talking a lot of crap. If we would have took that out of it, I would have felt like, honestly, we would have blown the Philadelphia Eagles out.
Oh, so you're worried about your guys talking crap.
No, he's talking about...
I am. I am.
I think you worried, Mike?
I do think we're going to win, but I am worried about the trash talk because you don't want to rile up a beast. You don't want to rile up a.
That's right. You don't want to rile up a champion, an NFC champion in their house. Yeah, I mean,
Hey, we don't count NFC championships in Frisco. You feel me? Y'all can keep that. We count Super Bowls.
Try winning them first.
Mike, hold on. Was the last one against Stan Humphries in 1994?
Oh man, that was a while ago. We got to get back to it. But we done went to the bowl. We done broke it down and built it back up and soft. We hit hard, baby. We hit hard in the city. Trust and believe. We ain't never been soft. Our quarterback got hurt. Come on. That happens. But we ain't never been soft. Y'all can't say that.
Well, we're not soft here either, Mike. I mean, come on, Mike.
No, we're not. I'm not saying that y'all not soft, but y'all be calling us the Niners are soft.
No, Niners fans. Some of your radio hosts out there, little soft, Mike. A little soft.
I smoke with Mike, though.
Yeah, I say this is what happens.
Hugh wants to move out here.
Yeah, he's ready to
He wants to be one of us.
Yes,
he's tired of Philadelphia. He's like, man, they got weed, they got wine. Boy. They live a good life in Kelly.
Hi, I'm Hugh Douglas on the sideline here at the Niner game with what's our buddy? Come on, who does the NBC Bay Area Sports?
Carlos Ramirez.
Carlos Ramirez. And
Carlos
it's
Ramirez.
me and Dante Hittner, and we're just talking Niner football.
Oh, Carlos Ramirez a call. He called me the other day. I didn't get back to him. I need to get back to him. I'll get to Carlos soon.
Filmo calling Santa Clara luxurious.
That was pretty good.
It was a great pivot.
It was a great pivot.
Yeah, it is wine country. No, it's not.
Hey, Filmo, let him cook, man. Let him cook.
We not soft.
All right, man. Thanks for all the callers this week. We got to get to Fast Five.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
My last thoughts? I'm on my way to Vegas. Me and the Crow. Oh! And we got over 40. You like that one? I give that to him every time I see him.
You don't greet him like that.
No, never.
No,
never.
That's a good impression. That was
a joke.
That was really good.
Dude, the Crow is too much, man.
Oh, come on. The Crow's
He's got an everlasting smile on his face.
Yeah, because when you're
all the time.
All that, you got to feel good about
It's
yourself.
too bad he's not watching USC in the Pac-12 championship game.
Fight on. But me and him are playing in the OC. We got over 40. I'm on the OG team. And then we got the unders, the young dudes. We're playing in the Nationals in Vegas this weekend. I got 2 flights. The morning flight, the evening flight for Sunday. Either we win on Saturday, and I'm taking that evening flight, that late evening flight, so I can watch the game in the bar or wherever, or we're going first thing in the morning so I can be home and sitting on my couch. I'll let you know Saturday night.
All right, there it is.
Let's go, Oak Cup. Hey, let's win a national championship.
Hey, my final thoughts is, man, what a week on a morning roast. You guys show why you're the best callers, the best listeners, and you make it feel like it's our town. You make it feel like, you know what? We're a part of this fabric in San Francisco. We don't have to talk about it. We don't have to act tough about it. We just do what we do, and you guys represent us very, very well. So the callers, the texters on the Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What a week, man. And by Monday morning, we're either going to come in here very happy, jubilant, or we're going to be sad. We're going to be depressed. And it's going to be one hell of a show either way.
Celebration or the blame game?
Somebody's going to
Red pill or blue pill?
I'm looking at you, Kyle Shanahan. Spinodia Lubin. What you guys got?
Honestly, I kind of want to win just because I don't want to have to deal with all the Eagles fans who are going to be calling in on Monday and having to screen all those calls. That was absolutely miserable last time. But if the Niners do win, I'm going to have my eye on Nick Bosa and Chase Young. Keep that outside contained. Force Jalen Hurts up into the pocket. Let's have Armstead and Hargrave feast on that guy this weekend.
Ooh, look at London. Break it down to X's. I love when London goes deep into the game.
Former offensive lineman.
I do. Las Lomas High School, baby.
Oh, defensive lineman. Sorry.
He set the edge at Las Lomas.
You are a Justin Smith type.
That's why we were 5-5 both years.
Dak Prescott had a hell of a performance yesterday. Vaulted himself into number 2 currently in the Vegas odds to win the NFL MVP. I think Brock Purdy trumps that and bumps him off at number 2 come Monday morning.
I'm telling you right now, this is either going to age beautifully, like, New York aged cheddar, or this is going to be really bad, like bad milk. Niners going to win by double digits. I got a feeling an ass-kicking is coming, and the Niners are going to be delivering it. CFC and them boys. Let's go.
And that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny Guru. Have a great weekend, everybody. It's been a lot of fun.
I feel like they're a little bit soft.
It's time.
Got a big game Sunday.
Can't wait, man.
125. Eagles, 49ers.
I feel like I play. Do you feel like... Wow.
What's that?
Wow.
Well, no. I just want to make sure you understand. We're not playing.
But the anticipation is I'm going to get my sleep tonight. I'm going to go hard tonight. We're going to go hard. I'm going to go hard, later on. And then go to the gym tomorrow and get ready for this clash, man. Because that's what it is, Stoney. I'm tired of saying this and that. It's like, this is a showdown.
You know what? Who said... You ever see that new commercial with, I think it's a Bud Light commercial with Steve Buscemi? I think that's his Buscemi.
What's he doing?
And it's like gonna be a showdown. It's a commercial.
I can't recall.
It's a great song, though. Anybody know who does that song? I think it's a Bud Light commercial.
All right.
Hey, let me ask you this. What's going to be the number one factor that's going to be the reason the 49ers win? And then what might get them beat? What might get them beat?
Wow, that's a great question. I'll say this,
Actually,
Donnie.
it was two.
All right, I got you.
Yeah.
The first part of it is if the Niner offense can continue their explosive plays. What if I was to give you guys this tidbit?
Okay, can I set this up,
All right,
please?
go ahead, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I love you. Because I knew you would.
Well, you know what? I'm not going to overdo it. Goo is really excited about this stat.
All right, so explosive.
It's one of it's one of those things that he was so excited that I knew the answer. I knew if he was this excited, the answer must be a certainty.
And I'm mad at myself
go ahead.
for it. Okay, so we talk about Brock Purdy. We talk about the inception of him. We talk about the ghost of Jimmy Garoppolo being a bus driver. We talk about Tua and the Dolphins and Mahomes in his heyday when he had Tyreek Hill. And we talk about explosive plays. So I was doing some research. True Media has defined an explosive play 20 yards or more in the air. Okay. If I were to tell or ask the people the top three teams, let's just start with number one. What team would be your answer?
San Francisco.
See, that floored me because I knew it was, but Steiny, they're at 21.4%. It's the highest total since 2021 under Kyle Shanahan, which came in at 18.9. The Texans are 2 at 19.6%, and the Miami Dolphins, who I think would be a lot of people's answer, at 19.1. And then I think about the longest play this year in the NFL. It's Purdy to Kittle. So I'm just saying, we talk about Debo, we talk about Ayuk, and I'm rooting for Brock Purdy, and not just to get the win, but Steiny, he's becoming a gunslinger if he's not that already. And I want him to do this to the suspect Philadelphia Eagles secondary. I think he can, and that to me is the key. The Niners have to be able, I'm assuming the run will get stopped or, held in check, but the explosive plays from Kittle, Ayuk, Debo, and McCaffrey, for that matter, is the key to the Niners winning this game.
All right, you heard it from Darryl the Guru Johnson. By the way, can I tell you one of the reasons
looking good today too, man.
What do you mean? What
you look good. Your cheeks look slim. You look good.
It's interesting you said.
Yeah,
that.
you got the nice little sweater thing going.
I feel pretty good. Well, it's Bob Dylan's. I feel pretty good right now, but that ain't saying much. I'd feel a whole lot better with you here by my side. You never heard that song, did you? Okay. Anyway, I've made curfew the last 2 nights. I've gotten 8 hours.
Look at you.
I've eaten 3 square meals.
Yeah, eyes looking good.
A lot of water. They're getting ready for the weekend. Getting ready for the showdown.
Did you watch your programs?
What's that?
Dude, that programs.
Wait, what?
That's what old people call it. Their shows they watch. Programs. That's what he asked you.
I watched the Warriors last night. I didn't watch any of the Cowboys.
Pajemski.
What? It's Pajemski.
It's what?
It's Pajemski.
Oh, Jim. Well, he turned into Jim.
That's it too.
Yeah. Hey, the second part of that. The second part.
Sure.
They got to keep or contain Jalen Hurts, Steiny. I think he's playing for something other than just the number one seed. Let's put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco. If he wins this game, Jalen Hurts, and he's a big part of it. MVP is his.
Well, that's the most important part of this game. Who comes out as the MVP
No,
favorite?
it's just the life we live.
No,
I tell you what's going on in the street. I'm not telling you I'm with it.
Nobody's
and that's
talking
why
about
a lot of our show dynamic is you thinking I'm the internet. So you take your anger out on me.
MVP,
but contain Jalen Hurts.
All right. You know what? I knew this stupid MVP talk would come up. So I have a statement.
Yeah, because Acho brought it up.
Yeah, I have a
shout out Acho.
You asked him about it. Actually, I did. No, but my question was not specific about Purdy. It was, give me your criteria.
Okay.
And you know what? Acho had a game plan.
Yeah, but I didn't like the 3-game stretch.
Because it was a little bit of a criticism of a hometown player, and you always bristle at that.
Family.
Because Guru's always worried that, somebody might think that I don't think Brock Purdy's
I got
the
too
greatest
much love
of all
in the
time.
streets and from my comrades for people to know I'm not even a Niner fan. I'm not a hater. I root for the yay, but I'm objective as they come.
Well, you're not, but you can say that.
Okay.
My Philly fans have been logging into YouTube.
Okay.
And they are absolutely, positively dumbfounded and confounded because they don't understand. They're like, wait a minute, what's this Cowboys jersey that the Guru wears?
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's just too hard to
tell them to read my article in Barrett Sports Media. About 3 pages.
Yeah,
tell them to read that, and they'll get the whole gist of me.
That archive has not been available for about 2 years now.
Yeah, they did one on YouTube.
It's one of those, they get what happens is an article no longer relevant.
Expired.
Yeah.
Evan.
I don't mean to cut you off, sir.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Let me see. I have it. I'm just going to read from my script.
Okay.
There. Just like
I'm ready, man. We got 4
speaking
hours.
of scripts, kind of like your Jamie Lee Curtis. Let's see. Oh, Acho said, 3 bad. This MVP race, it hasn't even started yet. It's just started.
Okay.
Here's what happens. First of all, we're not even 2/3 of the way through the season. We still have more than 1/3 of the NFL season. So here's the way I look at it.
You know what? Before you finish, I'm helping you today.
Well,
why don't we play the cut for the people that didn't hear yesterday? Do we got it, Evan? Oh,
that pisses me off when he does that, and it's my job that I should have done. But we're a team.
I've been made an official MVP voter this year, and there's 2 scoreboards, but there's also 2 realities, family. And the 2 realities is we cannot forget how Brock Purdy and the Niners offense looked without Debo, and more importantly, for my money, without Trent Williams. Like, Brock Purdy would have to do a lot to enter into that MVP conversation, because when Trent Williams was gone and the offense was anemic, again, Cleveland Browns, Trent gets hurt. Brock Purdy, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Then the following week, 1 touchdown, 2 picks, Vikings. Following week, 1 touchdown, 2 picks, Bengals. I can't forget how you looked without Trent. So how dare I say that you're the most valuable player when you weren't capable of elevating that team over a Vikings team, over a Browns team, over a Bengals team without Trent? Brock, to me, is a dog. Brock is a dog. I love me some Brock Purdy. I'm probably the highest national analyst on television on Brock Purdy, but I can't forget how you looked without 71. I can't do it.
Okay. To me, that's what he's saying is he's made his list, and he makes his list every week, he was saying, and he changes it and updates it. And right now, he's probably got Purdy, I don't know, top 10, but not top 5.
Mm-hmm. You're saying with a win and a great performance.
But give me those. You said something about some odds or who's favored right now.
But don't he?
Hurts is 1. Prescott, 2.
Big game from him last night.
Okay, and who's 3?
Well, there's depending on where you go, there's lots of different odds everywhere. But basically, it's muddled up with Mahomes, Lamar, and Brock Purdy.
See, that's about right.
Man,
who are the MVP? Like who are the possible MVP candidates? Well, Hurts has got to be one. There's no doubt. Prescott for sure. Purdy.
Yep.
Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
And Mahomes. Well, you know what? Let's see how the last 6 games go.
I'm with you.
I mean, it is the kind of thing where if Purdy throws 3 touchdowns, the 49ers win, and the 49ers are 9-3, well, guess what? He's probably going to be 3rd.
Well, this time last year, Jalen Hurts was by far and away the MVP of the league, and then what happened? They had some stinkers, and then Patrick Mahomes had a hot stretch, and then he won.
Fumble-lie.
Exactly.
Yep. And you figure Brock Purdy on paper, Steiny, will not face, I know it's the Niners, but just for this specific conversation, he won't play a better team on paper than what Philly has for the rest of the season. 10-1. They're 2 games ahead of you.
Well,
you're going on the road,
see,
and the opposing quarterback is the leader.
Ahead of yourself.
Is a leader in the clubhouse.
So what you're saying now, definitively, is the Baltimore Ravens defense is not as good as Philly's. See, you see what I'm saying?
I'm not saying that.
Well, then you shouldn't have said this will be their hardest test.
They're better or equal.
Say
they're
among
equal.
their hardest tests.
No, I'm not, because you're telling me to.
Okay.
Yeah. But I get you.
Hey, so the Ravens are chump change.
Oh, no, not at all.
Who's got a better defense, the Ravens or the Eagles?
Right now, I'm going Ravens.
Okay, well, then by logic, the 49ers will face a tougher defense.
Yeah. But I'm just saying the Ravens don't have one loss. The Eagles are it right now.
Right, but the Ravens' defense might be better than
no
the
doubt
Eagles.
about it.
Lane Johnson's playing, by the way.
I knew, man, that's a tough SOB.
Scratch Bosa. Bosa's got the Johnson flu, probably.
Please, Bosa's... Ever since they got Chase Young.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on,
just like Curry needed Durant.
Let's put some respect on my boy's name. Ever since my guy came out the booth. Yeah, defensive coordinator.
Oh, Stevie Wilkes.
It's been a party at the QB.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Yeah. It's great. Let's go, man.
Settle down.
I'm ready.
Settle down.
No, seriously, I'm ready.
I know you are.
We got the Pac-12 championship tonight in Vegas.
Nobody cares about.
It's the last Pac-12 game.
Why would you?
Which nobody cares about.
Shasky's going.
Okay. I'll bet you. Here's my. What's that stadium hold, Spadone? You probably know the number. Allegiant. What's it hold? 80?
No, not that many.
Yeah, 72?
Not that many.
Oh, it's a small.
Like a 50.
It's a pocket park. It's a pocket park.
What's your point, Bucko?
My point is they ain't selling that game out.
Oh,
what? You want to bet me?
No, I got to hold on.
Of course you don't.
Risk do.
65,000.
Oh, good
yeah.
Lord.
I'll tell you what, they'll get 32.
You got to leave room for the slot machines.
They'll be half that.
You guys on fire early.
5-1-0, McCaffrey should be in the MVP conversation.
I totally agree. I don't know when he fell off.
Well,
he fell off. Quarterback award.
Well, you know why?
Yeah.
Because the running back is the most marginalized position in football, Goo.
You could say sports. You could say sports,
I don't want
partner.
No, center. Center in basketball. More marginalized. See? You see what you're prodding me to do.
13 minutes last night. I didn't like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you do realize that they can't play 7 guys at a time. So some guys are not going to get as many minutes as others. By the way, and I know people are going to... Actually, you know what? I'll just play. Clay's back. Warriors are back.
Nobody wants to hear it if you don't mean it.
I know. We're probably not going to talk very much Warriors at all today.
No, but he had a good game.
Who?
Clay.
He had a good half.
I'll give you that.
He had a good half.
But the last 6 games, his shooting number is shooting 42% from 3.
Okay.
So that's
right, and they're at still 9 and 10.
Yeah.
So how he's playing is not good enough.
Yeah, I know what you're doing. I'm not going to bite.
What do you mean?
No, I get you.
If the Warriors continue to play like they're playing, they're a 500 team.
No doubt.
So they got to not only get better, they got to get a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my feeling on that game. That game was a scheduled loss for the LA Clippers. They're on a back-to-back with the Sacramento Kings. Okay, you won the game. There was a lot of good things happening. Congrats. You needed a win. The biggest thing about that game last night, they needed a win.
In the worst
big time.
way.
They got it.
Yep.
However, the win means nothing unless you can go to L.A. tomorrow and beat the Clippers again. You got to go beat them again. Then that game means something. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, you got to start somewhere. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
We were talking a little bit about the phones. Let's take a call from Chris to see. Yeah, Chris is right outside of Philly. He could have said right. How about something more specific than that? Right outside of Philly. I mean, is that Harrisburg? Is it Manayunk? Or is it Scranton?
Am I on?
Yeah, you are, buddy. What do you got?
Well, first off, gentlemen, thank you very much for taking
you're welcome.
my phone call. Sure. And good morning. I guess it's still morning on West Coast.
Yeah.
I live in Plymouth Meeting. I live about a couple minutes outside the Philly.
So
Philly
did you
line.
go to Conestoga Valley High School or Plymouth White Marsh?
I'm in Plymouth White Marsh Township, but I actually went to Catholic high school. So I went to...
Wait. Hey, what Catholic high school?
The Archbishop John Carroll High School.
Oh, boy.
Sure.
That's one of the big boys.
Sounds expensive.
Yeah, I'm impressed you know about Conestoga. That's impressive.
Yeah, well,
not really.
Of course, Plymouth White Marsh had one of the great high school coaches of all time, Al Angelos.
Get to the game.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Evan.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
So, like I said, thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to get your take on what are you guys going into Sunday? What do you guys feel really good about? And then what concerns do you have about the Eagles?
Chris, thank you for the call. Appreciate it.
You know mine. Containing Jalen Hurts is my number one priority.
Here's what I think.
Okay.
I really do think this. And I can't believe I'm saying this. It comes down to can the Eagles put pressure on Purdy? Plain and simple.
Which I think they can.
Okay, well then the 49ers are in for a dogfight. That's the way I feel. And then can the 49ers offensive line, my Eagles fans back east, that's where they think they have the big advantage.
Okay.
They think the 49ers offensive line is average or below average.
All right.
Trent Williams notwithstanding.
No doubt about it. And
So
the
they
Eagles
believe
have
they
the
can-
reputation as the
No.
best O-lineman. I'm not mad at that. But
That's where they feel like they've got a big advantage.
And why I keep going to containing Jalen Hurts, Steiny, it's not like the Eagles are without weaponry. They got dogs. They got two guys, and Swift can run the ball. So if you're telling me Bosa and Young and company, Hargrave coming back, we haven't even talked. I love Hargrave. He said he's biting his lips, Steiny. He ain't saying a damn thing, and he'll talk after the game. But how much does this game mean to him? You know, this is former stomping grounds, but I just have visions of Jalen Hurts rolling out right or left and throwing to Brown or whatnot. So we'll see what the 49ers secondary is doing. But the secondary's best friend, you know this, is a pass rush. Can the Niners front get to Jalen Hurts and make it a long day?
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number, and the 49ers play the Eagles at Lincoln Financial Field, 125. It's a game we've circled since the beginning of the year, and the question to 49er fans and Eagles fans, if you want, I know we have a lot of Eagle fans who have been calling in, and that's fine. It's all about respect here.
Yep. You hear Philmo Mike call? We'll play it later. He called in
we will.
Hugh Douglas' show yesterday.
Oh. Did he say, Hugh, you're not doing a great job?
No, he didn't. Hugh ended the thing with, I'll smoke with Philmo Mike. That's how it ended.
Well, we'll make sure to cue that up for everybody. Now I can't. I was setting up the. I was trying to set up. I was trying to set up the show.
I smoke with Mike.
What about Dibs giving you love about you growing in that aspect? That was
growing
dope.
in what aspect?
He said you just setting the show and just being a one.
I'm trying, but it requires me to get a sentence out. So 888-957-9570 is the number. And if you're a 49er fan, what's going to help win this game for you? What's the number one thing that's going to win this game for you? And then if you're concerned about anything, what do you think gets you beat? If you're a 49er fan, if you're an Eagle fan, you can answer the question the same way. I'm worried about pressure on Brock Purdy. That's what I'm worried about if I'm a San Francisco 49er fan. I don't need Brock Purdy running around, putting himself in harm's way, making plays on the move. The more he can sit back in that pocket and dissect, I think the 49ers are in good shape. I do.
I like that.
As for when the game falls, obviously the Eagles are in the midst of a really tough stretch, which I think works against them. But I am starting to think that there is a little bit of an equalizer in terms of I could see how the Philadelphia Eagles would feel a little bit disrespected, not only by Vegas, but by the 49er players. Does that matter at all? I don't know, but I do think that if this were just a regular old game without the animosity of the NFC title game last year, maybe the Eagles would be more susceptible to getting beat or to not being at the top of their game. But if they really feel disrespected by the Niners, then they will be completely ready to play. So it's gonna be a lot of fun to watch on Sunday, and I got to make sure to text my guy Dana to make sure he's going to open.
Yeah, no doubt. And we'll be joined by former Philadelphia Eagles Seth Joyner, Steiner, and Steiny, and we can ask him just about, I know it's a rough sport, it's violent, it's football, but that disrespect, just how far does it mean anything once the ball's kicked off?
I don't know. Dick Vermeil said it means something until the ball's kicked off. for what that's worth. 888-957-9570. What's the reason the 49ers win this game on Sunday? 888-957-9570. And if you're concerned, what could get them beat? What could get them beat on Sunday? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Eric. Eric's in Philadelphia. What's up, Eric? Where's my Bay Area guys?
Man.
Hey, what's up, Eric?
Hey.
Yeah. Yes?
So what happened last year when you guys came to Philly?
You tell us.
I don't know. You guys were there. What happened?
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Well, you guys won.
Yeah. 31-7.
31-7, that's right.
Yeah.
So what are you guys going to do differently this time around?
Well, here's what we're going to try to do.
Keep the quarterback healthy.
Yeah, we're going to try to keep the quarterback up.
Be healthy.
Yeah.
What happened to the Eagles in 2017?
What happened to
We won the Super Bowl with the backup, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the backup. So why are you guys making all these excuses?
Because this guy's a third stringer.
Just call us Monday, pal.
He's a third stringer.
Your defense is leaky like
Nick Foles.
Yeah,
Nick Foles was tremendous. We're working with a third stringer.
Going down memory lane. What about this Sunday?
What about it?
Your defense is leaky.
It's going to be cold, wet, loud, aggressive, all things you guys do not like.
Call us Monday.
All right. I'm going to call and laugh at you.
Wow. Those are your people.
No, those are Bonte and Shasky's people. They're not mine.
We weren't at the game. That walk to the stadium, I will never forget.
Well, you didn't make it.
I felt I did. The video captured it all.
You weren't there.
Yeah.
Don't do this.
It had elements of Mississippi burning, man. It was dudes spit in the air. They were ready. I didn't like that. I'm telling you. I'm getting fucked, Steiny. You ain't seen me when I'm mad.
Yes, I have.
Radio mad.
And you're docile.
Huh.
You're easily managed.
The incredible guru.
Oh, boy. Come on, Steiny.
Do you know that the Clippers were on their 5th game in 7 nights?
Dude,
Don't
second
talk
of
about
a back.
no doubt. What do I do? What about Evan last night? Let's give him a round of applause.
For
Bring
what?
it post.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Great job.
Way to tune it. Dude,
he did. He did well. He did well.
We don't know what the uncle lied yesterday if you're telling the truth or not. Evan, I don't think he listened, but he said you did well.
888-957.
I ain't letting that go.
9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. It's a football Friday on 95.7 The Game. That means it's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, do not forget 95.7 The Game has you covered with the best red and gold coverage out there. Our main man, Evan Giddings, and Lorenzo Neal, they get it started on Sunday with the kickoff show. That's coming up 2 hours before the Eagles-49ers kickoff, which makes that game an 11:25 start for the pregame show. But
It'll be at 11.
They start at 11 because they put in the extra time. That's why they are the best. They'll have instant reaction after the game. Mark Grandy will be on that, along with Sterling Bennett. That's called Overtime. My point is this. Everything 49ers on 95.7 The Game on Sunday.
At Lucky, we're doubling down on holiday spirit. USDA choice beef.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Burkhardt, Fox Sports.
You know where that from?
That was the lone highlight, I believe, from last year's 49ers-Eagles game, at least from the 49ers perspective.
Hell of a run.
Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. And we are about 2 days away from biggest game of the NFL all season. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
No doubt about it.
10-1.
A rematch of the NFC Championship game, too. Dude, we're hearing from too many Philly fans. Where are the Niner fans at?
Listen, I'll hear from any fan anywhere. I think we all know we've got listeners in Vancouver. We've got our guy in Boise.
Yep.
We've got North Carolina covered. We have Albuquerque. We used to have that all.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Michigan Mike.
Yeah.
Hawaii.
Mike from Queens.
Yep. And we got our guy from the city, New York City.
Jersey.
So I'll take calls from anywhere. I think we all know that. Just got to be respectful. It's very simple.
International, baby.
Listen, man, I'm 70 years old, and I spent half my life on the East Coast, half my life on the West Coast, so I don't want to hear it about any coast. I am a lover, not a fighter, when it comes to both coasts. So take it somewhere else if you want to play that sophomoric game of which coast is better.
I want to hear from Niner fans. All these Philly punks.
You wouldn't say that if you were in Philly.
Boy, you perked up like
you would get absolutely cloaked in Philadelphia. Be unbelievable. You would be in the fetal position in about 17 minutes after you got off the plane.
You better do your homework on me.
It'd be like a scene out of Midnight Cowboy.
I seen that.
Hey, by the way, 408 on the Comcast business text line. Thank you so much, Camera Steiny. Let's go to let's go to Marquise. Marquise's in Sunnyvale. We call it the Vale. What's up, Marquise?
Yeah, I'm from the Vale, baby.
You know it.
It's Marquise for Sheezy. You got to take it.
Oh,
easy. What up, baby?
Go, Goo. Hey, Goo, I'm a Cowboys fan, baby. So you're not getting an Eagles fan here, but you're getting a Cowboys fan, baby. Hey, that game was nice last night, man. They pulled it out at the end. I know you like that.
Yeah, Dak MVP conversation.
Ooh, hey, the boy Bland struggled a little bit, but I like him.
Yeah, Bobby
POY, baby. I like him in the conversation.
Yeah. All we need now is the Niners to take care of business.
Yeah, so I think the Niners got this one. I think it's a lock for the Niners. Yeah. I think the only thing
Cowboy
the Eagles
fans
got
wishing.
on the Niners is the quarterback. I think they edge them only on the quarterback. I think the Niners got him everywhere else. So
the Niners offensive line. Yeah, you're right. Niners offensive line's better than the Eagles offensive line. Yeah, okay.
Come on, Steiny, but I think they got this one. I think they lock it. I think they got it locked in.
All right. Hey, Marquise, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Marquise.
What does Bobby Blue Bland have to do with anything?
He's talking about
one of the
Duran
greatest.
He's talking about, dude,
Bobby
one
Boucher?
of Norm's favorite, not Boucher, but Blue Bland.
Get in the game, Evan.
He's a blues singer, Evan.
Evan, grow up.
Bobby Bublé.
That's Michael Bublé.
He's really good.
And I'm talking about Bobby Blue Bland.
Yeah.
One of the greatest.
Norm's favorite. One of blues.
Blues.
Yeah.
JJ
Jazzy. Punks. Now, that's the punk.
No, that's Evan. That's
Nobody in
E-Dog.
Philly.
Well.
Nobody in Philly. Lane Johnson's playing.
Oh, no.
That was Nick Bosa.
Oh, please.
Hey, Nick.
Nick's got help now.
Hey, Nick Bosa. Hey, come on, Spadone, work with me. Hey, Nick, did you hear? Lane Johnson's playing.
That's Madoni. Oh, no.
Hey, Nick Bosa, did you hear? Hey, Lane Johnson's playing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, boy.
I know.
Oh,
we're having fun. We're having a lot of fun.
I just want.
You just want to strangle me? Or
No,
throw a
I just
brick
hate
at me?
waiting.
Just enjoy now.
I'm with you. It's hard. Yeah, after two. Yeah.
That's a four, actually. That is a four.
But seriously, containing Jalen Hurts, Donnie, I mean, man, you bottle him up and keep him in the pocket and make him a passer. I'm not saying he can't throw. He's the MVP candidate. But he can turn the ball over. He can throw interceptions. I just want this Niners secondary, Ambry Thomas and company. Let's see.
He stinks.
Oh, he's been making some plays here lately.
Yeah. Here's the other thing. Avery Thomas was a joke.
He
First
was.
8 games. But now he's always making plays. I'll ask you for the 8th time, what kind of year's Hargrave having for the 49ers?
I'm going to say a good year, Spadoni. A good year.
Yeah, he's been kind of a MIA.
Revenge game.
You know, he's not talking.
I said that to your first block. He said he's tight-lipped. He'll talk after the game.
That's right. And the reason I'm revisiting it is because you didn't credit where you heard it. Because you didn't talk to him. You read The Athletic. And The Athletic said Hargrave's not talking mess before the game.
Yeah.
So according to The Athletic.
Too. Yeah.
Joe's in San Jose. Yeah, Joe, there we go. There we go. Bay Area back in the house. Joe, what's up?
Okay, let's. Good morning and happy Friday.
Sure.
All right. I don't have a dog in a fight in this game. But
Well,
I
why
watch
you call it?
football.
Then, let me ask you something, Joe.
His
Real
love
quick.
of the game.
Joe, let me ask you something.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay.
Whoa.
All right.
Okay.
Eagles are on defense. McCaffrey to the right, Debo to the left. McCaffrey to the right, Debo to the left.
What is
How
this,
do they stop that?
Steelers wheel?
No,
Women
but how
to
do
the
they
left
stop
of me.
it?
Jokers to the
Eagles
right. Here I am, stuck in the middle
They can't
with
stop a
Joe.
nosebleed. Josh Allen crushed them last week.
He did.
Running all over him. You know how big he is? McCaffrey's not that big, and he's not that slow.
Right.
He's gone. Niners win by 10. I'll call you Monday.
All right,
No,
you do it. You
And
do
we're
it,
going to give
Joe.
our predictions and picks.
We'll see.
Yeah.
You know what?
Y'all trying to rob me of
Hey,
my
you know
chip?
what?
I'm in first place.
I may pull a Lakers series here.
What?
I may not make a prediction.
That's what you're known for.
Is it because you're gutless?
I may not make a prediction. Put that in your face.
I mean, come on.
I don't need the hassle.
There's going to be a Lonnie Walker performance in this game. Is what you're saying?
Lonnie Walker, the
Who's it coming
fourth
from?
from Moni.
I'll get to you in a second, Spadoni.
Oh, last night. Yeah.
Hey, by the way,
They had a lot of injuries.
I wasn't going to come today because of my daughter's recital, but I decided to come and work anyway. Actually, I may not work Monday because my daughter's in a play.
I am lost.
Your boy, LeBron.
Dude, that bothered me.
I'm gonna miss a game. And I'm gonna miss a game when Bronny
But
plays.
He said it like the loss had something to do with him missing it. Like, I don't know. LeBron, I love you, man. You're one of a kind. Why did he do that? Well, Draymond did it.
Because he's LeBron.
Draymond did it, and he didn't.
Yeah, but you know
follow
what?
through.
Let this be a lesson to Draymond.
Draymond did it.
Let this be a lesson to Draymond.
Which is?
He didn't do it. He
And
backed
Bron's
out.
not-
The bottom line is Bron will do it.
You think?
When Draymond tried to do it, he got backlash to the point where he was surprised and he said, I was just kidding. Yeah. But he wasn't kidding. He just realized he had no support. LeBron, on the other hand, just does it.
But this is different. If I told you Evan and Spadoni, Lil Daryl or Donovan or Milan were having something and I couldn't come to work, I know your heart. You would be like, go do that.
Your Cadillac's more important than little Daryl.
No, stop, dude. Hey, come on, Steiny. You're a parent. This is different. This is his son.
Okay.
This is all much ado about nothing, by the way, because USC plays at home December 10th, and they go on like a long road trip after that.
I'm scared he's playing.
Well, they don't play the December 10th. If they even make it to the championship of the in-season tournament,
Brian knew what he was
that's the day before. It's all nothing.
That's probably why he's doing it, because he knows it.
I'm scared Bronny's playing again. Oh, no.
He got cleared by a doctor.
I know. What do you have to do with anything?
No, I'm just saying if I was a dad, like I wouldn't.
You wouldn't what?
I couldn't sit through the games again knowing that happened.
See, so you'd play. You'd be more professional than LeBron.
No, I'm saying I'd be nervous watching my son play. I'm talking about Bronny.
Yeah, but you're nervous when you saw Milan play, and she was healthy.
But that's not coming off something that
you think he's more scared about a relapse or that Bronny won't play well?
A relapse. Well,
I don't know. I don't know. Here's the one thing that I do think. Anything can happen on any given Sunday. So if the 49ers lose, they're not eliminated, obviously.
Nope.
But my question would be this. If the 49ers go into Philly Sunday and get beat, what makes anybody believe they'll be able to go back there again if they have to and win? When that'll be 2 games in a row that the Eagles will have dealt with the 49ers. Once last year, and then, depending on how this game goes, maybe this year.
Let me take a crack at it. Okay. So, and I don't even need you to judge this. I know you're going to say it's 2 games, Stoney, but in my world, it's 1 game because of Brock Purdy going out, even though Philly gets credit for doing that. That's what you want to do, weaken the opponent. But at the end of the day, when you look at this Niner team, no matter what transpires Sunday, they still are explosive. They got explosive guys on the defensive side of the ball with Bosa, Warner, and Chase Young and Hargrave. They are a problem. So when you got that much talent, to me, you get them many more rounds to kind of answer the bell. So the beautiful thing about this is it's an exhibition, it's a sparring match, but it's not win or go home. So if somehow Philly was it was a good game, and they beat the Niners, Steiny, I swear to you, man, if they hooked up again in the championship game or in the playoffs, yeah, that would be on my mind, but it wouldn't be to the point of where, Philly has the Niners number. I don't think we're nowhere near that.
Of course not.
And I asked you to just lay out.
So what you're saying is if the Niners win, the Eagles, you're going to be like, Steiny, the Eagles ain't nothing. But if the Niners lose, that game really didn't mean a lot, and the 49ers can still go in there. No, so it sounds like you're not holding the 49ers to any standard on Sunday.
I'm holding them to their standard, and that's why I think they're going to go in and smash Philly.
What if they don't? It sounds to me like if they don't, you're going to be reluctant to give Philly credit.
Oh, no, come on, man. They're 10-1, and they know how to win.
But you just said they're but they're leaky.
Hold on,
they're Lewis SB leaky.
That's one fraction of their team. A great team, if one part is not doing well, the other picks them up. My point to you is the San Francisco 49ers have not been beat, quote unquote, when at full health. They are going to be at full health Sunday.
Let me ask you a question.
Philly lays an
what
L
if George
on
Kittle gets hurt on the first play? Do they have an excuse?
No, hell no.
Then they get the excuse.
No, the only excuse comes if it's Purdy or Trent Williams or Debo.
Oh, but okay.
Yeah, and there's no excuse. I didn't give them an excuse against Minnie. I didn't give them an excuse against Cleveland, and I damn sure didn't give them an excuse against Cincinnati. I'm telling you, I believe in Philly, even though they ain't winning night. You know, they're doing this. They're taking it down to the wire. Still 10-1. I'm giving credit where credit is due. I'm not you. I'm giving credit to whatever team wins. They earned it. And Philly right now don't need nothing from me because they're 10-1. It's I'm telling you something. It ain't nostalgia, Stoney. I really want the NFC Championship game back here in San Francisco.
No, you don't.
I do.
See, now this is where I got to stop you.
I do.
No, you don't.
Why don't I?
You'd want it in Dallas.
Well, I was assuming they were out.
Let's be honest.
I was assuming they were out.
Why would they be out? They might be playing better than anybody right now.
If you
of course not. Because I can't play this game.
Defense last night,
because I can't be objective about the Cowboys. I have to talk them down because I want them to win. Come on, Goo.
Wow.
Hey, by the way,
Steiny,
you're forgetting what your boy Ross Tucker said. It's very hard to beat any NFL team 3 times in a row. Yes, it is. But there's a caveat. There's a caveat.
It's
925.
not 3 times in a row.
Well, that's what they'd have to do.
Right, but
all 3 games are in Philly. All 3 games may be in Philly. That makes it tougher for the 49ers.
When the motivation on both sides is there. That's what I love about it. And the talk and the bad blood. Let's go.
Let's go to Diego in Marin. He did the call of the day yesterday. I can't remember what it was, but it was a good one.
Thanks, Danny. I just wanted to say that the key for the Niners is limiting the number of possessions the Eagles have because they needed 12 possessions against Buffalo to score 5 times before overtime, and they lost the time of possession battle. They tied on the turnover differential, and if they have like 9 possessions, some of them are going to be turnovers, some of them are going to be punts, and they're only going to score like 3 or 4 times, and the Niners should score 4 or 5 times.
Possession game. Fair enough. Thanks, Diego. Not as good as yesterday, but pretty good. Well, in order to limit the possessions, they're going to have to get a turnover, 2, and they're going to have some long drives of their own. It's usually how you limit possessions. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, Eagles, 125. Goose kind of bothered me today. I
was about to say you want to complain, but go ahead.
No, not complain.
Yeah.
No.
It sounds like that's what you're
doing.
You
just bothered me. That's not really a complaint.
Yeah. I'll do it naturally.
Yeah. Do we have that Acho sound on the board?
Oh, I got it.
Can you play it?
1 sec.
Family.
That's right. We played it already. Go ahead and play it again. You don't have to.
I've been made an official MVP voter this year, and there's 2 scoreboards, but there's also 2 realities, family. And the 2 realities is we cannot forget how Brock Purdy and the Niners offense looked without Debo, and more importantly, for my money, without Trent Williams. Like, Brock Purdy would have to do a lot to enter into that MVP conversation because when Trent Williams was gone and the offense was anemic, again, Cleveland Browns, Trent gets hurt. Brock Purdy, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Then the following week, 1 touchdown, 2 picks, Vikings. Following week, 1 touchdown, 2 picks, Bengals. I can't forget how you looked without Trent. So how dare I say that you're the most valuable player when you weren't capable of elevating that team over a Vikings team, over a Browns team, over a Bengals team without Trent? Brock, to me, is a dog. Brock is a dog. I love me some Brock Purdy. I'm probably the highest national analyst on television on Brock Purdy. But I can't forget how you looked without 71. I can't do it.
Man,
I have so little problem with that, I can't even tell you. He's not saying that Purdy's out of the running. He's just saying, he's not saying the reason that he's talking about it is because of the losses. They're 8-3. They had 3 losses. They weren't healthy.
That's 11 games.
Yeah,
and that's what.
And Hurts has won 10 of his.
Gotcha.
Hurts has been the quarterback of a team that's won 10 out of 11 games. Purdy's been the quarterback of a team that's won 8 of 11 games. Hurts has been leading a bunch of comebacks.
Hasn't been perfect.
Well, there's Purdy.
During those 3 games,
he's been more perfect in terms of winning games.
Yeah, that I give you.
So what's the big deal? Purdy has a good game Sunday. He beats Jalen Hurts.
It'll go a long way.
He'll move up the rankings of this stupid thing we shouldn't even be talking about.
And there'll be one game closer to the thing that's most important, home field advantage.
Sway in Daly City. What's up, Sway? By the way, Seth Joyner, former Eagle, coming up at noon. Seth Joyner.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Guru, my man, you'd be the only Cowboys fan I give a pass to.
Oh.
I'm still trying to figure out.
Will you shut up?
I'm still trying to figure out
Me too.
Steiny's teams, basketball team and football team. Anyway,
I like the T-Wolves right now.
Boy.
I'm worried for Sunday. I'm worried about the elements. Last Sunday against the Bills,
man,
it was a wet one. I'm worried about Moody. I hope he could, if it's a close game, it's going to be a heavyweight bout. If he could make a field goal, I'm worried about that. I wanted to say that Debo needs to have a big game. I believe he is going to have a big game. Get him out open in space in that questionable Philly secondary. And at the end of the day, there's no pressure on Purdy. Man, the guy's not even supposed to be here, guys. It's a 7th round pick. There's no pressure on this guy.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Everything's out in front of him. He just has to go get it done, and I believe he will. And that last bit you guys played right now, that you can't forget how he couldn't elevate the team. Yeah, you also can't forget that he's a 7th round pick. He's not supposed to be there, but he is. Damn it. Anyway, go Niners. I'll talk to you guys on Monday.
Hey, give us a score.
Score.
A score.
I'll give you one.
The Niners win by a field goal.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Damn it.
Jake Moody in the elements.
Man, I am. The elements are big deals, Donnie. I know Bonte, I think I heard him say 70% chance of precipitation. Yeah.
They'll participate too, don't worry.
Hey, by the way, it's what was his name again?
Sway.
Sway.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out who's Steiny's team. It's not hard. Right now I like the Minnesota Timberwolves. They're my favorite team in the NBA.
Well, you got a personal connection.
The Philadelphia Eagles are my favorite team in football. And I'm really turning into a hockey fan. And I like the New York Rangers.
What's the connection?
They're
there?
16-4.
Don't fall for it, Evan. Yeah. And the Eagles, you ain't
and let me tell you what,
Philly. You said
I am now. Well, I'm a fan now because they're 10-1. By the way,
not forward runner.
And you guys know
runner.
And you guys know that before the season, I changed my allegiance to baseball to the Texas Rangers.
Big Bochy guy. You always have been.
He's a horse.
Huge.
What about Kapler getting a new gig?
Oh my God.
AGM.
Oh my
Miami.
God. He's gonna crush it.
Dude, how did he get that gig?
Okay.
He got
you know what? Walk away, Steiny.
Okay.
Walk away. Just walk away.
Don't hate. Congratulate.
Just walk away.
No more EDD.
How about the way? Okay, so let me just get this straight.
Out of nowhere.
So I'm not the only one who, when somebody said, hey, you hear about Kapler? No, I didn't hear about Kapler. What happened?
Right.
Kapler just got hired as assistant general manager in Miami. Why did my first thought go to, oh, he'll love Miami. Oh, it's perfect for Gabe Kapler. I mean, he's going to be able to sit at a Starbucks in front of his computer.
See, now you're judging him. You're race.
That's right.
You're look shaming him.
I am.
He's a good looking dude.
Yeah, no, he's going to love Miami, and they'll love him back.
Man,
they'll love him back.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the best to Gabe.
Good for Gabe.
Good for Gabe. Whatever.
Like you want him unemployed?
I don't care.
What do you care about?
Well, I don't care.
That's the problem.
No,
what
I care about the games.
When people have
the
joy,
games.
You hate it.
The games I care about.
Get out of here.
Hey, Steiny, Gabe Kapler hasn't gotten another job yet. Okay?
You're a hater.
Hey, Steiny, Gabe Kapler got hired by the Marlins. Great. My life is impacted 0.
That's why you're a hater.
Oh, yours is?
No, that's why you're
yours
a hater.
is?
And nobody said impact. You just hate to see.
I don't hate to see it.
You sound it. We hear it. You're telling us yourself.
No.
If it ain't about you, you don't give a damn.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, that's
You're a
true.
You're a hater.
No, that's not a hater. That's
You are
indifference.
a certified Magnum
It's-
cum laude hater.
There's a difference between
You
hate
are a hater.
and indifference.
If it don't involve you, I hate it.
No, I am indifferent toward it.
Something good happened to somebody else. Why not me?
No.
Yep, I know it.
I'm just indifferent.
I done figured it out.
How much is Kapler making?
So,
by the way. No, I credit that's from
Come
the
on, man.
That's from the text line.
You say you're happy for him.
Kai Correa, as you know, also going to Cleveland to join Stephen Vogt.
Wow.
So the Giants are moving up.
This is where let me be
Jefferson.
Steiny, are you happy for Gabe Kapler? Well, I guess.
That's a bit strong.
What does it mean?
Remember we talked like, I did. Is he going to get another job somewhere? I thought maybe, third base coach. We got a break study, but that's what GM. I didn't see that coming.
Right. Put him in. Okay. We're an hour into the show. That means there's 3 hours left. 888-957-9570. Coming up in an hour, Seth Joyner, former Philadelphia Eagle. And then the question is very simple to 49er fan. What wins you this game against the Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday? And what gets the 49ers beat if they can't come out of Philly with a win on Sunday? 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Lucky California.
Possibly.
right outside of Philly. Is that Harrisburg? Is it Manayunk? Or is it Scranton?
Am I on?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's a Friday. Come to the side of the things in the campana. Hit it up. I'm going to get it up. All my life's a sacrifice. Hey,
this is Nelly to me. Nelly's got a track to this.
This is
beat.
the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I'm in a good mood, dude.
Yeah, I'm in a good. Well,
payday, baby.
It is not. It's next Friday. We got paid last Friday.
No, I didn't.
Last Friday, you got paid.
I did not.
I was somewhere sipping, and I saw my account like somebody made a mistake. Yes. And then it was.
We actually didn't get paid.
It was our paycheck.
Friday, remember?
Yeah. We did.
No, we got paid early.
Which was last Friday.
They got paid on Friday.
Yeah, certain banks, if you bank with certain companies.
Look at the look on his face.
How about this? Apparently, I get paid a week.
Has horses on.
Like I got paid a week early.
Yeah, and I'm paying.
Some other
for
people
it now.
have, right?
Yeah.
How about I got paid a week early? It just got gobbled up.
Like
everyone's like, "Where's your check the next week?" I'm like, "Well, it's in there." No, it's not. It's in there. It's a Friday. It's a payday.
Dude, I don't like that.
I got paid.
But you didn't
Nobody
get
even
credit.
noticed.
Yeah.
Nobody even noticed. I got
Big money
paid.
Steinmetz.
It's like,
gone. Put that on the Vine. Did we get paid? I was like, oh boy.
Well, last Friday was our payday, but I
didn't know.
Oh, let's go to Murillo and Petaluma. Why not?
Murillo.
Got nothing else to do.
My boys.
hey.
Then I'm lucky because I didn't hold that much. Hey guys, happy Friday!
Because you're one of my favorites.
Oh, thank you, man.
You're welcome.
And Steiny, I'm on the Minnesota vibe too. I think I called last season giving you props on Finch, and I'm gonna keep my props.
Thank you, buddy.
Let's keep it about this weekend.
Okay.
Look, I think one point I want to bring up about your indifference, Steiny. I share that feeling because in sports today, excitement is sold at a high rate. Too much kumbaya, and the business side of it is as strong as it was before. Franchises move around. If you're a fan of a team, be careful. They might just move around sooner than you might think. So I'm a fan of the sport. I love sports. I can't stay away from sports.
Yeah, I love it.
Never called about the 49ers, but here it goes. I think the NFC will have 3 teams at a 10-3 record next weekend. Because I think physically and mentally, the Eagles are going to drop a little bit in the next 2 weeks. They're going to lose this weekend 31-21. That's my score.
Sure.
The mental side of playing so many high stake games that they have been playing and coming back in the end, the weather, and they're going to play 2 teams that come off a 10-day rest. The 49ers. This weekend, and then the Cowboys at home. The Cowboys will have a 10-day rest as well.
Yeah.
So
they're trying to stick it to the Eagles. They are.
Yeah, I think the Eagles, the Niners, and the Cowboys will be at a 10-3 come next weekend, and everything is going to be for grabs, guys. Thanks
Give
for
us a
taking my
score,
call.
Murillo. Give us a score.
31-21.
Oh,
31-21, and let's go. Let's get it going.
Yeah, you don't like when I give you that nasty look.
No, it was. Can I be honest? I'm bleeding right now with joy. I'm tingling when he says he's in love with sports. That's my line.
that's not you.
And it never
in fact, I made a note of it.
It never cheats on you. And the one time we had a little turbulence in the relationship,
I can't stand
and I'm
him
being
right
real.
now.
I never told you this. The pandemic, when stuff was stopped, and I know there was more important stuff going on, I wasn't right. I was really, people didn't know. Nothing to bet on.
Get him off.
No 7 o'clock Giant game. Dude, nobody knows this. I wasn't doing too well. And then it came back to me.
You don't like sports.
I love
you like
sports.
Teams.
No, I love sports.
You don't like sports.
I
you
love
like
high school
teams.
sports. I still go to the park where my kid used to play baseball.
Because you're a high school Harry. Because you like attention.
So
not
the hell
sports.
with Harry. Nobody knows me when I go now. I just watch the youth. I'm a good dude, man. I would be my own friend.
I know.
I'm just being real. That dude said he loves sports. That hit me. I want you to love it. You're bitter. because of your college days. I really
What are you
believe.
talking about?
The way your career ended, I don't know. I think you're like, you look at these NBA dudes.
My
like,
career
I'm better than
ended.
him.
My career ended with me scoring 25 and getting played a boxing one against. I couldn't be flattered anymore on my last
I got
game.
It wrong then.
I had 15 at half against Susquehanna. I came
Evan,
out and
what
I
did I
buried
do?
two 19-footers.
Yeah, all right.
I had 19 points. 21 minutes
Nothing
into the
to see
game,
here. Okay,
we're
you're
up
good.
7. And you know what?
You're over it. I get
Dick
it.
Hannum, the coach at Susquehanna, said we got to go boxing one. And you know what?
You're a
You know what I
closer. You got
did?
closure.
I deferred. And we got beat.
So it worked.
Wow, Evan. Like, Evan's at peace with his baseball career. And there's no shade.
He had a 6.43 ERA.
Oh yeah, but last pitch I threw is a double play ball.
No, Evan is my man.
Got us out of the jam.
Yeah.
And we won that game, unlike you.
Kept you within 6 runs.
I think we're
I
up 4.
love it.
All right. Oh, let's go to Jeremy in Oakland. He says he's going to the game. I mean, anybody can say that.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeremy, where are your seats?
What's up? I'll be in section 215 up in there in the nosebleeds. I have my poncho. I'm ready to go, man. I'm pumped up.
You wearing your Niner gear?
Absolutely.
Oh,
You kidding me?
boy.
Like, red and gold till I'm getting cold, man. Come on, all day. You got to
I'm going to give you a
man.
4.
Thank you. Shiny, real quick, I got to give you a 1 for your Red Hot Chili Peppers rendition, man. You got to learn the lyrics, all right?
Come to decide that the things in life are to rely on. When I get it up, you're going to get up all my life. So, all right. I'll look them up.
We need improvement. But
Thank you.
lastly, it's going to be a close game, but I think we're going to pull it out. My final prediction is going to be 27-24 on a Jake Moody game-winning field goal. Niners, I'm out.
Moody.
Speaking of which, he's having a good season. Nobody's talked about him, Steiny. I mean, that kick against Cleveland didn't help. But other than that, man, they got it right.
Yeah, but you'll hold it against him.
No, I'm not. I just
It'll be
giving him
7
love
years
right
from now. Yeah, but he missed that one against Cleveland when he was a rookie.
Advantage Jake Elliott or Jake Moody?
Oh, there's no doubt Elliott. He can kick in those conditions. Hey, dude, that kick was incredible to me. 57 yards in a monsoon. 59?
I think.
No. Yeah. All right.
You know, that's always been a tough one for me with you over the last 6 years. Is you're close on a lot of stuff, and I just wonder, does the 2 yards really matter? Yeah, should I even bring it up, or is
it's
that
a half yard?
Well, it's 2 yards,
dude.
And then but that's when I do it, and then everybody's like, "This guy is such a D."
No, it's
this
not.
Steinmetz guy is such a D. But Goo always says
there's a formula
correct.
to it. Anybody can be Google. We don't do Google radio. I knew Evan would come over the top and tell me, 50. It was a long kick.
I try to be right.
Yeah,
though.
but
Do
right.
you?
Oh, always.
Do you?
Yeah.
So you do try at least. Hey,
Evan, you can laugh.
Did I make a mistake?
Oh.
Yes.
My fantasy team?
Well, you did something that was sacrilegious.
And I'm not aware of it.
He dropped Justin
It's
Tucker.
the summer of George Costanza. I'm doing everything up. Well, they have a bye this week.
It don't matter. That dude is money.
Well, I got Elliott. I got the guy for the Eagles. They've
Oliver Twist.
They've scored virtually the same amount of points this year.
Is that
pretty much? The Eagles guy's a little less. But you see who I picked up at quarterback? Let me tell you something. I am so proud of my team.
I'm the last in the league.
Winner.
You're down 30 to me, buddy.
But don't you got his
Who's the guy who killed me last night for you?
Brandon Cooks.
Wow.
Jackson Smith and
thought he was a Ram.
I want you to lose out, Steiny. I don't want you to make it. I want you to be with me. Dibbs has surpassed me. He was in last place.
Well,
I'm in last.
You're last?
Yeah. I'm in 6 leagues. 4 of them I'm probably going to make the playoffs, but this was the one I wanted to make the playoffs in.
That's the one you put the most time into.
But that's where you're getting it wrong.
That's my guy.
Kenny Pickens. Yeah.
Pickett.
I got him as quarterback. Yeah, I'm actually going with Pickens. I think they're gonna throw a couple.
That's the receiver.
I know they're gonna throw a lot to the wide receiver, and then he's gonna throw that one downfield. You know how they do that? He steps back.
I'm just glad you finally came around to winning football, Steiny.
Man,
you know what? I've had. Let's go to Scott Marin. What's up, Scott? Hey.
Hey yo, listen
what I say yo. from the All right, go ahead.
What it's going to come down to. I tell you what it's coming down to on Sunday, and it's one thing: if they protect Brock Purdy and he completes the game, he's going to carve them up.
Oh wow!
They're going to put some big numbers up. I don't care if it's raining or what it's doing. That linebacking crew and the DBs back there, if they keep him upright, he's going to carve them up.
You're right. We
So
just saw Josh Allen and Dak Prescott do it, and I could throw Mahomes in there if his receivers could catch. Snotty, that's not even Philly's 10-1, but they do got warts in it. The linebackers and secondary,
as opposed to the 49ers at a perfect 8-3.
Well, their linebacker core is A1 on a good day. We know about their D-line, and all that makes your secondary better. So we'll see how it goes.
888-957-9570 is the number. And Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. 49ers against the Eagles. 125 Lincoln Field. It looks like it may rain. Looks like it may be a little bit chilly.
Man.
Well, what are you talking about? You got your excuse.
No, I love it. I'm getting mad. That's I didn't say last break. I don't make excuses.
I wanted the Cowboys. Oh my gosh, you know me.
But then Philly could have it would have been easier for Philly to lose this game. Now they're like,
I don't care. I wanted Philly, or I wanted the Cowboys to lose so bad last night.
I knew you
that
did.
That I actually, when the Cowboys won the game, I was like, God.
But why? What?
Because. You come in because we spent 3 hours but Steiny, it's big for the Niners because if the Cowboys win and and that,
which
and
are
that,
facts.
and so, okay, yeah, the first of 7 things is now happening.
Okay, that was your thing. I thought about it. So you're telling me I did all this math and we can't get past phase 1.
Thank you, 925. 925 says you don't need to stash kickers. You did right, Steiny.
Debatable.
I also picked up.
Nobody cares. But go ahead, Evan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Goo, so...
Go ahead. I will go back to you.
But how do you feel about your head coach kicking a field goal on 4th and 3 with a minute 30 left to go up by
Steiny.
6 and almost blowing the game?
Dude, what are you, Steiny? Why?
Because it
did
worked.
nothing for you.
Because it worked.
No, but the logic is...
How far did they drive on the following possession?
Seattle got down inside the red zone.
So in other words, they could have kicked a field goal and set it into overtime
Seattle got to
unless
about
the
40.
Cowboys kicked a field goal.
Yeah.
So in other words...
No, the game was... A touchdown would have beat you.
Okay.
So that field goal essentially did nothing
it
but
did.
make a touch.
So they couldn't...
Go ahead.
What it took away was driving down the field and kicking a game-tying field goal. What do you mean it did nothing?
They already scored 38 points. The offense was not getting stopped at all.
Your D was getting gashed, 335 yards.
Right, and you put them in a position where the only way they were going to lose was if they gave up a touchdown.
Which they did right before halftime.
They'd given up 5 touchdowns at that point in the game.
They did it, but identical situation in half.
You know what?
I'm just, Steiny, what about the feel of the game? Your D's not.
Listen,
it's getting carved up.
What happened on the last possession?
They stopped him.
Okay.
But you do understand that's 50-50.
And you do understand that had they not kicked a field goal, that there was a chance that the Rams or the Seahawks could have done exactly what they did.
I get what you're saying.
Field goal, overtime.
Right.
So you took that off the table.
But what if you would have went for it and got the first? Talk to me, Daddy.
No.
It's over.
Right.
Okay, so why are you aggressive until when you really need to be aggressive?
Move. Mike McCarthy, great move. It's a great move.
It worked out for him.
That's right. It worked out.
He was getting killed.
Yeah.
He was getting
killed.
That's,
you know why?
Analytics say go for it.
Fans don't know what they're talking about.
No, the math.
No,
what
it doesn't.
The math?
I don't believe that.
Yeah. What about the math?
I actually don't believe that.
The math.
No, this is one of those, and I'm being serious now. I completely, that's
Your
totally fine.
Stop them at all.
They did, though.
Okay, but the logic was they had your number. Seattle's offense had your number. Why would you trust that?
Because how about if a head coach says we're due to stop him?
Your offense was on fire. Why wouldn't you go for it?
You guys,
your offense is your defense, and you did them a favor by kicking a weak field goal.
And we won the game.
You lucked out.
They lucked out.
Yeah,
now.
they did.
They lucked out.
They did. He might have been fired today had they went down and got that touchdown.
Please.
You go for it.
No, you don't.
In the game.
Guru, you can go for it.
Okay.
But that's not the right decision. It's one of 2 decisions. One makes some sense. the other makes some sense. Period.
I ain't mad at that. But my point is you're ignoring that they were gashing them. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, you don't
That's what I'm saying. Seattle was gashing them. I was like, oh, my gosh.
So what if McCarthy was like, you know what? They've been gashing us all night. We're due for a stop. We're due to get a stop. Because I know we have the best defense in football.
I have nothing for that.
I thought the Cowboys, even though they're having a bad game, have the best defense in football.
No, they don't.
See, this is what's wrong with everything.
Man. It's about a feel.
What's wrong with that? Right. And he felt right. They were up 3. He didn't want to put himself in a position where they could get a field goal to tie. He kicks a field goal and says, go ahead and try to. I know you scored 4 or 5 touchdowns on this. Yeah. I dare you to score another one with the chips all on the table, drive the length of the field, and go 75 yards.
And it worked out for him.
That's right.
But I would have went for the 4th and 3.
Why are you crying?
Because against a different team, if you use that same logic, if it's the Niners or Eagles or somebody, Detroit, they might have scored.
Good. I thought the Seahawks were good.
Yeah. Well, they were 1-4 and they're 1-3 in their last 4, Stoney. They couldn't do anything.
That was not.
I just couldn't. Why would you give them life? Now you're assuming that they're not going to get the 4th and 3.
Well, and you're assuming you are.
Right.
Okay, so what if you don't?
They're backed up, and you can steal the same thing on the table. Stop them.
No. The same thing's not on the table because now a field goal sends it into overtime.
I understand that, but they would have got the ball at their own 15-yard line.
Okay.
So,
but they clearly drove.
You still got to have the faith.
But they drove. They drove the same amount.
Yeah, they got to 40.
Exactly. McCarthy playing chess.
God, I wish we had teams and we coached each other.
Oh my God!
I would run it up on you so bad.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, even funny. Hoop.
That's
even
funny.
Hoop. I
would Buddy Ryan to your Gilbride. Or who's the guy Buddy Ryan punched?
I don't know, but Guru go full Missoula.
Hey, no, Brian is who he is. We'd get into it in the handshake.
A lot of Cowboy fans disagreeing with you.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't do it because
you're wrong.
No. Dude, he's getting
888. Oh wow, Zicky. I'm 0 for 19 in Zicky's world, but he says I think Steiny's right on this one.
Oh boy.
You know what? I wasn't even expecting to be right. I was just expecting to be combative.
No, every blind squirrel finds
And Evan brought it up. Thanks, Evan. I wasn't even thinking about it because I had trouble sleeping, and I went in as soon as I heard it.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, Eagles, Sunday, 125 in Philly. And the question is this, 49er fans, what's going to win you that game? What's the thing you're most confident about that's going to get you a W in Philadelphia on Sunday? And then if you're a little bit worried, what are you worried about? What are you worried about in terms of what might get you beat on Sunday? It's going to be the reason the Niners win. I think the most important aspect of this game, we've kind of been going back and forth on it. Mm-hmm. I think the most important aspect of this game is the 49ers offensive line and whether or not it can pass protect.
Wow.
I think if it can pass protect, the 49ers are going to score points.
Yeah, and mine is keeping Jalen Hurts in the pocket, keeping him contained. Like, Jalen can't have a big day, Steiny. And, I mean, I just think of Joe Burrow, who had the most success as a quarterback the Niners have faced this year, and he got out the pocket a couple of times. But that was elite arm talent on display. I know Chase Young wasn't here, but good God, here we go, man. The MVP right now, if you care about that, the leader supposedly is Jalen Hurts. Can you contain him? Because he has weaponry. I mean, he has Swift. I know their tight end is out, but he's got arguably 2 top 5 receivers in the game. What happened?
By the way, I've got some sources in Philly.
No way.
They're saying don't count Goddard out yet.
Well, that would be huge.
Not yet, they're saying. They're saying keep an eye on Goddard. Now, I'm not promising anything.
Look at stuff. Well, can you imagine if he played?
South Dakota tough.
Yeah.
Goo would get his teams hyped as hell, and Steiny would just stay calm and out-execute him.
Who's the author
We're going to kick this! Listen, let's just stay in that 1-2-2 and make Guru make 18-footers, and it ain't happening.
Dude, isn't it though, Snyder? You're excited for this one.
I am. Yeah, absolutely.
I know. I can feel it.
Here's the thing, though. What is it about? Let me ask you. Can I put a rat on the table?
Yeah. Brought to you by Echo.
And this is a question, like,
Billy.
I think you're afraid to look yourself in the mirror and answer it. Be honest. Do you really like football, Goo? Or do you really like partying on Sundays? Because I think it's for probably the latter. It's
I'm by myself.
Yeah, I know exactly, and I know
I don't
know
like
what you,
mixing the two.
I know what you like to do when you're alone.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is it really the game, or is it everything around the game?
Can I tell you something? It's after the game and what we do. But that's why I watch him again, just to see something you didn't see the first time. Steiny, I got to be honest. I don't like guys and gals who can go to the bar and watch the game.
Do you like?
It goes in the file. That ain't how I need to be alone.
Do you like
here.
football or do you like drinking beer?
I don't like
that's
beer.
That's really the bottom line.
I don't like beer.
Don't you?
Nah.
You have one occasionally.
Well, yeah, just to stay away from going home. I mean, yeah. To prolong it. But, God, man, I can't wait. And I'm excited about the Pac-12 championship.
No, you're not.
Dude, Evans.
No, you're not.
Dude.
You're not. Don't do this. This is where my literal side comes in.
This is what really
You're really not.
Like Bonte, Shasky, Evans, Spadoni, I think they believe me. Dibs even. Willard. You don't believe me?
No.
But it hurts.
Well, that's because I know you better than those guys. I'm schnooker-proof. Spadoni, your boy LeBron James ought to be ashamed. That's all I'm going to say. Seth Joyner coming up in a half hour.
You follow him on Twitter?
No.
He says it like it is. Ain't no sugarcoat.
Oh, really?
What you do. He says it. He'll come in on Philly, on how they're playing, calls by the refs, all the stuff, man.
So he doesn't genuflect at the kneel of the players like you.
No, genuflect.
Well,
speaking of which, did you hear Al Michaels? He was upset at how many penalty flags were thrown yesterday. Stein, he might be I think he's trying to get fired. You can't say that into the mic about the product that you're calling. He is bitter, man. Another flag. We'll be here to 12. Steiny, your boy, they got to replace him.
Possibly.
Yeah, Evan, he's not happy with the product. There were 1 million flags in that game last night.
There were a lot of fouls in the Warrior game the other night.
Oh, boy.
God. They're so
Don't refs know we're effective?
Do refs know the Warriors are old champions, so they should let them foul more? Is that what you're
No,
thinking?
not at all. Just You got to know you're slowing the game down.
Yeah, so let them foul is
No,
what you're saying.
swallow it every now and then.
Oh, okay, yeah. And you know a lot about being an official, especially at that level.
Something I've never called balls and strikes. Yeah.
All right, 888-9. Hey, everybody, it's a Football Friday, and that's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. 4 things to learn, first5california.com. Seth Joyner coming up in 1/2 of an hour, and we'll get to your phone calls on the other side, 888-957-9570. And then I got a little story for you on the other side. Won't take long. And it's about something that I usually would not like, but it was a great, great idea. And I want to praise somebody for the great idea because it worked. Somebody look at the ratings book because the numbers are soaring when we come back after the break, because I know y'all want to know what I'm talking about. 49ers in a shambles.
Lowe's knows how to save pros time.
This guy is such a D.
Ooh. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, it's an old story by now that I'm having a hell of a year. And I guess that continues. Injured tight end Dallas Goedert practices.
Oh.
He practiced today.
Look at my guy.
Goedert. My sources, impeccable.
Where did we hear from first?
Steiny. Man.
I'm irritated.
Why?
A little bit of side baseball.
Oh.
Gosh,
don't worry about it. You know what? Here's
like I'm serious. Like right now,
I know this. Yeah. I know. Let me be cryptic.
And I ain't good at this.
But hold on. Let me
be
cryptic here.
I got to grow up.
I actually know what's going on here.
Right.
And I'm peripherally affected.
Yeah.
And I guess I could be a little annoyed myself.
Yeah.
But I'm not.
All right.
So I'm telling you with all sincerity, don't worry about it.
All right, got
don't
you.
worry about it.
Yep.
It'll work itself out.
I got you.
888-957-9570. By the way, I'm going to give everybody a chance to jump on the YouTube chat, the YouTube channel, because I've got something in front of me that I'm ready to throw as hard as I can against the wall or out a window. I'm sitting next to a Draymond Green bobblehead.
JD!
Yeah. So I'll hold it up soon to the camera because he talks, of course. You can't have a silent Draymond Green bobblehead. But it's the announcer, Draymond Green, so I'm going to hold it up here. There it is.
# new media.
Now, there you go.
Draymond Green.
All right.
Let's see. Oh.
That is dope.
Let me do it I'll do it into the microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
That is dope.
Here it is. No. He's saying, Dub Nation, let's go. One more time. Let's put your ears up to the speaker.
That's sick. And it's got the red little button. Look at that. Hey, they did that.
So.
Yep.
What'd you have? A truly?
Draymond Green bobblehead.
Did you see that display, 11, 30, 23, all three of them in order?
Don't do this.
And what they meant to each other? That they ain't going nowhere. Big Three ain't breaking up, Stoney.
Yeah, no. No. You want to bet?
The proof I needed last night.
Oh, they're going to retire together.
I would bet.
Oh, you would?
Yeah, I would bet you.
Oh, okay. How much? I'll make that bet right now.
Well, I could be losing money shortly.
My bet is that the big three will not all retire together as Warriors.
I bet you 20. Yep. And I think Draymond's signing was symbolic of that.
No, you don't.
Yep.
See, this is where you're just guessing.
No,
but now you're digging in because you know I pushed you on it.
No.
You don't want to do it. You're going to do it, and then you're going to try to weasel out of it and say you never did it.
I've never done that. Yeah, no weaseling.
Hey, I do want to address that for a sec, though, because that
was dope.
If you didn't know, the Warriors had this whole thing last night, 11-23-30. It was 11-30-23. It was November 30th night, 2023. So obviously 11 is Klay Thompson, 30 is Steph Curry, and 23 is Draymond Green. So they had a whole night planned around it, and it was pretty cool. And usually, this is what I was saying. I texted Raymond Ritter this. I said, usually that's the kind of thing that contrived crap I don't like. It's because it's contrived. It's made up. Somebody made something up. But you know what? I think it worked. I think it was pretty cool. So I called Raymond Ritter, and I said, whoever had this idea, that's a great idea. To somebody saw that on 11.
That's awesome.
30, 23. Yeah. So apparently what happened, it's a cute little story. Kirk Lacob, Joe's son, saw on the internet that somebody realized that there was a date coming up, 11, 30, 23, and that was the big three. And so Kirk Lacob took note of that. So the Warriors then contacted the league and asked to be scheduled for a home game last night because this is what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Something like this.
Tribute.
And the league said, sure, we'll schedule a game on 11/30/23 at Chase Center, and you can do something surrounding the big three. And that's what happened.
That is dope.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Because that would have got lost in the... Had Kirk not seen that, most likely, Toddy, they're not playing yesterday.
I don't know that I ever would have thought of that in a million years.
Dude, that's what you saw how fired up I got yesterday. But Kirk Lakup's the guy.
Well, he's the guy who saw the guy. He's the guy who noticed it from the guy. And then he pulled off, then he made it all happen.
Well, wow, man.
So, he was probably doing what you're doing. He's scrolling on the internet endlessly. And then he sees something that catches his eye, and he goes, oh, that's
never go full Jeff. I'm taking my credit back. You saw it. Remember I gave it to him. I was thinking never go full Jeff came up with the inception of the idea.
It might have.
No, he said he got it from the Warriors' Twitter account. That's dope.
Draymond Green. Let's go to Grant and Sonoma.
Back to threes last night.
Back to the Niners, all early.
Oh, gosh.
He's got one three-pointer after the first quarter this year. Go ahead, Grant. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
First, I hope you can understand my accent. I'm actually an Aussie. I live in Sonoma.
Nice.
I'm a huge 49ers fan.
Okay.
Hey, first, Guru, you can say some crazy stuff. I'm totally with Steinmetz on that Cowboys call of 4-3. But
I got you. I still love you.
I know, no disrespect. You're a cool dude. Hey, so just on the Niners Phillies game, I think these teams are obviously super evenly matched. I do think the rain is going to have a big impact, and that comes down to three factors. I think the advantage Niners. I think field goals. Who the heck knows what's going to happen there? Hopefully, Moody has a chance here to prove that he's a great field goal kicker.
I appreciate it, Graham. Yeah, Graham, terrible conversation, terrible connection. However, I do remember him now from a while back. He called before. He's been consistent. He likes me more than you.
Yeah, I could tell.
Hey, there was one thing I was going to... Oh. It's probably too early to take a victory lap on Pajemski, but I'm getting close. By the way, your boy Moody was not that great last night.
Okay, he was great 2 nights ago.
Yeah, and they lost. Yeah. But what you'll find, with Moody is he's going to be less effective when he's playing with the starters because the players are better.
But you remember the show where I brought up Pajemski, and you just, because he was a rookie, if you're counting on them, blah, 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 but I'm trying to see how you're going to incorporate that into your
no, there's two things can be equally true.
Because he can play, Steiny.
I'm still trying to figure out why you want a victory lap about Pajemski.
Because they haven't even played 20 games, which means he's played 10. So within 10 games, I have completely identified his game, why it's important, what he brings, what the Warriors saw in him, and why he is going to be a factor on this team, probably more than Moody by the end of the year.
Oh, I thought it was because of the interview that you pissed him off in.
Yeah, that's what we were doing. Yeah.
Have you ever seen him interviewed after that?
Yesterday.
Yes.
He's miserable. So it wasn't me.
Well, when you talk about his haircut.
He's understated, but he's got a wry sense of humor, and we clicked, and you guys are jealous because we have a lot in common.
Evan, we were in the room. We had to fix it.
You fixed nothing.
Yeah. I said, Lil D, you know my son? He said, yeah, I just saw Lil D in L.A. Remember that part?
I want to say something so mean about his son right now. I can't
tell you what, I wasn't jealous of the tension that you created in that room.
Yeah. I said, Lil D, did you guard pods in practice? He was like, yep. I said, I do.
Forced him right and shut him down.
Helped him out.
Stay on Pod's left hand.
Look at you.
What?
We got to get him on. He'll come on.
Apparently won't come on with me. Like Draymond won't come on with you.
But stop. We've had Dre on.
What about Bosa?
I'll take Bosa any day of the week.
He don't do much media.
Would come on and talk about
Evan, that's an early find.
We're going to play well in Philadelphia.
Let me try. Well,
okay, stop.
I wanted to get to the quarterback. That's my boy. That's pretty good. I got a fire going on.
With your car?
No, it's in the shop.
Oh, wait.
I'm in a rental right now.
It's the other thing.
I can't even fit in it, Steiny. It's so small.
What kind of rental you
got? Corolla.
Oh, those are beautiful cars.
But it's small. Dude, I need the caddy back.
All right, back to the Niners. back to the Niners. Let's get to Rolando in Fort Lauderdale. I'm sorry, Fort Worth, Texas. Back to the Niners. Hey, Rolando, how you doing? What's the key to the game?
How you doing, guys?
Oh, Dynamite.
What's that?
We're doing Dynamite here.
Okay, yeah, I think like some of the other callers, I think the weather's going to play a big part. I remember that Cleveland game, Purdy was having trouble throwing that wet ball, it looked like. So that weather really kind of is worrying me a little bit. And then another big key is we have to block. Offensive line has to block. We have to be able to block, keep Reddick and other guys off of Purdy. Give him time to throw, how he's been successful this year, having time or at least not getting rushed, immediately as soon as he gets the ball. And that'll just open up the run game as well. I think the defense is going to be good, play good, but just being able to block them, their defensive line. I know they're really trying to get Purdy because they've been hearing, if we have Purdy, so they want to show with Purdy or without Purdy, we can still dominate you. So our offensive line has to step it up, be able to block. And I want to see how Purdy handles that wet ball because it didn't look too good in Cleveland. I know he had a bad game all the way around, but it looked like he was just overthrowing balls and just not putting them on target. So that wet ball is kind of I want to see how he plays with that.
Good stuff, Rolando. Good breakdown there.
Yeah,
I wonder if the line. I got a prediction. Is the line still 3?
I can tell you if you have.
Yeah, but it's moved to 2.5 and back to 3, but it's been about.
I bet you it comes down from 3
to what?
To 2 or 1,
like Sunday morning.
Well,
because of the rain.
The 1 will be a big jump.
Yeah, I think
2.5 is 3 to me. Yeah,
I think
smart money coming in late.
I'm hammering. No, I ain't gonna tell. I ain't even messing with this because Niner fans will hit me Monday. You mushed us. You mushed us.
Oh, so you're not picking the Niners?
I'm picking them. I'm just not betting on them. Wink, wink. Yeah, Snidey, wink, wink. Yeah. I like where they're at. How about that?
I know you do.
And what did you?
And it's
let me tell you, I don't give you enough credit.
That
gauntlet that Philly's been on mentally, the grind.
Yeah, but they had close games. But can you believe some of the games were close?
But if this were any other team but their rival, like I think Philly hates the Niners because they beat them, and like the caller said, they didn't get the credit. So it's like waking up a sleeping dog in a sense. But Philly's got the better record, but I don't think they have the better team. I mean it, man.
Yeah, no, I know. I know you mean it.
And I'll come in here and give Philly all the credit in the world.
You know what?
Because this
we ain't taking it from you.
Yeah, who is
like we?
You ain't the Eagle.
EAGLES Eagles.
I don't even know that. I hate
that should piss
song.
off the Bay.
Who even writes it?
That's not the same as the song.
I know, but I hate this song. I even asked Devin.
But let me guess, the Niners one's cool.
Well,
you like the Niners one. And the Warriors theme songs are the best. Oh, I love what the Giants do with their music at the stadium, but I don't like what anybody else does. Don't be afraid of the Bay Area, Goo. You're a part of it.
Yay area.
You stand up for yourself sometimes.
T-Lou the boss, Steiny, you're gutless.
How so? What aspect? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but be more specific.
I'll let you know when it comes in.
Let's go to JJ in San Jose. Hey, JJ, what's going on, man? We got to get down there, Goo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on y'all, man. Y'all fronting, man.
Santana Row.
Whatever, man.
Yeah.
Don't even get me started, man.
All right, we'll stop.
But until y'all make it down here to Santana Row, San Pedro Square, you know what I'm saying? We'll leave that there.
You're right. You're right,
Summer
JJ.
of 24, spring of 24.
Well, we got to get up to O'Kennedy's too.
So check this out. Steiny, I've been hearing you downplay what a victory would mean for the Niners. Let me tell you something, man. They win on Sunday.
Yes,
it'd be huge because not only obviously it's the next game they win that one, but following that the Cowboys want a piece of the Eagles too. So let's just say, for instance, if the Eagles lose their next two, they're down to the 5 seed. So
no, you're right.
Niners got to take care of business.
No doubt.
Niners take care of business, and all of a sudden, they got to root for Philly following week. But they got every opportunity right now to get that 1 seed and take it all the way home.
Well,
come down his road like you did mine. Like that's how the Niners got to be thinking.
I'll just give you the numbers. The numbers are that if the Niners win on Sunday, the Eagles chances of winning the number 1 seed dropped to 57%. Okay. So they're still in total control.
Do you know if they win this game?
95.
Oh, my. It's over. Concede. Wow, man. That's enough motivation right there.
In fairness, this is...
Uh-oh.
Now, I'll address this. 5-1-0. Oh, Steiny. Draymond has 1 3-pointer after the first quarter this year. However, he still scored 13 points last night and helped the team win shorthanded. All right, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I made up that he only has 1 3-pointer after the first quarter.
Okay.
But go ahead and prove me wrong. I guarantee. What's he got? So he's got
2 tall tales 2 days in a row.
How many total threes has he made this year? 18?
Shooting 46%.
Man.
Okay. So he's got 23s. Let's say 20?
Yeah.
I guarantee you over 12 are in the first quarter.
How many touchdowns do you think Brock Purdy's going to throw after the first quarter?
I'm being honest, Evan. I'm going to say 3.
So,
because I think they're going to score at least 35 to 40 points.
In the rain. You want to bet?
No.
I'll bet you on that.
No, bet he has 3 touchdowns.
No, you said 35, 40 points. I will bet you that the 49ers don't score more than 35 points.
I'd be an idiot then.
Well,
give me the 3 touchdowns.
But the question is, are you going to make the bet?
No. Now, had I had a cocktail in me, you would have got that bet. Nah, that's just dumb.
Okay, 5-1-0. You're getting under my skin. Comcast visit. Steiny, is Moody still a Jag? You're not a non-Jag after 1 or 2 good games. Stop it.
Steiny, it's like you're...
It's 82 games.
Nobody's saying Moody.
Yeah, they are.
Listen,
yes, they are.
I know you better than anybody.
You said it.
It's not... This is how you take stuff.
Yeah.
Nobody's selling you Moses Moody, even when I first introduced my infatuation with him, that he's Kobe. And I think you take stuff so literal that it bothers you. Moses Moody has gifts. And let me tell you who else has gifts. Pajimski has gifts.
Okay.
We can all see
Every
that.
NBA player has gifts.
Okay, all right. But Moody's has been on display more so because he's been here longer
2
than
games.
Brandon. No doubt. No. I'm just telling you, even in the game Western Conference Finals against Dallas, Moody, they ran him out there.
By the way,
it was a good good showing, man.
Let me address something here.
Nobody's telling you they're Kobe.
Let me address something here, and it was lost. We got lost in the whole thing. The whole thing we got lost the other night against Sack when he pulled Moody out and then got asked for an explanation. We actually buried the lead in that, and I'll tell you what it was. It wasn't the mistake. The mistake was the mistake. But what Steve Kerr said is we wanted our defensive lineup in there. And that does not include Moses Moody. Period. So I don't want to hear about what a great defender he is if he can't be on their team that needs to prioritize defense.
So you're telling me right now.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I got you. Well, whatever happened, he apologized the next day to Willard and
Just stop telling me he's a great defender if you don't keep him on the floor when you're looking for defense.
Well, hold on.
That's all.
Is he a better defender than Klay at this point?
I don't know.
I would take him over Klay Thompson at this point on defense.
Okay.
That's just me.
Well, then
his lateral movement, there's not even...
Apparently that's different. Then the bottom line is this. They both are very mediocre guarding the perimeter, but Moody can't guard bigs as well as Klay. Let's go to Johnny in San Francisco. What's up, Johnny? How you doing, man? Back to the Niners.
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
How you doing, guys? I grew up in Philly, and I've been listening to a lot of Philly radio, so I can't stand it right now.
Let's go.
Hearing it. And they give Purdy no respect. They give McCaffrey no respect. They certainly don't give Debo any respect. And to me, Debo's like the epitome of the San Fran base, and it really bothers me because he's a crier and a bitch. Go Birds!
We had Johnny in San Francisco. Good job, Spadone. No, you think I'm being sarcastic.
No.
Spadone had a note.
Oh, okay.
Possible Eagle fan trolling.
Right, yeah. Like,
I mean, that's pretty sad.
What do you do after you hang up? I did it.
Well, you quick listen.
Where's the glory? Where's
you got the
Denzel
8 second.
In that?
You hear if the B word made it, and we have professionals here.
You probably wiped the hot Cheetos off your shirt.
Now that, my boy, that's a
just sitting there on his couch, nothing else.
Mom's couch.
In the basement, you mean?
Probably, yeah. In the basement. In the basement.
Mm-hmm.
If the Yeah, I agree with this one. 415. If the Niners lose this Sunday without any significant injuries after the game, what'll be the excuse? No, I'm kind of with Bonte. I heard Bonte talking. This is set up for a 49er win.
Oh, my goodness.
Just like there are games. Last night's game was set up for the Golden State Warriors to beat the LA Clippers. Clippers were playing their 5th game in 7 nights, and they were on a back-to-back. I know the Warriors were.
I get that.
Well, this game is set up for the Eagles to get beat. So to me, an Eagles win would mean a little more than a Niners win because
kind of ends the race.
Exactly.
Yeah. But with that thought process, are you telling me 7 days for Philly to get ready for their next opponent?
I'm not talking about their next one. But I'm not doing it.
But my point is,
they're not thinking about Dallas.
Yeah, okay,
they're
forget
not.
Dallas. When does it? I'm asking just for the future. When does this formula run out?
I don't know. Maybe after they hosted Lombardi.
So if Philly lost, would that be the reset? I'm asking for the natural rest of the body and the mental because they're going to go into a heavy, a game that's going to be.
They'll go and beat Dallas
because of the loss.
Not because of.
Because that gauntlet is still going.
I'll tell you what, I'll bet you right now. Anybody want to bet me right now? I'll bet you right now that the Eagles win one of their next 2 games.
No, that would be a good.
Well,
that would be a dumb bet.
Okay, well then I'm not going to spend an hour talking about. Well, what if Philly loses their next 2 games? Because you won't even bet me that that's going to happen. So let's not talk about it.
Well, they played 11 and only lost 1.
Right. So what makes you think they're going to lose 2 in a row?
Chickens come home to roost. They've been pulling a lot of games out of their hat.
And you're the only guy I would look at that would say a 10-1 team's been lucky in pulling things out of their hat.
Not lucky. Come on, Stoney.
Yeah.
You got to be good, but
exactly.
Luck. Yeah. Your guy in Kansas City dropping the wide open pass. Well, they still would have got a chance to score. But still, that's luck.
I would say that if you're playing the Kansas City Chiefs or the Buffalo Bills or the Cowboys, who's the other great team?
Washington.
No, Miami.
They beat
if you
Miami.
beat the Niners, it's like if you beat those teams, you can't nitpick those wins. I mean, you want to say
just how they're like. They're not Mike Tyson knocking you out in the first round. I mean, you know what I mean? So they can be beat. You could take them to 15
Well, of course
rounds.
they can be beat, but you're holding it against the Eagles because they went to Kansas City, came back from 10 points, and won a close game. Like, that's preposterous. Like,
I'm not saying they're not good or great.
Dude, when you look at you have to take into account the teams they've played.
No doubt.
They weren't going to blow out 4 straight teams.
But Stoney, it's math. I just wonder if they keep living on the edge like that.
Well, how else were they going to live?
It's not stupid.
Where they got Miami, Washington, Dallas twice, Philly. They got Kansas City.
Yeah.
They got San Francisco. How do you not live on the edge? Hey guys, we got to go in there and win every game by 3 touchdowns. Not going to happen. 888-95. Seth Joyner next. I'm getting. You know what? I want to piss him off by the time we get out of here. I don't like what he's doing right now, Evan.
You're getting close.
Good. And we got half the show to go. Hey, the holidays are here. Now's the best time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus outstanding segments like the Morning Roast with Brian Baldinger, Willard and Dibbs with Steve Kerr, and much more on the other side. That's right. On the other side, Seth Joyner, former Philadelphia Eagle.
Have you heard? The Xfinity Mobile...
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. We got a big one this weekend, 125 Lincoln Financial Field. And right now we're joined by Seth Joyner, three-time Pro Bowler, Super Bowl champion. He's a speaker, current NFL analyst, and he played for the Eagles from 1986 to 1993. That's right around the time, Daryl, that I was a Eagles season ticket holder.
Oh, look at you.
So I saw Seth Joyner play quite a bit. Actually, Seth, I wasn't a season ticket holder, but my rich friend's dad was. But I remember watching you play. I remember watching you play. How you doing, man? Thanks for joining us.
I'm doing great, guys. What's happening?
Just give me some thoughts on this game. I mean, I know the Eagles are I'll just set it up. I know the Eagles are in the middle of a brutal stretch. They are at home. It looks like it may be wet. It feels like the Eagles may have the right to feel a little disrespected by the Niners. You go from there.
Well, I mean, listen, the team these two teams have history from last year. A lot was said, after the game was over as to how the game played out, by some players, in San Francisco, instead of just, hey, they got the best of us today, we'll see them, down the road. It was a lot of sour grapes, and it's led to, a lot of back and forth. And, here we are. We find, in my opinion, the two preeminent teams in the NFC conference just basically, squaring off again, trying to get or secure the number one seed in the conference going into the playoffs.
Seth, I was telling my partner I follow you on Twitter or X, and you never bite your tongue. I appreciate it. You speak on what you see. And last year in the NFC Championship game, I felt like the Eagles secondary was better than it currently is now. Are you concerned about the Eagles secondary in this ball game and moving forward?
Well, listen, I mean, I'm of the opinion that the secondary and the rush work hand in hand. When you're amassing 70 sacks in a season and 78 throughout, the playoffs last year, it makes coverage on the back end easier. I've been a party to both of that. I've been a party to the guy that's actually getting the rush on the quarterback, and I've actually been the guy that's been a party to covering. When you can pass rush, it makes the coverage easy, and when the coverage is tight, it makes the pass rush easy. So it's kind of synergistic. I get the sense that the Eagles are the type of defense that, they're not a pressure defense in the least little bit. I think they're somewhere in the 15 to 20 percentile, in blitzing. That's awful low in today's NFL. They're a bend but don't break style defense. And, they're going to give up some yards because that's their mentality. They want to create explosive plays and they want to limit, the opposing team from getting explosive plays. And if that's your mindset, if your mindset isn't aggressive, then that means you're going to give up, some real estate.
Three-time Pro Bowler Seth Joyner joining us on 95.7 The Game. Seth, let me ask you this. When you were playing, what team did you hate the most? What team would you say it got the closest to personal with?
Oh, it's still personal with the Cowboys.
Okay.
I'm sure that you guys feel the same way, you feel the same way in San Francisco about the Cowboys, I'm sure.
Okay, so fair enough. So if the Eagles feel that way about the Niners, or the Niners feel that way about the Eagles, what can you describe how it matters on Sunday?
Well, it matters from an intensity standpoint. If you hate a team that much, then everything is heightened. Your preparation is heightened. Leading up into the game is heightened. The intensity of the game is heightened from, the first snap of the game. Every play in that game, is heightened. It's similar to, a way the NFC Championship game was last year. I mean, you're playing for all the marbles, right. And, the finality of losing that game and not moving on is massive. So I get it and I understand. Well, now there's been some bitter feelings about, how that game turned out and some innuendos as to how it would have turned out if things were different. And, now these two teams find themselves, in the throes again. I believe it's going to be a very intense game. It's going to be a knockdown, drag-out game. Both teams are going to lay their absolute best on the line because listen, the 49ers, if they lose this game, for all intents and purposes, the Eagles pretty much has wrapped up the number one seed. So if the 49ers can win the game, at least they've got hope. Now you're only one game behind the Eagles. So, and then the Eagles have still got, the Cowboys next week, and then the Seattle Seahawks. I don't think anybody's worrying about the Giants twice and the Cardinals, to end the season. But, it's a pivotal game for both teams because the Eagles can put themselves in prime position, to pretty much lock up the conference and the number one seed. By losing, they open the door and create a lot of drama over the next 4 weeks, how things could actually play out.
No doubt. Seth, I love talking to former players for this next question I'm about to pose to you because you got Jalen Hurts, took his team to the Super Bowl last year, MVP this season, but the Niners got Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. And, I've been on both sides of the field. I didn't know if he was real. It looked great. And now I'm like, he looks like the man. But a lot of people say he's the product of a system. The Niners as an offense, Seth, lead the league in explosive plays over 20 yards. Can you share with us your thoughts on Brock Purdy? Is it real? Do you need to see more? Where are you at?
Well, I'm going to give you the long answer because I've been trying to evaluate this offense. Back in the day, we used to play against the Redskins. They were one of our big foes, in the NFC East back when Joe Gibbs was the head coach. And, they had one of the best offensive lines in the National Football League. But they had an offense that was very multiple. Multiple from the sense that, they had interchangeable parts. Like, you could put Art Monk where Gary Clark was and put Gary Clark where Ricky Jackson was. And then you had, interchangeable tight ends, that you could move around. The backs, you had, a third down back, a first and second down back. And when I look at the San Francisco 49ers, and they did a lot of the things that San Francisco does now. They did a lot of motion, a lot of shifting. They try to, because they know that if you're from a defensive perspective, if you're calling defenses based upon formations, that motion changes formations and shifts change formations. So if I can get you in 3 or 4 different defenses before we snap the ball one time, we can create chaos and hopefully, create a mistake somewhere. Well, San Francisco's offense is pretty much like that in that, Debo and Christian are pieces that are interchangeable. Both of them can play running back. Both of them can play in the slot. Both of them run jet sweeps efficiently. Then you got Juszczyk and Kittles, and both of them, they're interchangeable. Both of them can play fullback, and both of them can play, tight end, and they're effective in catching the ball out of the, catching the ball, and, obviously Kittles much, much more. The wild card for me is Brandon Ayuk because they don't do a whole lot of different things with him. They line him up, and he is their guy that they want to hit down the field. But they do a lot of motioning, they do a lot of shifting, they try to keep you. It's a lot of window dressing, and I get the sense that, when you realize that they truly only have a handful of formations and a handful of plays. They just window dress it with formation with guys being in different positions. And when you can begin to see it from that standpoint, then you can prepare a lot differently. Now, there's no doubt about it, the key to this offense is Christian McCaffrey, because if you go back and you look at the 3 games spent where they lost 3 games in a row. Christian was hurt one game. He had the groin issue. Then they didn't run the ball all that well in the next 2 games, even though Christian came back the next week. So if you look at it, those 3 games are the worst rushing output that the 49ers had all season long. And to me, that's why they lost the game, because Brock Purdy needs a good running game that allows him to go play action, bootleg, and misdirection. Now he can throw the ball on rhythm and on time and is extremely accurate with his ball. But if you can take away the run and make him play the game from the pocket, move him off his spot, and get away from his first read, now you have an opportunity to make him look average. But if all the elements are where they need to be, you got problems. But if you nullify the run, then you can nullify the elements of what makes this offense as potent as it is.
You're listening to 3-time Pro Bowler, former Eagle, Seth Joyner. You know what, Seth? I got to tell you something. Like, you always try to come up with somebody who reminds you of somebody else, but, And we've been trying to do that with Purdy for the last year. But you know what? And I know Theismann's a Hall of Famer, but there are similarities between Theismann and Purdy, and I hadn't put those two together, but they do have similarities. I think, and that's an interesting point you brought up.
Well, listen, I'm not one of those guys. I don't like comparisons because
right.
ages and eras are different. Like we can talk about LeBron and we can talk about Jordan all we want, but they both played in different eras. What would Michael Jordan look like in this era? He'd probably still be great. What would LeBron look like in Jordan's era? So let's just enjoy these guys in the eras that they play in and say, hey, they were greats in their own eras. When it comes to, football players, the game has changed. Brock Purdy is not playing under the same pretenses that, a Joe Theismann had to play under. So the dynamics are different. Players, listen, these players, the arm is stronger. They're throwing the ball probably 25 to 30% more than they did in that era. And a lot of these guys are a lot more athletic, than most of those quarterbacks in that era ever were. They were just pocket passes. Don't be fooled by Brock Purdy. He's not a guy that's just going to stand back there and let you sack him. He's got athleticism, and he can get out of the pocket, and he can convert, with his legs on third downs when he needs to. Now, he doesn't want to because the way that this offense is constructed is to throw the ball on the rhythm, to throw it on time off a play-action pass and bootleg and misdirection. But when everything goes to hell in the handbasket, if you don't keep him in the pocket and you don't contain him, he can hurt you. So it's hard to find that guy, from past eras or the current era that you can say this is who he looks like, because he's a combination of a couple of different things. He runs when he needs to. He throws the ball on rhythm and time when he has to, and he runs and he's very accurate and he runs the offense the way that Kyle Shanahan wants it to be run. That's why they've gotten rid of so many other guys who have had some success, or guys who have been expected to have some success, that they paid a lot of money to and put a high draft pick in because he operates in a way that they never could.
Seth, you were part of some of the best defensive units to ever do it. I can remember, rest in peace, Jerome Brown and Reggie White and Eric Allen. And when you look at this Niner front and defense, a lot of it is Bosa, newly acquired Chase Young, Hargrave. I get it. But when you see number 54 perform, Fred Warner at linebacker, can you walk us through what you see?
He is the modern day inside linebacker, because most teams nowadays, because of personnel, most teams are basically a 4-2 front. And for the teams who do not value the linebacker position, in my opinion, they find themselves in a myriad of problems, because it's not like you run a 4-3 where you got 4 down and 3 linebackers on the field, or a 3-4 where you got 3 down and 4 linebackers on the field. You literally only have 2 linebackers on the field nowadays. So at least one of those guys better be a hellraiser. Y'all got 2. Greenlaw is just as good, in my opinion. He just doesn't get to shine. He's just as good as Warner, in my opinion. He is the quintessential linebacker of today's age. He can run, he can rush, he can cover. He's smart. He understands run fits better than most linebackers that I've seen in the modern game. Most guys don't even know where to fit. If you don't put them in a 5-man front and give them a 1-gap-to-flow responsibility, they have no idea how to even read blocking schemes, because nowadays I get the sense that a lot of these linebackers are reading the backfield instead of the offensive line to tell them what the play actually is and where the run play is actually going. So to me, he's the full package, man. I mean, it doesn't. You couldn't ask for more. I mean, the dude running the full 440. He can get anywhere on the field he wants to, but he's smart enough, to not have to stress himself to be able to get there, because he's very smart and understands how he's being attacked and where he's being attacked and what teams' tendencies are. So he's never out of position. He's never taken false steps, and he's never guessing.
Seth, you got a prediction for us?
Well, listen, I think it's going to be a knockdown drag-out. The Eagles have figured out and found every conceivable way that you could think of to win this football game. It's, really, I don't like to give predictions because there are so many factors that go into it. I mean, you can go into last year's game, and who would have thought that the Eagles were going to be able to put 31 points on that defense? And you can talk about Brock Purdy not being there, but when they came in the Lincoln Financial Field last year, they were the number one ranked defense darn near across the board. They were number one in points, yet they gave up, and this is the thing that people don't remember. They gave up 31 points to the Eagles, So, yeah, Brock is a difference maker, but, also the Eagles, he didn't just bow out of the game. The Eagles forced him out of the game, but with how they played. And that's another dynamic of this whole thing that, people don't want to look at, don't want to, back in our day, it was about knocking guys out of the game. Let's see what the backup can do. As inhumane as that might sound, that's the way we played the game. And I'm not saying that Hassan Reddick was trying to put him out of the game. He was playing the game hard. He was playing it fast, and it was an unfortunate situation. And then they had another quarterback that came in, and he got hurt as well. The Eagles forced those things, So to be honest with you, you could go the complete opposite direction. It could be the 49ers doing that, this game. So I'm not going to say one way or the other. Listen. If I'm looking at the body of work, the 49ers the last 2 weeks have played extremely well. Okay, the Eagles have found a myriad of different ways to win. They beat two teams in the last 2 weeks that were in the AFC that were perennial, supposed to be Super Bowl contenders. Down coming back from 10 points. So it's hard for me to say, that the Eagles don't stand a chance. But it's also hard for me to say that, now you got San Francisco fully healthy and hitting on all cylinders, that they don't stand a chance. I'm just looking forward to the best game that's probably going to be on TV during this season because these teams don't like each other, and they're going to lay it all out on the line. They're going to be out for blood. It's going to be a lot of chirping. It's going to be chippy. The weather's going to be crappy. It's going to be an old school smash mouth style game. And they're only going to be able to throw the ball when they have to. So I'm looking forward to that more than anything, more than me wanting to predict, how it's going to turn out. I'm just glad that we're going to see a defensive battle. It's just going to be a straight up battle royal, man.
Let's go.
Hey, Seth, great stuff, man. Thank you so much for joining us. Great info, great knowledge, and enjoy the game this weekend.
You guys, my man. You guys do the same.
Yes, sir. Seth Joyner, Super Bowl champ.
That's a lot there.
I'm going to tell you, well.
He's great.
I tell you what.
I felt like I was in class.
I'll tell you what.
He said the Niners have multiple guys.
Here's the one thing that stood out. Stook. Here's the thing that stuck out to me. I think he hit it. I think he hit a grand slam. I think he found the quarterback that is a great comparison to Brock Purdy, and it's Joe Theismann. That's the guy. That's the guy. I was wrong, though. Joe Theismann not in the NFL Hall of Fame. I thought he was. He's in the College Football Hall of Fame. He's probably a borderline NFL Hall of Famer.
Hall of very good.
Yeah, he is. He's all very good. Super Bowl winner. But you know what? I'm just like, Goo, yeah. Like when I pictured Theismann, I see somebody who's very accurate, middle, intermediate. I see a guy who can scramble a little bit. Right. Not a runner, but could run, was elusive. I think it's a great comparison.
I'm shocked he's not in the Hall of Fame. If you would have said Goo was Joe Theismann or Theismann once
I thought
in the Hall of Fame, I thought he was, but I'm not mad at that. I'm just trying to think of all those games I used to watch, the NFC East and Joe Theismann and Monk and all those guys, Gary Clark, the Fun Bunch. I never had him as a stiff, Steiny, like a Tom Brady, but I never had him Theismann.
Oh, my God,
with the wheels of no, he wasn't a stiff, but with the wheels of Purdy.
Oh, you mean stiff like in the pocket?
Yeah, Purdy can skedaddle, man.
I think Theismann's a good comparison. I think Theismann I kind of looked at him that way. He wasn't France Harkington.
Yeah, no doubt. Fran was, oh boy.
But
yeah, he wasn't a stiff.
You know, yeah.
Dude, look at Seth saying he just wants to enjoy this because it has all the ingredients. They don't like each other. You got the math. But man, what did he say? How incredible it is. And to me, I just use the word stress. If I were a D coordinator, Steiny, I'm going my Madden days, and you could line Debo and McCaffrey out wide, Debo could be in the back. Like, that's stressful, Matt. All these other teams are just like, okay, wide receiver out wide. You know what you got to do. I mean, Kyle knows how to use this team and the guys that are multifaceted in so many different ways. Yeah. You can't tell me that's not a headache trying to figure out what they're going to do. Yeah. And look at Seth. He didn't want to. I'm with you. I never got into LeBron, Kobe, Jordan. It's not fair to anybody, man. The eras.
There's another little matchup in this game that could be at stake.
What you got?
Eagles win this game. I think it's official. Sirianni's a better coach than Kyle.
Well, they both lost the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but Sirianni will have ownage. I know. Guru's like, his head's exploding. He can't believe it.
Tell me what I'm thinking. I went Derek Jeter. 2 games?
Yes, 2 games.
That's what I was saying. Is that ownage?
No, what I'll tell you what,
over McVay.
It's so funny, though. Kyle comes in here, and he's already a genius. Sirianni comes in here and in 2 years goes to the Super Bowl and kicks Kyle's ass. Oh, but Steiny, we don't know. He's a little weird. Sirianni's weird, so he can't be a good coach.
I like him now. No, I'm saying Kyle's been to 3 NFC championship games and 1 Super Bowl.
Okay.
I'm not saying...
That doesn't make him a better coach than Sirianni.
No, I didn't say that. I just said Sirianni, Kyle's done more.
Barely. Well, no, I mean, Sirianni's done almost just as much in a shorter period of time.
Has Kyle Shanahan cried during the national anthem?
See that?
Yeah, that's right.
Now I take it back.
That's right. They didn't. That's why they lost the game.
Dude,
this is what you guys do.
And then when he does the
you guys, this right here. This right here is what I despise. This is Homer radio at its finest. At its finest.
I just asked a question.
No, it just
could
is.
Be from North Dakota. If you cry, come on.
If you cry, right.
And so you're gonna real quick.
Yeah. Okay.
What's the thing Willard did when I missed my shot?
That has nothing to do.
The airplane.
So what?
The coach. I hate when McVay runs down there.
But just acknowledge that if Shanahan did it, as Matthew McConaughey would say, it'd be a lot cooler if he did. Stop it, Goo. Everybody loves Saleh. Oh, Saleh was so great on the sidelines, but we don't like when McVay runs down there. No, just admit the double standard.
Well, you're talking to other people.
I'm talking to
me.
You. Remember that? They used to do that in high school. You get a foul called on you, and the opposing crowd goes, you. Is that an East Coast thing?
I was on the
Probably.
Field. Yeah. But dude, come on.
Come on, what?
Sirianni. He had his son up there last week. I loved it. I was like, you know me, Stein. If you're a good dad, you're all good with me.
But I respect it. That guy loves his country.
Thank you. I mean, seriously.
Great Italian American right there.
I'll be honest. I don't like my country, but I wouldn't make fun of that.
Hey, watch your mouth.
You're making fun of a guy who's patriotic, not me.
How did I make? We got to go. Pay the bill.
What are you going to do? What are you doing during the break?
I'm trying to keep
Are you
my
going to burn
job.
a flag? He's going to burn a flag during the break. Oh, not even. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get back into it. 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles, 125, Lincoln Financial Field. What wins this game for the Niners? What gets them beat? Great interview with Seth Joyner. We'll play some of that, too, afterwards, especially his comparison to Brock Purdy. That's the best comparison I heard to Brock Purdy. That's the best one I've heard, plain and simple. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Don't go anywhere.
Tune in every Saturday morning at
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Somebody make up a joke about Wilkes Booth. Now, he's not in the booth anymore, but John Wilkes Booth killed Abraham Lincoln. There's got to be something there.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah.
It's Friday.
90 minutes, Goo. 90 minutes till the weekend. Steiny and Guru, you know who we are.
I'm having a blast.
Evan's
you didn't sound
here,
that
too.
like you want to get out of here.
I kind of do.
I don't. I'm ready.
Okay, I'm lifting the curtain because this is the part that...
Be careful now.
I will lift the curtain.
Be careful.
Before we ever came back, I said, Goo, I'm kind of itchy to get out of here today. And Goo says, oh, dude, I can't wait.
Well, that was
and
before.
now he doesn't want to go anymore. Snitches get stitches.
Hey, no, but that was when my car issue took a turn for the worse.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
right. By the way, we just had Seth Joyner on, former Philadelphia Eagle. And as far as I'm concerned, he made the greatest or the best comparison of a player to Brock Purdy that I've heard, and it's Joe Theismann. Joe Theismann. I think that's pretty good. I think that's a pretty good one, to tell you the truth. They did have some similarities. Now, here's the question, 888-957-9570. What wins this game for the Niners on Sunday? What gets them beat? 125 start. Looks like it's going to be a little wet. Seth Joyner thinks it's going to be low scoring.
See, that's what I want to see.
You want to see low scoring? Or?
No, I want to see if the Niners
what
can
kind of game do you want, Goo?
Honestly, I want fireworks, 4th of July, for Brock Purdy and Ayuk. They're already proven. But if we want to put the rat on the table, brought to you by Adco, Steiny, if Brock Purdy could somehow get 3 touchdowns and maybe go for 280, 300, it would be the Kyrie Irving to everybody to let people know I've arrived. But like Seth told us, like the scientist and educator he was, as much as we want to throw eggs at the Eagles secondary, I mean, they can really be helped out if that front with Carter and company can get home. And when you look at this Niner O-line, it's held up, Steiny, but outside of Trent Williams, you know, there's some questions. And I want to see if the Eagles, who know their secondary's been leaky and Josh Allen almost pulled a rabbit out of his hat and they were lucky to win that game, if they just try to bring the house and make that pocket collapse on Purdy to make it difficult. Because if he can sit back there, Steiny, and they can run the ball, then, man, we could see the Niners scoring 30 points. And I think if they get to 30, they can win this game easily.
And that's the part where I said, would you like to make a bet on that?
Yeah, but then you went 38, high 30s.
So you went 35-40, and now you're slowly you've brought it down to 30, which I'll still take action on if you want. I don't believe the Niners will score 31 or more points on Sunday.
Well, I was at the
You want to make a bet?
Yeah, if you stop at the Steph
Do you
Curry.
want to make a bet?
30 points or more.
Actually, I'm not going to do
that. Yeah, I can see it. Niners.
We got a lot of Eagle fans calling in today on 95.7 The Game.
We're the Niner fans.
I don't know. Maybe they're feeling a little tight.
Or on the plane to Philly.
Let's go back out to Philly.
Oh, boy.
As long as they're respectful. Let's go to Nick. Oh, we can't go to Nick right now because. Okay, I got you. Okay, I got you. Okay. Let's go to Mo in Allentown.
Mo.
Hey, Mo in Allentown. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Steiny and Guru? How y'all doing?
Billy Joe.
What's up, baby?
Hey, look, I'm going to tell you right now, the difference in the game next week is going to be Jalen Hurts making mistakes. Being in the PA area, I see all the games. This year, the thing he's doing he didn't do last year, he's making a lot of mistakes. He's missing guys. He's fumbling the ball. He's turning them over. Everybody's talking about his comebacks and his wins, but the only reason they're having to do that is because he's messing up early in the game.
Man, no doubt about it. And I'll tell you what, winning is the best deodorant or cologne, but even the Dallas game, when they were running the clock out, the handoff, there was confusion. It was a fumble. They got it back. It happened last week, and I'm just like, Jalen, but he's been getting away with it, and they still have his name in the MVP candidacy. So I could see a mistake or two, Steiny. 10 interceptions, but he's getting the wins, man. That's the most important, right?
I could see a mistake or two. So in other words, your prediction.
Well,
you're going out on a limb. You're predicting, let me just get this straight, that Jalen Hurts isn't going to play a perfect game. I hope both you guys want to fight me after the show. I don't care.
No,
I don't care.
Lover,
right
not
now.
a fighter.
No, you're not.
Please.
You ain't much of that either.
I got 3 kids. I'm a lover.
That's a long time ago.
Well, one of the reasons I'm a little confused back here is, I've been going through this Joyner interview trying to find that comparison you were talking about.
Dude!
Right.
He didn't explicitly say Purdy was Joe Theismann.
That's Steiny.
He said the Redskins offense is the 49ers offense.
Okay, fine. I'm saying it.
Okay, there you go.
But
I was confused. I was trying to find the
because
comp.
I didn't hear Joe. Evan, this is the, I'm giving, no.
So you're saying he never said Joe Theismann's
That's what
name?
I'm saying,
No.
Scotty.
Okay, I am. Then it's me. And I stand on it.
Yeah, hell of a year.
The bottom line is he just get out of the room, Lucas. Get out right now. I'm not doing any more of the show if you're in there. Hey, no, when he started saying they could move personnel around.
Right.
Then I was like, Then I thought of Theismann. It was like, it's a great comparison.
Right.
So,
and I pitched
you know what?
2 lines.
Forget Seth Joyner. I made another great one.
But I thought I
let me
missed
tell
when he
you
said
this.
Theismann. I
Let me
was
tell
mad
you
at
this.
I said,
No, this is
Joe?
I am so freaking good right now.
Evan's
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. You know what's funny? Yeah, here's what's funny. This is the funniest part. I put on the text, hey, Seth Joyner made a great comparison about Theismann. Everybody's like, what a great comparison. That's a great one. The best one I've heard. Best one. Wait till they hear it's from me.
Right.
Wait till they hear it's from me.
They're all going to reverse you.
No
All
doubt.
right, let's go
I got
to
nervous. Like, Goo, you got to get you missed him. Say Joe.
925. Exactly.
What?
That's exactly the way it sounds. So, Goo, Jalen Hurts has gotten lucky for 10 games. Nick in Philly. What's going on, Nick in Philly?
Hey, Steiny Guru. What's going on?
What's up,
Hey,
baby?
what's up?
2 days away.
Happy Friday.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a little upset. Mo from Allentown took my Jalen Hurts take. So, I kind of agree with him in that if the Niners are going to win on Sunday, it's going to be because Jalen Hurts turns the ball over. It's going to be wet. It's going to be rainy, cold. He's got to take care of the ball. If we're going on the flip side, can Brock Purdy play in the rain? Word on the street, he's got, below average sized hands. I think he's got 9.25, which is low for NFL quarterbacks. So I think there's going to be some turnover battles going on Sunday. I think the turnover battle probably will determine who wins the game on Sunday.
Hey, how about this?
I got it right here.
Is this stat I heard correct, Nick? Is it true that In Jalen Hurts' 2 losses in the regular season the past 2 years, he's had 4 turnovers in each game. Oh,
we lost him.
I think the answer is yes.
So that would be the Jets.
As long as Hurts doesn't turn it over 4 times.
Look at this. Purdy's hand size, Stoney, is 9.25 inches.
Let's not talk about a guy's head size, please.
Hand.
Oh, hand. I'm sorry.
Is below average among NFL QBs, but not unusual.
Well,
now I wonder what mine would measure. Yours. You got big hands. But you don't use them. You ain't been in a fight. 9.25 inches, and we saw in Cleveland when he went to pass it and kind of slipped out his hand. Not that it rained a little bit. It was some drizzle. Dude, I can't wait.
I know you can.
Yeah. Well, it starts tonight. Oregon, Washington.
You know what? That tells me something. That you're going to watch that game.
But you say it like I'm asking for drugs. What? I'm watching the Pac-12's last game.
Yeah, but just stop. Just quit.
Okay.
Quit pretending that every game's a Super Bowl.
And
every game means something. Just stop.
Warriors, Clippers last night had so much.
You're on the radio now. You're not a salesman, okay? You left the sales job.
Okay, I got you. We got Fabio won.
We'll see.
Yeah, we got him in one.
Want to bet?
No Tupac dedication
we'll see.
this week. Fabio won.
Remember what happened last time we had Fabio on? You and I got into a fight. Remember that? Hey, Steiny, we got Fabi. We got Fabi. What time, Goo? 12:30. 12:30. No, 12:30. No, 12:35. No, 12:40. Then I got and then remember right about at 12:40 when we realized.
When do you want to stop?
In a minute. Remember then we didn't have Fabi, which I could live with. But then remember you waved to somebody who was walking by, and I got mad.
Yeah. But then when Fabi comes on,
Lucas, who told you could come back in here?
Hey, you don't control him. Dude works here. Hey,
oh yeah.
No, but
what?
Just to your last point.
Yeah.
There was a lot riding on. It wasn't the outcome of the game.
What game are you
from
talking
the Warriors last night? There was some residue from the King game that we needed, and guys stepped up. So I didn't say that was game 7, but that was a big little game.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm doing this sincerely.
Yeah.
Shout out to my guy John Dickinson. Congratulations to him. That's price of admission last night with the Golden State Warriors. When you lose to the Kings like you lost, and now you have the Clippers at home on a back-to-back, and then the Clippers again. After that Kings loss, the first thing you do is you must win that next game, which gets you back to ground zero.
Right. And I didn't say anything. I'm not mad at that.
You're already 3 feet under. Yeah, right. 6 feet under.
I'm not saying throw a parade, but I hear you.
Right. So they were 3 feet under, coming back.
Wiggins slams his
They
finger
won the
in
game.
Door.
Now they're back to ground zero.
And they're one under 500, 9-10.
Are they that good?
Yeah, 9-10.
Let's go to Big John in Milpitas. Wants to talk about the tush push.
Hey, guys. Yes, I've got the answer. How to stop it.
Tell us.
Yes. So, without playing dirty here, but when I watched that Buffalo game, and I saw they did this on accident, but they jumped off sides and they blew it up, just smashed them, right? So what if they do that? I mean, they might get 2 or 3 yards. So what if you take a 5-yard penalty, but you punish them for doing it?
Yeah, I mean,
what do you think about that?
I mean,
you didn't stop it then because it's a first down. You know what I mean? That was material, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, you didn't stop it. I did want to. I know that interview was long. I wanted to ask him what he thought his Philly defense would have did against the tush push. Hey, Steiny, this thing is taking on a life of its own. What you got?
Hey, Lucas, how long have you been in there? When did Spadoni leave?
I've been here for about a minute. Spadoni left.
What up, Luke?
10 minutes ago.
Yeah, 12:30 every day.
Who took the call? Who screened Nick from Philly and who hung up on him?
Me.
Oh, Evan,
Why?
who is this guy? Like somebody's in trouble.
He wasn't done. He's on the text. He wasn't done.
No, I apologize to Nick. I'm here alone. If you'd like to come back here and take calls, you can.
Wow. Let him know, Evan. Let him know what you do.
I think he called.
Which is one of the reasons why I asked you to not go to a call while I'm on the phone.
And I didn't when you were on the phone.
And who cares about Nick?
Well,
call back.
You don't want to hear what Nick says because he might criticize a 49er player. That hurts your feelings.
You hate that
I know.
Man.
Like, here's the other thing. I love 49er fans who are like, if you say something like, will you acknowledge at all that Deebo Samuel's sounding a little sour grape-ish? No, here we go. He won't. He won't.
You won't be.
Oh, my God.
No, they lost. He's mad.
Let me ask you this.
Sour grapes. They fed him.
So you don't think? So you think?
I don't feel sorry.
You think
for
if
him.
a Philadelphia Eagle fan thinks that Deebo Samuel's been a little bit of a crybaby?
Oh no,
the Eagles fans wrong.
Oh no,
yeah, you do.
Bonte and Shasky ripped Deebo.
Say Deebo's been a crybaby.
He's been a crybaby, and I told you that.
Say Deebo Samuel has been a crybaby.
You don't
say Deebo Samuel has been a crybaby, Steiny.
No, they've been whining in the media ever since Deebo and more Niners.
Okay.
So I love Bonte and Shasky for calling them out like enough talking. I'm doing my Bonte. They beat you, right? You know what I'm saying? And now they get to settle the score Sunday. Yeah, like I ain't into all. Well, I guess your boy, our boy Joyner is because he said there's some bad blood, but that's the bad blood as they've been yapping.
Yeah,
like Muhammad Ali did it before every fight.
Yes, and of course, this is where I go a little deeper than most, and that's why a lot of people don't join me. But
you make up fictitious stuff.
But it's so easy to say there's bad blood, and these teams don't like each other. That's very trite.
Well, it went to social media.
That's very trite.
There was tweets.
No. I get it. Tell me what it means. Tell me why. The fact that the Eagles and 49ers have trash talked or whatever's going on between the Eagles and the 49ers that we all think is more than something.
I'll tell you.
How does that manifest Sunday?
All right, I got something for you.
But we'll be able to tell the next week against the Cowboys it's different. We won't be able to.
All right, I got
is my point.
All right.
But
I got something for you.
Yeah.
So you've talked, and I agree, this gauntlet of a schedule from Philly. Mm-hmm. They're 10-1. Yeah. They're wounded, mentally there could be kind of a let up, but they would never say that. I think the bad blood from a Philly standpoint is, nah, y'all, we might be wounded. We might have had some close games, but we ain't having no let up. If we do, it ain't going to be Sunday.
It'll be next Sunday.
Because they yapping and we about to show Deebo and Brock Purdy, we're going to kick your ass with you upright. So that, and on top of that, Steiny, the Vegas component, the Niners are favored.
I know, that scares you.
No, I hate it. I do hate it.
I know you do.
Because it wakes them up.
But no, what it also does is it exposes your two-sidism. Oh, Steiny, the Niners are the greatest team. Niners are best. I believe they are, Steiny. I believe they're the best team in football. They're the best team in football. Steiny, I believe they're the best football.
Where's the second side?
It bothers me, though, that they're 3-point favorites. Are they the best team in football, or does it bother you they're 3-point favorites?
Oh, no, they're the best team. I believe best team in football.
Okay.
But
but then don't be scared. Don't be scared because they're favorites.
No, I'm going Dr. Phil. It's not about fear. I'm going Dr. Phil. Now you're being an ass.
I know.
They're going to be, I'm telling you, Philly ain't going to, if you beat them, you're going to beat them, which is how it should be. But there is a component to where Philly is like, hey, y'all, take some pills or take a shot if we got to. We got to send a message to these punks. That's why I'm looking at it from a Philly vantage point of this ain't going to be the game. They may lose, but it ain't going to be because they mentally had a win.
This poor guy.
Yeah, I feel like Cochran sometimes.
Did you ever see, you ever watch Deadliest Catch?
No.
Evan, I don't know. Are you talking to me now or not?
Yes, I've seen the show.
You ever notice, like, when they have these big freighters?
I told you I didn't see it.
Okay. But you never, I want you to close your eyes and imagine one of these big
My
boats.
eyes are closed.
Big boats.
A yacht.
No, bigger. Like cruise ship.
Oh, whoa, okay.
Or what do they call, or the ships that come in at the port of Oakland with containers.
Longshoremen.
You know the ropes that they have, they tie them up.
Oh,
And they bring the rope from the dock.
I know.
And they tie it in a knot.
I worked at the Port Oakland.
And the next thing you know, the big piece of rope is a big ball of knot. Yeah. That must be you thinking about what you should say and what you really want to happen, knowing we're in the San Francisco market. You are a Cowboys fan, and here come the Eagles. Like, how do you keep it all straight?
Because I'm real, and I wouldn't have lasted this long.
Yeah, actually, you haven't lasted that long.
2012.
That's not much, though.
That's 11.
Dude, we got to get to 2028 at least.
Yeah.
Hey, seriously, how long do you want to keep doing this?
No, honestly.
Yeah.
Until I'm out.
Well, hopefully it'll last longer than the knockout competition.
I'm gonna give you a 1, but honestly, until I can't do it no more.
Would you be okay if it's just like, what if you want to do it longer than me?
Evan would be fine. Hey, Evan and I would rock, Snotty. This will be the most difficult part of my career. Anybody after you is all good, baby. I love you.
Deadliest catch was Devontae Smith's 4th down catch in the NFC Championship game. That's a 4.
It wasn't really a catch.
That makes it a 5.
Yeah, well, that ain't gonna. Kyle got to be quick draw McGraw.
888. All right, we got Nick back. The Bay Area breathes a sigh of relief. We got Nick back. What's up, Nick?
You asked for him.
What do you got something to say about Deebo Samuel?
Yeah.
Yeah, put your money where your mouth is, big boy.
Well, as a fellow, I actually went to school with him. I'm a South Carolina guy, just like Deebo. And, I used to love him. He was my guy. And, even last year we're playing against him, you kind of root for, guys you went to college with. So I had a soft spot for Deebo. I can't believe he ran his mouth like he did after the game and like he did this week. I don't understand why he'd do it. He's just giving us free ammunition. I mean, the Niners got all the motivation in their back pocket from last January. There's no reason for them to go and light a fire under the Eagles, run their mouth, give the Eagles a reason to want to win the game more than they already do. I can't
but
believe
didn't he just state the obvious?
My partner's really sad.
And I hear everybody
really
graduates from South Carolina. Like, I know, seriously, my boy told me that. But listen, didn't he just state the obvious? Like, we do all wonder, you probably do too, what that game would have been like. Hey, Niners might have lost had Purdy been healthy, and I think that's what makes this matchup better.
Yeah, but Guru, he's calling James Bradbury trash.
Well, James called him a bona fide running back. That hurt.
He actually is.
But that hurts. That hurt me.
That's not calling him trash, though. I think there's a difference between saying the guy runs the ball, he does a little bit of everything, and saying the guy's trash.
I'll tell you this. You and I differ because I think that cut more.
Yeah,
I'm a receiver.
You're getting vintage guru here,
when you
Nick.
tell me, you know what, you're not like the boss told you, you're not a traditional one. That hurts you. But no, I'm just saying that ain't nothing. That's a slight. When you tell Deebo, a receiver, he's a bad one, he can run the ball, that you're just a glorified running back. So it's 50-50 to me, man.
I would say it's 70 to 30%.
I'm with Nick on that.
You guys,
I'm with Nick.
You guys are on your own then.
I'm with Nick. All right, Nick, thanks a lot for the call. Appreciate it. Good luck Sunday.
Gosh.
What am I wishing him good luck for?
And you could actually be going to the game. You don't no regret, huh?
No.
Damn.
Tell you what, because we get a rematch. I'll go back to Philly
if it's in there. But yeah, okay.
Yeah. Well,
could you imagine you might? Well, you'd be in green, unlike Shasky and Bonte.
I have never gone to a game. Oh, that's not true. In the last year.
Quantify, okay.
You're wearing Warriors yellow courtside.
Boy.
No.
That I couldn't believe
I wore a Hawks shirt when they were in the Eastern Conference Finals in Milwaukee.
Oh,
I was sitting with Solomon Thomas's mom. What do you want? I mean, Solomon Hill. Solomon Hill.
I'm like, he ain't here.
Hey, Solomon, you were a bad draft
That's
choice.
when you did the show, me, you, and Dibs from the hotel.
Shut up.
Dibs didn't like
Stop it.
Dibs
Don't.
Didn't like your performance. Oh, that's in my book. That's a chapter in my book. No, your Milwaukee trip. Dude, the stuff the tales I got.
Pulling back the curtain.
People think
on
you
something
don't. Yeah.
that nobody wants.
I got a middle Rolodex now.
See, now everybody's going to be like, "What's Guru talking about? Is it anything to do with why Willard went to the game last night?"
We got to find out what he did.
I know what he did.
Dude, you didn't know then, though, when we left out of here.
I'll let Goo. Okay. Hey, Goo, we having a guest next segment?
Oh, we got Fab.
We're just talking about having a guest.
Fabby Davis.
All right, let's see how much.
Mayor.
Mr. Fab, let's see how punctual he is. We have Mr. Fab on the other side, rapper, hip-hop artist extraordinaire, 3-time platinum artist and songwriter. Mr. Fab, one of the good guys coming up on the other side on 95.7. This guy is such a D.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. Let's get right to it.
Fabby.
But I'm bringing Fabby in right away, but he's got to listen to a little story of mine first. What's up, Fabby? 3-time platinum artist and songwriter, founder of Forever After Music and Dope Era Clothing. I hope I did the first one right, my man.
Fabby.
What's up? Hey, Fabby.
We got him.
Okay, so
I want to hear the story.
Well, this is the story.
I don't know where you're going.
So,
Where are you?
What just happened?
We had a break.
During the break.
I went and got a 7-Up.
Okay, so we're in a new building.
Yes.
Every once in a while, you bump into somebody you haven't seen before.
No doubt, no doubt.
Okay, so let me give people a little piece of advice. When you get introduced to somebody, tell them your name.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Matt.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Oh.
Well, who the hell are you? And then you said, hey, hi, I'm Guru. She goes, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
What's her name? Who did we just introduce ourselves to?
I got you. I left that part out. I was thinking about Fab. Yeah, I left
Fabby,
that part
what's
out.
up,
We
man?
got Fabby.
Fabby, what's up, buddy? Stop doing this.
Fabby. It's not another no-show. He's here. Right?
But
why are you... I'll go fix it. Did I meet?
Who does she think she is? Like that we knew her already?
You're not coming at me.
No, I'm coming at her.
I thought you were. Hey,
there's a stranger, essentially in our midst.
All right, I got.
I'm trying to be the nice guy.
I thought you were coming at me because I didn't get that out of her.
How you doing? I'm Matt.
Yeah, I was focused
nice
about
to
the
meet
show.
you.
You're a man.
Who the F are you?
Yeah, no.
Why are you in the lobby? Or the kitchen?
No doubt.
Give me a
she
name.
was supposed to say that, right? Yeah.
I hope she doesn't listen to our show.
No. We got Fab.
We're gonna get him,
dude. He was courtside. He was courtside
for what?
The Warrior game. He was there front row. This
Clippers aren't that tough a tick.
Dude, Kawhi ain't moving right.
Okay, you don't want me to do this.
Oh no,
I really don't.
Norm said
what?
He's still great.
The game was not a he last night. The game was a they. Ooh. Those teams aren't going anywhere.
You think so?
No.
Clippers got one of the best defensive teams in the league.
Neither of those teams are going anywhere. Ask me why.
Why?
Because neither of those teams can sustain for long enough. No. And I'll tell you what it is.
Tell me.
And
I'm being real.
None of those, neither the Warriors at this point for sure, or the Clippers, they cannot sustain maximum effort over the course of a game.
Wow.
Over the course of a week. Over the course of a month. Over the course of the playoffs.
But you're
over
ready
the course
to
of
declare that in
they
1
can't.
month, honey?
Yes, I am absolutely willing to proclaim that. Last night was a perfect example, and I get it, it's early in the season. The LA Clippers came out last night and did what every older type team does. They try to stay in the game early without putting forth a big time effort.
Damn.
Can we take the easy way out, hang in the game, and then somehow find a way to win it without paying all our dues?
Wow.
No team can, you idiot. You're right. But other teams do it better, longer, for months. Period. And that's the other thing. It's one thing to play a good quarter.
Yeah.
A good half. Now you put together a good game. Can you do it again? It's like, that's why nobody's back when they have a good game. Nobody's back when they have two good games. You got to sustain it. That's the problem with the NBA.
Okay, but what? Okay,
you want to get. Don't ask me to make last night's game the biggest win of the season. I'll make it the biggest win of the. You know what? I'll make it the biggest win of the season if they win Saturday. Then that game.
But what about
something.
if the two teams say, "Hey, Stoney, lay off"? We're working out. We're building that. Like when you go to the gym and you put 245s on to graduate to 3. You got to start small. And you build yourself up.
The teams are not quick enough anymore. They're not young enough anymore. They're not athletic enough anymore.
So you didn't say that part.
It's not they're bad guys, but they can't put the effort out as long as they could before. Whether it's
so they need the basketball blue chew.
8 or 9 great minutes. That's then got to turn into 35 good minutes.
The Clippers
then
got
turns
close.
into a good week. Then turns into a good month.
So you're going, that's why the Warriors' 24-point lead evaporated against Sac.
No, I mean, I don't know why it evaporated. I'm just saying that.
Bad decisions.
There's a million reasons why.
Hey, I guess never go full Jeff, my guy. On the First NorCal YouTube chat, I did not see this, but I saw Dre and Harden talking, and I guess Jeff is saying Harden was saying to Draymond, "You're shooting better. What did you do different?" Harden was all right last night.
Did you just watch the offensive end?
I watched it.
Did you watch Steph Curry? Did you see his eyes turn into saucers?
No, they were looking for him. Well, I'm just Harden's been so low offensively. I was like, at least you got a pulse tonight, James.
You really think that team can win it?
I think they can be a problem.
How? Like, seriously, how?
Stoney, they're one of the best defensive teams in the league. So that takes effort.
You think
and Harden just came in there to mess it up. Now they got to rebuild it with him. But I think Stoney, they're going at him to where last night he was like, I'm going to act like I'm playing D. So I think by the time it's go time, they'll be a top 6 seed. But Kawhi is so good, but Stoney, he ain't.
You tell me he hasn't lost.
Oh, no, my gosh.
Okay.
It's like he's in a straitjacket, like his body can't. Oh, man. But they're still standing. You got Paul George, you got Mann, you got West, and
you don't have to go down. You don't have to go down. You don't have to go down their roster.
Russell Westbrook, he hustles his ass off. Say what you want about him. The dude plays hard every time he's on the court, and he never not played hard. I'm sick of the Westbrook slander. The dude is what every young person should be doing on the hoop court. He gives you 100%. And I was watching it last night. Even Fitz was talking about it. He plays his ass off, and he's older. Nothing but respect for Russ. Is he the smartest man on the court? No. Can he shoot? No. But that man, give it all you got. I'm telling you, like that, I appreciate that, man. These dudes coasting, getting checks, not playing. Russell.
How long do you want to keep Fabby on hold?
Oh, we got Fabby.
With your rant.
What's up, baby?
Fabby, what's up? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. I'm passionate up here, man. I'm passionate. What's going on?
I had to stick up for Westbrook in his hustle. That's all. You was front row last night.
Here's all you need, and you know this about Guru and me. I'm actually watching the game last night, and I write down, you know what? You gotta give Westbrook some credit.
Did you?
I mean, you just have to give him credit for how hard he plays.
That's all,
it's their fifth game in 7 nights, and Guru comes in and goes, "You gotta give Westbrook credit," and now I don't want to.
Listen, I'm gonna stand up with Westbrook. Is one of those guys you hate while you playing against him, but you love him. You'll love him if he's on your team because one thing you know about him, man, he's durable. He's gonna play hard every possession. And he's just going to leave it out on the floor, man. I seen last night we was at the game we talked about when he did the dunk attempt. He missed it,
right?
But it was just like all these years later in his career, and he's still jumping out of the gym like that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Let me reintroduce our guest, Mr. Fab, 3-time platinum artist and songwriter, and also Dope Era Clothing. Dope Era Clothing, and I'm not pronouncing the other one because I'm going to blow it.
The Era way. Dope Era.
Yeah, Dope Era.
Yeah,
that I know.
The Era way, baby.
You got a house on. I got a store on Broadway.
Yeah,
in Oakland.
There you go.
You do.
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
How you feeling about the Niners on Sunday?
I want to see Brock Purdy go out there. It's just the adjustments of playing in the weather. Are they going there or are they coming here?
Philly. They're in Philly, Fab, so it might rain.
It's going to rain.
It's tough, man. Purdy hasn't shown fair in under different climates yet. I've watched a few games, but his poise is so dope. I love watching him go out there. CM is like the cheat code for running backs, man. That dude is different. He's a cheat code. They got a real good team, and the Chase Young guy, man, addition to that defense. I don't know what person is from San Francisco over in Washington that decided to let him go like that. But they gave you guys a cheat code, man, and Bosa, man. They gonna look pretty good. I'm going with the Niners, man. I'm not one of them dudes that's like a Raider Niners split. I'm a Bay Area dude, man. So I want to see the Niners win, man. My money on the Niners.
Fab, let me ask you this, because, you know, I'm from Union City, California. I grew up at the Coliseum going to the Warrior games when they were nothing. It was a great time out. And, you know, I get on here and I do this every day, Monday through Friday, and I forgot how blessed we are. And yesterday it was 11:30-23, Steph, Klay, and Dre. Steiny told me a couple weeks ago, and I'll never forget it, Fab. He said, Guru, former writer, words are my life. Words are your life too, Fab. Can you just put in perspective? Because I'm done. Oh, is this the end of a dynasty? Because I check myself because they've been doing this since 14-15. Can you just put into words this dynasty run and what those three have meant?
I think we began to press the panic button as fans, understanding that although we've had a great decade of running, we know that it's close to the end. So when it's close to the end, as you check, when people get older and things like that, they panic a little bit more about things that they would normally laugh at, myself included. I was been on social media ranting and raving about, you know, what are we doing? Do we need to trade? Are we not playing? Are the guys not helping? What's going on? And I had to realize, as you said, we've watched these guys continue to keep doing this, but we know that adjustments have to be made. But one thing that we have to appreciate as real golden era fans of the Golden State Warriors is what these guys have done. Unfortunately, if nothing else ever happens, we have to understand that in our lifetime, we were able to witness a franchise draft 4 guys, because I'm not going to leave out Loon. Loon's been there 9 years as well.
Yeah.
And we've watched a franchise draft these young guys, took chances on them, not number 1 picks, not any of that. We had 1 top 10 pick and be able to go out and change the dynamics of the way the basketball game is played. NBA will never be played the same after these guys. And we have to take that into account and say, man, we are thankful and we've been blessed. And 11-30-23 is something that will be historic in our books.
All right, Fabby, here's what we're going to let you go on. I need to know your Mount Rushmore of lyricists.
Here we go.
/songwriters.
Here we go.
Lyricist /songwriters.
Oh, that's so tough, man, because it's so like, and then I don't even know if we politically can say things like that. Like, like as far as.
No, you can put a white guy on there. That's all right.
No, I love white guys.
Fam, why we Fam, he playing.
Hey, Robert, I won't even say his last name, but Robert is, regardless of what people may feel about Robert may be one of the greatest songwriters ever.
All right.
If you know who Robert is.
Oh, I do, yeah.
Smokey Robinson.
All right. Smokey, okay.
Babyface.
Wow.
Oh, there's a little upset there.
2.
And for hip hop purposes,
sure.
Who would be like? I mean,
I can't wait, Fab.
I'm gonna have. You know what's so crazy? Because I just found this out the other day. I'm gonna say Tupac, right? Tupac to me is hip hop's version of Shakespeare. His Shakespearean approach of how he was able to paint and depict what was going on in the areas that we came from. And he gave it to us in a level and a light where he made us compassionate about things that we didn't know we were compassionate about, as well as he put himself in other people's body. He said, I thank the Lord for my kids, even if nobody else wants them. Tupac didn't even have children.
Wow.
And his poet, you know what I'm saying? His poetic expression was to dive deep into that. It was just like, wow, this is crazy. And I just found this out the other day. There's a song that he has called Unconditional Love. And when they were renaming the street, Tupac Ave, Tupac Boulevard, Tupac Street, and MC Hammer took the podium and he spoke and he said that Tupac wrote that song for him.
Ooh, wow,
and
man.
He said, Pac wrote this song for me, but when I heard it, he was like, man, I can't say this. And if you go and listen to that song, Unconditional Love, it'll make you listen to this song in a touch, in a deeper thing. The one line that stands out is, I was crying in my room because I didn't want to be a burden. Man. And to many of us children that come up in the communities that we come from, we question ourselves, like, were we a mistake? Are we the reason why our parents are struggling? What is going on? Not knowing that we were just born into poverty, but we began to take that and put it on us. And these are the things that Tupac was able to do so effortless with his description of just painting. I have to put him up there as top writers.
Wow.
Would Bob Dylan be on your list? Because that's
Robert is.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Hey, guess what
I love Bob Dylan and Eric Clapton. Eric Clapton, because Tears in Heaven, like one of my honorable mentions. If I got to do a white boy honorable mention, my Tears of Heaven. He talks about his son dying. If anybody's familiar with Eric Clapton's son, fell out of the banister and died. But he said, would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? Like, that is a crazy picture that's painted from a songwriter who lost his son the way he lost his son, and saying, if I ever got a chance to see you again, would you recognize me because you died so young? That song is crazy.
That's incredible, fam.
Hey, I'll tell you what I just found out the other day.
What?
Is that Rick James goes way back with Neil Young.
That I didn't know.
Because Neil Young's from Canada and Rick James was from Buffalo. And
so it's right by each other.
Yeah, and so there used to be like this bohemian neighborhood outside of Toronto that Rick James
Rick's
moved
a legend.
to.
I got to tell you that either,
Rick James and Neil Young. There you go, man.
Hey, Rick, I know we got to let you go, fam.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hey, Rick's a legend. Rick's a super legend, man. Like, that. Hey,
you and
I didn't know that. I didn't know Bobby Caldwell was white.
Wow, that is.
We'll leave it there.
When he died a couple months ago, I found that out. Like, whoa, like what people do for love. I'm like, he white.
Wow,
yo, that's crazy.
You ain't the only one.
I didn't know that. I can't be the only one that didn't know that. I didn't know that. But hey, with our guys, speaking on subject with our guys, I love Moody into the addition of the starting lineup, and I know it was only on a consolation just because because Wiggins had hurt his finger. But I love Moody out there. Moody doesn't back down from nobody. And I love the way that everybody contributed last night. And if we could continue to do that, I don't care what lineup that we go up against, and all cylinders clicking, contributing Warriors team as a whole unit, I think that we can beat any Goliath in this league today.
All right, we'll leave you with this, Fab. What advice would you give Klay? What if more Moody meant, hey, Klay, would you think about a different role? Is that Elliot Ness untouchable, or is that something what would you say to Klay?
I would never tell Klay to take a lighter load because even when we feel like things have been counted out, when we look at these games, it's not like, of course it's not the best of shooting percentages, but at least he's still getting shots up. Last night was 22. Yeah. Night before that was a 21. He's gave us some 16, some 18, some 20s. So even though the shoot, some might describe as dismal shooting or bad shot selections, and the percentage may not be as high as it is in the previous years, but what we have to understand is that we can still get that 17, 18 out of Klay Thompson on any given night, and then he can explode for even more than that. If his shot selection is done a little bit more precisely and he gets back to the catch and shoot rhythm and the guys are finding him in position and in row, I feel like Klay Thompson can continue to be explosive. My advice to him would be, as I told him through a text message, bro, go back to playing basketball. We're not worried about the critics. Don't be worried about us as the fans. Just go back to loving the basketball game. We all love Klay Thompson because he's just a love-free, selling, golfing, playing with Rocky. He just reminds us of the innocence of a man who still finds his passion in sports. And if he goes out and displays that, he can continue to flourish and go out and prove not only all of the critics wrong, but he can even prove to himself, I was in my own way. And I would love to see Klay Thompson just go out and demonstrate that love of basketball again, instead of having a chip on his shoulder like he owes somebody something. He don't owe nobody nothing. Like we talked about in the aforementioned, he's given us 4 rings. He's contributed to that, him being an all-star. Man, you've done anything for the average Warrior fan that we can ask for, more than what we've asked for, and we appreciate you for that. And just go out and go be Klay Thompson.
And we appreciate you, Fabby. Thank you so much,
Love it, man. Thanks, Fab.
Love y'all, man, every time, every day. Fabby Fridays, we got to make this regular.
Yeah.
Fabby Friday.
My God.
Nice. Dude, how did I not know Bob? I'm really bothered.
Well,
he knew it.
Thanks, Fabby. That's Mr. Fab.
You called him
3-time platinum artist and songwriter. Yeah, once he said Robert.
Robert, that threw me for
a Bob Dylan's not his real name.
So you think Willard and Dibbs, if you said who's Robert, they would know it's Dylan?
Well, I think if they knew, which I did, that you were talking about the greatest songwriters of all time, then it's obvious.
Fab said Robert. I'm like, who? I thought it was Robert Redford.
He knows.
Yeah. That was good stuff.
I'm surprised. Robert Dylan's not his real name, though.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Nope. Oh, look at Grandy perked up.
Grandy, where's Grandy's trophy?
I can't tell if Grandy knows his real name or he's surprised.
Of course I know.
Okay. See, Grandy.
Of course. Yeah. Man.
Go ahead. Here's your moment.
Thundercats.
Well, Evan already said it, but it's Zimmerman.
Yeah, it's correct.
Oh, boy.
Now, that's the worst thing he could do is make fun of somebody's name.
No, you know what?
That's actually
when you
one
hear
thing I never
Zimmerman,
do.
you know what you think of. That's all.
I have no
clue. It could have been
Ryan?
What do you think? Don Zimmer?
You guys, sometimes it's not about sports. It's about the creep that did what he did to the...
Yeah, I was trying to...
All right, I hear you. I brought the party down.
Are you thinking of Dahmer?
No. Evan, you want to help your boy?
Not really. 2 minutes.
Oh, stop it.
You're thinking of...
Nothing. We thought you were woke.
There's a
back to Purdy.
No, I'm not going. No, I'm not getting off it.
We thought you were woke, but
Jordan Zimmerman?
Yeah, we're getting there.
Oh, you mean that horse is behind? All right.
We thought you.
Well, actually, you're not talking about the former clothier.
No.
George Zimmerman.
Yeah, Stoney.
I'm talking about the coward.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
All right. I didn't realize you were talking about...
Good stuff, Grandy.
I didn't realize you were talking about the Zimmerman who's gutless.
I hate people with aliases or nicknames. Like...
He's famous.
Bob...
Doesn't it ring better? Bobby Dylan.
No, but like Rick James is Rick James.
I don't think he is, actually. I don't think Rick James is Rick James.
How you got me?
I'm pretty sure he's not,
but
actually.
It works for me. Come on, Elvis was Elvis.
I'm a huge Rick James fan.
Beyonce.
I'm pretty sure it's not his name.
Phil Collins.
No, in fact, I'm ready to bet it's not.
Now
Rick
you would
James.
know. You would have another name for me, Stoney.
No, but it's something a little unusual. It's not like
Jamie Foxx. I know that's not his real name.
I'm hoping Evan. I know he's mad at me, but I'm hoping he's trying to find out Rick James.
The Comcast business text line is saying he was talking about Robert Kelly.
That's not funny.
And dude, it's really who. I'm not even going to bring his name. You talk about songwriting. I'll leave that there. Robert Kelly. God, Fab was good, man. You were too.
You think so?
You were hip.
I thought Fab was a little bit distracted. What's Rick James' last name?
I don't know.
What
James.
What are you doing over there?
Hey,
what are you talking about?
James.
Johnson.
Oh, they're saying Fab was talking about R. Kelly.
He was not talking about R. Kelly.
I might have to text him.
James Ambrose Johnson Jr., a.k.a.
I'm
Rick
done,
James.
guys. I can't take this.
Promise?
Dude.
That's what my mom used to say. Mom, leave. I'm running away.
Yeah, we got to go.
Quit trying to cheer me up.
Yeah.
That's what she would say. That's what my mom would say. What do I have any reads right now? I always can do that Odyssey read. Okay. Hey, with the holidays right around the corner, now's the best time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus terrific segments like the Morning Roast with Brian Baldinger. Hey, Willard and Dibbs, you can hear him with Steve Kerr, maybe even Peter King. It's all there. Just get it. It's called the Odyssey app, and you need to have it.
Tune in. back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru. Uh-huh. Yes, sir. Yeah.
I got it confirmed. Fabby hit me back and Phil Mike hit me before Fabby hit me back. He was talking about Robert.
See if you
not Dylan.
This, like something like maybe I should
just come on. It's okay. We know you like Dylan, but Fabby wasn't talking about Dylan. One Robert in the streets.
You know how Joe Shosky says, "Take him out."
It's one of the best things there. Take him out. Take him off. Oh, my glasses. Nah, we shining bright.
No, we're not.
It's the Friday before.
We got a half freaking hour
Come
left.
take them off.
You've done 19 and a half hours of radio with me this week. I'm begging you to give me another 25 minutes with your sunglasses off. I'm begging you. That's all I can do. I can just beg you.
I'm going to call off our date.
Yeah, you can stick it to me. That's fine. That's fine. You know, one of my phrases that I use over and over again is just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something.
This is symbolic. You know I'm feeling good.
Symbolic of me wanting to knock you out.
You ain't seen Ghetto Goo. Evan ain't seen him either. He's in there.
You're going to really do this?
Oh, yeah.
You're going to impact my weekend negatively.
You gotta be strong. We got the guys.
And you've got to be a grown-up.
They're
Please,
Ray-Bans.
Grow up. Grow up.
You see my Twitter
You ain't
avatar?
about that life. You ain't a $5 million salary dude.
Oh, they're the only one that could have swag and wear. Please.
Take
their
glasses.
Shades. I don't care if you see this brings back your trauma and how you are a nerd and you wanted to be cool. So the signal of somebody having glasses on takes you back to that place. I'm just a man from Union City, California with some Ray-Bans on. And if you look at my Twitter avatar, somebody, a fan drew it for me with my shades on because, hold on, this is my staple.
I figured it out. God. I have the same feeling.
Like I got Mr. T shades on.
I figured it out. I have the same feeling. I had the same feeling last night. In the first half. Looking at you in those glasses is like watching Klay play in the first half. It's just sad. It's just kind of sad and pathetic.
Dude, we bonded. You don't even know it. You and me.
No, we didn't.
When you told Fabby when he first came on that you had the same feeling of Westbrook Cecil. That's what made me put the glasses on.
No, but I changed.
What you mean?
Once you gave him credit, I can't anymore.
Steiny, that hit me in the cardiac.
Lay off, Steiny. Chris A. from
for
Oakland.
real. Like, dude.
Oh, he's
just some glasses.
Right. He's a guru jock sniffer, though, Chris A. I know what that.
Give me a stat line for Purdy.
No.
Want to make the bet?
Nope.
Punk?
Nope.
3 touchdowns?
Oh, yeah.
Or what?
There you go.
Oh, boy.
What?
I really need to take my glasses off to get you back.
I don't care what you do. You obviously don't care about the show.
You just cried.
You obviously don't care about the show.
You need a diaper change. Oh, take them off.
As long as Guru gets his 28.
Wow. I'm not.
Just give me 28 and 8, and if we lose, we lose.
I might go viral.
There you go.
Evan, that hurt.
You know where your bread is buttered? You don't have the guts to keep them on.
Oh,
put them on. Put them on. Nah. I don't want people to actually think that I care.
And see, that's the beautiful part of
you.
But now it's turning into lies.
But if it became a staple.
I don't wear them every day. But you and I got a date after this. Oh, you're pickleballing.
No, I'm not. Not today. I pickleballed yesterday. I'll tell you what.
But you won't play hoop?
No, I won't. So I'm playing yesterday with
you wearing your Jordans?
Yeah, of course.
You scuff them up.
Exactly. They're basketball shoes. They're meant for athletics, not for dress up.
Oh, boy.
So, knocking the pickleball around a little bit. And that's it. Susan goes, seems like you're kind of mad. Are you mad about something? And I said,
Shocker.
First of all, when have you ever known me to be mad?
Oh, my God.
I said, and you know what I said? I said, I got to tell you, sometimes it's a little discouraging. I just can't move. Dude, I'm in cement.
Are you?
I'm serious. I see the ball. I want to run after the ball.
Right.
And it takes me a split second to start to move. I have no quickness, and I didn't have any. I've got less now than I've ever had. My glutes never activate.
But you got to activate them, and then you got to give back.
It's over.
Dude, not for me.
No, it is for you, too.
You saw my move against Willard. Nobody care about a free throw. It was in slow
motion. My point is that you just – it's over. Like that's
you're really having a moment right now.
That's what –
You're retiring. Well, if you're playing pickleball, now you're moving. Your lateral movement.
Yeah, but you know what you can do in pickleball? Hit it, stand. And it takes it's so much harder.
So you couldn't, if you and Evan played one-on-one, and he wanted you to block his shot, you couldn't even, I'll block your stuff at the rim.
What's that? Okay. You want to do it now? You don't want to talk about how I've lost my quickness? All right.
I knew something was there.
Dude.
He saw me and Phil on Mike, we still going, Donnie, and I'm older than him.
Did that come over the air? Okay, no. You're lucky. You're lucky that didn't go over the air.
It was about me?
No, relax. You're not talked about nearly as much as you think you're talked about. We actually talk about the doers and not the talkers.
Bucket!
Hey, it's time. Don't.
What I did to Willard, and I've said it to the boss like 5 times.
Yeah,
I dribbled hard right, fade away left, bottom. That made it.
He doesn't realize that it's cute the first 4 times. But he goes to 44 times. All right, it's time for the call of the game, sponsored by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream your Warriors. Here it is.
Front court over to Thompson. Drives in, takes the hit from Tice, scores with a left hand, got fouled, put him on the line. It's a Klay Thompson run right now.
That's courtesy of Timmy Roy. That, of course, happened last night on 95.7 The Game. Warriors beat the Clippers. You know what? If I had to tell you what the score was right now, I don't think I could. 120-114, actually.
Yeah, they won by 6.
Yeah.
So you could.
But it just...
But you really... The Clippers are a top-rated defensive team. I know what you mean about sustaining, but, Stoney, they're going to be a problem.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
So would you say second round of the playoffs, which ain't nothing to write home about, Warrior season ended that way, like, would you take that off the...
But how about this?
They can get
How about this? Here's my bet.
Yeah,
both teams will not win a first-round series.
Oh, my God.
No, that's one thing.
That's a bet.
Put in the cap.
How about that's our next bet?
Like if one of the teams make it, both teams will not
all right, I thought the bet was
advance
one of
to the
those
second round. No, both will not. One might, because the one Scribini team will maybe be able to play the other Scribini team. Look, I think you may think I'm a hate. They're closer to 6 than a championship. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. What do we got next? Those fools coming in on 95.7 again.
Switch to Verizon and you'll save.
right outside of Philly. I mean, is that Harrisburg? Is it Manayunk? Or is it Scranton?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny, along with Guru, and here comes Willard and Dibbs. They're now in here. And let me just ask you one question, Willard. Do you think that on Sunday, come 125, do you think the 49ers come out with a vengeance?
Is it a dish served cold?
That was a 5.
I think they do. I think they want it.
I wish our audience knew what was going on right now.
It's a 3 because he stole it.
Dude's been lying as villain
no.
He's rhyming and stealing.
It's not stolen.
Oh my God. Is this yours?
Yeah, press the red button.
You can have it.
Press the red button.
No, it's...
We'll all get it.
I'm not going to press the red button because I'm afraid the FCC gets violated. Hey, ref! Blake,
Go ahead.
ref!
I'll tell you what, no, it's safe. Put it up to the microphone. It's pretty funny.
Does Draymond's voice come out with a vengeance?
Listen.
Okay.
See, somebody said it didn't sound like him. I think it does.
I've never heard a bobblehead speak.
It is him.
When you push it,
I guarantee you that's
when you
his
push
voice.
it twice and you hold both of his temples, it says something else.
We'll push it real good.
2 threes last night for Day.
Oh, wait a minute. It also comes with a referee bobblehead who says, that's a T.
Totally.
That'd be good. That'd be good.
All right.
That'd be good if
How
you
you
could
guys doing?
suspend your bobblehead for a couple of weeks when it gets out of line.
Bobbleheads have become very sophisticated.
Very sophisticated. They're
really
talking
is.
to us now. Yeah. So, anyway.
How's it going?
It's going great,
Fantastic.
man. It's going great.
Fantastic.
I think so.
I can't wait for Sunday afternoon when
talk about it, Willard.
when the entire NFC landscape changes.
Oh, Willard likes the Niners.
I mean, so does Vegas.
No, I like them a lot.
No, me too.
I've done more. I've done some.
He's
homework.
done a deep dive.
I've done some homework.
Yeah.
We had
no,
Seth
it's not a
Joyner
deep
on
dive.
today.
It's a very shallow dive, but it happened.
Yeah. Never dive in the shallow end, by the way.
No, I did. I survived, and I came out with the fact that the Philadelphia Eagles are this year's Minnesota Vikings. They are. They're a better version of them. It's a good football team. It's not a great football team. It's not a big deal.
That's what you're going to go with?
I'm not going with it. It's reality.
It's
Vegas.
It's a
Steiny.
It's a take.
Steiny.
It's a Colin Cowherd take.
It's not a Cowherd take. No.
Cowherd had it first.
No. Colin did it differently. I don't actually. I don't even buy really the way Colin said it is a little fluky. Yeah, the way Colin.
He laid it out perfectly.
No, his was interesting. What is the talking that we're hearing? Can we turn that off, whatever it is? Thank you. Anyway, thanks, D-Dog. Anyway, point is, Colin did it in a way where he made it all about blowouts, the number of blowouts you've had.
Yeah.
And he actually pointed to the Niners and the Cowboys as being the two best, which I think is flawed because the Cowboys have blown out a bunch of really awful football teams. Yeah. The Niners are the only ones in the NFL, and actually I would point to the Ravens as being the teams that have been able to blow out some good teams. So that's one way to look at it. But I go a little further, and I point to, we've been trying to think about this all week, and it's maybe taken me until now to really accept it. Vegas is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and we learn every Sunday that they're not stupid. They're just not. These numbers that they come up with are not willy-nilly. There's a reason for this, and it doesn't mean the Niners are going to win or win by 10. It's one game, and the Eagles are good, and so I'm not guaranteeing a win. I'm just telling you the 49ers are a better football team. And the nervousness that 49er fans feel is PTSD. It has nothing to do with this matchup. It has to do with what happened in January, which also has nothing to do with this matchup. The Niners are better. The Niners are better than the Eagles.
Well, see, I don't know that. I'm not saying you could be wrong, or you might be right, but I don't think we know the answer to that right now.
Maybe not. I'm ready to be wrong.
I guess what I'm saying,
I'm fine on Monday. I have no problem.
So if the Niners lose, you'll say the Eagles are better.
Well, potentially. as we also know, the better team doesn't always win, right? And this can go 1,000 different ways. We already did this exercise when we came out of January with did the Eagles, did they really beat the Niners, or did they beat a hampered Niners?
Right.
So I don't know what the story's going to be. And by the way, if you win a football game against the other team, does that make you better? So now the Browns are better than the Niners and the Jets are better than the Eagles?
And the Bengals are better than the Niners?
Is that
too?
what? Yeah. No. So I don't know how I'll feel. I'm just telling you how I feel today.
But the record,
I feel today that the Niners are better football.
But you got to give the
Eagles.
record edge to the Eagles. I feel the same way.
Well, that's just math.
Yeah, right. That they've earned.
But that doesn't. I don't know what that means. They've all played different teams.
And no, it's essential that the Niners go in and do what we think they can, and so does Vegas. To where that record is not just what you look at because it's nuanced.
I mean,
and if they beat Philly like we think they can. You can have your 10-2.
Listen, if the game is close, even if the Niners do win, it doesn't definitively do anything. It's going to calm everybody down. It doesn't mean the Eagles won't come back and beat the 49ers in January. It doesn't mean the Eagles won't have home field advantage.
But who's saying in this room that the Eagles are invincible? We saw Buffalo, Dallas.
No one is invincible.
Well, to me, what Dibs? There you go.
No one's invincible.
That's it.
Who's saying that?
No, it's just they can be beat.
Anybody can be beat.
Of course they can.
But you didn't give that any credence when I was pointing out there because you got to learn how to win. I believe that's a real thing. Philly's mastered that. Okay. But Steiny, there's more to it than just mastering that. There's a reason they're pulling these games out.
Yes, and the Eagles are very good. Okay. And the Vikings last year were a good team. They weren't good enough, and they were not as good as
at home.
How about if I say it that way? The Eagles are not as good as their record. And I have never bought. I have never bought the Bill Parcells line. I've always hated that line because it actually removes nuance. It removes context. It removes the story. I'm not a black and white thinker. You're not what your record says you are. You are in terms of your seeding,
right?
But there's a story there. There's context. The Niners didn't just lose to Philly last year. That's not the end of the story. They had quarterbacks at the hospital. So, no, it's not that simple. And I do not believe that the Eagles are the best team in football just because they have the best record.
Well, and I don't believe that you can definitively say the 49ers are a better team than the Eagles when the last time they played, the Eagles won the game. Circumstances were the circumstances. The Eagles went to the Super Bowl.
Different football teams.
Then the Eagles came back this year and went 10-1.
Yeah.
49ers, Eagles are in the middle of a 5-game gauntlet in which they haven't lost.
5-0.
So, I mean,
no one's saying they're not really good.
No, but
I just think the 49ers are better. And I don't last year's last year. Different teams. I know that there's not a ton of roster change, but there is roster change. And so those are different football teams.
Yeah, I mean,
49ers, half their defensive line is different than it was last year.
I mean, I'm not going to be able to win the argument.
Nor will I.
But, to me, I'm more down the logic avenue.
I don't think my argument's illogical.
I don't think it's illogical, but I think most people would say, well, maybe, I don't know why you're saying it now. Why don't you wait till Monday to say it?
Because I feel it today.
Okay. And that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
but if they lose to Philly, you could still feel that they're better, and they could beat Philly, and you could still feel that Philly's better. It doesn't really matter in terms of who is better.
So if Philly wins, will there ever be a circumstance which you say Philly's better?
Sure.
Do they have to do it in the postseason?
To me,
probably. But
What do you mean?
What if Philly beats the Niners 20-17?
Right.
I can't wait to see the next one.
But if we use the phrase, if we use the phrase "what if," we could fill that in with anything. What if the Niners play the Eagles in January and Jalen Hurts is hurt?
Now
what are we doing?
Well, is he hurt or did they put him out of the game?
Either one.
And the whole thing about who is better to me is almost pointless because all that matters is who is better on Sunday. And really, what really matters is who's better in January. And last year, who was better in January? Philadelphia was better in January. And you could say it's because the Niners had no quarterback. That's fine. but that's part of football. And so in the game that mattered, Philadelphia was better, and they were a lot better. So tomorrow, who's better? On Sunday, we're going to find out who's better, but that might not actually matter in terms of who wins the NFC. So the whole thing about who is better, like, is Dallas better than the Eagles? Is Dallas better than the Niners? Maybe, but the Niners crushed them back in week 5. But if they play again in January and Dallas wins, then is Dallas better? No, they were better on the day that it mattered.
All I'm saying is this is one where, okay, we're in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Of course, the Niners get beat by this team last year. This team that beat them last year, now 10-1. They have the inside track to the number 1 seed. Even the Eagles have done so much work this season that even if they lose the game, they still have a game in hand.
Yep. That's
fine. I'm just saying, I don't think you make this case for anybody else in any other market.
What do you mean?
Well, because it's the night you wouldn't. I don't think you give the benefit of the doubt to any other. Like
it's
from
being
a lot
made for me.
No,
this argument got made the second that the Eagles game ended Sunday night by people who have no dog in the fight.
No dog. No dog in the buddy. Vegas is one thing. That's fine.
Vegas is everything.
Okay, well then Vegas says they're better.
Way more info than we do. No,
okay.
No.
I'm trying to tell you is if you look at it. We beat them last year, if you're saying the 49ers. They're 10-1 this year. They've beaten probably better teams.
They're fantastic. No.
What about the Eagles' run right now?
When you want it, so if you want it to, do you buy point differential at all?
Not really.
Okay,
I don't.
Right, which I think it actually was the Vikings. It was the clue.
Well, he was saying that they beat better teams. Well, is all he said.
You could argue, but the Niners might have better wins. I mean, you can say, okay, you got
they have a better win than at Kansas City.
Well, they blew Dallas out by 32
at home.
Yes,
right.
And they blew Jacksonville out on the road, and they blew Seattle out on the road.
Jacksonville up there with the
No, they're not as good, but I just, again, if you're a man of nuance, the Chiefs dropped the winning touchdown in the end zone.
Sure.
And the Bills misfired the winning touchdown in the end zone. And
I'm gonna be honest.
So I'm
gonna be honest.
I know what that sounds like, but that if you're a man of nuance, then those things matter.
Yeah.
And the Vikings
and beating the Niners last year apparently doesn't.
It's a different
winning
roster.
10 out of 11 doesn't.
No, see what you're going to do is you're going to put words in my mouth that I'm saying the Eagles aren't good.
No, you said the 49ers are better.
They are.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Then I got to go to the weekend.
No, you don't have. You don't got to go anywhere.
No, I am. I'm going.
How do you spell the weekend, by the way?
There's a no E in the second one.
I'm sorry? Well, what if I was just talking about Saturday and Sunday?
Can somebody please do the legal?
Yeah. You're listening to
Thank you.
95.7 The Game, KGMZ, San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Yeah?
You really are.
You want to keep going? San Francisco?
I don't know it.
Well, what I said was good enough.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
We got to go.
Why? No, you don't.
No, I have to because it's 2 o'clock. He texted you.
I'm in a Corolla.
You want to know what he texted me?
That we got to go at 2.
No, he didn't say we.
I'm leaving.
He didn't say we. In fact, the specific text says that you will stay.
That's not true.
You want me to read it to you? I'm going to read it to you.
Nahegian!
Hey, Goo, can I read it? Can I read your text? Can I read what you texted us on the air? Here's
you guys have a great weekend.
Here's the text.
Go Niners!
Hey, I got some stuff I need to deal with. I'm going to dip out at 2. Steiny will take it the rest of the way. That's the text. Okay. Man, that was a tap out. Night-night.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I know how this is going to go.
Yeah,
I know it's going to be a tough day.
No, it's going to be fine.
No, it's going to be great. You can handle it. I'm
fine with it.
Yeah, you're fine with it, but I know how this is going to go, and I know where some of the listeners are going to take this, and that's completely fine. And
I'm looking at the text line now.
Here we go with Homer Willard. Listen, what I'm doing is not Homerism. It's the opposite. I want to take. Yeah, thank you. This is not Homerism. It's Margism.
He's my special little guy.
I would like to take the emotion out of this. Most of what I've heard all week, whether it be radio, whether it be listeners, no matter what, most of what I've heard all week long is emotion-filled. And I get it. This is an emotional matchup for the players, for the fans. I understand what Debo has done. We haven't loved all of that. Whatever. I don't think words are going to matter when we get to this whole thing, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. Remove the emotion and take a look at what normal indicators are of who's good and how good and et cetera, et cetera. And the Philadelphia Eagles are a better version of last year's Vikings, which is to say they are very good. They are dangerous. They are talented. They're at home. They might win. That all plays. However, they shouldn't win. They're an underdog for a reason. And the reason is because the 49ers are more talented and have been more effective more often this year than the Eagles have. Now, the Eagles, maybe you could argue, are the more effective team in the fourth quarter when they're trailing. I would argue that the object of the game is to stop trailing so much in the fourth quarter because that luck will run out, just like it did on the Vikings when it was time for them to play a real game that really mattered last year.
Yeah.
They got crushed in their own building by an incredibly mediocre team. So nothing is absolute and nothing is ever certain. But if you want to play trends, you want to look at indicators, you want to look at the way things are likely to go, the 49ers are a markedly better team than the Philadelphia Eagles. That's why they're a 3-point favorite on the road. Doesn't mean it'll work, but that's the deal.
Your comp to the Vikings in terms of the Eagles being flimsy.
Again, I said a much better version of.
Well, to even use them as a comp is, I think, offensive and inflammatory in many ways. And, you know, you're talking about
so?
They won the NFC last year, and they're largely the same team. And yes, this team has won a lot of one-score games, but this is not a flimsy Minnesota team that's never done anything in the playoffs. This is a team that went to the NFC Championship game and won last year and went to the Super Bowl and was 5 minutes away from winning the Super Bowl.
I look at it differently. I do not see last year's team as this year's team. We have their defensive tackle on our team now.
Right, and they replaced him with somebody who is as good, if not better.
Great, but my point is...
Their D-line is as good as it was without Javon Hargrave.
An opinion.
Mine.
Fine. And
many's.
And I'm expressing mine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I think to call them this year's Minnesota Vikings is inflammatory. It's a hot take.
Great. Fine. Call it a hot take. Then I'm on fire.
No, you are.
Because I'm
waiting for the sprinklers to go on above you.
I've spent all morning and part of last night really, really looking at math, really looking at the way things have played out this year. And again, I want to state it up front. The Eagles are really good.
Yeah.
They're just not as good as you think they are.
Well, they're 10-1, but they might really be 10-2 or 9-2 or 8-3 based on games that went their way. Whatever, 7-4.
They've won every single close game.
Right.
Except for one. But that's kind of the point. Every game they've played almost is a close one.
Now, is that because they're lucky or is it because they're good? And that's something that the math can't really tell you. It's something that you have to determine for yourself with the eye test, because we've talked to people, and we talked to people this week who said Jalen Hurts is just clutch. And, Kirk Cousins last year in Minnesota, they won 10 games by one score. And it turned out they got to the playoffs and they weren't that good. And I look at this Philadelphia team and I think a little bit differently about how they are doing it. And yet they beat Buffalo. And were they lucky? Sure. Were they clutch? Absolutely.
Yeah.
They withstood a field goal in overtime. They got the ball back and they drove down. They scored a touchdown. And they marched it down Buffalo's throat at home. Josh Elliott kicked a 59-yarder in terrible conditions. Is that luck? That's skill to me. That's having a good kicker.
If you ask if they're lucky or good, there's only one that I can definitively say yes to, which is good. They're good.
Yeah, they're both lucky and good.
Who the hell would argue that the Eagles aren't good?
Right.
They're very, very good. And I know how difficult it is to have my point today and also not make it sound like I'm saying the Eagles aren't good. There's no argument there. The Eagles are good.
Yeah.
Hello.
Well, you called them Minnesota.
I said
they're a better version of
last year's Vikings, and last year's Vikings are good.
Last year's Vikings were a fraud. Last year's Vikings were
they were a fraud when compared to a 13-4 record.
Exactly, they were a fraud when compared to an actual real team.
Well, but it doesn't. See, here's what happens in sports: the Vikings were good last year. They weren't as good as 13-4.
Right.
They weren't an elite team.
You know what they were? They were adorable.
Well,
they were the Sacramento Kings.
No, see,
they were
that's
adorable.
That's different.
No, they were a regular season team that was really cute and fun and adorable. And by the way, they also have purple in their uniform.
Remember, adorable is sometimes
adorable
is kind of. Here's a little secret.
Yes, it's a backhanded compliment.
A little bit more about the fans than it is about the team.
Well, in the Vikings,
like De'Aaron Fox. I don't look at De'Aaron. I mean, De'Aaron Fox. He is physically De'Aaron. What a cutie. I mean, honestly,
saying Cousins is not adorable.
Different kind of adorable.
You like that?
I mean, listen.
And his ooh-wee.
I watch a lot of games with my lady. The lovely Christy will tell you De'Aaron's adorable. He's cutie.
Yeah.
Okay, but adorable is more like, oh, we did it. Let's light a beam and get a beer. Yay.
That's the Vikings.
Exactly. So people in Wisconsin and Minnesota are always adorable. That little accent, it's incredibly adorable. But that's a completely different point. We do this in sports where we take the teams that are actually good, but they're not quite as good as the really good, and then we go, you're a fraud. Well, the Vikings were better than 85% of the league last year. Fact.
By record.
Yeah, no.
They weren't as good as the Giants when it mattered.
Yeah, not when it mattered. Not in that game.
And that's ultimately what football comes down to.
Yeah, but that's making it about one game, as we've learned.
Well, that's what football is. You don't get a series, you get the one piece.
No, I understand that, but that's that. It's just a little bit too black and white thinking for me.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Unless you're one of these people that believes whoever, and I remember a debate on Fox Sports Radio years ago one time that did come down to this. If you win in the end, are you by definition the best team?
Well, yes.
Or did you just win? Well, see, I would argue.
Does it matter, though? And
no.
That's my point.
The final take is it's irrelevant.
It's totally irrelevant.
The point is moot.
Did Eli Manning ever have the best team? No.
No. Correct. Good example.
And he's got two.
Exactly.
And he's going to the Hall of Fame because he has two.
So it's irrelevant. But if you want to go down that road, we can. And I think Golden State Warriors fans are some of the best ones to talk to. Do you believe that LeBron's Cavs were better than the 73-win Warriors? Nobody here is going to say yes to that, but they won. So it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
But if you can buy into the concept that the best team doesn't always win, then we can't simply go, well, Sunday we find out. Not necessarily.
No, Sunday doesn't really matter for January. Sunday doesn't matter at all.
I mean, it could, it might, but no, it's not the definitive. It's not the end-all, be-all.
Right.
But bottom line is this. If you want to remove the concept of they're a better version of last year's Vikings, go right ahead. But here's what I'll tell you. By my eye, by my study, by everything I've looked at, the Eagles are not the best team in football. Their record says they are, but I don't think they're as good as their record. So, I'm willing to wear that. I have no problem. You know this. I have no problem with the phrase I was wrong. So I'm ready to do that on Monday, and I'm ready to do it in January if it goes that way. But all I can tell you is what is in my mind and my heart. They're not the best team. They're not even one of the 2 or 3 best teams, and the Niners are. That's my view. The Niners are better. Vegas agrees with me. The Niners are better. They've got better players. They've had better performances. Yes, they had a lull where they really screwed up.
Right.
They really screwed up. But, I just can't do that. I can't remove the journey, the stories, the things that happen to teams. I still don't even really know what happened to the Niners during those 3 weeks. Maybe we never will. It's just like our Wiggins conversation from last year.
I think it's pretty.
I don't know what the hell happened.
For me, it's pretty easy to see what happened.
What do you think happened?
Well, Cleveland was more physical than you, and you lost your left tackle, and you lost your wide receiver on the first play, which laminated play sheet, and you missed a kick that would have won the game.
Yep.
That's an L you probably shouldn't have had. Then Minnesota, Brock Purdy was slow to start, and you didn't have Trent Williams again, and Kirk Cousins was amazing, and you lost
Purdy
that
was
game.
Slow to start against Minnesota.
You had McCaffrey with the fumble.
Yeah.
And, I think Kirk Cousins was better than Brock Purdy.
I remember feeling like Brock Purdy was incredible for 3 quarters against Minnesota.
Right.
And then really bad.
And
I remember that's how
Cincinnati
people
was a scheduled loss. As I told you before, that's a game that they were going to lose. I called it in July, and it came to pass in October. And it was schedule-wise, you had a team coming off a bye, and you were at the end of an 8-game run. So that, to me, was a game that you could look at and say, like last year in Atlanta. I said last year against Atlanta, it's a game you're probably going to lose because it's the second half of a 2-game road trip, and Atlanta was physical, and they beat you up. And you're not going to win all 17 games. Right. We know that. And I look at this game, and I look at Philadelphia on a shorter rest than the Niners, and I think that's a huge factor for San Francisco.
Might be.
Big.
Might be. I think we're learning this year that the rest index is maybe a bigger deal than we've really thought about before. I haven't really thought about it that much until this year when some of the data comes out or you look at it that way and teams' record when they've got more rest.
Yeah.
It's pretty fascinating. It's pretty fascinating.
Even if it's 3 days like this game.
Totally. But no, I am completely, I'm not unaware of how this is going to sound or how this is going to go. I'm ready for all the smoke today. I see you, Francois. I see you, dude. I see you all.
Dude is calling in?
I think it's hysterical, though. I think it's funny. Willard's a homer. Well, except that the Niners are a 3-point favorite on the road and the favorite to win the Super Bowl. Now, that to me is data. And that is also being run by people who have no emotional dog in the fight. What they have is billions of dollars on the line. Now, you can say, oh, they're just tapping in to public perception, and the Niners have a big fan base. Oh, the Eagles don't? The Eagles are flying below the radar the last couple of years. I don't see it that way. So that's fine. You can homer this and homer that all you want. But I will argue that the absolute most objective people in planet Earth are telling you that the Niners are better. Now, does it matter? I'll tell you how it matters, and this is why I can prove it's not a homer take. This puts more pressure on the 49ers. This is what leads to the word should. Hey, Niners, you should win this weekend. You should.
Well, you're saying they should also win the Super Bowl.
They should. Yes.
Therefore, you know what that makes it, right?
No.
Super Bowl or bust, Mark?
Incorrect take.
Super Bowl or bust.
Incorrect
if you're
take.
saying they should win the Super Bowl,
because I don't know.
Then what happens if they don't win the Super Bowl?
Because I don't know who's available. There's 1,000 things that can happen
Super
between
Bowl
now
or
and then.
bust.
No.
I'm Mark Willard.
Nope, sorry.
You're saying they should win the Super Bowl.
I think
you just said that.
If they are, as a roster,
healthy enough,
the team that they are today, yes. There is absolutely nobody in the NFL who should score more points than them in a football game, provided that the players who are active right now make it through the game and are ready to go. It doesn't always work that way.
Of course.
There's 2 things that could happen. A, guys could get hurt. B, people can underperform. Bad calls can be made.
Sure.
And I mean by a coach.
Right.
I don't mean by a ref.
No, of course.
Kyle
it's
Kyle
football,
can make a
so
bad
anything
call,
can happen to any
bad
team.
bounce,
I get
bad
that.
play, bad throw, bad everything. People underperform. People disappoint. Patrick Mahomes lost a Super Bowl, did y'all forget. And he's the best player. Okay?
He's the MVP.
Has been, yeah.
Right.
But for my money, the 49ers, as we sit here today, are the best team in football. If you want to call that a hot take, fire away. I don't think it is.
That's not a hot take.
It's not.
The hot take is you saying that Philadelphia is a better version of Minnesota. That's what the hot take is.
Here's
because I find that to be inflammatory.
Fine.
When you look at what Jalen Hurts has done in the regular season, what this team has done.
Great player. It's a great player.
Great team.
Yeah.
Great team. Defending NFC champion.
Well,
and for you to say that, yes,
no.
are they not the defending NFC champion?
They are, but
they are. For you to say that they're a better version of Minnesota,
it's a different
to me,
team, Dibs.
Is the hot take.
Wait a minute. When you look at Kansas City, do you look at them right now and go, I mean,
they're a different team.
That's the Super Bowl champ.
Philadelphia is very slightly different, and you could argue they're better.
I wouldn't, but okay.
You could argue that their defense is better.
Not by stats, they're not. Not by performance. They have not performed better.
But you look at a team that's 10-1, you can diminish winning 10 of 11 if at your own peril. They've won 10 of 11 games, and I know that they've won 7 games by 1 score.
And the opponent has scored 23 or more than half the time.
Right.
That's happened to the Niners twice this year.
They've won 10 of those 11 times.
Right. And that's my point.
Yeah, that's my point.
They keep getting
you play to win the game.
But
we had Herm on this week.
But this has been an indicator every time sports has ever happened in our lives.
You sent that from Colin Cowherd, and it's fascinating.
If you keep winning all the tight games, the bubble usually bursts.
Right.
Usually. That's all I'm pointing out.
Right.
It's a true fact.
So Philadelphia can win their final 5 games or 6 games by 15 or more points, and then we'll think differently at the end of the year.
I agree. Yes.
Right.
I would. But the 49ers have given up 23 or more points twice all year, and one of them was when Sean McVegas tried to make it so.
Right.
Okay, the only other time was Cincinnati. That's it. It's happened to the Eagles in more than half their games. Washington, Sam Howell has scored north of 30 points twice on this football team.
Both losses.
So far be it from me to understand how the hell the 49er offense, by metrics, maybe the best in football, how the hell are they supposed to stop them? I don't think they will.
Right.
Now, maybe they will perform poorly, and maybe, just maybe, Dibs, I'm completely wrong.
You could be.
Ready for it. Ready for it. But I'm telling you what I feel today.
No, and I get that. And I don't think that the Eagles are going to win the game. I think the Niners will win the game. But the idea that...
You do? You said different 3 days ago.
No, I said I think it's going to be a low-scoring game.
No, you said the Eagles were going to win. You thought the Eagles would win.
Well, the more you look at it and the more you think about the 3 days of additional rest and you look at the conditions being more conducive to Brock Purdy being able to hold on to the football, I think it'll be a close game, and I think the Niners probably will win the game.
Okay.
They're favored by 3. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. If the Niners win, that's awesome for them. They're still a game behind Philadelphia. If Philadelphia wins and it's a 1-score game, are we going to rush to diminish the fact that they've now won 8 of 11 by 1 score?
No, it's not. Like, I'm not.
You look at the gauntlet of games that they've had.
Yeah.
And you yourself said 6 weeks ago that you all but guaranteed they'd have 2 losses by the time this game happened.
It's been incredible.
And they don't have 2 losses.
It's been incredible.
And the only game they did lose was a game that nobody thought they'd lose.
Correct.
We all thought that they would lose to Buffalo and/or Kansas City, and all the other games they had between their bye and where we are now, and they still have 1 loss. And yet, now we're sitting here saying that they're just not a slightly better, but a better version of Minnesota.
No, we're not.
Even though they ran that gauntlet.
No, we're not. I am.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm just surprised by that.
That's fine. But
I'm surprised that you're not giving them the flowers that I thought you would have given them.
Oh, no.
When you said that they'd have 2 losses, now they don't.
I have been giving them flowers every week, all month long. You know that. They are fantastic. They're just not as good as the Niners. They're very good. They're very good. Remember, do not say that I said they're last year's Vikings. They're a better version of last year's Vikings.
Right.
But The point of that is not to say that they're a fraud. The point of that to say is they are the team this year that in the end of games has had the most things go their way. Every time it's close, they come away with a win. Do they get credit for that? Sure do. Is that sustainable? My opinion, no. My opinion. I think they're going to lose this week and next week.
So you don't think, and I'm just going to ask you this because the way this is leading, do you think that they're going to be in the NFC Championship game?
No.
All right. I love that. I love that take. That's a firm take.
I don't think the
That's
Niners...
a good, solid take.
I don't think the Niners and Eagles are playing again this year, so enjoy this one.
You think the Eagles lose Sunday, and they lose to Dallas. The Niners get the 1 seed, and then the Eagles will get the 2 or the 3, and they'll lose to Dallas. You don't think that the Eagles will be there in the conference championship game?
Correct.
It'll be the Niners at home against...
I don't know if it's going to go exactly the way you just said it because I don't even know what the seeds are yet.
Of course not.
Yeah.
But
I'm not convinced that they're winning the NFC East.
Wow. Yeah.
The Cowboys are only 2 games back, and they play them next week.
Yeah, and with a loss on Sunday and then a loss to Dallas.
If the Niners beat the Eagles and then Dallas at home beats the Eagles, they're tied.
Right.
I don't know that they're going to win the division.
Wow. I love it. I love the take.
I don't think it's even a crazy one.
I think it's crazy.
You do?
I do. I think it's a
you
good
think it's
firm
crazy
take.
that the Dallas Cowboys might win the division?
Yes. Yeah.
Why?
Because I'm not sold on Dallas, and I do think that Philadelphia is better than you're giving them credit for.
Maybe, but they're literally an underdog in both games.
Right.
So, and if they lose both of them,
as of right now,
yes.
If they beat the Niners, will they be underdog at Dallas?
Maybe, maybe not.
Right.
I don't know, especially after last night when Dallas gave up a truckload of points. but honestly, how can it be a crazy take that I'm saying the favorite is going to win 2 times in a row? It's not. I'm not saying I'm right, but it's not crazy.
It's not like
the idea of the Eagles losing
lock
Sunday.
him up crazy. Yeah. I do think it's a little bit crazy.
Okay, all right.
To think that a 10-1 team is not going to win their division, I think it's bold. I mean, maybe crazy is the wrong word. It's a bold take.
There's a 9-3 team sitting right there next to them.
Sure,
that plays them next week.
Right,
and is favored
as of now.
As of now.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's it. Yeah. Hey, Ian Williams, former Niner, is going to join us here in just about 5 minutes. Sean Salisbury's on the show.
Yes.
Can't wait to talk to all of you. I know some of you want to yell at me. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Do we have time? Real quick. Hey, Rob and San Bruno. Rob, no? No?
Great.
All right, turn him back off. Turn him back off. How do I turn him back off? Turn him back off then. Sorry, Rob. I wanted to take you. But everybody here is
not everybody.
Everybody here is a nervous.
Not everybody.
Yeah, Lucas is nervous. He's a nervous guy. And the champ, I thought the champ had ice water in his veins. That's why you're the champ.
I looked at the champ.
Everybody freaked out.
I did not freak out.
You didn't freak. We could have done that.
I want to give Rob plenty of time to get his takes out.
Is Rob good?
Yeah,
Rob's good.
Look at the champ.
Okay, so Rob,
look at the champ.
Rob, we're putting you back on hold because we think highly of you.
We got to go to break.
We don't gotta. I mean, now we do because we just wasted all of Rob's time yelling at each other.
Might as well add Rob.
All right. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Winter is magical in Bodega Bay. Come experience it all. In at the Tides. Winter midweek rates starting at just $1.79 per night. Include breakfast, bottle of wine upon arrival. Book ahead in at thetides.com. Here comes Ian Williams, and then we're going to take your calls. Niners are on a cakewalk this weekend. It is Willard and Dibbs.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need...
all agree this is a trenches game.
Oh, no doubt.
Right?
No doubt.
And if there is anything I'm worried about, it is the Niners' offensive line against the trenches of the Philadelphia Eagles. Obviously, that's what sent things going haywire in January, if you will, even though it is it's a different group on both sides of the ball. But let's bring him in. He put it on. He put the red and gold on. Ian Williams, who's going to be out at the game. You're going out to Philly like a crazy person, Ian?
I'm going out to Philly. I just checked the weather earlier and it said like 95% of rain. So, like, I'm going to have to go get a poncho, but I'm ready. I'm going to be out there Sunday. I'm excited.
I love it. If it is rainy, how do you see that affecting this one?
Oh, it's definitely going to affect the teams, bothly. With both teams, you're obviously trying to establish the run game, CMC, and then Swift for the Eagles. When the ball is, a little bit slippery, they're not going to be throwing the football as more. So exactly what you guys were talking about, it's going to be very important for the trenches to be able to win out. And I feel like whoever wins out in the trenches is definitely going to win this football game.
How does the weather affect what the Niners try to do in terms of the pre-snap motion and the stretch game and all the rest of the movement they like to do with the offensive line?
Well, the stretch game should be able to work theoretically because you should be able to establish the round game and be able to run from left to right, and then also be able to take advantage of the guys being able to slip in their cleats and not have the traction that they normally would in a fair weather game, where now you have the stretch game with CMC going, and then you have the bootleg and the other motions and the other types of plays where George Kittle comes over the left side. And, they do certain things like that. So where it's raining like that, the linebackers and safeties are going to be slipping all over the place. So it's going to be crucial to be able to wear longer studs. But it's going to be exciting to see who's able to pull it out, especially with the chance of rain like that.
Former Niner tackle Ian Williams is with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. You've looked at these teams, Ian. Who is better in the trenches?
I mean, I don't want to be biased here, but I have to say the Niners, obviously on the defensive line, I feel like they have that. I mean, the Eagles have Brandon Graham, they have Jalen Carter, Fletcher Cox, but all those guys are more so on the back end of their careers, where the Niners, really the oldest guy on the defensive line is Eric Armstead, and he has plenty more years to go, and he's a leader of the defensive line. But you have a young Bosa who's been coming into his own, and maybe the season didn't start out as hot as he wanted it to, but he didn't have a training camp. The first 4 to 5 games was training camp. And then you see how he's been progressing the past couple of weeks. And then you have Chase Young that's been infused into the defensive starting lineup. And, you have those guys. And then Hargrave has been doing this thing. And obviously, Hargrave is excited to be able to go out and take on his old team because he helped them last year to be able to beat us up front. So that's why I think personally the Niners up front have the advantage. Now, the offensive line, where you have Brindle and you have Banks and you have Colton McKivitz on the right side, those key guys, those guys are going to be the key guys to be able to hold up for Brock Purdy and CMC, because without those guys up front, the Eagles are going to really take over, and Jalen Carter is going to have a lot of disturbance in the interior. So it's going to be crucial for the guys for the 49ers to be able to hold up. But I think at the end of the day, the 49ers definitely have the advantage in the trenches.
Ian Williams there on 95.7 The Game. I want to stay with that matchup because what we saw last year was Shanahan getting maybe a little bit too cute with the 2 tight end set and Croft trying to block Hassan Reddick, and that's when Brock Purdy got hurt. Hassan Reddick coming in from the defensive left, going up on the right side against McKivitz and the rest of that line, the defensive line. Is that where Philadelphia maybe has the biggest advantage, the D-line against the Niners O-line?
Definitely. Their defensive line has been playing lights out. Jalen Carter, he's out here. He's from Apopka, my area over here in Orlando, so I've been following him. His high school coach is actually my high school coach back from when I played at Lyman High School, so I've been watching him. And then, Hassan Reddick on that right side with Colton McKivitz. McKivitz has done a great job, I feel like, on the right side. There hasn't been a lot of games or a lot of plays where he's been called or he's had his faults or his lapses on the right side, but I feel like, this is going to be a big game for him to be able to show what he's capable to do, because, yes, you're right, Hassan Reddick did wreck the game last year when you had 2 back-to-back plays where you showed him a run and then you showed him the same formation and then you ran a play action out of it, and Hassan Reddick had timed it out and sniffed it out what was going on, so he took off on that right side, and you had a tight end, a second, third-string tight end blocking one of their best premier pass rushers in the NFL. And obviously when you're scheming things up and you're thinking your tight end can hold up for 2 or 3 seconds, you don't think the outcome of those circumstances is going to be Brock Purdy, messing up his elbow and you losing the NFC Championship over that play right there. But those little things matter. That's why the trenches is so important for this football game.
Ian, I'm sure you've been involved in these before. When you get a big game and there's a lot of chatter, but how does that really affect things?
I feel like the chatter is for social media and for the bulletin board and the writers, get their words out and kind of pump up the atmosphere of what's going to be going on Sunday. I feel like the guys are so tuned in and so locked in at this point of the season. The Niners are coming off 3 straight wins after limping into the bye, and then Buffalo losing to the Eagles the other night. Those are very big games for both of these teams to be able to get over the hump, and then coming to this game where this is going to be pretty much the game that's going to solidify the NFC and who's going to have the first round bye and who's going to have home field advantage for the NFC Championship. So, being out there last year, I saw the advantage that the 49ers didn't have, having to go on the road and having to play in that hostile crowd and having to play against a team that was really, really good at that time. So, it's going to be very important for them to handle business so that the NFC Championship is played in Santa Clara and not in Philly.
What about the rest factor, Ian? The Niners coming off a Thursday game, and as you mentioned, Philadelphia had to go to overtime against Buffalo on a Sunday, so the Niners got 3 additional days, and Philly had to play an extra, almost a full period. How much of a factor is that for, you guys this late in the year to have those additional days?
Well, after about week 7, week 8, your body's pretty much beat up. So anytime you can get a couple of extra days to steal and get the rest of your body and come in and get in the hot tub and get the massages and not have to hit anybody, it proves dividends later on in the season, obviously in December and January. So, looking at where these teams are, coming off of, a couple of days of more rest, and then the Eagles not having that rest, it matters. And then it also helps the coaches be able to, get up and develop a great game plan. They have 3 extra days to be able to schematically look at these teams and know what they're going to be able to try to attack on offense and what they're going to try to attack on defense. So when you have 3 extra days and another team doesn't have that luxury, especially going into overtime, using a little bit more of that juice where you're not going to have it this Sunday, especially with it being sluggish out there, 95% chance of rain, it slipping and sliding all over the place. If you're tired and that lactic acid hasn't been, driven out by those massages, it's going to show up in the third and fourth quarters where you're eventually going to see the team that's in better shape and better condition start to really take over.
Ian, I'm trying to make the point today that a few things here matter that maybe sound a little bit statistical. It's not point differential. I just don't buy that a team can narrowly win every week and have that last all year long to the end. I think that means something. What do you think? Are the Eagles as good as 10-1 sounds?
They are very good when they have established the ground game and their defensive line is playing lights out. Now, the one game where they got exposed and it was a really close game and they lost a close game that was kind of back and forth was the Jets earlier this season. Luckily for them, it was an AFC game, so it really doesn't matter that much to the NFC greater scheme of things. But looking back at that game, yes, and you're right. Throughout this season, they've had very, very close games going into overtime last week where there should have been certain games where they should have lost. Going against the 49ers, they blow out the Jacksonville Jaguars, arguably the top team in the AFC. I saw that in person when they came to Florida. So I saw what they were able to do and thump the Jaguars and really shut them out and then really catapulted them in the next 2 games and then leading into this game. So I could tell you this, Kyle Shanahan and that offensive line and that running game, they're really foaming at the mouth to really get out there on Sunday and make up for what happened earlier this year in January.
Yeah, and you look at what Philly does so well. It's the brotherly shove. It's the tush push, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts live in the run game, not only in that play. It's unstoppable, Ian, but when you look at that play, first of all, what do you think of it in terms of football aesthetics? And secondly, how do you stop it, Ian?
Honestly, it's kind of like football 1-on-1. It's the most grimiest play in football, but it's legal. That's why it's still in a game, and it resembles rugby, but it also resembles, you having to get down on all fours as a defensive lineman, and it goes into technique and your drills that you do when you're in high school and college. Hitting the bag and hitting the drills and getting low and making sure your pads are lower than theirs. And you can say and do all those things, but you have Jason Kelsey, who's arguably one of the top centers in the league, and then that offensive line where the Eagles have been able to somehow, really, hone in on this skill of being able to just root guys out of there, whether you got 3 or 4 guys who are lined up in there. These are big 320, 30-pound guys that you have a couple thousand pounds just mashing into each other, trying to get a couple of inches or a yard or two. But now that that's all on film, the Eagles have been able to throw some variations off of that, which now teams used to be able to just, line up in the A gaps and just try to shoot the A and B gaps. Now they have the jet motion. Now they have the outside zone and the sweep that they can also incorporate into the brotherly shove. So it's really, kind of taken off since, last year, but I don't know if the league will take it out. I feel like, eventually somebody will be able to stop it. And it does get stopped every now and then, but it's definitely something that you would try to defend against, on defense to make sure, on 4th down, you're 4th and 2 or more, because if it's 4th and 1, they're going for it. So it's really going to change up how aggressive you're going to be on 2nd and 3rd down for the 49ers.
Ian Williams with us, former Niner here on 95.7 The Game. Ian, the injury report for the Eagles is just out. Fletcher Cox is listed as questionable, but he didn't practice all week. So methinks he's unlikely. How would that change things?
Well, Fletcher Cox not being out there, he's pretty much that leader on the defensive line along with Brandon Graham, because he's playing a lot more. Brandon Graham is more of an interchangeable defensive end now at this point in his career, and it's really up to the young guys, Jalen Carter and the other big guy from Georgia, Jordan Davis, who have really commanded the bulk of snaps. So it's going to be crucial to be able to, try to move those guys out of the line. But Fletcher Cox not being healthy and not practicing all week is definitely something that I know Jake Brendel and Aaron Banks and Feliciano have really circled and looked at, because, he's a guy that's going to bring out the best of them. So, if they have a Jordan Davis who's a bigger, more stature guy, but he's not going to be as able in the passing game, pass rush, you're looking at that, and you're looking at that schematically if you're Kyle Shanahan.
Ian, where are you watching this one? I know you're going, but I mean, like a 50-yard line? Are you going to be in a suite? What's the deal?
I don't know. I'm going to see how it goes. I usually, if I go to away games, I usually wait until the day of or the day before to buy a ticket and to see where the prices are at. This is why I love for the NFC Championship game to be out in San Francisco, because I'm a former player and I get into the games free. I'd be on the sidelines. I'd be chilling.
Nice.
But when I have to go to the away games, I have to deal with these kids who are 10 years old, cursing us out and stuff like that over here in Philadelphia. So, yeah, I'll be watching the game. I don't know where I'll be watching it at, but I'll be sure to have some good
But, you got to get into the game without much commentary. I mean, you're 6'1", 310. I would imagine you're still decent sized. I can't imagine too many Philly fans want to step to that.
You'd be surprised. I was leaving the stadium last year. Now I was freezing at the same time because I didn't expect for it to get that cold. But I can remember. I can tell you this: how vulgar those fans were when they won. Clap it off to them. Great game. They won the game. But the fans afterwards, oh my God, they just lost their minds. The city went amazing and went bananas. But hats off to them. But I hope the fans, kind of hold their composure this time.
Yeah,
they barked at Joey Bosa, so I don't think they're afraid of anyone. So
true.
Ian, great to have you, man. Thanks so much for coming on.
Always. Talk to you guys too. Go Niners.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Go get him. There goes Ian Williams. Boy, that blew up one of my perceptions. You're telling me they don't take care of their former brethren on the road? I know that the Niners don't control the tickets for this, but you're telling me that guy's got to buy a ticket to the game?
I mean,
come on.
Former brethren, how many are there? And I mean, I'm sure if he wanted to push the right buttons, bippity boppity boop, as you like to say, I'm sure he could get taken care of. But Ian strikes me as kind of a man of the people. He wants to go of his own volition.
Well, and you don't want to call in the favor every time.
And I love it. He's
not like me.
Some 10-year-old. Hey, you bum. Some 10-year-old, and I mean, you're Ian Williams, and
they raise them early out there.
But if you're Ian Williams, and just play with me for a second here, and Ian is 6'1", 310, and NFL player. He's a big dude. And, no grown adult is going to chirp at him and, quote, get away with it.
Still a young man. He's in his mid-30s.
Exactly. Yeah. But if you're a 10-year-old and if you're Ian and you hear something or, something or other from a fan and you turn around, it's a 10-year-old, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do?
Where's your parents? Dude. Seriously, but I'm not surprised to hear him describe it like that.
Yeah. There are things that disarm, and it happened, I think it was the NFC North rivalries. There's a video that went viral on the internet, and young fan who had Down syndrome, and he's in line to like get some food or maybe some merch, but his back is turned. And it's like, I think it was like Vikings and Packers fans are walking up on the guy, and he's got a Bears jacket on. And they like filming themselves. They're like, we're going to go get this guy. Watch this. This freaking blah, 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 blah. We're going to go trash this guy. And they go, hey, Bears fan. And he turns around, he's got Down syndrome, and he's the nicest. He's like, hey, how are you guys doing? Did you enjoy the game? It's the great. And they immediately, they're just like, yeah, high five.
Yeah.
So
disarming.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like, but I don't know about Eagles fans, man.
Well, especially in this game and in this spot.
I don't know if there's much disarming going on.
Probably not. Probably not. Especially if you're Ian Williams and you're, 6'1", 305, and might be a little bit more of an easy target for Eagle fans.
Totally. All right, 888-957-9570. The Eagles stink. Your thoughts? No, that's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying.
One of the reasons why I am picking the Niners to win, and I've already placed the bet, is the injury report. And it goes beyond just Fletcher Cox. When you look at the D-line, the D-line that is great and deep, it's not as great and it's not as deep. They've got a lot of guys who are out injured, and you've got Milton Williams, who's a depth piece, who probably won't play. Fletcher Cox, you said, is listed as questionable. And he hasn't practiced all week, so he may not play.
Goddard is doubtful, which means he ain't playing.
Oh, he's doubtful.
He's doubtful.
Because I know that they were hoping that he was going to be able to be up, but now we're 2 days away, and usually doubtful is about 90 to 95% they don't play.
Yeah, something would have to really change fast.
Right, and he hasn't played in weeks. I have him on my fantasy team, and I know that.
How's that going for you?
It's going great. My team's hot.
Who's your backup tight end?
I've got like 4 tight ends. And George Kittle's my tight end.
What are you doing with all those tight ends?
I was going, and Evan Giddings has been joking with me all year because I've been going 3 tight ends. I've been going with multi-tight ends.
This isn't real football, Dibs. You don't go like Bill Belichick.
I've been going 22 personnel.
We're coming at you with 2 tight ends.
I've been coaching my team like Shanahan and stuff. I'm trying to win 91 to 92 or whatever, but so Goddard, he's been hurt and he won't play.
Not gonna play.
Lane Johnson, they're hoping will play.
He looks good. He
doesn't look
no,
good.
Full participant again.
Right.
For multiple days this week, full participant in practice and not on the injury report. So Lane Johnson is in.
Okay.
He's in.
Yeah, he's in, but he's still coming off an injury. And when
doesn't
you're
mean.
And this game is going to be a body bag game, I would imagine, where it's going to get physical on both sides of the ball. So I'd be surprised if Lane Johnson made it through the whole game, which is partly why I think the Niners are in a good spot. Injury-wise, they're almost, knock on wood, they're almost like 100% good.
That's the thing. We all go, what's the injury report going in? I want to know what's the injury report coming out.
Well, going in is what matters if you're going to bet the game.
Yes, but the game can change very quickly, as we know.
Of course.
Yeah.
Not this game.
Not this game?
Not this game, no.
Not this one?
This one doesn't change
at
all.
Not the game that I love?
No. At least now you have a third quarterback you can use if you need him. So
Don't.
I had to.
Don't.
I had to.
All right, Rob and San Bruno, it's your turn. Hey, Rob, what's going on? Do we hear Rob? Rob?
Hey, Rob.
Come on, no way.
Put him back on hold. He wants a piece of you. Hey, Rob.
He's gone?
Gone.
He can't be gone.
Call back, Rob.
Is everything working in there? Are we good?
Is everything?
No, like for real. Are we good? Yeah, I'm getting a hold, please.
Are the phones not working in Escondido? I want to hear from you. This is your talk show. That was just for you. Lee Hacksaw Hamilton.
I love him, but
one of the best to ever do it.
But
he's one of the OGs.
But it's still one of the cringiest lines in the history of sports.
It's one of the funniest bits.
I want to talk sports with you.
Chula Vista, are the phones not working in San Isidro? This is your talk show.
San Isidro?
Dude, he would throw out every San Diego city.
No, but
Rancho Panasquitas, I want to hear from you.
San Isidro is wine country on the Central Coast, but that's okay.
What's the one that's on the border of Mexico and California?
I don't know.
Okay.
Tijuana.
I'm about to put you in your place.
No, San Ysidro Ranch. It's like in
All right, hold
it's
on.
in Santa
Hold
Barbara.
on. Stand by.
You might be right. Maybe is there a city down there? It's a hotel in Santa Barbara, San Ysidro Ranch. I stayed there before.
Yeah.
Is it a city? How we doing in there, guys? Any phone calls today?
Go to Jonathan.
All right.
Rob just wasn't there.
Yeah, San Ysidro.
It is?
Stand down.
Stand down.
Stand down.
Look at me.
San Ysidro is the southernmost city in California on I-5.
I want you to look at me.
The reason why I know this before I look at you is because it was the scene of a very, very famous, one of the original mass shootings in this state.
Oh.
At a McDonald's.
Oh, I remember that one.
San Ysidro.
Look at me.
I'm staring at you. It's what I do.
I'm about to say something that everybody thinks I never say. You ready?
Hold on. Grandy, you got this? Hit record.
I was wrong.
Yeah!
Tibbs, you have to lay out. You cut off the end.
3, 2, and 1.
No, I'm not saying it again. I'm not saying it again.
You missed your opportunity.
Yeah,
Sorry.
You're not a dummy. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, MWDD? Can't wait, man. I just want to say, man, I want to beat the Eagles, not just in the scoreboard, but beat them up literally. I want to serve them up on the platter, going to Dallas like tenderized meat, and this is how they're going to do it. On the first defensive series, Hassan Reddick is Private Santiago. McKivitz and Kyle Juszczyk, they're Dawson and Downey. So McKivitz got to hold him high, and Kyle Juszczyk is going to send his helmet full speed on the rib area or the hip area of Hassan Reddick, and they're going to do it repeatedly. In the first
Code red and gold.
Are you ordering? You're ordering a code red, Jonathan.
A code red and gold.
I ordered the code red last week. I texted Kyle Shanahan. I said, send him the code red on.
I love it.
We got to send him a message.
Jonathan, we want you on those phones. we need you on those phones. 888-957-9570. That's an emotion-filled call. I'm just telling you right now, I am trying. I've worked all week to get to this point. Remove the emotion. Remove the emotion in the PTSD. They're the better football team. They're the better football team. Vegas knows it. They're the better football team. Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. More of your calls coming up next, 888-957-9570. And if you think I'm the only one saying it, wait till you hear what we have for you next on Willard and Dibs.
This is as formidable defense as there is across the entire league.
A lot of Fed pressure coming. Purdy, Dak floating in the air is it picked? No, hit the ground.
Yeah, there's something going on here on the sidelines. They're challenging it.
After reviewing the play, the ball came out prior to the quarterback's hand going forward. As a result, it was a fumble with a clear recovery by number 72 of the defense. Will the game clock operator please put 6:56 on the game clock, please? 6.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Talk to me, Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson. This is as formidable as a defense as the NFL provides. Okay. 20 points to the Patriots, 28 to the Vikings, only 11 to the Bucks, 31 to Washington. Let's see. Washington with 31 again. Dallas with 23, the Bills with 34. I don't know. You say it's the same defense. I say data says otherwise. They're not as good this year. The record's better. They're not as good. Want to know who agrees? Longtime Philadelphia radio personality Angelo Cataldi from WIP forever, who was on with the Morning Roast today.
They're not as good. They're not as good defensively. They've even gotten gashed a lot on the run this year.
Yeah.
Defensively, they're just, and the thing is, I don't think it's the new defensive coordinator, Sean Desai. I think it is a philosophy the team has: bend but don't break, bend but don't break. But they're winning a lot of games on luck. Kansas City wins the game 2 weeks ago if the receiver catches the boys all alone.
Yeah.
How do you leave a guy that alone with a game on the line? The Eagles will lose Sunday. I've been saying it on local shows all week. They're not going to beat the Niners.
Angelo Cataldi.
Jump Cataldi.
WIP. Well, there's the thing says it's over, and then it keeps going, which is good.
Crazy,
I like what he said. So that's one guy.
Yeah.
It's one guy's opinion.
Niners maybe wouldn't have beaten the Rams if the ball didn't bounce off Kyron Williams.
Sure.
So, I mean, we can play that game for any team and any scenario. I think you can play that game.
Here's where I would actually stop what he's saying, because while this may sound disingenuous to some of you, I'm still going to say it. I'm not telling you that the Niners are definitely going to win. It's a football game.
Yeah.
I'm telling you they're better and that they should. Stuff happens. They may not. And the season doesn't end whether they do or whether they're not. So I may come in Monday and say the same thing I said to you about San Isidro. I was wrong. I'm ready to do that if that's the way that it goes. But all I can do on a daily basis is come in here and tell you what I see, what I feel, what we've studied. I like as the matchup. By the way, I didn't even necessarily feel this way on Tuesday, but I'm listening, I'm reading, I'm texting, I'm talking to people, I'm looking at deeper numbers, and I'm just telling you what I see. The Niners are a better team than the Eagles. And there's a bunch of stuff out there from people who have no emotional dog in this that suggests the same thing. The Niners have a worse record. They're favored on the road. They have a worse record and may not get home field advantage, yet they're favored over the Eagles to win the Super Bowl. Why is that? I'm sitting here. Someone can explain it to me if I don't get it. I'm telling you that right now, Las Vegas, Nevada is overwhelmingly convinced that the Niners are a better team than the Philadelphia Eagles.
Based on a 3-point spread.
Based on all kinds of things.
Right.
Based on all of the stuff that goes into making a spread, which is a lot.
Right.
A lot of numbers, a lot of studying, a lot of knowing this. So do with that whatever you want.
It's rare that you find a 10-1 team at home that's going to be an
dog
underdog.
by a full field goal.
A 10-1 dog at all.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't be much less of a dog rather than 3 points.
Well,
you could be a 2, you could be a 1.
But you know,
you're not going to see a half-point spread.
But 3 is a very big number in
3.5 is bigger than 3.
Yes,
by a lot. But 3 is much bigger than 2.5.
And it's much bigger
terms
than
of that.
1. Or which is what it was.
Well, 1 is a pick 'em. One is basically saying, you're not going to have really a true pick 'em. So It started at a pick 'em, and then it was 1, and the fact that it ballooned to 3 tells me that a lot of people are believing what you believe, which is the Niners are a better team, and that's why it sits at 3. And I was doing a lot of the research on the gambling side of it, and a couple of my gambling expert friends are saying, don't bet it at 3. Don't take the Niners minus the 3. There's value at 2.5, but there's no value at 3.
I'd agree with that.
Which is telling me that many of the experts think that it will land on 3, 27-24, 24-21, that kind of a ball game, depending on what you think is going to transpire. And if you look at the numbers beyond the record and the numbers beyond the point differential, you see that the Niners are better in yards per play on offense and on defense. And against the run is where they're almost absolutely identical. Yeah. They each give up about 4 yards per play on the ground. The Niners give up 4. The Eagles give up 4.1. So that to me is where this game ultimately rests. The team that can run it and possess it and keep the other team's defense on the field, that's the team that's going to win the game. And I look at that number one factor, and I look at the Eagles defense being a little bit more banged up, and the fact that they're coming off a game a week ago where they played 92 snaps on defense. The Niners have 3 additional days of rest, and they are not as banged up. So even if you say these 2 run defenses are totally equal, and I think you could make that argument, well, the Niners have a injury advantage and they have a rest advantage, and that's what's leading me to think that they can win the ground battle. And if they win the ground battle, and if they win the time of possession battle, the Niners win the game. If the Niners possess the ball and run it more than 30 times, Shanahan's almost unbeatable.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, you could argue. I know it's funny the way these two teams are built. There's a poetry to this idea, which is that the Niners will strike first and they will lead in the first half, and the Eagles will be down by 8 or something like that going into the fourth quarter, which is where they have been incredibly successful. And I give them a lot of credit for that. They have made big plays in big moments. Have some of them been breaks that they didn't do? Yep. So you can ignore that if you want. It does. Like I don't care. But I look at stuff like this and think we end up moving forward with opinions that are based on ignoring little things that have taken place that matter. Okay, if Jake Moody makes a kick, we look at this differently.
Right.
If Marquez Valdez-Scantling catches a ball, we look at this differently.
If Jake Elliott misses a kick.
If he misses a kick, or if Josh Allen and Gabe Davis were on the same damn page,
right,
we look at this differently. And you could say, oh, ifs, whatever, you could do this with 1,000 plays. Yes and no. These have all been key plays, final minute, final seconds of games that would definitively change the outcome of the football game. And I'm telling you, we are a breath away from the Niners actually having a better record than the Eagles going into this game. Forget tiebreakers. Like, we are an inch away from the 49ers being 9-2 and the Eagles being 8-3. An inch. But it hasn't gone that way, and that's fine.
And the reason why it hasn't gone that way, though, I think is more significant than just, well, that's just the way it goes.
I agree with you.
When you draft a kicker and you give a rookie the job and he misses a clutch kick, you can't be surprised, in my opinion.
That's fine. I agree.
Now, if Robbie Gould would have missed that kick, then I would be gobsmacked and I would be stunned and I would be more likely to think what you're thinking. But you brought in a rookie and you gave the rookie the gig and you said, hey, Rook, go make this kick to win a game, and he missed it. And that's what happens when you bring in a rookie kicker.
I think that's totally fair. However, even with that, I could still argue, I bet, if I sat here with you and went, okay, Jake Moody, 41 yards, likely of it going in or out, what's the deal?
Probably 75% as a rookie.
There you go.
85% as a veteran.
But either way, it's something that should have, in theory, happened, but it didn't, and that's fine. But I'm not going to eliminate all of this stuff from my analysis. Am I calling the Eagles lucky? I get that offends people, so I won't use that word. Have they had a little luck? Yes. Do I think it's sustainable for a whole year? No. That's my analysis.
Yeah, but you are what your record says you are.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I disagree. Only in terms of like decisions that get made in terms of what seeding.
Right.
But
in terms of the only thing that actually matters throughout all of this, you are what your record says you are.
Well,
and they're 10-1
for seeding.
I mean, for standings, which is the only thing that matters.
No, I disagree.
DVOA and EPA and yards per play and average air yards and all the rest of that nonsense, they're 10-1.
Right. But that's not the end all be all either. Because it's week 13.
Right.
We're sponsored by AC Transit. Okay, Jason, you'll be first up, but we'll get to all of your calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. Oh, and I wasn't done with the national outside of San Francisco voices who are telling you what to think. That's coming up next. 95.7 The Game.
Are you a mechanic with at least 4 years under your belt? AC Transit wants you to join the crew. Help us drive the East Bay. No diesel experience? No problem. Paid training is provided.
store for details.
.69% on the year on fourth down, fourth best in the NFL. They need three. Hurts runs out of the pocket, looking for a deep. Devontae Smith, one-hander. It's the end. He's got it. First and goal, Philadelphia.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
No.
What happened?
Not a catch. Not a catch.
Well,
throw the flag. Throw the flag.
History will indicate that it is a catch.
I know it will, but I don't, that's part of what I'm trying to get at here. Like,
well, then get at it.
I don't want
Quit beating around the bush all the damn time.
I think black and white thinking is not for me. How about that?
That's fine.
Okay.
I also want to just point out that what happens, and even if you think that it is right or wrong, fair or unfair, it goes down as having happened.
Yeah, I understand
so that goes down as having been a catch.
Oh, I don't ever want to. By the way, you're never going to hear this from me. Unfair. Oh, gosh, no. If the Niners get their butts kicked, they get their butts kicked. I'll come in here. I'll tell you I was wrong. There's 1,000 different things that could happen here.
What about that Saints game, famously, where everyone thought that it was pass interference?
Well, it was.
Well, history will show that it was not pass interference.
But, okay, this is something that you and I have had many, many debates on through the years.
Bouts. We came to blows.
Well, it's just it is a difference of the way we look at things, and that's fine. Like I'm not willing to move on in life with just it happened.
Right.
And that's the end of the story. It's like, I don't know, I enjoy storytelling too much to just accept that and be like, yes, it happened, therefore it's fact. Devontae Smith is one example. He didn't catch the ball. Yes, statistically he did.
It's a catch.
But he didn't.
Right.
And that's part of the story for me, and that's fine. It's not about excuses or boo-hoos, as Hassan Reddick would. It's none of that.
I love it, Hassan.
It's none of that, because I look at the Eagles' schedule, quite frankly, as a very, very good indicator of what I'm talking about. Look, because of what we do for a living, because I love it, because I've got a show the second these games end, I watch them all. And maybe this doesn't matter to you, matters to me. Maybe you look at this as a compliment of the Eagles, and I can see that. But here's something I'm ready to tell you. They have been outplayed in more than one of their wins. Like, outplayed.
Right. Okay.
Now, they won those games. If you want to black and white that, great, do it. I get it. And there is a compliment hidden in there, which is that sometimes you got to find a way to win when you don't have your best pitch.
Right.
Or when you're down, you got to come back. It's what the Niners have not done. So there's a compliment in there. But I also am going to use that as a factor in the way I assess a team, because I think there's only so many times you can do that throughout a year. And so I do not feel in my gut that the Philadelphia Eagles are one of the top two teams in football.
Okay.
They're not. I think the Niners are.
They don't have to be.
No, they don't.
They don't have to be any better than any other team in football other than the Niners on Sunday. That's the only team they have to be better than on Sunday.
Right.
And in terms
they don't even
of
have to be that
black and whiting, it's not up to me to black and white anything. And I can look at every single game that the Eagles play, and I can look at it and say, they're 10-1. Did they play better than their opponent in 10 of those 11 games? It doesn't matter. They scored more points and they won the game. And so
matters to me.
Well, it matters to me in terms of how we look at this game and how we look at who we think is going to win this game. And when you look at this game, the Niners might outplay the Eagles again and
lose.
It's
totally possible.
And so it's not up to me to black and white it. They have rules that allow for points to be scored in certain fashions. And if the Eagles score more points and they win the game, then they win the game.
I understand.
And it doesn't matter if you outplay the team. This is not figure skating or boxing or rhythmic gymnastics where we get to decide if the Russian judge is screwing us.
Okay, but you'll answer this question correctly 1,000 times in a row. If I ask you, okay, you know this about me. Am I a process guy or a results guy?
You're a process guy.
There you go. So it matters to me because I'm not for me, this is my brain. I would find it boring to just, is Monday? Well, that's what happened.
Of course not.
End of the show. No, but
we're not going to run from the fact that if Philadelphia wins, that they get the win.
I don't. That's funny to me in sports media. The whole are we running from it? You and I aren't playing. There's no
right.
There's nothing to be embarrassed about, and there's nothing to peacock about. No matter what the hell happens on Sunday, I'm not taking credit for a win, nor am I taking embarrassment out of a loss. I'm going to be on my couch. I have no effect over this whatsoever.
Sure.
I'm going to analyze things as I see them every single week. And as I see this from a number of different angles throughout this season, the 49ers are a better football team than the Eagles, ... We'll see what happens next, and I'll tell you how I feel on Monday. And then we'll keep talking about it every month.
Of course.
Till we get to February. So that's all I'm saying. And I think that's where you and I have a full understanding of that. You're a little bit more of a results-driven person than I am. I'm a little bit more of a process-driven person than you are.
I'm all about the process, but I also take more heed to what the result is as opposed to the process, because the process is great and the process is very important, but ultimately it's the result that matters. The process has to be good in order to produce the result. You don't find your way to 8-3 with a bad process. You don't find your way to 10-1 with a bad process. The Eagles aren't 10-1 because they're lucky.
No.
And I'm not saying that you're saying that, because there is some luck to having the Bills not connect on a wide open game-ending touchdown, or the Chiefs dropping a touchdown that would have turned a game, or having your kicker drill a 59-yarder in tough conditions. It's maybe a 1-5 or a 1-10 proposal.
For him, it's like a 5 for 5.
Whatever it is, there are certain things that have, quote, gone their way. In their process has been the same, no matter what, but the result has been better based on some of the things in their process breaking better than it might have broken their way.
I think you make some of your own luck. There's no doubt about it. By the way, there's going to be some luck involved here. Good luck to each and every one of you at 5:30 today, because we've got a pair of tickets to see comedian Sebastian Maniscalco at Chase Center. He has been one of the hottest comics out there for the last couple of years, and he is coming to San Francisco in 2024, and we've got tickets. In fact, we've got 4 pairs of his tickets to the show, which will be on August 18th next year, 5:30 today. 4 pairs just today, right here on Willard and Dibs. Make sure you're listening at 5:30 for details and for your chance to win. By the way, also, if you haven't already, I want you to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcast. While you're there, make sure you check out The Morning Roast and Howard Eskin, Steiny and Goo with Emmanuel Acho. Great conversations that happened yesterday leading up to this very, very big matchup. How about Jason? This is my favorite city, out east. He could be anywhere from Oakland to Virginia. Let's find out. Hi, Jason. Where are you?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, well, when he first answered the phone call, I was at work, so I was in Philly.
Got it.
At the airport working. But I live in South Jersey, so I live right outside of Philadelphia. I call them filthy.
No,
the city stinks.
Yeah, as soon as you said, you said, "How you doing?" I knew where you were from. So thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, so this is the first time I ever called outside of either calling Philly stations or down in Dallas. I'm a Cowboys fan.
Okay.
So I told your producer, enemy of my enemy is my friend. So let me frame this for you real quick. This is the easiest path for the 49ers to win. And really, I don't have a dog in the fight, but if either one loses or wins, it kind of helps the Cowboys. Well, if the Eagles win, it's really hurting the Cowboys. If the 49ers win, it's helping because now we're back in the fight. If Shanahan runs the ball, and I mean runs the ball down their throat, and then takes their shots with Ayuk and Debo, and even running the ball with Debo, they will run filthy off the field.
Well,
I'm telling you, their secondary.
I agree.
Their secondary is not as good as last year. That D line may get after them, but if they chip Reddick and Graham, I'm telling you, they're going to walk away with this game. They should walk away with it.
Well, this is what Kyle Shanahan loves to do, Jason. So I'm sure that he's thinking something very, very similar. I would argue that when the 49ers or a Kyle Shanahan team runs the ball well, they're next to impossible to beat by anybody, Philadelphia included.
Exactly. I definitely agree. Hey, like I said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I hope the 49ers beat them. I hope they beat them bad and get revenge from last year because they talking mad stuff out here. I'm telling you, they are talking trash.
Of course. And I love that the 49ers have been branded as being too chirpy by the Eagles fan base. It's hysterical. Jason, by the way, 35 points to the Seahawks. What the hell were your guys doing last night?
Man, I'm telling you, I was sweating that one out, and the only thing I can say is 3 games in 11 days. The boys was tired, so I mean they eked one out. Now they got some rest, and then we can get back at it. And when Philly comes down to Dallas,
well, it's time to wake up, Jason. Your alarm is going off, and I will agree, Jason. Thanks. I will agree. The Niners and the Cowboys have like a little week and a half long kumbaya partnership that they're building here. How about if the Cowboys beat the Niners' closest contender? The Niners can do that for the Cowboys, and then you can go ahead and root for the Cowboys again next week, and the Niners can find themselves in the 1 seed, and the Cowboys could find themselves in first place.
Right back in first place, yeah. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, is what he said. And talking about Filthy Delphia, I like that. I hadn't heard that in terms of a nickname, a moniker for the city, but Dallas is in real trouble last night now.
They were. I mean,
they were on the ropes a little bit.
I didn't understand what the hell was going on. How does DK Metcalf go for 3? Geno Smith carving you up for 350 and 3 tugs, but Dallas survives and wins. And I still think the Cowboys, they're the one team, by the way. I think we can look at them and go, I think they're exactly who we think they are. They're dynamic, they're dangerous, they can score a lot, but my God, if you give them an elite opponent, they struggle. They struggle. And again, grain of salt, because this takes a lot of context out, and I'm not usually a fan of that. But you look at Dallas at San Francisco and Dallas at Philly and tell me how those games looked. You can take something from that. That's kind of what I'm getting at. I would never call the Eagles lucky. They're 10-1. It's a good team. This is how I would say it, though. They're a little lucky to be 10-1. They're not lucky, period, end of sentence. Very good football team. Fortunate to be 10-1. Fortunate to be 10-1.
Well, they had some close games. They've won some close games. And, you look at both games against the Commanders, including the overtime game, and you think, well, that's one that might have gone the other way if you hadn't been able to close it out. The Buffalo game you mentioned, the Kansas City game. Sure, you look at any team who plays that many close games, one-score games, and if you have a team that's that good in the one-score games, and I think Philadelphia is 7-1 in one-score games. The only one they didn't win is actually one of the ones they should have won. I mean, the Jet game that got away from them, that was more of a winnable game than Buffalo, Kansas City, and the Commander game. I mean, that was a game they had.
They did not get outplayed in that game.
No,
they
that's a game that they let somebody back in.
They let someone hang around, and then Jalen Hurts made a throw that if Brock Purdy had made,
okay, here we go.
Embarcadero would close.
Run out of town.
Embarcadero's closed. I'm telling you.
Well, Brock Purdy's made passes that badly. His pass first and goal at the 8.
Disagree.
On a play that was designed to be a run, and he threw an interception on a play that was not even supposed to be a pass play.
But you're removing
that was that bad.
You're removing situation. First of all, the Jalen Hurts throw is partially on Nick Sirianni. Like
should have never been throwing the ball.
You're in a situation where you're not throwing the ball, but as a professional quarterback, you know damn well my coach is putting faith in me. I'm going to drop back. I refuse to throw an interceptable pass in this situation. It is a hard no. You take a sack. You take an intentional grounding. You huck it out of bounds. You do anything rather than take the tiniest chance of a pick. And he threw it right over the middle, and it was the easiest interception that Jet DB ever had. And they lost the game.
Yeah.
And so that's on them. But listen, you're not wrong. They found a way to win a lot of these games, but I can look at a number of these and say they were outplayed, and I can look at a number of other performances that if I were an Eagle fan, I would tap down my confidence. That's what's interesting about this. The Eagles fan, if I looked at these two fan bases, wouldn't you agree? The Eagles fan base is more confident than the Niners fan base going into this game.
Yeah, and they should be.
I disagree. Well, it should be the other way around.
Well, they should be more confident because the last time these two teams played, it was in Philadelphia, and Philadelphia dominated them. They wrecked the game. These are facts. And if you'll just bear with me in terms of the Philadelphia fan base, the Philadelphia fan looks at that game and they say, we knocked your quarterback out, and then you threw your backup in, we knocked him out too, and you had no quarterback, and we crushed you. We crushed you, Willard, 31-3. We knocked you out.
You're more toward Boston, but keep going.
Doesn't even matter. It's working, and it's getting to you, and it's a fact.
No, it's not.
We crushed you. We went to the Super Bowl, and you watched it at home with your girlfriend and your kids, and Dibs had to come over, and you had dip.
And we had a great time.
Yeah, watching it on TV. You're watching us on TV.
And you lost.
It doesn't matter. We were there.
Oh, it doesn't matter?
We beat you. We knocked you out, San Fran.
Go to, Dibs, half in the bag?
Yeah, boy, more like 3/4
when
in
you
the
look,
bag.
When you look back on the
I take the bus home.
When you look back on the 2019 49ers, do you feel good or bad?
2019 Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And they lost.
Yeah.
I feel bad, Mark.
Okay, so
Jimmy Garoppolo.
I mean, I listened.
Emmanuel Sanders wide open, dude. Make the throw, Holmes.
I listened to Bonte and Joe go head to head with whoever those two do. I know.
Did they do another crossover this morning? I missed it.
Hugh Douglas, and who was the other dude?
Joe Giglio?
Joe Giglio.
You're making up names.
Giggly good.
Giggly.
Yeah.
Soft G.
Joe Giglio.
There you go.
That dude.
And I'm just a Giglio.
That dude.
Bosey bop.
There was this hilarious moment in this conversation where he almost choked on his own tongue. This guy.
Giglio?
Yeah. Jiggly jop.
You saying it was Gaglio?
That guy goes.
Grandy?
He calls these Eagles. He goes, this team, these guys are champions. That's why they're going to win the chip. And then he kind of stopped. He goes, NFC champions. I said, what are we doing?
We won the Hallis last year.
You NFC champions?
We won the Hallis. We beat you 31-3.
God.
San Fran.
What a joke.
We won the Hallis.
What a joke.
Holla at the Hallis.
I had no idea that the Golden State Warriors had 6 rings. I mean, what a joke.
Not 5.
Champions.
What is the Western Conference champ? What's that trophy called?
The Giglio.
Wow.
The Giglio.
We won the Hallis.
I mean.
We crushed you in our place. We won the Hallis.
We're champions.
That's why.
Champions of what, Sunday?
The NFC.
Oh, tremendous.
The National Football Conference.
Oh,
the original football conference.
I've been to Santa Clara many times. Oddly, I've never seen their 2019 NFC Championship trophy. Where are they hiding it?
Well,
why is it not being displayed?
It's probably in Jed's office because it's all he's got.
In the closet.
Well, he doesn't have a Lombardi.
No, he doesn't.
He got to go ask Unc if he can look at one of Unc's Lombardis.
I don't get into this. This whole but the Eagles have won more recently than you. Well, we can start bringing everybody's rosters that are not even playing anymore.
I'm just explaining to you why Eagles fan is more braggadocious than Niner fan, because the last time they played
that's cultural.
The Eagles, it's partly cultural, but it's also they have a better record, and the last time these two teams played, they won, and they won in convincing fashion, and they physically wrecked you. Is that not true?
No,
we knocked out your quarterback.
No, it's not true.
We knocked out both your quarterbacks.
But again,
you didn't have a quarterback.
But again, that is.
I don't know what this accent is, but I'm liking it.
It is fun.
And it's bugging you too.
No, it's not. It's not. You know what's
getting
bugging
under
me?
your skin, Mick.
You want to know what's getting under my skin?
Talk to me,
Debs. the misevaluation sensation of yourself.
That's a buck.
You're not a process guy. You're a results guy.
I never said I was a process guy.
You did. I literally said I'm a process guy, you're a results guy. And you said I'm more of a process guy than you think.
No, I am more of a process guy than you think.
You're
but
not.
It's because you hide behind process when results don't go your way.
No, I don't.
You do.
Why? How am I hiding?
Results are all that matters.
Oh, God. Really?
At the end of... So last year is a great example. The process, the Niners' process and their effort and their game plan and everything other than the result was pretty good.
Are you talking about sports or everything?
I'm talking about sports.
Okay.
In sports, results is what matters.
It matters more. It's not the only thing that matters at all.
At the end of the day, it's all that matters.
I disagree completely.
So
what the hell's the point of playing?
The point of playing is to win. Is to win the championship.
And
if you don't win the championship...
Then why do we watch the regular season? What the hell are we even doing this week?
Because the regular season builds toward the playoffs,
but
which
it doesn't
build
matter.
Toward the championship.
Doesn't matter.
It totally matters.
How?
If the Niners don't win another game...
This game decides nothing
If
this
the
weekend.
Niners don't win another game and they go 8-9, then they don't make the playoffs, and then they don't have a chance to win the championship. Is that right?
Which does not get decided this weekend. And quite frankly, I don't even know if they need to win another game in order to win the division because the Seahawks are crap. So, if
they go 8-9, they're not making the playoffs.
You don't know that. It might win the division.
Well, Seattle would have beaten you, and then you would have lost to the Rams and Arizona and Baltimore.
Yeah.
8-9.
Still may not be enough.
And the reason why we watch these games, the reason why I watch these games is, yes, to enjoy the process of the chess match.
Say it louder.
Coach between our coach and your coach, our team and your team.
Builds character.
But at the end of the day,
builds a story.
I'm more fulfilled by the result being a win as opposed to a loss.
I did not argue that. I did not argue that the story and the journey is more important than the finish, but the finish is not the only thing. If it is, then Brock Purdy's a failure. But he's not a failure because it's an unbelievable story that's still being written.
Exactly.
And every single experience matters and builds on top of the next, and we'll see where that all goes. But the reason I can actually prove that you're, in my opinion, a results person over process is the way you keep referring to last year. And I know you and I see it differently, and that's fine. But every tackle is actually, by Hassan Reddick, for example, is simply just a tackle. If a ligament inside someone else's body snaps, you don't get credit for that, in my opinion. It's just something that happened as a result in someone else's body. So this whole thing of, well, Philly was more physical. No, the guy got hurt, which can happen to any player in any game, every play. And you know that.
Right.
So,
but it happens in this play because they were more physical.
No, because you're a results guy, and that's what happened on that play, and it does not mean in the whole game that Philly was more physical.
Well, the process by which he got hurt, the process was he was better than you, he was better than your tight end, and he was better than your quarterback. Yeah. And he got hurt, and that was the result.
No, he won on one play. He won on a play.
Which was the biggest play in the entire season.
As it turned out.
Yeah.
Because someone's ligament snapped. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll keep taking your calls. Oh, gosh, the thing we were going to play, we didn't play it.
Dang it.
Let's play it coming up next. You're going to want to hear this on Willard and Dibs.
Tune in every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. during football season for Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti.
McCaffrey, right side, breaks the tackle, good shifty move, gets that, still going! McCaffrey's gonna score!
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Remember that? That was when for a moment you're like, they're not going to win anyway, are they? And
Maybe.
They didn't.
Well.
They didn't.
They should have let him throw the ball.
Who, Christian?
Yes. I mean,
you're not wrong. It would have been hilarious.
It would have been more than what they did, which is hut hike and let's run it. And they knew you were going to run it. I mean, you're going to lose anyway, right? In theory.
Yeah.
Do something, Kyle.
That's why I do get bothered every time someone goes, well, they thoroughly outplayed you. Okay, people. If you want to ignore that context, go ahead. Take that to all the moments of your life. Go ahead.
I heard something earlier. I think it was Steiny and Guru, a guest they had, and I think that expression got used thoroughly. Oh, no, they talked about how, the Eagles just dominated you on the ground.
They dominated you.
It's because the Niners defense they were on the field for like 40 minutes in that game.
Stupidest thing ever. Okay? Try getting pulled over by a police officer. You're speeding, you're going 85 miles an hour.
It's rare, but I'll work with you.
Okay.
I'm not a big speeder.
All right.
My hands are at 10 and 2, and I'm going usually 66 and a 65.
Pretend you were going 85.
Oh, God.
Cop pulls you over.
Boop, boop. I'm going to need to pull over.
Officer comes to your window. You roll down the window.
How you doing?
And your wife is in labor.
Oh.
How would you feel if the officer was like, stay right here, I'll be back with a ticket? Or is he going to let context into his freaking mind as to why you're going 85 miles an hour?
How far along is she in labor? If you're going to play the context game, what's the dilation point here?
You know what that would be?
It's a dilation sensation. It's officially a Friday show.
Oh,
Grandy, just hit me with a cha-ching and we'll move on.
He's not even listening anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. We're talking about cervix being dilated. You can go back.
We're talking about Bo Nix in here. It's the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. Are they?
We're talking cervix. You're talking Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are they going to win by 10 or more?
Yeah. Give it the points.
Yes. I'm considering it right now. It's under consideration. It's consideration. All right. Should we play it? Do you want to hear it? Sean Salisbury is going to join us in 25 minutes. You ready? Okay. Which one do you want from Colin Cowherd? Do you want why the Eagles can't flex their muscles?
This is the one that I heard earlier. You shared it with the group this morning, and I heard it, and I thought, whoa, that is... Man, Colin, I don't know who you got doing your research for you because I know it's not you, but that's some high-quality research right there, Colin.
High-quality H2O.
Totally.
Eagles are 10-1, best team in the league situationally, great roster, got to the Super Bowl last year. They are so good in close games. I mean, I've never seen anything quite like it, right? But is there a downside to that? Oh, there is. We went back 7 years, Super Bowl champs, 10-plus point wins. You see, teams that win the Super Bowl flex. They blow out teams. Now, you know that in college, but it's true in pro football. If you go to the last 7 Super Bowl champs, Patriots had 10 wins over 10 points. Eagles, 2017, Nick Foles, 7. Patriots, 8. Chiefs, 7. Bucks, 8. Rams, 6. Chiefs, 7. If you go back a decade, there's only one exception. Denver Broncos 2015, but that was that Brock Osweiler, old Peyton Manning circus year, right? Like they couldn't get the quarterback thing right. And that was also the best defense we've all probably seen in the last 10 years. Philly doesn't have that. In fact, in NFL history, Philadelphia has the second worst point differential for any team that's won 10 of their first 11. They don't flex because they can't flex.
You can love Colin. You can hate Colin. That sounds like a very data-driven, interesting point to me.
Yeah, till the end, the closing statement.
Why?
Because he said they don't flex because they can't flex. Well, that's not true. They just haven't flexed yet. I mean, they could flex still, but based on his historical data or the data that he was given, yeah, the fact that and he was able to use the Broncos example and say Brock Osweiler, fine. That's probably a pertinent way to couch why they didn't flex on people, because they were trying to figure out their quarterback situation. And historically, a team that doesn't win a lot of blowouts doesn't win the Super Bowl. I'll allow that as a historical fact.
Yeah. Again, this is why I will continue. I will maintain, and you can hate me for it all you want. This is a much better version of last year's Vikings. And here's what I mean by that. It doesn't mean they're a fraud. It doesn't mean they're a bad team. It means they're not as good as their record. That's all it means. And if you want to Parcells me, I've never liked the quote. You are what your record says you are. No, you're not. No, you're not. The New York Giants were a wild card team at 500 and won the Super Bowl. So you can do anything from all kinds of positions in life. And it doesn't have anything to do, you are what it says you are. It's just mundane and black and white to think that way, in my opinion. There is context here. There are reasons why things happen. And tucked into all of that is a bunch of compliments to the Eagles. They have been incredible in fourth quarter situations. They are clutch. They are calm. They're able to come from behind. These are all good things. But are they dominant? No. And it sounds like a 10-1 team is dominant, but they're not. They just aren't. And typically, when you get to the big games in the end, that's when that gets you. Because they're situationally, that sort of goes away in the playoffs. It's why the Minnesota Vikings did what they did last year. Bebop-baloo, 13-4. Now here's a playoff game. You got whacked in your own building because someone's going to come at you with their best punch or their healthiest punch or whatever. So the Eagles are 5-0 through a gauntlet of opponents. I feel like they were outplayed in 3 of those 5 games, but they won them all. Pat on the back, high five, great job. But I'm still going to analyze this game on the way into it like I see it, which is right now, you put these two teams on paper, the 49ers are better, and if you look at simply how things have been going situationally the last 3 or 4 weeks, the 49ers are markedly better than what the Eagles have done. And if you think I'm just being crazy, then explain to me why Vegas did what they did. Help me.
Right.
Help me understand why the Niners are the Super Bowl favorite and a 3-point favorite on the road in the rain in Philly.
Well, there are a couple different things. There, one, the odds makers set the number not exclusively based on how much better they think a team is than the other team. And the number is set based on money, and it's based on attracting money on both sides. So you put a team that you think is better, the Niners, and you put them at -1, and then the money comes in, and you move it to 3 because you want some people to think, oh boy, I'm getting a home team, I'm getting a 10-1 team at home, and I'm getting a field goal.
Exactly.
So that's why you put the number and you move it up to 3, because you want to draw a number, you want to draw money on both sides. And when you say the Niners are Super Bowl favorite, and you just say it the way you said it, it implies that they are overwhelming favorite. Now, you didn't say that they're overwhelming favorite, and I've looked at a number of different houses that are posting the Super Bowl odds as they sit, and the 49ers are as microscopically favorites
correct
as you can possibly find.
Which is odd, though, when you are 2 games behind a team and about to head to their stadium.
Again, it's not that odd when you think about why they post these odds the way they do. The Niners are a team that's won 3 in a row. They're a team that is seen as the most complete team in football. Everybody, other than your feelings about the quarterback, raves about this team and their chance to win the division. And they're probably 99% chance to win the NFC West right now and get a home game. And they've already beaten their chief rival, Dallas, very, very badly. So the only thing that's standing in the Niners' way of making it to the Super Bowl is Philadelphia. So the odds makers put the Niners in a certain spot because of everything that you're saying. The Niners have looked very good over the last 3 games. And even if you look at the games before, the 3 games that they lost, you lost on a kick. You lost to a Minnesota team that that game was a little bit fluky. You had your chances to win that late, and then you lost to Cincinnati, where you were at the long run of a first half, and the Bengals were coming off a bye, and you had Brock Purdy throw interceptions on back-to-back passes, and you lost a game to a team that is better than their record would indicate.
Grab a compass and go on a ride with me and help me understand. Okay?
A compass? Are we going north or south?
We're going math. No. Like,
do I need my abacus?
Sure.
All right, I got it.
Bring it all. So I'm looking right now at the actual playoff status odds. Okay? Not
odds to make the playoffs.
Not betting odds, probabilities.
Sure.
Probabilities.
Odds to make the playoffs.
All of it. Odds to make the playoffs, odds to make the Super Bowl, odds
and this
to
is
win
according
the Super Bowl.
to, I'm just curious, like, because there's so many different sites that run these numbers.
Right, but they're right. So playoffstatus.com.
Oh, I love
if
it.
you will.
It's good.
Okay.
Not .org.
The 49ers are 99% chance to make the playoffs.
Okay.
The Eagles are greater than 99% chance to make the playoffs. Okay. To get to round 2, Niners are 74%, Eagles are 96%.
Which means that the Eagles are likely to get a bye in this scenario, and therefore they would make it to round 2.
How about to get to a conference championship?
Eagles probably at 40%.
75%.
Wow. And the Niners are probably about the same.
44%.
44%.
Mm-hmm.
That's implying that the Niners would have to go through Dallas. What's Dallas in that same number?
Dallas
probably about 29%.
To make the conference championship?
Yes.
20%.
Okay.
So, Eagles 75% to make the NFC title game, Niners only 44%. How about to make the Super Bowl? Just to make it to the Super Bowl. Eagles 52%. Better than 50-50 to make the Super Bowl. Niners 19%. How about to win the Super Bowl? The Niners 9%. Eagles 30%. Those are probabilities.
Right.
Explain to me why the Niners are favored to win the Super Bowl over the Eagles and the Chiefs and all these teams that have better probabilities. Did you know that the Jaguars have a better percentage probability to make the Super Bowl than the 49ers do? So why is everybody betting on the Niners?
Because the probability is based on the statistics of the record of their remaining schedule, the record of their division, and all the rest of the mathematics involved, not having anything to do with this team against that team and the human beings involved. The odds makers, the probability is not looking at Trent Williams versus, Hargrave versus Reddick or anything like that.
But it does have to do with who you're playing.
And those teams' records.
Right. So in other words, the powerfulness or lack thereof of what's still ahead, which is subjective.
Right. It's objective in terms of what the records are, but it's not subjective in terms of which team is actually good. And the odds makers who are setting the Super Bowl odds and the point spread for this Sunday, they're looking at things in a more subjective manner, and they're also looking at a way to balance the action. So if you based the odds, if the odds makers just looked at those numbers and they thought, geez, Niners are 9% chance to win the Super Bowl, the implied odds, I think, would be about 12-1. So they would be at plus 1,200 to win the Super Bowl based on, a 9% chance of winning.
But they're only at about what?
Plus 425.
425.
Right. And so if you hung or if you posted the Niners at 12-1 odds to win the Super Bowl,
you'd lose your butt.
You're betting it. Grandy's betting it. Lucas, we're all betting it.
You'd lose your butt.
And you're losing your butt because a lot of people would bet it. So the odds are more reflective of betting trends and reality.
Right. I know what everybody's sort of simplistic answer is. I'm seeing it all over our YouTube chat. Oh, it's money. It's just the flow of money. Well, where does the flow of money come from?
The people.
Thank you. And where do the people come from? They've got brains and opinions and subjectivity and studying and data and facts and all of those things. These are not stupid people. Vegas is not risking billions of dollars because they think you like the Niners. I love this opinion. Well, Vegas made him a favorite because people like the Niners. No, that's not the whole story at all. Again, I will refer you to the conversation I had with an odds maker earlier this week. Why are the Niners favored? His answer was not, because all you schmucks like the Niners.
Right.
His answer was, because they're better.
Yeah.
Because they are.
They're better.
Doesn't mean they're going to win.
It doesn't mean
That's
that they're going to win.
My only point today is there are 1,000 different things that can happen in this game. Key people could get hurt, bad play calls, bad bounces, bad everything.
Tip pass,
fumbles,
muff,
missed kicks,
all of it.
Sideways rainstorms.
The reason why we love football is because they use an oblong ball.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing can bounce anywhere at any time.
Right?
And I'm trying to remember the play earlier this year where there was a fumble and the ball that was like bounced toward the sideline and spun and bounced again and spun again.
And the Niners got it.
Right.
It was at Jacksonville.
That was the Jacksonville game.
It was at Jacksonville.
I couldn't remember the exact game.
It should have been a fumble rumble. He should have gone all the way for 6.
No, I was thinking about the play where the ball was fumbled and it looked like it was going to bounce out of bounds. And it stayed in bounds.
Yeah.
And it stayed in bounds. And it stayed in bounds. And they actually were able to recover it. And
I thought that was the Jacksonville game.
I'll look it up. I thought it was an earlier game
or
of the
was
year.
it the Tampa game? Anyway, whatever it was.
Yeah, it's an oblong ball.
course.
You never know what's going to happen. And this is only a 3-point spread. So yes, the Niners are favored, and they're a road favorite against a 10-1 team. That's significant, but it's not like they're favored by 11.5 or 12 and a hook.
I didn't say they're going to win by 30.
Of course not.
I'm just telling you the Eagles are not as good as their 10-1 record would suggest.
I will say this, and this is coming from me only, and I haven't looked at any other commenter about this, but when you refer to the Eagles or the Vikings of last year, that's where you start to lose me.
Again,
because
a much better version of.
To even use the Vikings in any way, shape, or form, to me, is disrespectful. The Vikings last year were 13-4 with a negative point differential,
Correct.
which is unheard of for a 13-win team in the NFL.
Yes.
This Eagle team is plus 62 on the year. They're 10-1, and they are plus 64,
which is a record low for a team with this
10
record.
wins at this point.
A
They're
record
one of
low.
only 2 teams, I think Colin said in his research. But plus 64 after 11 games indicates you should probably be 8-3. And they're 10-1.
They probably should be 8-3.
Philadelphia went 13-4 with a negative point differential, which tells me that they should have been 8-9 and not 13-4. And that team was much more of a fraud than this team. To me, is maybe a questionable team. You didn't say that they're a fraud,
right?
But to even compare this team at all to Minnesota, to me, is disrespectful.
Okay. Then I'm disrespectful.
But it's okay.
Yeah,
You're entitled to your opinion. I'm not trying to make you feel bad about it.
All there is a way to define a team that has a better record than who they are as a team, in my opinion. I did that by saying they're a better version of what the Vikings did last year, because that's how I would define the Vikings. Doesn't mean the Vikings last year were a bad team. You can't be 13-4 as a bad team. The negative point differential was largely because they played the Cowboys and lost by like 60 points.
Well, 3 of their games, they lost by 17, 37, and 11, and 34.
There you
Those
go.
were their losses. I'm sorry, 24 to Green Bay beat them 41-17.
Right. And they lost to Dallas by 37 points.
Yeah, 40-3,
And
kid.
so that's why their point differential was messed up. But they were
It was really skewed.
They were a good team, but they weren't like what 13-4 feels like.
They won by 4, 3, 7, 8, 8, 3, 3,
There you go.
7, 5, 3.
There you go.
3.
And what was the score against the Colts? Were they down 30-0 or something like that?
39-36 in overtime.
And how far were they down? Were they down 30? Were they down 33?
Yeah, I think they were around 33-0.
They might have down 33-0, and they won the football game.
Yeah.
Okay? So, yeah, it takes breaks for that to happen.
33-0 at the half, Coach.
Listen, here's another way to say it.
Say it.
If you're an Eagle fan and you want to peacock their record, go for it. But if you can't acknowledge the breaks, that's on you. That's on you, and it's disingenuous. I would acknowledge the breaks. I mean, the reason I can't do it this year, and again, tucked into this is something that is not a compliment. But the 49ers have not won any football games where you can point to breaks because they haven't won any close games. That's not a good thing. But it's true. The 49ers, like someone just asked this, ZZick01, whatever your name is, are the 49ers as good as their 8-3 record would suggest? I would answer that at a minimum. Because you can't look at any of their 8 wins and go, well, that was lucky. They've won them all by 100 points. Which one did they get away with one? Where'd the Niners get away with one and they snuck out of there with a crazy win? It didn't happen yet.
Last year, the Eagles were 10-1 after 11 games, and I just did the math, and they were a plus 86 after 11 games, which is better than this year. Not dramatically better, but slightly better. They won by 3. They won a game by 8, a game by 3. They had 3 games by 1 score. 4 games. They beat Indy 17-16. They got to 10-1 with 5 games by 1 score. They beat Green Bay 40-33. They were a plus 86. So they were better than this year. But I don't remember looking at last year and thinking, geez, they've gotten by with a lot of lucky wins.
No, I think last year's, as Angelo Cataldi said to Bonte and Joe this morning, I think last year's Eagle team was better than this one. Doesn't mean it's going to be that way in January, by the way. I'm telling you what I see right now. Last year's Eagles team was better than this one. They performed better than this team has performed. Now, people will talk about beating good teams. That's Z-Zlick's response. It's about beating good teams. I'm sorry, the Niners haven't beaten good teams? You don't think Dallas is good? You don't think the Jags are good? They've blown these teams off the field. Now, have the Eagles beaten good teams? You damn well better believe they have. Absolutely. But I am taking my opinion home tonight to dinner that the Chiefs and Bills outplayed the Eagles. They lost.
Man, Eagles beat them both.
And that counts.
Yeah.
But I watched the games and felt both times like the Eagles were about to lose, and they were down by double digits at halftime of both of those games.
And are the Bills a good team?
I still think they are, yeah.
Yeah, geez. Yeah. I keep wanting to believe that.
I mean, they're still the Bills. They've had everything. Like, they're kind of the opposite. And they are partially to blame for it.
They're plus 101 in the point differential.
It's crazy.
If you want to talk about point differential.
It's crazy.
Plus 101 and they're 6-6. Plus 101 after 12 games, they should be probably 9-3 or 8-4 at the worst.
Well, just by talent alone. If you have Josh Allen, you should win more games than you lose.
Yeah.
You should. I still think they're
I wonder who the new coach will be.
Sean Salisbury is going to jump in here in just a little bit. We'll get back to your calls. And also coming up, tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco at Chase Center next year. 4 pairs of them, not 1, 4. To his show on August 18th next year, 5:30. That's when you need to be listening to us here on Willard and Dibbs. Make sure you're listening at 5:30 for details and for your chance to win your calls next. Sean Salisbury next on 95.7 The Game.
Have you heard? The Xfinity Mobile Black Friday sale is on now. Don't miss out on a free line of unlimited for 2 years when you...
extraordinary Motorola Razr for just $199.99. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I heard someone say yesterday that this is like a El Nino year coming up.
It's an El Nino?
Yeah, we got an El Nino, which, by the way, I don't even know from a weather perspective what that means anymore.
Well, I know this. It's
what does it
Spanish
mean?
for the Nino.
Right. Thank you.
I'm here to help. I'm out there like, no, you don't get to buzz that because I had it right, Grandy.
No, because you went Spanglish.
You
went Spanglish. You did one English word and one Spanish word.
Which is why it's so funny. What I just did in the kitchen, though, was elite.
Oh, I don't even think I want to know what this is.
Oh, no. It's not what I did in the bathroom. Bummer, Grandy. You're going to have to turn me. I had garbage. I went to Chipotle for lunch. It was delicious. And I walked into the kitchen with my mixed garbage, and I successfully navigated the 3 bins of trash, recycling, and compost.
I do like what they're doing out there in the kitchen.
Dude, thank you, Grandy. I'm glad
I do.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't think I
took the trash in the trash. I put the compost in the compost.
And did you,
I recycled my recycling.
Did you reduce, reuse, recycle?
I did, actually. And there was a female coworker from another station who saw me going through the motions, and she looked at me, and she gave me a silent,
She gave you a nod?
She gave me the silent nod.
Like she approves of you.
Yes, she approved of my 3-bin maneuvering.
Because she doesn't know you very well.
Well, and then I started talking, and she said, yeah, it's probably about enough of you.
Got to get back to work.
She said, where's Willard? I said, it's not the process, it's the result that I'm about.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting one. What if you put some of the compost in the trash, but the effort did.
Yeah.
It was there. So your process was good, but your results, it sucked.
Yeah. Well, the process, it's all that matters.
Now there's going to be pizza crust heading to a dump near you, and everything is ruined.
Well, that would get decomposed. It would be a decomposition.
Nope.
It would be a decomposition.
You were going to do it.
I pulled up just in time. I got out of that thing.
Asian is not Asian, okay?
Don't cash me out one time.
Gosh. All right. So anyway, I bring up the El Nino, though, apparently, and I don't want to make light because I know there was a hurricane just a few years ago, but apparently Houston is underwater, and Houston, we've got a problem, and that's where Sean Salisbury is. And so there's the call center is down. And so we're working on it. Which is a familiar phrase around these parts these days.
Yeah.
But we're working on it.
We're efforting.
We sure are. And so we'll see if we can track down Sean because, damn it, I really want to talk to Sean. We've been trying to get Sean all week.
Love talking to Sean.
I just think going into this game, I would love to know what he has to say. And I will say this, and this is part of why I feel the way I do. And 888-957-957 is the number. How can I do this without you whopping me? I probably can't.
Whoop. I was talking to Kyle Rudolph the other night.
He's one of them.
Stop whopping me.
He's one of them.
Whooping me.
Kyle Rudolph is one of them. Kyle Rudolph is one of them. There are a bunch of them.
I was talking to Rich Orenberger the other day.
There are a bunch of them. There are a bunch of former players. There are a bunch of...
Trying to think of some of your other go-tos.
NFL talkers.
There's that other San Diego guy whose name escapes me right
Nick
now.
Hardwick?
I was talking to Nick Hardwick.
I wasn't talking to Nick Hardwick. He's not one of them. I've yet to find... It'd be fun to ask O'Neal. I've yet to find someone...
Go to hell, Dibs.
Go to hell, Dibs.
It's my brother.
When I ask this question... When at their best, who's the best? And they all say the same thing. So this is not emotional.
Right.
This is not fanboy.
This is always a curious one for me, though.
Why?
Because
everybody...
neither team is going to be at their best.
Why not?
Because no team is ever at their best.
Well, I disagree with that.
I mean, they might be... close to their best.
Well, now you're taking the words to be a little bit too exact. In other words,
whoever
best,
has their A game.
Well, yeah, whoever when healthy, when playing well, when in your bag, whatever you want to say.
In the lab. I think that even this premise that you're laying out is flawed in this game for two main reasons.
Everything's flawed, but why?
One, the Niners are coming in off additional rest, 3 days, which is significant. As Ian Williams told us earlier, we had him on the show, and I asked him about those 3 days, and he said, especially this time of year where you can get that massage and you can get in the tub and you don't have to hit anybody. 3 days is a big advantage for the Niners, and
agreed.
The injury report for the Eagles is much longer than for the Niners.
So why does that discredit what I'm about to say?
Because the Eagles aren't going to be at their best.
Okay, that's fine.
The Niners are going to be closer to their best than the Eagles will.
See, maybe this actually helps me. I'm not just talking about Sunday. I'm going to let that sit for a second.
Well, Sunday's all that matters.
No, I disagree.
I mean, for now.
No, even not for now. They can lose Sunday and be fine. You know that.
Yeah, but we're taking it one game at a time. We agreed.
No, we didn't.
I thought we agreed.
Listen, I'm not just talking about this weekend, and I'm also going to hold out the possibility because I don't even think this is the easiest thing ever. You can all see this when you watch sports. Teams become something different a month later than what they were a month before. How'd the Niners look a month ago? How do they look now? Look like the same team to you? How about the Warriors 2 years ago?
2 weeks ago.
How'd they look in June versus how they looked in December, the year that they won the title? So these teams could be something completely different in January than they are now. They can absolutely change, have injuries, evolve, get better, get worse. I'm taking the collective, not just this Sunday, the collective of the first 12 weeks of this season, and I'm telling you what I think, and quite frankly, what everyone who's unbiased thinks. The Niners are the best team. Everyone I'm talking to says it. It does not mean they're going to win.
Right.
But I look at this and I go, if I'm going to play the percentages, then yes, the Niners should win this game. There are a number of scenarios that have them losing on Sunday. So that's not a hedge. This is true about every game. But they're a favorite for a reason. They're healthier. They're more rested. They're this, that, the other, and I'm not nearly as bothered by the rain as people think the Niners should be. I think the Niners are fine. They run the ball better, and Brock Purdy has proven 100 times, whether it be in a game or in practice, that he can throw the ball when the ball is wet. I'm not worried about any of that stuff. The 49ers are the better team, and if you play this thing 10 times, they win 7 or 8 of them. So they're probably going to win the football game on Sunday.
I think 7 or 8's a little more aggressive than I would put it in terms of if you played this thing 10 times. I would say they'd probably win 5 or 6 of them. If you played 10 times in Philadelphia, then you might win 5 or 6 of them, and the Niners should win this game. They're favored for a reason, and I do think a lot of what you said is true in terms of what I believe. They run the ball. I don't know if they run it that much better than Philadelphia. They certainly run it differently than Philadelphia does. Philadelphia is going to use the quarterback a lot more to run it, and the Niners are going to use Christian McCaffrey a ton. I wonder if outside of Debo, if anybody else gets a carry, if you're going to see much Eli Mitchell, or we know you're not going to see Jordan Mason. He hasn't carried it since early October, and I know that he showed up on the injury report as well. So it's going to be a Christian McCaffrey game. And, Philadelphia is going to use a lot of the zone read option. You're going to see a lot more Jalen Hurts running it, I think, in this game, because that's something that the Niners have been susceptible against. In the past, mobile quarterbacks have given them problems.
Yeah, well, that's one of those things. Mobile quarterbacks give
a lot a lot of people problems, no doubt.
It's hard to catch fast people who you weren't planning on chasing. That's
right, especially when Philadelphia is going to run a lot of the zone read, and he's going to pull it out, and he's going to keep it and try and get around Bosa or try to get around Chase Young on the other side if he's the one rushing, or Randy Gregory. And I think that Philadelphia's best chance to win this game is through Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts running it and Jalen Hurts passing it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that completely. I looking at stuff like this throughout the years, it feels to me somewhat normal. You can see the teams that are, I don't want to say on borrowed time. The Eagles are very, very good, and they're dangerous and all of those things. And I mean that even in terms of the postseason. But I get the sense that teams like this, when you're winning 3 points, 4 points, overtime, come from behind. When you live like that, your luck runs out. It tends to run out. And that's why I have the prediction that I do, which is the Niners are going to win this game by 10 and not see the Eagles again this year.
And they're going to have to, the Eagles are going to have to contend with Dallas, and you think Dallas beats the Eagles. You think Dallas wins the division, and the Eagles wind up as the 5 seed.
I think Dallas could win the division.
Right.
By the way, I don't even know if the Eagles, if that happens, if the Niners beat the Eagles this week and the Cowboys beat the Eagles next week, and Dallas and the Eagles are both 10-3, each with a win over each other, I don't know who holds the tiebreaker.
Dallas would be 4-1 in the division. The Eagles would be 3-1 in the division. So 4-1's better than 3-1. So Dallas would be in first place in the division.
But Philly would have the power to even that without, you know what I mean, without Dallas losing.
Right.
They wouldn't need help to even that out. So
then it goes to conference record. And Dallas would be 7-3. Eagles would be 6-2 at that point, having still to play Washington, New York twice, Arizona, and Seattle.
Yeah, so Dallas.
Philly has all conference games left, I believe.
Well, right. They've got those 2 games against the Giants.
They've got Arizona.
They've got Seattle. And
they've got Dallas.
And they got, and San Francisco.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's their final
all
6.
conference games. So
Dallas is 6-3 in the conference.
If I okay, that was quick math, but if I have that accurate, if the Niners beat the Eagles and Dallas beats the Eagles, and then both Dallas and the Eagles win out, Eagles still win the division.
I think so.
By conference record, because the
Eagles only have 2 losses.
The Eagles lost to the Jets while Dallas lost to the Cardinals.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the Niners and the Eagles.
Right. Well, both of them will have lost to the 49ers and each other.
And Dallas has only 3 more conference games, and then they also have the Bills and the Dolphins back-to-back on the road.
Yeah.
So in terms of difficulty, the Dallas schedule is far tougher than Philadelphia.
No doubt.
Philadelphia is going through the gauntlet now. This is it.
Yeah. Well,
this is it for the Philly gauntlet. Dallas, yes, and then that's it.
At Seattle is not. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday,
on a Monday night,
you were poo-pooing Seattle yesterday.
Yes, no.
You thought Dallas would hammer them.
Hold on. Are we not allowed to talk about things situationally?
You can, and there's new information.
On the road at Dallas on a Thursday night, to me.
Full rest.
Fine, but that was a different scenario than hosting the Eagles on a Monday night when the Eagles have played 7 hard games in a row. This is a different situation to me. I could see Seattle winning that game. And by the way, Seattle came a hell of a lot closer to winning the game last night than I thought they would.
Yeah.
They kind of had it for a second, and then they blew it.
Totally.
But we go through that exercise because I'd like to correct one thing you said there. I am not predicting that Dallas wins the division.
Okay.
I think the Eagles will.
But you are predicting that the Niners won't have to face Philly again.
Yes, but Dallas could. Dallas is absolutely still in the running to win the NFC East. Absolutely, especially if they win next week. And they should obviously be big 49er fans this weekend too.
Very difficult for Dallas to win the division, in my opinion, even if they have things break their way, because they go to Buffalo and they go to Miami in back-to-back weeks. Dallas does.
That's tough.
I mean, and those are not divisional games, but they're games that count.
Well, and if we go by the Dallas-Miami game is perfect. Absolute perfection, because they're the 2 teams that have the exact same reputation. You can score a lot of points and you can beat all the bad teams, but when you go up against a good team, you get it. They both have the same. So which one wins in the situation when they play each other? Miami is a really good football team that kind of has no good wins. And I'd sort of argue the same thing about the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys are 9-3, and their signature win is what? Last night? Is that their signature win?
Yeah, don't know. I mean, they lead they lead the NFL in points. Yet,
right.
But you're right in terms of their quote signature win.
They played the Niners. They played Philly. They lost them both.
Right.
Listen to the teams the Dallas Cowboys have beat: the Giants, the Jets, the Patriots, the Chargers, the Rams, the Giants again, the Panthers, the Commanders, and the Seahawks.
Yeah, that is a total of one winning team. Chargers are everybody's favorite, but they're 4-7.
I think that's 0 winning teams, isn't it?
Seattle
now 6-6.
Yeah,
they're a winning team when they beat them.
They're not a winning team,
500 team
anymore. The Rams aren't.
Nope.
The Patriots sure aren't. Giants and Jets. Wow, talk about an easy schedule.
They not beat a team with a winning record unless you count last night because they had a winning record when they played them.
This is always my favorite thing because we always talk about record versus teams with a winning record. And we usually look at that at the end of the year, like how did they wind up? But they were a winning team last night.
They were.
They had, but
not anymore.
If Seattle winds up 8-9, that won't go down as a win against a team with a winning record because they didn't end up with a winning record.
So the Cowboys at this moment have none.
Wins against teams with a winning record.
Right, which I think is important. When I hear people talk, well, who have the Niners beat? Are you kidding?
Oh, Dallas.
Jacksonville. Don't tell me Jacksonville's not good.
Pittsburgh, winning record. That's 3 teams with a winning record.
Seattle when they had it.
Nice.
If you don't want to, if you don't want to do that, that's fine.
I don't.
Okay.
So that's 3 wins against teams with winning records.
Yep.
I mean, the Pittsburgh one is looking better and better as
and a win over 6-6 and 2 wins over 5-6. Like, in other words,
lost to a 7-4.
Yeah, and the Cowboys
lost to a 5-6.
The Cowboys' point differential is solely thanks to the New York Giants. I mean, the edge that Philly has on Dallas right now is the fact that Dallas has played the Giants twice and Philly hasn't played them yet at all.
And they're plus 72 against the Giants. And I'm not making that up.
You're not making it up.
That's the number.
You're not making it up. So, look.
89-17 in those 2 games.
Unbelievable.
89-17.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I look at all of that stuff. And by the way, how many for the Eagles? I know the Chiefs, but the Bills don't have a winning record.
Right.
So the Eagles have beaten the Cowboys, they've beaten the Chiefs, and they've beaten the Dolphins. And seen.
That's 3. Same as the Niners.
3. Yeah. So anyway, I mean, I just think there's something to all of this collectively.
Yeah.
You can blow it off. I get it. The Eagles are 10-1. They're very, very good. But if you really, really want to get into it, and it's, man, it's another reason why I think that you put all, as a fan, you're going to put all the intensity you can into this game. How can this game not get you all fired up? Obviously it will. But if the Niners walk out of here 8-4 at the end of this weekend, it is so far from a disaster. The only way it's a disaster if they lose by 3 touchdowns or they lose key players. That's the only way I find this one to be a disaster. I'm not saying it doesn't matter.
Right. Disaster is a big word, but I think you're right.
I just think that you are, like, what the Eagles are about to try to do in the next 10 days is going to be fascinating because it's what we're seeing may end up happening in the playoffs. Can someone beat, between Dallas, San Francisco, and Philly, can someone beat 2 of those teams 2 weeks in a row? I'll give you 7 days. You get to play them back-to-back. Can you beat them both? I find that to be a very big assignment. And so if you don't end up as the 1 seed, you probably remove that from consideration. You don't have to play 2 of them. You only have to play 1 of them.
If you're the 1 seed.
If you're the 2 seed. If you're the 1 seed, you're going to probably get both of them.
Assuming that Dallas as a 5 beats the number 4 seed.
Which is going to be like Tampa or New Orleans or Atlanta. And yes, I think it'll be exactly like last year. This is very rare, but the playoffs last year and this year will probably mirror one another. Whoever gets that top wild card spot is going to go to the winner of the NFC South. They're going to blow the doors off them. And the top wild card team will either be Philly or Dallas. And they're going to blow the doors off of the NFC South. And as soon as they do that, they're going to go play the 1 seed.
But if the 6 beats the 3,
which
is
happen,
it happened last year.
I know, because it was the Vikings, but this year it's the Lions, and I think they'll win.
I think the Lions are equally vulnerable, if not more vulnerable.
I think this year
you've been watching the way the Lions are now playing.
Yes.
The Lions are coming back down to earth. They're like a meteorite.
A little bit, but I find the Lions this year to be a better team than last year's Vikings, and if they win that home game, and it will be, here's the other thing to throw in there, I think the wild card teams at the bottom who will be playing
6
the 2 and the
7
3 are much weaker this year than what they were last year.
Potentially.
So we don't even know who those teams will be, but I like the Lions to beat that team. Provided that's the case, if you're the 2 seed, you get Detroit, let Philly and Dallas do their thing against one another, and then you play the winner, which may be on the road and might be in your house.
Well, if you're the 2, there's no guarantee that you're going to get the 3, because if the 6 beats the 3, Detroit goes down. Then the 6 goes and takes on the 1, and you got to play Dallas anyway.
I get it.
Dallas is the 5 who beats the 4, but because the 6 won, now the 5 goes and takes on the 2 because the 1 gets the worst of the teams. And I think with Detroit being the team likely to be the 3 seed, and not being proven at all, and not having a quarterback who has shown himself to be really resilient and reliable, he's getting to be a little shaky, Jared. He's getting a little shaky.
He's had a tough 2-week run.
And that defense is starting to look a little bit porous.
Well, he's had a tough 2-week run as far as turnovers.
And the defense has too.
But he still won one of those games.
Right.
And I think that they'll be fine. Again, this is just my prediction. I think the Lions are going to win that.
Seattle at Detroit. It's probably Detroit favored by maybe 5, 4.5 or 5.
I already saw that earlier this year, and Seattle won.
Yeah.
So I hear you.
Yeah.
You can't guarantee any of this.
No, of course.
It's interesting to me to look back at what happened to the Niners last year and think about the fact that because the Giants upset the Vikings, that's why the Niners had to play the Cowboys. And was there any residual effect physically in that 19-12 bang it out, drag it out game that brings you then to Philadelphia? And if you do that the other way around, if the Vikings just had a pulse, it would have been Kirk Cousins that would have come here. The Eagles and Cowboys would have had to beat each other up. Instead, the Eagles got an effective bye. It was like
2 byes.
The Eagles had to do nothing to get to the NFC title game last year.
Right. That's the benefit of being the 1 seed.
It is, but it's also another break. And I don't know if they'll get that break this year or whoever gets the 1 seed.
Yeah, getting the 1 seed sets you up to get that break, which is the beauty of being the only team to get the bye, which is why everybody fights for the 1. And if the Niners get to be the 1 seed, even if they ended up having to take on Dallas as the 4 seed in the divisional round, it would be at Levi's and they'd be coming off a bye, and you'd be feeling a lot better about your chances as opposed to if you had to play them after having played the previous week.
888-957-9570. That is the number. We will continue to take your phone calls. We'll keep efforting on Sean, but it doesn't sound like things are not going very well. Oh, what do you got? Okay, yeah. Very sorry. No, there will be no Sean.
But Sean's okay.
Yeah, Sean's okay, right? He didn't get washed away.
No. Okay.
Sean's all right. Yeah, he's fine. But much more to play for you that we have not as of yet. Stuff even from earlier in the day on 95.7 The Game. Loved listening to Bonte and Joe talk to Angelo Cataldi. If you don't know who that is, the legendary, longtime, now retired radio host in Philly, who I thought was not only entertaining but very, very honest. An honest look at all things Eagles and Niners. You'll want to hear a couple of things that he had to say. We'll do that. Coming up next, we are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And do not forget, Sebastian Maniscalco tickets times 4. 4 pairs of them coming up at 5:30 today. So make sure you're listening at 5:30. Details and your chance to win. Also, a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Tune in every Saturday morning at 8. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, quick aside, if you will, on a couple things. First of them, Sebastian Maniscalco tickets. We're getting closer. 5:30. You're going to want to be with us. He's coming to Chase next August. We got 4 pairs to give out at 5:30. Maniscalco, 5:30. Did you hear me? Sebastian Maniscalco at 5:30.
Clear your schedule. Up in 8 months. Sebastian Maniscalco.
Yeah. Is it the same night as Green Day?
Right.
Yeah. Like,
coming right up.
Dude, Maniscalco.
Whatever. It's not. It's important that you say it right. Seabass. Sebastian.
There you go. There you go. If I called you Dan Dibley, you would not like it.
I was calling you Mike Willard in the kitchen.
How'd it go?
That was pretty funny. Lucas liked it.
I didn't hear you. I didn't even acknowledge you.
I was promoting our special announcement at 5 o'clock, and I was doing it like I was half in the bag.
Yeah, we do.
I don't care what Mike Willard has to say. Hang in there,
Let's go
Big
to
Mike.
Dibs, half the bag.
I know that guy. He was at my Super Bowl party.
Yeah, he was.
I remember that guy. I remember that guy very well. The Eagles are going to win.
I have an idea, kids. Let's beg for more calls. Uncle Dibs has the hiccups.
I'll never let you around my kids again.
Get out of here. Throw the flag. Yeah, Daddy, throw the flag.
It was right.
Bunch of beggars.
Even the Eagles were like, yeah, I held him.
This was 7 calls earlier. It's like watching the game with a bunch of Iguodala's.
Kids trying to win $500. I mean, what do you want? It's like $1 billion to him at that age.
9-year-old is cuddling with your dog. Throw the flag. You're not even watching a game.
Well, I just taught him that. That's just a Pavlovian response for him. Son, when the play ends, you yell, throw the flag.
Right. When it doesn't go your way, you scream, throw the flag.
Throw the flag. Exactly. He was fouled. That's what you do on the playground. Anyway, and here's the other quick aside. I just want everyone listening to our show to know that starting in 20 minutes, we have no idea what's going to happen. I don't know if we'll be able to take calls. I don't know if the microphones will work.
Uh-oh.
Because the champ will be gone. Gone.
He's going home early?
Gone.
No, I know what you mean.
Mentally checked the bleep out.
I've been checked out since Tuesday.
Yeah, 11:30 at a hotel room. It's checkout time.
Mark Grandy, one of America's largest Oregon quackers, is getting ready to watch the last ever Pac-12 title game.
Man.
Oregon and Washington. Oregon favored by 2 scores, yet Washington has both beaten them earlier this year and not lost a football game all year long. First in the Pac-12 era to ever do that.
Take that, Eagle fan.
So, actually, there's a connection here. There is a connection here. And that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Oh.
I'll say goodbye to the Pac-12 later, but the connection.
It's going to be an emotional goodbye.
Very well. I've, the 8th time I've done it.
And it's costing you personally, and I get that. And I'm more heartbroken for every other sport other than football.
Oh, as you should be.
Yeah.
As you should be.
The sports that really matter in terms of being able to go and take on the teams in state and on the your beach volleyball team.
There you go.
They're not going to take on Florida State.
If your daughter is going to be like a recruit, a great volleyball player, are you looking at Stanford? Be like, that'd be great to go watch them play Duke.
Wake Forest.
I mean, what are we doing? It's totally unsustainable and absurd. But the Washington Huskies are the Philadelphia Eagles in this comp. It's the exact same thing. Now, it's more intense in this matchup that's about to start in the Pac-12. But if you really watch the games and you really want to dive into what's going on, Oregon is absolutely housing people, and Washington is chinny chin in that sucker against teams that should not be on the field with them. And what happened when they played one another?
Yeah, well, I was just going to ask you.
Scoreboard, sure. It was a home game for Washington, and it was a Dan day. In other words, the head coach of Oregon decided, we have a rule. We're going for it on 4th down, no matter what. no matter what.
I just saw on the scroll they went 0 for 3 on fourth down, Mark.
They did.
Now when you don't pick up the first down on fourth down, what happens?
The other team gets the ball.
You don't get a fifth down?
You don't. Well, Colorado did years ago, but only once.
Good call.
That only happened one time. And it was well before prime time.
Speaking of which,
well,
talk about Michael Crabtree running the fade route.
Yeah, it didn't.
SI Sports Person of the Year.
Well, he deserves it.
Are they 4-7?
Yeah, but that's
okay.
Tiny little piece of the bigger story.
I'm not that hyper focused on college football, so I don't know. No. So they didn't turn out to get bowl eligibility?
No, they did not have a good year.
You don't want to play us next year, though, right?
That's what he says.
The portal's going to be wide open.
Well,
my portal's wide open.
Take it easy. Yes. There might be kids listening. Anyway.
It's the transfer portal, kids.
Well, you didn't say that the first time.
My port's wide open.
That word is bouncing in my head, too, because it's at the Warrior game last night. And it strikes me.
Yeah, like Portal's 12.
Yeah, like Portal? Like if I go through there, do I come out and it's 1994?
Do I come out and I'm in Wichita State?
Right. Like, is Michael J. Fox on the other side?
You go through Portal 11 and now you go to Utah State.
Is there a DeLorean on the other side and I'm going to be driving? Like, what happens when I go through the portal?
Pretty funny.
Anyway, so we're completely off track there.
So Washington is the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oregon's the better football team.
So Oregon's going to house them tonight.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen. Similar that I don't know what's going to happen Sunday, but I'm very comfortable in stating that Oregon's the better football team. Washington has the better record. Okay? But people who do this for a living, like that's one thing. I'd love for someone to explain this to me. Can we have this conversation? Okay? Vegas does this for a living. They do this with billions on the line. And I know some of you love to respond, well, they're just trying to get money on both sides. Right. That's how it took a certain turn after it launches. But if you think that Vegas is solely going into a back room before the numbers are even made, and the conversation goes, well, okay, what's public perception? It is not that simple at all. That's not how odds come together. They are going deep into data because they know that the big money does too. I think we have this perception that Vegas sets the odds, and then what moves the odds is all of us schmucks with our $20 bills.
Right.
Going, I don't know, the Niners. Oh, well, there's a lot of Niner fans. We better move that line. No.
That's why you always want to look at, there's two different metrics. One is tickets, the number of bets that are made, and the other one is the money.
How
much money is wagered, and that's the one that actually matters.
That's right.
Because the number of tickets, it might be 70% of the tickets are on Washington, but 70% of the money is on Oregon.
And Johnny Whale comes in with $1 million.
I like the Ducks.
Johnny Whale's not doing it on a whim because he's like, I grew up in San Francisco, Potrero Hill, and so
Purple's my favorite color. I like Washington.
Johnny Whale is looking at the data.
Give me the Ducks. Hey, Johnny, give me $100,000 on the Ducks. Yeah, I like Ducks too, but that's not why. Give me $100,000 on the Ducks.
38-24. Lock it down.
I saw that, Grandy. That covers the number, but it doesn't go over. I like the over.
If the final score is 38-24, I've had about enough of this guy's week.
Oh, you mean the champ?
He is the champ.
How much longer?
Actually, with the bet that I just laid, let's see, 38-24. No, that's not going to be enough.
No,
we're going to need...
it's going to be a no from him.
We're going to need 45 to 24.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
45 to 24.
Champ said on our YouTube page, Ducks by $1 million. And then he backed it up with, well, my actual prediction is 38-24, which I like. He kept it real.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if any team's ever won by $1 million.
Listen.
That'd be a blowout. That would go over, too.
I've watched Washington's defense a lot. If they stop the Ducks one time.
Once?
I'd be surprised.
What was the score of the first meeting?
Was it 37-34? Something like that?
Yeah.
It was by field goal, and they both had 30-something.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
So they probably stopped the Ducks. Well, they stopped them on fourth down thrice.
They did. in Washington and some weather and all of that. What was
It's
the
an
final
October
score?
game, yeah.
Yeah, what was the final score?
36-33.
36-33.
Okay, yeah. Near knowledge.
Washington's defense, no bueno.
No bueno, okay.
No bueno. And
The fast track in Vegas.
Oregon's offense is, look at me now, the best in the nation, and it is not close. So Oregon, when you look at the over-under at 65.5, there isn't a great reason that they won't get most of the way there by themselves.
All right, you're convincing me. I'm betting it.
Now, crap. Really? Now I feel pressure.
Dibs, please bet Washington.
Oh, because
I am begging you.
The champ, and Mark.
And the under, too. Take the under.
Sorry, guys.
Looks
too
great.
late.
No, Dibs, don't do this to me.
Actually, you know what?
You guys are implying
Oregon money line.
You
Oregon
guys
money
are
line.
implying that I've been on a bit of a losing skid.
No,
Please stay away.
Not us.
Now I'm bummed. Actually, now I'm bummed. I played the wrong bet.
You lie.
Gosh dang it, I played the wrong bet.
Let me get in here. Let's see.
You know what the bet was? It's not over 65.5. The bet is Oregon's over.
Oh.
Their individual over.
Gotcha.
38.5.
Okay.
I got Oregon for 40 plus tonight.
Yep.
I got Oregon for 40 plus in this game that starts in 10 minutes. Okay?
Too late. I bet Oregon. And I bet the over.
See your dad Loke
I'm
on YouTube. Hi, I'm Mark Willard for DraftKings. By the way, we want to know where my odds maker works?
At the Kings?
At the Kings.
Yeah.
Not the adorable Kings.
Nope.
The other kinds of Kings.
Sorry, Grandy. I just went in heavy on Oregon. Condolences to all the Duck fans out there. Your boy's been on the.
You had a good run.
Bo Nix could get hurt in the third play.
Don't say that.
I'm sorry. All right. No, that would take a Washington defender actually touching him. Not going to happen. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. Hold your horses. KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And remember, your chance to win Sebastian Maniscalco tickets is coming up in 30 minutes.
Wow. That was authentic. Yeah. They're everywhere.
It's the greatest,
yes.
the greatest open in the history of radio bits. It's efficient. It gets right to the point. Oh, and it's a point that you want.
Yep.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
Happy Friday.
To you as well.
Yeah.
Farmers Brewing Company, sun up, sundown,
Yep.
West Coast IPA.
Love that sound. And
Feeling like a Friday.
I mean, it is Friday, and it's 5 o'clock, and the 5 o'clock pop is brought to you by Farmers Brewing Company. Whatever time it is, and wherever you are, join us as we get ready for this sports weekend, and it, you know, is a big one. Niners heading out to Philly for arguably their most important game in the history of their lives. We are going to be sipping on their West Coast IPA. It is delicious. Sun up till sundown. Pairs perfectly with football. So go grab a six-pack. Trust me, I brought a bunch of these home. It's pretty hard to keep them in the fridge. Farmers Brewing Company at your nearest grocery store, and enjoy the game with us and the beer on 95.7 The Game.
Love it. Yeah, it's exciting, and got a game on to watch here over the final hour, and we can get into some Warriors excitement as well, coming off a nice bounce-back win.
Yeah, that was good last night. There were a couple things Steve Kerr had to say after the game that I thought were pretty interesting because they won the game without Chris Paul and without GP2, who, by the way, I was in the tunnel last night when he came walking through. It was pretty pronounced limp, but still a really good smile.
Yeah, and he was throwing T-shirts to the crowd, not stepping into it and kind of hopping and limping his way to do it. But
so he couldn't get it to the upper tank.
He looked like he was in good spirits nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. And so
no Wiggins either.
But no Wiggins either. And so with all of that, Steve was asked, like, hey, how the hell did you pull that off? And he deadpanned the reporter and goes, we're a deep team. Like, we're a deep team. He really, for all of you, real quick, and then we'll get back to Niners-Eagles because there's some stuff we want you to hear. For all the Steve Kerr hates young people, all those people.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr does not hate these young people. I don't know what he actually thought through the years of James Wiseman or Jonathan Kuminga, Jordan Poole at times. My gosh, he's borderline man crush on Brandon Pajemski. And Kuminga was obviously really good last night as well. Moses Moody was kind of on the down low, just real solid, which I think is kind of his MO. But they put a bunch of young people out there because they had to, and they really performed. Now, there are some moments where the ball goes flying all over the place and it gets a little wacky. But when you have a game where 3 of your vets are out, you got to put a bunch of young in. And did you see the turnover totals last night? You know how many turnovers the Warriors had?
Like 10?
7.
Only 7. Wow.
7. So kudos to those guys. And Klay Thompson, who went on a fourth quarter heater.
Yeah.
So that was a good win. That was an important one last night.
Great win, and fun to realize that it was on 11/23/30.
Yes.
Klay, Draymond, and Steph Day, which I hadn't thought about until I think Tim Roy mentioned it in the pregame as I was heading home. It's like, oh, that's so cool. And it's like the only time that's going to ever happen.
You know what was really interesting was how cool it was to them.
Yeah.
That was very evident in hearing them talk about it as they came into the media room. There was a big sort of like mural of it behind them, and they really stopped and like soaked it in, took it in. It meant something to them. And I guess the Warriors had this idea. They sort of saw the date on the calendar, and somebody with a creative brain went, look at that. That's the 3 numbers.
And so I guess they're thinking that they won't all be together when it is 11/23/30, 7 years from now.
I don't know why you're so negative.
I mean,
I don't know why you're so negative. I mean, they're definitely going to sign another contract after this one.
Steph would be 30 or 43.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Tom
keep
Brady
them together.
did it.
Exactly.
Anyway, point is, no, the Warriors campaigned to have a home game on this night.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Preseason, obviously, when the schedule was being made, they asked the league. They're like, give us this. We want this because we think this would be a really special thing. And it really got to the guys.
Yeah.
It was really cool. 11/23/30.
Or 11/30/23. I did it wrong, and that's why,
No, you didn't
I blew it.
No.
I led you to it.
You blew it.
11/30/23.
11/30/23.
I didn't realize that it was going to be that big a deal until I saw the mural and all 3 of them in the post game, and they made it a big deal. And it's cool that they made it a big deal because those 3 numbers will never be worn again. And you think about that date. Actually, I mean, shoot, we're here, Mark. It's the year 2023.
Stop it.
And sometimes that actually hits me.
I know.
Because I think about, like, I've almost lived as many years in this century as I did in the last century. You're actually much closer than I am because you were born in 75.
75.
So you lived 25 on that side, and we're already 23 in on this side. You're almost at that break-even point.
I was 5 months old when the Warriors won that title.
In 75.
75. Yeah. And then never again until.
Yeah. I actually was there at game 3. I actually smuggled in some booze in game 3.
No, you didn't.
Come on. You know my siblings.
Actually, like with you have to stop and you're like, wait a minute. Carry the one? Okay.
I mean, a 10-second aside. It wasn't many years later where I was actually the guy because I had one of those big puffy down jackets and no one's going to frisk a 10-year-old. So
that's one of my favorite sentences that you've ever said on this show.
No one's
going to frisk a 10-year-old. And how many 10-year-olds would make someone even want to? I'm talking to one of them.
Well, yeah, I mean, you might have wanted to shake me down, security, because I was rolling in with a bottle of Bacardi. Duh. I mean, you see,
gosh, it's too
I'm
good.
sorry.
It's too good.
Anyway, where's my sun up till sundown?
Get your beer. All right.
Let's go to Dibs, half in the bag. I'm not even drinking. That's the funny thing.
888-957-9570. All right, Niners, Eagles. We will get to your calls. And the 5 o'clock pop, by the way, is this. We started off the show, and this is just truly how I feel. And you can get all mad about it if you want. The 49ers should win this game because they're the better team. The Philadelphia Eagles are very good. It's not that. It's just that they're not a 10-1 team in terms of emotion and vibe. The way that sounds, it sounds like they're dominant. It sounds like they're the clear best team. They're not. There's all kinds of metrics that back it up. And then also there's the easy stuff. I just don't want to ignore it. I think sometimes we ignore this stuff because we almost fear what the backlash will be. Nobody wants to call the Eagles lucky, and I don't really want to use that word either. They're very good, and they're very effective in the fourth quarter, and you know how much I hate discrediting things that are done well.
Yeah.
So I will not do it, but I will also share observations, which is that for the last 2 weeks, I've watched those games in full, and the Eagles have been outplayed. But they came away 2-0.
Right.
Do whatever you want with that. Vegas did what they wanted to do with it, and they went the Niners are better. And I agree. And so I don't know which way it's going to go. There's a bunch of factors, but the Niners should win. They would win most of the time if they played there. They're the better football team. And it's odd to me that the Eagle fan base walks in with more confidence than the Niner fan base because the Niner fan base has the better team.
Right. They have the better team. They think they have the better team, but Eagle fan thinks that they have the better team. They have the better record. They won the head-to-head matchup last year. They broke your quarterback. We broke your quarterback, San Fran. We broke him. And then you threw in your backup, and you know what happened to him, San Fran? We broke him too. You ran out of quarterbacks. We beat you. We kicked you around. We threw hot dogs at your hosts.
You could have gotten
We poured beer. We poured beer on your hosts. We booed you out of the building. Santa Claus doesn't even come to our town anymore. We own you, San Fran. We've won 4 titles in 48 years. Yeah. How you like that?
I love that got more nasally as it went.
I got a little bit of a head cold.
By the way, if you did take that accent to the link, they'd kick you out, not the quarterback.
Oh, they love me there.
You could have gotten a role in Good Will Hunting if you had showed up with that accent. You
Little
could have
Boston?
gotten a freaking role.
How you like them apples, Philly?
How you like them apples? You like apples? No, I like this. Check
We broke
this
your
out. quarterback.
Oh, God. We broke them both. We kicked your ass.
Colin Cowherd on his show today.
I can't say that.
Had you can, especially Friday, 5:10.
Especially with Grandy having the bag.
I know. Happy Pac-12 Day, Mark.
Thank you.
You better be careful. My hand's far away from the dump button.
He's not listening to a damn thing. Not listening to a damn thing. Can we get it on in here, please?
It's on over there.
Can we get it on over here?
Sure. You throw the sound and I'll set you up.
Yeah. I can't reach the remote.
I got you.
Anyway.
I only have 7 TVs. I need it on the...
Wow, Lucas. Wow. Really? Really? You know what we don't have 7 of this week? Guests.
No, wait. What was that? I didn't. Wait.
That's what we don't have 7 of. More TVs than guests in this building.
Hey, Willard, he's like the Eagles. He broke you.
Unbelievable.
I think I hit a bone there. Hit a nerve.
Oh, gosh.
Bone?
Anyway. No, listen to Cowherd on this. I found this compelling. You tell me, you find this compelling or not? I know he's one of the national hosts. Well, oh gosh, the national blowhards, they don't know what's going on. Sometimes in games like this, I like to kind of get the pulse of what's going on outside the 2 cities because the 2 cities were all emotionally wrapped up. Take the emotion out of it. Okay, Colin.
Eagles are 10-1, best team in the league situationally, great roster, got to the Super Bowl last year. They are so good in close games. I mean, I've never seen anything quite like it, right? But is there a downside to that? Oh, there is. We went back 7 years, Super Bowl champs, 10-plus point wins. You see, teams that win the Super Bowl flex. They blow out teams. Now, you know that in college, but it's true in pro football. If you go to the last 7 Super Bowl champs, Patriots had 10 wins over 10 points. Eagles, 2017, Nick Foles, 7. Patriots, 8. Chiefs, 7. Bucks, 8. Rams, 6. Chiefs, 7. If you go back a decade, there's only one exception. Denver Broncos, 2015, but that was that Brock Osweiler, old Peyton Manning circus year, right? Like they couldn't get the quarterback thing right. And that was also the best defense we've all probably seen in the last 10 years. Philly doesn't have that. In fact, in NFL history, Philadelphia has the 2nd worst point differential for any team that's won 10 of their first 11. They don't flex because they can't flex.
Do anything for you at all?
A little bit. Yeah, it's a little arbitrary to me. And, you talk about games that you win that are 10 or more points is what he's talking about. And I'm looking at Kansas City from their Super Bowl title, and they had 7 games. 2 of them were by 10 points. So I guess those are flexes. And, to me, not every 10-point win is created equally. You can get a late field goal that ices the game and puts you up 10, or you can be up 17 and the other team can score a late touchdown to make a real blowout look different. And you talked about the Niner-Ram game from this year where, McVegas was desperate to keep that to not be a blowout game, and they lost by 7 instead of by 10 because he got some cheapy field goal with like 8 seconds left in the game. So it's a little bit arbitrary where you draw the line, but I do think what he's saying is pretty fascinating in terms of Super Bowl champs tend to be teams that don't have these nail-biter games.
All right, so who are those teams?
For the record, the two current teams that look like, historically, they will win a Super Bowl. Take a deep breath. Dallas and San Francisco both have 7 blowout wins. Philadelphia's got 2. Philadelphia went to overtime with Washington and was outplayed at home. They were in a competitive game with the awful Patriots. They've trailed, I think, at half last 4 games. The numbers don't lie here. College football national champions, be it Georgia or Michigan or Oregon, the 3 best teams in the country, they've got a half dozen blowouts. Cowboys, blowouts. Niners, blowouts. Last decade, everybody but the 2015 Broncos, blowouts. And again, that team had a great defense.
I'll tell you why this matters to me, because as you said, a little bit arbitrary, and I agree with you, and I actually don't think the Dallas Cowboys, while they fit this mold that he's talking about, I think there are holes in it because they have not beaten a good team this year.
You pointed this out earlier.
They've beaten 0 teams with a winning record.
I'm looking at their 7 flexes, as Colin would call them, and it's a flex on the Giants by 40. Aaron Rodgers not playing. First game without A-Rod.
Yep.
You flex on the Jets by 20. You flex on McCorkle Jones by 35 in Dallas. You flex on the Rams by 23. I don't know if Stafford played in that one. That might have been still pre-Stafford.
I don't think you did, but anyway, go ahead.
You flex on the Giants by 32. You flex on the Panthers by 23, and they didn't have a head coach. And you flex on the Commanders by 35, and they're not very good. So in terms of what Colin's saying, 7 flex wins, but those are 7 wins against the dregs.
Right, which is, by the way, not the case for the 49ers at all. And he must have only been talking about the NFC, because when I look at the AFC, the Baltimore Ravens, which is what I thought he was going to say, absolutely fit the bill. They beat the Houston Texans by 16. They beat the Cleveland Browns by 25. They beat the Detroit Lions by 32.
Yep.
They beat the Seahawks by 34.
Wow.
They beat the Cincinnati Bengals by 14 and beat the Los Angeles Chargers on the road, air quotes, by 10. So
that's 6 right there.
They've
6
got,
flexes.
Yeah, they've got a bunch. And obviously right now, for my money, if you're trying to look at teams and go, okay, who really just who impresses you? Niners and Ravens. And Eagles, but to a lesser degree. I really love what the Eagles do in the fourth quarter. I don't love what they do in the first 3. Fourth matters more than the other 3, but again, they've not been a dominant team. Okay, here for me is the phrase that pays, because this is the point that I've been trying to make. The Eagles are good, and they do have a bubble, but the bubble's going to burst. Because when you play this way, it will catch up to you at a certain point. I don't know if it's this Sunday, 2 Sundays from now, or not till January. But in my opinion, this catches up to you, just like it caught the Vikings last year. So what happens to teams like these Eagles?
And you could say, oh, Colin, you're really reaching here. Am I? Let's go back to the last several years. Who was the best team last year in 1-score games? It was the Vikings. They were 11-0. Quick exit from the playoffs. Well, what about the year before? Well, let's go to 2018, the Cowboys. 9 of 10 wins, 1-score games. How did the playoffs go? They lost early. Seahawks, 2019. Remember that team? Russ cooking? 10 of 11 wins, 1-score games. Seahawks out early, lost in the divisional round. History tells you how it works. College football, we've always understood it. The natty, the champions, blow people out, like half their schedule, sometimes more. But it works that way in the NFL too. You flex, lopsided. San Francisco going to Pittsburgh in the opener, beating them by 3 touchdowns. Dallas crushes teams.
The bubble's going to burst. And here's my parlay. Niners win this weekend by 10 and don't see the Eagles again. There's my parlay.
Yeah. The first part of the parlay, I think, is an easier play than the second part of the parlay.
Sure, maybe.
Because I do think that the Niners are going to win this game. The more I look at the rest advantage and the injury report and all of the metrics in terms of offensively, the Niners and Eagles are pretty close to each other. Defensively, the Niners have been better statistically, and I don't think that the travel is going to be that much of a factor. The Niners coming off extended rest, and if the crowd really is 1/4 Niner fans or as much as 30% or whatever the ticket resale market would indicate, it's not going to be as hostile of a crowd, and I think that the weather shouldn't be as much of a factor. So all of the things that could play against him, I don't think will, and I think the Niners will win. Now, the other part of it, that they won't then face the Eagles again, that to me is a little bit more of a long shot proposal, because the Eagles are going to make the playoffs.
Yep.
The Niners will too, and there are many different scenarios that could lead these two teams to play again.
Oh, many. Absolutely. But I think right now there's a lot that's going to be unfold over the next 10 days. Because my prediction right now is that the Eagles will go 0-2 in the next 10 days. And that brings a whole host of possibilities into play. Let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls throughout the remainder of our hour. Todd in Concord on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Todd, what's up?
Hey, guys. Good evening.
Good evening.
The equalizer for me is exactly what one of the things that Dibbs was just saying, and that is just the lack of performance for the Eagles on Sunday with the Bills. The defense was just on the field way too long, and that's just what's gonna cause the problem this Sunday against the Niners. That's the equalizer.
Well, the other side to it is those defensive players. Thanks, Todd. Are they?
Todd.
Are they?
Waiting for that.
It's funny. I'm listening to Todd on the phone, and I'm looking at the Todd names, the draft analysts up there talking about Rome Odunze, the Washington wide receiver, who's one of the top 10 prospects in the NFL coming up. But yeah, like, it's not just the fatigue of the defense; it's the health of it. Fletcher Cox may not play,
right,
and he is a leader physically and emotionally for this Eagles team. Fletcher Cox being out feels a little bit like if Fred Warner were out of a football game. It's a big, big deal. So you're right. I think that there are a lot of sort of circumstantial items that point to the 49ers. I just think there's also an overall sort of like view from 10,000 feet that favors the Niners as well.
And I think, to paraphrase your thoughts and your feelings about the game, if they were on equal rest and if they were equally healthy, you still would like the Niners based on the fact that you think that they're a better team.
Yeah, they're better.
So put aside the additional factors, and I think that Todd was right in echoing my point about not only the rest advantage, but the health advantage and the recency of the game advantage, because Philadelphia had to play 4.5 quarters or more of football, high leverage football, Sunday night, tough football, even though it was at home. The Niners played a Thursday game, which, turned into a little bit of an ice skating trip to the ice skating rink in that fourth quarter. It wasn't the same sort of high leverage, pressurized environment to where they were able to get some guys some rest late in that game.
No doubt. So all of those things factor in. Mark in Oakland is next up here on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Mark.
Hey, what's up? Thanks for taking my call.
Always.
So I got a couple just subjects that came up, some points on that, and then what I think the 49ers need to have happen this weekend if they want to win a Super Bowl. So I was thinking, Mark, you tend to be more glasses half full with the 49ers, and I always push back against that.
Okay.
And I did some soul searching. They just feel, to me, and that's why I don't like getting too optimistic, like they got a little bit of Buffalo Bills 4 times to the Super Bowl, get close and can't get it done. This team, that culture, even back to Harbaugh, they keep getting close. How many NFC championships, how many Super Bowls now, 2 they've lost? They just aren't getting over the hump, and I'm worried. I guess it's fear, because I'm a big fan, that they're just going to be that. This era is going to be that. So I am reluctant to get optimistic. But if I try to just stay objective, and what Cowherd was saying, he's full of it, man. That
Why?
guy's totally just making a point just to say something.
No, why?
Which part? What? In the NFL, I'll explain. Why I'm saying that. Because in the NFL, it's not about blowouts anymore. Those days are over, like the old 49ers teams and Dallas teams. Now it's about the grinders. Look how the Patriots, they were undefeated. Who beat them? A grinder team that can win close games. And the comparison to the Vikings, yeah, if the Vikings the year before had made it to the Super Bowl, it would be a fair comparison, but the Vikings never get anywhere. They're a totally different case than the Eagles. So what the 49ers need to have happen, because I think the 49ers are sort of like those Bills teams. They look real flashy sometimes, and they can't win the big one when it's all on the line. They get shaky. What they need to have happen is this game, and it'll help them get ready for the Super Bowl. It needs to be close. It needs to rain. Purdy needs to figure it out. It needs to be shaky and grindy. And Shanahan needs to not make dumb decisions down the stretch. Purdy needs to not throw an important pick at the end when he's jittery and nervous and pull it out. That would be a start. Then they got to do it in the Super Bowl. But these blowout teams never win anymore. That's not true. I don't even know where he's coming with that.
But Mark, if you listen to what he said, the examples he cited were literally the last 7 years. That's the list he read off.
Yeah, but he was cherry picking moments. Look at who won the Super Bowl and how they won. It was grinder games. Look at the KC wins. They had to grind and barely pull it out against the 49ers. You have to be able to win those games, and the Niners and Shanahan have not shown they can do that.
Okay, that's a fair point. That's a fair point, but in my opinion, Mark, and thank you, you're discrediting the wrong thing with what Colin was just saying there. The Eagles-Chiefs game last year was not a grinder game. It was a score fest. The offenses went back and forth and absolutely torched each other. What was the final score of the game?
The Super Bowl?
Yeah.
It was a high-scoring game, yeah.
Wasn't everybody north of 30?
Yeah.
It's not a grinder. A grinder game is when the Titans are playing. A grinder game happens in the AFC North. So that has nothing to do with the point that's trying to be made here about blowouts, or as he called them, flexes. First of all, by no stretch am I saying that's the end-all, be-all. It's not. But I do find it to be an interesting point, which is that when you're really good, it tends to be a situation where you put some people away. The Eagles have been able to put away a sum total of 0 teams this year. They can't do it. So does that matter? It doesn't matter if they keep winning by 3. And I'll totally acknowledge the point that I wish that the Niners being involved in a close game in the fourth quarter were a more comfortable situation. It's not. That has not gone well. If we do see a close game in the fourth quarter, absolutely I'll be nervous because the Eagles have been way better in those situations. But you know when the Niners have been better? All the other quarters. All of them.
Yeah, they've been really good.
A better team from beginning to end most of the time because in their 8 wins, they just flat put the opponent away.
Yeah, they're great at front running, and they have not shown an ability to come back from more than 8 points down in the fourth quarter under Kyle Shanahan. So, you know, the blueprint for Kyle Shanahan and the Niners is control the clock, get the lead, run it more than 30 times, possess the ball more, and win. That's the way Kyle has done it for the majority of his career. I do think that, you know, Mark, to echo Mark's point about Colin Cowherd, he uses 7 years as a line to serve his point because just thinking about it and listening to you go back with Mark and talk about, you know, the flexed victories and thinking about grinder teams, the New York Giants is a team that Mark was citing, and their 2 Super Bowl runs with Eli at the helm, they only had 4 flex wins in each season. Now, that's going more than 7 years back. That's 2011 and 2007.
And we would also agree that those, while they count, were improbable.
Correct. But I think that when you look at, you know, any number of years, you can go back as far or as recently as you want to go back in any of these things to make your point.
Nothing's absolute.
Right.
And I don't know. No one's saying that. I just think that one of the things that I think has actually been the theme of the week here on 95.7 and for anybody who's focused on this football game, the theme of the week has been, can someone explain why the Niners are favored? Well, that's where we've arrived. I'm explaining to you why the 49ers are favored.
Right. They're better.
They're better.
Yeah, they're better. Forget the records.
Doesn't mean they're going to win.
Right.
They're better.
If you just look at how they've played and what they've done, forget the records. 10-1 is better than 8-3. We can all agree that the Eagles have a 2-game lead and they've won more games. The two teams have played the same number of games. They haven't played the same teams. The Eagles have won more games, but in terms of the stats and even in the eye test, yeah, the Niners are better. They're not a lot better. This is not, the Niners taking on Carolina.
Not favored by 8. They're favored
or
by 3.
14. Yeah. This is not a one-sided situation. This is not the Niners against Arizona or the Niners against the Rams, which are games that are still going to be coming up, and they'll be much more heavily favored in those games.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 888-957-9570. We will continue with your phone calls. However, we want to get to this. Now is the time and now is your chance to win a pair of tickets to see comedian Sebastian Maniscalco at Chase Center August 18th of next year. His tour was just announced, and he's coming to San Francisco next August at Chase Center, and we are giving away 4 pairs of tickets right now. But please use the contest line, because if you call the regular line, it makes us very angry. And you don't win.
You can't win.
Thank you, Adrian. You can't win. So contest line, here we go, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Okay? Call the contest line. We're giving away 4 pairs of tickets, and it may take a bit to get to every winner, so keep trying, because 4 of you are going to win. So keep calling from now until the start of the game. No, I'm kidding on that. Don't keep calling until the game starts. But keep trying. We will let you know when 4 winners have been acquired. So just keep calling until you hear me or Dibs say, stop.
Yep.
Okay? Until then, keep calling your chance to win one of 4 pairs of tickets to see one of the top comics out there, Sebastian Maniscalco.
And you like this guy.
I love this guy.
You would put him on your Rushmore of current comedians, I would imagine.
Probably. And I've seen him live before. I saw him in San Diego a few years ago.
I've heard you talk about him, which is why, because I don't follow a lot of the stand-up comedians.
He gets a little bit of a nod for where What Are You Doing came from.
Okay.
That's what was part of one of his bits. What are you doing?
Oh, you're stealing now.
What are you doing? No,
okay.
it's inspired by.
All right.
It actually wasn't the bit, if you will, but
it was just a line.
It was a
punchline.
It was a line. Absolutely. So anyway, good luck to all of you. Contest line only. Looks like most of you are doing a very good job of that. So keep it coming. We'll let you know when we've got 4 winners in the meantime. We go to Joe in San Jose next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Joe. What are you doing?
Listening to you guys. Happy holidays to you guys. Can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to make 2 points. The first point is I thought the Warriors should have lost against Boston last year, but some teams play according to the level of the competition, and I think that's what Philadelphia, we can't underestimate them. They play the level of competition. The Niners come, they may play a different game. I know you guys saying that the Niners are favored to win, but you just can't underestimate the Philadelphia. You just cannot underestimate them, because they can play according to the level of competition, and the Niners in the end, they may play a different game. You just never know. And even the Warriors are like that. Games that I thought the Warriors should have won, according to level of competition, you have to factor that in too. I don't know if you guys factor that in, but you have to factor that in too. And then the other point I want to make is that do you guys think that Purdy saved Kyle Shanahan from getting fired? Thanks for taking my call.
Oh, those are interesting points. Hey, thanks, Joe.
Second point first point second.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I don't think that Brock Purdy saved Kyle Shanahan from getting fired.
I don't think Kyle Shanahan has ever been, as the 49er coach, under consideration for 1 second of being fired.
I will say this. If Brock Purdy didn't work out and Trey Lance was not the answer and this team was not winning because you didn't have a quarterback, at the end of this year, we would be asking different questions.
Agreed.
And I don't think that he would have gotten that extension that he got. But
it's probably true.
To that extent, I don't think Brock Purdy saved him from being fired, but I do think that Brock Purdy allowed Kyle Shanahan to get additional years because this thing is heading in the right direction.
I think that he saved him from some discomfort. Yes.
Yes.
I think there would have been, again, these conversations, which were uncomfortable for a while, would have been way, way more uncomfortable if a substitute or a different answer wasn't available. Now, as you're pointing out, no way for us to know what Trey Lance would be doing.
Right.
And as we've seen with Kyle Shanahan, we went through that list yesterday that Emmanuel Acho talked about in terms of Matt Shaw being a Pro Bowler, RG3's a Rookie of the Year, Matt Ryan's an MVP, Jimmy Garoppolo's a Super Bowl quarterback, and Mr. Irrelevant is in the MVP race, and his team is 8-3, which suggests that if Trey Lance had just been given the gig, would he even be viable? I mean, maybe. Maybe the 49ers are not 8-3, but maybe they're 6-5, and guess what? That's still first place right now in the NFC West. And so, Super Bowl contender? Maybe not, but still viable? Maybe. There would have been a lot more of a debate,
right?
Quarterback controversies, what have you, and some discomfort, but no, I don't think he saved his job. Now, the other point he's making, I kind of have two answers for it. The idea of the Eagles might be a team that plays to the level of their competition. Maybe so. I mean, the competition they've played recently is very, very good competition. So they get all the credit in the world for winning those football games. But the other part of what he said was you can't underestimate them. And my answer is, yes, I can. Sure I can.
Because you're not playing.
I'm not playing. I'm not going to Philadelphia. I don't have a helmet. So, I can totally underestimate the Philadelphia Eagles. And if I do, then we'll have that conversation on Monday, and I'll have a mea culpa and all that stuff. If the Eagles win 31-3, then that'll be a silly day for me on Monday. I don't think that's going to happen. And if I'm wrong, there's no harm here because I got no effect on this game whatsoever.
Exactly. And I always say that in terms of jinxes and all the rest of it and overconfidence. A lot of times fans will say, oh, you're too overconfident. Well, I can be overconfident because my overconfidence does not affect what goes on. It's not like Brock Purdy is going to say, you know what? I heard Willard and Dibbs, and they're so overconfident. So am I. We don't even have to try, guys. Kyle, forget your game plan. I'm just going to go out there and sling it. Because I'm so confident because of Willard and Dibbs.
I think in general, the entire conversation about trash talk and confidence and cockiness and all of these things that go into our discussions about football games are overrated. They're overrated, which is like to say that they don't really have that much effect on the game. Like, here's a statement that I can't even fully disagree with yet, but I feel like I'm going to want to disagree with it down the road. Here it is. You ready?
Yep.
The Niners need this game so that they can feel confident going into Philadelphia. My perception of professional athletes is that they wake up confident. They go to bed confident, and they're all kinds of confident in between. And we've been to camp, and we've talked to some of these players. I don't know what the scenario is that would rob this 49er locker room of their confidence. They're supremely confident. They absolutely walk the walk of thinking, believing all the way into their soul that they are the best team in football. They may be wrong. Doesn't mean that they can't lose on any given Sunday, but I see no chance that the Niners' confidence is robbed from them. They found a way to lose by 24 points last time they were out there, and they couldn't wait to find a microphone to tell everybody about how they should have won by 24. So that's not going to happen. And if the Niners do end up in Philly again in January, they think they're going to win that one too.
Well, they should. And if they lose 31-7 again, and this time it doesn't involve losing your quarterback to injury and anything else, if you just get pushed around and knocked down and Philly rallies up and dominates you again, yeah, I'd expect you go there with confidence, but I would imagine you'd have more confidence if you actually won the game in Philadelphia. So that's something that I differ with you upon in terms of the confidence of an athlete. Yes, of course they're supremely confident and they have their boombox and they've got their little routine and they do their thing and they always think that they're going to win, but you don't always win every game.
Right.
And when they lose 3 in a row and they go into the bye, they don't come out of the bye thinking, geez, I don't know how we're going to get back in the win column. Of course they're confident. They're pro athletes and they're wired to be that confident. All I'm saying is that if they win in Philadelphia, they will have more confidence going there a second time, knowing that they've already gone there and won.
I could agree with that, but I don't even know if that's a good thing because then we start talking about overconfidence.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I just don't think, like, for instance, if the Cowboys were coming to Levi's this weekend, what do you think the spread would be? Dallas here.
At Levi's?
Yeah.
Niners by 7.
Ooh, you think it'd be that high?
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say 6.5, but I think it's a full touchdown.
Yeah, I think it would be more like 5.
They beat them 42-10 the first time, and it wasn't that close.
Right.
I mean,
but that's kind of the point. My point being that you can get blown out, and the Cowboys could come here again this weekend, and I guarantee you they feel like it would be different. They would be supremely confident in that game. I don't know that this game has any effect on what would happen in a playoff game if these two teams end up meeting again. We're sponsored by AC Transit and would love to keep talking it out with you at 888-957-9570. Got Defensive Player of the Week coming up around the bend as well. This is Willard and Dibs.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive to East Bay. Take the wheel of your career and level up. No driving experience required. Paid training is provided. New bus operators are eligible for a $2,000 bonus.
No one's going to frisk a 10-year-old.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yep, breaking news, brother.
That's a bunch of bull.
Breaking news. And some of you who've listened to this show for a while know that Dan Dibley has got a
Yeah, let's keep this in-house.
Secret parking spot when he goes to Warrior games.
Oh, pick your spot.
It's
open, all you got.
It is open and it is free as can be.
Yep, it is.
However.
Oh, God. Don't do it.
They changed it.
They did?
It is now, not only is it now 2 hours only, all the way up till 10 at night, but as I approached, parking meter maid is right there.
No.
Going car by car, taking pictures of each license plate, and I'm like, I'm not doing this. But good news, if you just go up one more block, you could do it there.
Okay, good.
So just one more block, a little more exercise.
Yeah, up the hill.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay, good,
I'll leave it at that.
good. Yeah, and I appreciate you not disclosing the location, but if you're...
I'll send everybody a pin. I'll tweet it out.
If you're an enterprising individual, you can find street parking in and around Chase Center on the other side of 280. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a brisk, wonderful walk.
It's nice.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine.
You know.
So, all right, you did it. You've been successful today. You put the whammy on the Oregon Ducks.
Okay, no.
You bet on them, and they're already down by double digits.
First of all, I did not bet on the Ducks.
You did.
I bet on the over. I bet on the over.
But that's so disingenuous. That's like you're just rooting for everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, sorry.
You get a score, and you get a score.
We have our 4 winners. I promise that we just got our 4 winners. We're now complete. So if you're still calling, thank you so much for listening and for trying. We have our 4 winners.
There's some person that's calling on 3 lines at once. I don't know how that's happening.
That's true.
That's crazy.
Oh, my gosh. Anyway.
Sorry, Janice.
This is one of those salespeople with, like, cell phones all over every ear. Anyway, congratulations to our winners, and thank you all for trying and for listening and all of that. And those of you who are going to Sebastian Maniscalco, I think I'm going to see you there.
Yeah.
So
you came upon some tickets.
Oh no, I don't have them yet.
You came upon free pizza and you came upon a bobblehead today.
It's a manifestation sensation.
Cha-ching!
Cha-ching! I do not have tickets, but I believe that I will. Okay.
I believe that you will win.
I believe that I will go. I believe that I will go. Yes.
My portal's wide open.
Take it easy.
It works actually.
That's pretty funny. So anyway. That's the latest. That's what's going on. 888-957-9570 is the number. The 49ers and the Eagles this weekend. And I don't know. We've just kind of reached that point. I don't know what's left to say about it. I can't wait for this one. And
you got dip, and you're gonna have chips and dip.
No, I'm not doing that for this.
I thought you were. I thought this is something we talked about yesterday. Watch Party Willard. This is a big enough game to where you're gonna get some actual food together.
But just for us.
Yeah,
I'm not having
you and the lovely
over.
Christy and a various collection of kids.
Little people will be there. Yeah.
The littles.
Little guy's got flag football in the morning. And then he'll be ready to rock.
And he's off the injury report, I hope?
He's off the injury report.
Okay,
he's never on it.
All right.
Yeah. You went after Wiggins yesterday. You should have gone after my son. he was the one who was making up injuries. He's fine.
All right.
Yeah. He limps if he knows someone's watching.
Gotcha.
But he's 9, so he's unaware of the fact that I'm always watching. The guy did the gritty in the kitchen this morning.
He's fine.
And then afterwards, he's like, but Dad, it does still hurt a little bit. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. Go get your clothes on.
Right.
We'll see you at the game tomorrow.
You can't do the gritty if the ankle's bothering you, and unless you're trying to mail it in. The one-legged gritty.
Oh, gosh. So ridiculous. So anyway, yeah, man, this one is, I don't know what there's left to say. It's a big deal. It decides nothing.
Right.
But my message is, on the way out, is that I think that too much is being made of history. And I mean this maybe almost like across the board in sports. We talk about the MVP race in the NFL. Y'all are making it about history. Patrick Mahomes, he's not the MVP. That's his resume. The Eagles' resume right now is better than the 49ers. They won last year. They went to the Super Bowl. They have a record that's 2 games better. Their resume is better. But their resume has nothing to do with this Sunday. Resume is in the past. This game is in the future. And the 49ers are a better football team by all measures and all circumstances. And so I don't say that because I'm a 49er fan and a homer. It puts more pressure on the team. I think some things are going to have to go wrong or be done wrong for the 49ers to not win this game.
I don't think that I would quite agree with that, because if the Niners are better, they're not a lot better. And it's a close enough game to where, one thing that goes the Eagles' way can turn this game. And it could be as simple as an early turnover and an early deficit that makes the 49ers have to abandon their usual modus operandi and their normal game plan, which they like to have the lead. They like to run it. They like to defer to the second half and get the ball in the third quarter and get that second half script and get another touchdown on the board and continue to lead and dictate. And if they aren't able to lead and dictate, if the game goes Philly's way early, then all bets are off. But I look at this game as a freebie because you're right. It's a big game only because it's a rematch of the NFC Championship. But win or lose, there's still work to be done for both of these teams. So knowing that,
absolutely,
it's kind of a fun watch because the game means everything, but the game also means nothing.
I think that it's going to be that kind of fun watch until it starts.
It's going to get personal.
And then it's going to get nerve-wracking, and all the emotions will start to come out because just the visual.
Oh, and the history.
Yeah.
You know why?
Yeah.
We broke your quarterback.
Oh,
we broke them both.
Yeah.
We kicked your butt.
The fact that you can even play a character that uses the word we about the Philadelphia Eagles.
It's the Philadelphia Weagles, you clown. You San Francisco clown. Where's your red nose, clown? And your funny shoes, clown boy. We kicked your ass. The Weagles. All right, that's all I got.
That's all you got.
Defensive play of the game.
Listen to the defensive play of the week.
I'm out of here.
This is brought to you by East Bay Law Practice.
Going home.
When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com. Today, let's go all the way back, the Wayback Machine to last night at Chase Center. The Warriors held a 103-94 lead in the fourth quarter after a Jonathan Kuminga mid-ranger. The Clippers inbounded the ball to your boy, James Harden, where he was picked up by our boy, Brandon Pajemski. And that right there is where we found the defensive play of the week.
16-footer rolls down for Kuminga. 103-94. Pajemski draws an offensive foul in the backcourt on James Harden.
Yeah, James did not like that one. James was, I tell you what about that Clipper team, and this will surprise no one. There was a certain portion of the game that I get the WAP ready. I got to watch it very close to the Clipper bench. Very close to like stunningly close to the Clipper bench. And man, those guys are complete and total whiners. Like exactly like you'd think they were.
It's the greatest collection of all-stars in the history of the NBA, and they stink.
Watching and I'm not talking about Kawhi and Paul George.
No.
Watching Harden and Russell Westbrook up close, what they say, who they say it to, in some cases even amongst one another, is it's super unsettling. It's like, oh gosh, well, you can just relax and go play the game. Go play the game.
I found it very ironic that Harden would complain about that charge call because he's made a career out of throwing the head back and flopping. And that was an embellishment from Pajemski, but it's a veteran move. There was contact. He went down, and he got the call.
Pajemski's an interesting cat, man. He really is. He is totally unafraid of all of this stuff. Not aware of how young he is and how new he is and all of that.
My man Poughkeepsie.
The defensive play of the week is brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today.
Poughkeepsie kid.
Yeah, there he is. Okay, guess what? Here comes the champ. Grandy's going to have the best of. and he's going to start off with that simulcast with WIP in Philly with Bonte and Joe this morning. It's pretty fun. If you missed any of it, stay tuned. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We've waited a long time to head into the December 3rd weekend, Week 13, National Football League, and here we go. You ready?
I'm so ready, kid.
You want to do it again on Monday?
Can't wait to talk about this one on Monday.
Here we go. For Dibs, for the champ, and for Lucas, and the Duck. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Tune in every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. during football season for Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement.
East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, just like our customer Jaron.
I'm the singer and guitarist in a band, and I use my Cricket phone for everything. It's basically like another band member.
Don't miss a single beat. Switch today and get a free Samsung Galaxy